Hee hee hee. As Lin Xingyo walked forward through the air, he suddenly heard a sharp and eerie laugh. Looking up, he saw a dragon-scaled beast covered in black fur and rotting flesh suddenly leap out from one of the blood pools, exuding a torrential aura of evil as it said, "Human, offer your essence blood, and I can grant you eternal life." Bang! Before the dragon-scaled beast's words were finished, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and struck down, directly beheading the creature. "Master, mighty!" Seeing this, Qiongqi King immediately grabbed the dragon-scaled beast's head with his claws, extracted the soul crystal, and walked over to Lin Xingyo with an extremely fawning expression. A mere heavenly god-level decaying corpse dares to be so arrogant. It's simply tired of living. "Master, don't you think so?" "All right, stop wasting words." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, glanced at Qiongqi King, took the soul crystal and said, "Hurry up and move forward." I must find Su Zijuan as soon as possible. Chapter 386, The God of Death. "Hey, Master, look ahead." As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he immediately heard the cry of the bloodthirsty Wolf King. Following the direction it pointed, a green light shooting into the sky could be seen erupting from that direction. Let's go take a look." Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he quickly turned around, shooting towards the direction of the green light like a bolt of lightning. But no sooner had Lin Xingyo moved, the corpses in the blood pools around him suddenly erupted. One powerful corpse after another leaped out of the blood pools, as if they did not want Lin Xingyo to leave. Each one charged towards him with an overwhelming aura of killing intent. Oh my god! Seeing this scene, the Qiongqi King and the bloodthirsty Wolf King were terrified. The area was densely packed with powerful corpses. Almost all of them were at the heavenly god realm. Even a corpse king at the immortal king realm emerged. Faced with this situation, not only were the Qiongqi King and the others panicked, but even the usually calm and composed nine-headed golden lion and the arm-swinging divine monkey were in a state of panic. After all, the number and strength of the corpses were simply too overwhelming. Lin Xingyo naturally did not dare to be careless. He quickly took out the nine-headed golden lion and the others and put them into his portable small world. Then, he summoned the Qiongqi King's flame cloud sword and bronze ancient shield, directly charging towards the surrounding corpses. "Human, you are too arrogant." A massive yaksha suddenly shot out from the blood pool, its entire body exuding a sky-covering corpse aura. It looked at Lin Xingyo with extreme ferocity and said, "How dare you disturb our ancient god's dwelling place? Now, I give you a chance. Offer your essence blood, or you will never leave alive." Noisy. Lin Xingyo disdainfully glanced at the yaksha. With his right hand, he slashed down a massive crimson flame rhinoceros, and with his left hand, he slammed the bronze ancient shield against an extremely ferocious green lion. In an instant, he crushed the lion's head, collected its soul crystal, and then shot towards the immortal king realm yaksha like a thunderbolt. "Human, you are seeking." Before the yaksha could finish saying that Lin Xingyo was seeking death, its head was instantly cut off by Lin Xingyo. Following that, the bronze ancient shield in Lin Xingyo's hand flashed, and the yaksha's head was immediately blasted apart. Lin Xingyo then collected its soul crystal and began to charge forward. But, the next moment, the corpses in the blood pool became even more frenzied. One powerful corpse after another shot out of the blood pool, all charging towards Lin Xingyo to attack. Kill! Lin Xingyo did not hesitate at all. With a shake of his blood-dripping long sword, 9 law rivers spread around his body, and he held the 2 great paths of life and death in his hands. Facing the attacking corpses, he directly pushed forward, instantly killing one powerful corpse after another. Lin Xingyo was like the god of death. With the flame cloud sword in his right hand and the bronze ancient shield in his left, no matter if it was an immortal king or an immortal emperor, Lin Xingyo simply raised his sword and slashed down. He slaughtered through a distance of 100,000 miles. Countless powerful corpses were killed, and the entire swamp area was filled with extremely piercing screams. Lin Xingyo was simply an invincible demon god. With a 7-foot-long sword in his hand, he was truly a step that killed one person and left no trace for 1,000 miles. Soon, he wiped out all the powerful corpses in this area, and no corpse dared to offend him again, because he was simply too invincible. Chapter 387. The Emergence of the Bronze Tripod. Master, I'm truly amazed. Just as Lin Xingyo emerged from the blood pool area, Qiongqi King from within his portable mini-world couldn't help but loudly praise him. You truly are the #1 war god of this era. That battle just now was absolutely exhilarating. Charging into millions of rotting corpses felt like walking through an empty field. Countless immortal kings and quasi-emperors were slain by you. It's as if you've single-handedly pacified an entire domain. Your divine might should be recorded in the annals of the ancient spirit domain, for there has never been a divine being like you in this world. You truly are a sword that cuts through the ages. This time, even the 9-headed golden lion and the others refrained from refuting, instead joining Qiongqi King in passionately praising Lin Xingyo. In an instant, they elevated his status to great heights. However, Lin Xingyo merely pursed his lips, showing no interest in their flattery. Instead, he shot forward at an incredible speed toward the direction where the green light pillar was soaring into the sky. After all, for Lin Xingyo, such battles held no sense of pride. Remember, back in the outer realms of the universe, even at the rank of emperor, he had slain over a dozen great emperors, including the likes of the Golden-Winged Rock and the Western Domain Buddha, both of whom were at the peak of the 9th heaven. Then came the disturbance in the ancient Forbidden Zone, the slaughter of the 5 clans, the salvation of the sinuous sect's crisis, the subduing of the ancient Forbidden Zone. Each of these feats was more impressive than the last, each resulting in rivers of blood and causing all races to tremble in fear. In Lin Xingyo's eyes, a mere group of immortal kings and emperors level-rotting corpses was nothing special. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Lin Xingyo's speed was astonishing. In a flash, he had shot out of the blood pool area and arrived at the location where the green light pillar was emanating. However, he did not rush directly toward it. Instead, he found a towering mountain to land on, then looked down below. Below him, the area was densely packed with living beings. Yet, these beings were not moving toward the green light pillar. Instead, they were all cautiously gazing at the source from which the green light was erupting. Master, there must be a remarkable weapon about to emerge, Qiongqi King from within the portable mini-world immediately exclaimed upon seeing this. This is truly a great fortune for you. Lin Xingyo did not respond, for even without Qiongqi King's reminder, he knew that something extraordinary was about to rise from the earth below the mountain. It was likely a divine weapon. Although he wasn't particularly interested, if he could seize it, it might make a good gift for Chu Yun and the iron-armed divine monkey in the future. Thus, Lin Xingyo stood on the mountain, observing the situation below. Boom! After a while, the ground suddenly shook, and amidst the excited gazes of countless living beings, a bronze tripod suddenly shot out from the direction where the light pillar was emanating. It's a bronze tripod? The already bustling scene instantly erupted into chaos. One by one, almost all the beings shot toward the bronze tripod. I, Zhu Yin, am here. From among the living beings, a powerful Zhu Yin suddenly shot out, roaring angrily. You insignificant ants, get out of my way. This bronze tripod is what I have my eyes on. Who dares to compete with me? I, Zhu Yin, will surely slay them. Hmph. Seeing this, Nan Gongyu, holding a broken sword, suddenly slashed toward Zhu Yin with a single strike. A mere lower realm creature dares to speak so arrogantly. I, the divine son of the Taichu sacred land, Nan Gongyu, will surely slay you. Human, this is not a place for you to be arrogant. The 8-legged nether spider, with a flick of its sleeve, lightning fast, charged toward Nan Gongyu. I, the 8-legged nether spider, have yet to speak. How dare you, insignificant ants, proclaim yourselves as rulers here? Do you not see me, the 8-legged nether spider? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips but did not make a move, instead watching Nan Gongyu and the others battle it out. Lin Xingyo was content to let them fight for a while, for the bronze tripod was already his. It was quite entertaining to watch them fight now. Moreover, Lin Xingyo would much rather see Nangongyu defeated. After all, he had long disliked this man. If it weren't for the intervention of the Spirit Void Empress last time, Lin Xingyo would have already slain him. Now, watching him being surrounded and beaten, Lin Xingyo felt quite satisfied. So, naturally, Lin Xingyo was in no hurry to act, allowing them to fight over the bronze tripod and pummel Nangongyu below. However, Nangongyu held his own quite well against Zhu Yin and the others, especially with the broken sword in his hand, which was terrifyingly powerful. Upon closer inspection, Lin Xingyo noticed something intriguing. The broken sword was actually a formidable divine weapon, though it was a pity that it was already broken. Otherwise, Nangongyu, with just this sword, could likely slay all his enemies. Human, you've enraged me. As Lin Xingyo was observing Nangongyu, a sudden roar echoed, and he saw the furious Zhu Yin, gripping a broadsword the size of a door, swing it fiercely toward Nangongyu. I, Zhu Yin, must slay you. Humph! Facing Zhu Yin's attack, Nangongyu, the divine son of the Tai Chu sacred land, showed nothing but disdain in his eyes. A mere lower realm insect dares to be arrogant in front of me, Nangongyu. I now declare that you shall die. Human, you are too arrogant. Zhu Yin was completely infuriated. After all, he was the king of the Eastern Domain, one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient spirit domain. From ancient times to the present, no one had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of him. Moreover, this arrogant being was a human. Such a lowly-blooded creature in the ancient spirit domain was only fit to be their food. Now, this food dared to be arrogant in front of him, constantly using the sense of superiority of an upper realm being to oppress him. Zhu Yin felt nothing but disdain. After all, this was the ancient spirit domain. No matter what kind of being you are, an insect is still an insect. Lowly is still lowly. Where does such arrogance come from? It seemed this human would not wake up until he was defeated by himself. Human, you can die now. Having made up his mind, Zhu Yin's blade instantly erupted with a torrent of light waves, slashing toward Nangongyu. Humph! Facing Zhu Yin's blade that seemed to cleave the heavens, Nangongyu did not dare to be careless. Immediately, he channeled all the spiritual energy from his dantian into the broken sword, meeting Zhu Yin's strike head-on. A mere trifling technique dares to show off in front of me. Watch as I slay you with a single sword strike. Clang! Nangongyu's broken sword directly collided with Zhu Yin's broadsword, and in an instant, dazzling light exploded at the point of impact. But the next moment, before Nangongyu could react, the 8-legged nether spider, one of the 5 great overlords of the ancient spirit domain, had already arrived. With a pair of twin swords in hand, it swept toward Nangongyu. You little demoness, you dare to attack me without honor? Nangongyu's expression changed, and he immediately reacted, raising his hand to strike at the 8-legged nether spider. Let me, Nangongyu, show you my might. Human, do not be so arrogant. After clashing with Nangongyu, the 8-legged nether spider twisted its round, millstone-like hips and lunged toward Nangongyu. With me, the 8-legged nether spider, here today, even if I cannot slay you, I will wear you down until you perish. 8-legged nether spider, stop flaunting your charms here and quickly deal with this human. We need to go and seize that bronze tripod, Zhu Yin said immediately after his strike landed, before some petty beings take it away. Chapter 388. It's my turn to appear. I understand. The 8-legged nether spider glanced at Nangongyu and immediately swung its twin swords toward him, saying, however, this human is quite handsome. It's a pity that for the sake of the bronze cauldron, I have to kill him. 2 mere ants dare to claim they can kill me? Don't you think I'm a sick cat just because I haven't shown my strength yet? Hearing this, Nangongyu was completely enraged. After all, he was the divine son of the primordial sacred land. Although he had lost to Lin Xingyu last time, he had been invincible among his peers before that. Now, These two lower realm creatures were repeatedly underestimating him. The fury within Nan Gongyu exploded. In that instant, 9 celestial openings materialized around him, and the 9 divine beasts nurtured within unleashed their Kongbal power, hurtling toward the 8-legged nether spider and the giant ape. Roar! Seeing this, the giant ape and the 8-legged nether spider also opened their own heavenly holes and unleashed their killing arrays, charging toward Nan Gongyu like 3 bolts of lightning. Soon, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. All right, it's my turn to appear. Lin Xingyu smirked, leapt off the giant mountain, and slowly raised his hand, pressing it down toward the valley below. In an instant, a colossal palm appeared, covering the sky and pressing down. Oh my God! What is this? The creatures in the valley, who had been engaged in a fierce battle for the treasure, all froze in shock, their eyes wide with terror as they watched the enormous palm descending from above. Trembling with fear, they scattered in panic. Crack! Lin Xingyu descended gracefully, and the palm instantly flattened dozens of giant peaks, leaving a huge palm print clearly visible on the flattened ground. Master, you are awe-inspiring. The Qiongqi king was the first to leap out excitedly, praising, "Who can rival such divine might?" The surrounding creatures all gasped in shock, their mouths agape and eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyu in stunned silence. You, the good-for-nothing? Nan Gongyu was shocked and looked at Lin Xingyu, who had just landed gracefully. I, Nan Gongyu, have finally found you. Very well. Nan Gongyu regained his composure and said with extreme excitement, I, Nan Gongyu, can finally fulfill my wish and kill you, this worthless wretch, here. Slap. Lin Xingyu smirked, glanced at Nan Gongyu indifferently, and then, in front of countless shocked gazes, slapped him with a single palm. Wow! The surrounding creatures were all horrified as they watched Lin Xingyu's palm strike. The slap was so powerful that it sent Nan Gongyu flying, smashing through dozens of mountains and burying him in the rubble, leaving no trace of him. How is he so strong? The surrounding creatures were all stunned, their eyes wide as they exclaimed, how can his methods be so extraordinary? How does he possess such immense power? This is the ancient spirit domain. How did he achieve this? This human is quite powerful. Compared to the shocked creatures, the giant ape's eyes showed not only the shock from Lin Xingyu's display, but also an overwhelming sense of fear, as he could feel Lin Xingyu's supreme invincibility. Let's take the bronze cauldron. While the giant ape and the others were still in shock, they suddenly heard a shout. All the creatures looked up and saw Lin Xingyu reaching out toward the bronze cauldron. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze cauldron, naturally unwilling to be captured, trembled and instantly expanded countless times, pressing down on Lin Xingyu's massive hand. Interesting? Lin Xingyu was momentarily surprised but quickly reacted, pulling all his spiritual energy to enlarge his hand tenfold, grabbing toward the bronze cauldron. Boom! At that moment, Nan Gongyu, who had been buried in the rubble by Lin Xingyu's slap, suddenly erupted from the debris. With a roar, he raised his broken sword and thrust it toward Lin Xingyu, shouting, Trash, die! The broken sword unleashed a 10,000 zhang sword beam that shattered the heavens, striking toward Lin Xingyu like a thunderbolt. The surrounding creatures were all stunned, their mouths agape and eyes wide, as they watched Lin Xingyu, unable to utter a word. It was too sudden. None of the creatures had time to react before Nan Gongyu's sword struck. It was completely unexpected, and they could only watch helplessly as Lin Xingyu was about to be killed. This human is so treacherous. The 9-headed golden lion was the first to react, leaping up in anger and glaring at Nan Gongyu, who had attacked. How dare he sneak attack the master? I will devour him alive. Master, it's over. The Qiongqi king and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide as they watched Nan Gongyu's sword approach, completely despairing, as if they had already seen Lin Xingyu being killed by the sword. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, explode. Lin Xingyu, however, smiled contemptuously, completely unafraid of Nangong Yu's sword, and raised his fist to meet the attack. Crack! Lin Xingyu's fist instantly shattered the void, and with a heavy impact, it struck Nangong Yu's broken sword. In an instant, waves of energy that could crush the heavens exploded in front of countless horrified gazes. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyu struck again. He slowly raised his palm and slapped Nangong Yu. Crack! With that single slap, Lin Xingyu flattened dozens of nearby peaks once more. Humph! Lin Xingyu glanced indifferently at the flying Nangong Yu and said, "Who is the useless one?" The once bustling scene was now completely silent, every creature stunned into silence. He dared to attack Nangong Yu? Doesn't he know who Nangong Yu's grandfather is? The primordial sacred land, which had just witnessed Nangong Yu overpowering everyone, was now shocked to see him nearly killed by Lin Xingyu with 2 slaps. Even Su Ao Tian, far outside the ancient spirit domain, nearly fell to the ground. Who was Nangong Yu? He was the divine son of the primordial sacred land, the personal disciple of the spirit void empress, the future heir of the Nangong family. Now, this so-called trash, Lin Xingyu, not only offended Su Ao Tian but also the Nangong family. Was this so-called waste trying to defy the heavens themselves? Didn't he know that offending both families in the immortal spirit realm meant he would be hunted to the ends of the earth? Is this the trash who defeated Liang last time? Gai Zhushan's disciple. Nangong Yin of the primordial sacred land glanced casually at the vision of Lin Xingyu and said to the spirit void empress sitting in front of him, "Yes, it is him." The spirit void empress looked at the vision of Lin Xingyu and poured some boiling water from the stove into the teapot. "Su Fu, go and investigate this person." Nangong Yin glanced at the vision of Lin Xingyu and said, "See if we can recruit him for the Nangong family. If not, do whatever it takes to kill him." "Yes, Lord Family Head." Su Fu, standing behind Nangong Yin, responded and immediately dispersed into a cloud of black mist, vanishing. "Lord Nangong, there's no need to make a fuss over such a trifling matter. We should focus on the grand plan we've been orchestrating. Let's not let these minor issues disrupt our long-term strategy." The spirit void empress set the kettle on the stove and looked at Nangong Yin with her beautiful eyes. It won't affect our plans," Nangong Yin replied with Ba Chi Wubita confidence. "Everything hinges on the arrival of the White Robe Emperor. Once he arrives, the primordial sacred land will be turned upside down. The White Robe Emperor, Du Morua, and all of them will die here. My treasure pavilion will ensure they are eradicated from existence." The spirit void empress nodded and took a small sip from the teacup on the table, saying, "Then Lord Nangong, don't go back on your word regarding what you promised me afterward. If you do, I will make this matter public, and the Nangong family will be destroyed in an instant." "You can rest assured," Nangong Yin replied firmly. "I, Nangong Yin, will never go back on my promise to you. As long as you handle this matter properly, I will fulfill every promise I made to you." "Good." The spirit void empress gently placed the teacup down and turned her gaze toward the Huanjing, focusing on the ancient Ling Year. "Then let us watch together as the events unfold in the ancient Ling Year." It won't affect anything," Nangong Yin responded with unyielding determination. "Everything hinges on the arrival of the white-robed emperor. Once he arrives, the primordial sacred land will be thrown into chaos. The white-robed emperor, Du Morua, and all of them will meet their end here. My spirit treasure pavilion will ensure they have no place in this world." Seeing this, the spirit void empress picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip, saying, "Then, Lord Nangong, don't go back on your word regarding what you promised me afterward. Otherwise, I will make this matter public, and the Nangong family will be destroyed in an instant." "You can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Nangong Yin firmly declared, "My promise to you, Nangong Yin, will never be broken. As long as you handle this matter well, all my promises to you will be fulfilled one by one." "Good." The spirit void empress gently placed the cup down and her gaze directly fell upon the illusion mirror showing the ancient spirit domain. Then, let's watch together the unfolding events within the ancient spirit domain. Chapter 389. You, human, are unworthy. Trying to run? In the ancient spirit domain, Lin Xingyo stepped forward and reached out with all his might towards the bronze tripod, saying, I never agreed to let you go. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Although the bronze tripod was grasped in Lin Xingyo's hand, it refused to be subdued and continued to struggle within his massive palm. Boom! Lin Xingyo tightened his grip, but a loud explosion echoed through the void. In the next moment, under countless gazes, a dazzling green light burst from the center of his palm. The bronze tripod then violently broke free from Lin Xingyo's grasp. Human, you are unworthy to be my master. Just as Lin Xingyo was about to make another move, a thunderous thought resonated in his mind. I will never submit to you. If you force me, do not blame me for being merciless. Oh! Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's gaze fell upon the bronze tripod. So, you refuse to submit? Then, I'll just have to beat you into submission. The bronze tripod's thought wavered, momentarily stunned before it erupted in fury. Who was it? It was a divine artifact that had fallen from the heavenly realm, a sacred object used by the heavenly emperor to offer sacrifices to the heavens. How could it fall into the hands of such a tainted individual? Human, don't push your luck? The bronze tripod vibrated, sending waves of thoughts towards Lin Xingyo. You must know that you are tainted with sin. How could someone like you possess a divine artifact like me? Not killing you now is already an immense grace. If you continue to harass me, I will show you just how powerful I am. Oh! Lin Xingyo's expression lit up with excitement. It seems you are indeed no ordinary treasure. In that case, I must claim you even more. Wretch, how dare you? The bronze tripod vibrated violently, launching an attack directly at Lin Xingyo. Since you refuse to listen, I shall kill you. Bring it on. Lin Xingyo smirked, clenching his fist and charging forward. Let me see what you're capable of. Humph, tainted one. Seeing Lin Xingyo's relentless persistence, the bronze tripod was truly enraged. This is all your own doing. Do not blame me for crushing you. Enough chatter. Lin Xingyo didn't want to waste any more words. He dodged the incoming attack and unleashed a powerful 6 paths reincarnation fist. Clang! Lin Xingyo's fist, soaring through the air, collided with the bronze tripod. In an instant, dazzling light waves exploded from the point of impact. Lin Xingyo's expression changed as he felt the force of the collision. He quickly retreated, instantly moving 800 meters away. In the next moment, the area where he had been standing was obliterated by the bronze tripod. Wow! The group, including Zhu Yin, gaped in shock, their eyes wide as they watched the bronze tripod destroy 4 or 5 giant mountains with a single strike. They wanted to shout, but no words came out. The tripod was simply too powerful. It was undoubtedly a flawless imperial artifact. Not only had it withstood Lin Xingyo's attack, but it had also shattered his fist strike. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The bronze tripod, failing to land a hit, immediately unleashed waves of watery pressure and charged at Lin Xingyo like lightning. Human, kneel and submit. Humph! Seeing the bronze tripod's attack approach, Lin Xingyo's aura surged as he activated his combat techniques. He stomped his foot, propping up the colorless domain, and clenched his fist, grasping the 2 great paths of life and death. With a ferocious roar, he unleashed another 6 paths reincarnation fist, smashing it directly into the incoming bronze tripod. 6 paths reincarnation fist, break. Clang! Lin Xingyo's fist, imbued with the cyclical forces of life and death, was enveloped by the 6 paths of reincarnation. It tore through the void with a deafening sonic boom, smashing into the bronze tripod. The resulting explosion was cataclysmic, shattering the heavens and the earth, and the 10,000 li of rivers and mountains were annihilated by the sheer force. Yuantian of the Supreme Origin Holy Land observed Lin Xingyo and couldn't help but remark, this young man truly possesses unparalleled talent and an imposing aura. If he manages to emerge from the ancient spirit domain, he will immediately be appointed as an executive of the Holy Academy. I, Yuan Tian, will take him as my personal disciple. Humph! Guy Jiushan, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful snort, clutching his wine gourd tightly as he took a swig. The others from the Supreme Origin Holy Land remained silent, not daring to interject. After all, Yuan Tian was now the second in command of the Supreme Origin Holy Land. Besides Duomo Ruo, no one dared to offend him. Therefore, during the confrontation between Yuan Tian and Guy Jiushan, the others from the Supreme Origin Holy Land kept silent. Of course, Lin Xingyo's exceptional prowess had left everyone in the Supreme Origin Holy Land in awe. Even Qing Xiaonuti had to view him with newfound respect. To them, Lin Xingyo was merely someone who had obtained 3 golden divine bones. Yet the power he unleashed had already reached the level of a quasi-emperor. Even Ling Xiaonuti, who was usually composed, couldn't help but turn her gaze toward the illusion mirror, intently observing the battle. Of course, Nangong Yin, a supreme expert of the Tongtian realm, was also observing. However, the battle between Lin Xingyo and the bronze tripod was so rapid and intense that even the illusion mirror could only capture blurry images. The illusion mirror could only capture blurry images. They could barely see the techniques and combat styles Lin Xingyo and the bronze tripod were using, only 2 flickering shadows constantly clashing and separating at an incredible speed. This ant isn't bad. After observing for a while, Nangong Yin picked up the teacup on the table and took a small sip. If he were to become a strategist for the Nangong family, he might be of some use in the future. However, if he doesn't know his place, I'll have no choice but to eliminate him. His path is still long. Ling Xiaonuti glanced at Lin Xingyo amidst the battle, then turned her gaze to Nangong Yin. What he relies on now is external strength. Whether he can reach such heights in the future remains uncertain. After all, many exceptionally gifted individuals don't go far on the path of cultivation, especially someone like him, who is so sharp and exposed. He will undoubtedly attract the attention of many. I'm sure there are quite a few people with thoughts similar to yours. So, whether he can truly grow remains to be seen. That's true. Nangong Yin replied seriously, but if he's sensible, having the Nangong family as his protector isn't out of the question. Let's see how it goes. Chapter 390, Counterattack from Desperation. Human, you surprise me. At the bronze tripod of the ancient spirit domain, it hurled itself at Lin Xingyo with fury, roaring, "But no matter how surprising you are, it will all end here. Human, accept my ultimate attack." Oh! Seeing the bronze tripod hurtling towards him, Lin Xingyo immediately responded, "Then you should try my fist of shattering heaven." Crack, crack, crack. As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he moved lightning fast, delivering a staggering 100,000 heavy punches directly at the bronze tripod. In an instant, the entire space was shattered, and an overwhelming barrage of fist imprints rained down upon the tripod. Of course, the bronze tripod was no weakling either. It retaliated with full force against Lin Xingyo's assault, each strike clashing with his fist imprints. The surrounding area within a radius of 100,000 miles had already been reduced to fragments by their attacks. Human enough. The bronze tripod grew increasingly violent, roaring, "I've had enough. I will destroy you." Lin Xingyo, however, ignored its ranting, continuing his relentless assault on the tripod, unbothered by its threats to suppress him. Despite its boasts, it had yet to find a way to defeat him. Naturally, Lin Xingyo was well aware of the tripod's power, which was why it had been able to withstand so many rounds with him. This only intensified his desire to claim it as his own. After all, such a powerful artifact was not something he would let slip away. But the bronze tripod was unwilling to submit. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Break. Lin Xingyo surged forward like lightning, unleashing another 100,000 strikes on the roaring tripod, which moved like a thunderbolt. In moments, the surrounding space was transformed into an endless black void, with terrifying chaotic streams ripping the fabric of reality apart. Boom! The heavenly Tao of the ancient spirit domain could no longer hold back, manifesting 6 terrifying deep wells that swallowed Lin Xingyo and the tripod. Roar! At that moment, the broken blade, the Qingquan umbrella, and Gaijiu Mountain's halberd all appeared in the void, with the broken blade particularly enraged by Lin Xingyo. It roared like a dragon and transformed into a divine dragon, slashing towards him. Halberd of heaven and earth, come to me. Facing the incoming broken blade, Lin Xingyo reached out and grasped the halberd of heaven and earth from the void. This time, he dared not be careless, immediately shattering the 9 rivers of laws around him. The 2 great paths of life and death, like intertwined chains of order, instantly locked onto the halberd of heaven and earth, pulling it into his grasp. With a sweep, he deflected the incoming broken blade. Clang! The halberd of heaven and earth in Lin Xingyo's hand instantly clashed with the broken blade, sending it flying. Before the Qingquan umbrella could form a black hole of annihilation, Lin Xingyo's halberd of heaven and earth struck out. Smash! The halberd of heaven and earth slammed heavily into the Qingquan umbrella. Then, the broken blade, which had been knocked away, struck back with 10,000 miles of blade radiance, cleaving through the heavens and descending upon Lin Xingyo. Wow! The countless beings watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gasp in shock. This human is finished. Trash! I don't believe you'll survive this time. From the ruins, Nan Gongyu, his eyes filled with malice, stared at Lin Xingyo, tossing aside a shattered protective artifact. With bloodlust in his eyes, he swung his sword, shouting, "Die!" Humph! This despicable human still lives? Inside Lin Xingyo's personal world, the arm-swinging divine monkey, seeing Nan Gongyu emerge again, roared with fury. How dare he ambush the master again? This is utterly despicable. Master, it's over. The Qiongqi king and the others were utterly devastated, especially when they saw the bronze tripod joining the attack. They were certain this time Lin Xingyo was doomed. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly raised his head, his eyes shooting out 2 beams of solid gold light. With a shake of his body, a golden Buddha wall rose from the ground. Combat Sage Technique, activate. Great completion of the Ancient Saint Body, activate. Colorless Realm, activate. Ancient Bloodline, activate. Martial Tao Heavenly Eye, activate. In an instant, Lin Xingyo activated all the skills in his arsenal. The Fire Cloud Sword and the Haotian Tower, incomplete imperial artifacts obtained from the Qiongqi king and the others, were all summoned by Lin Xingyo, forming a terrifying tide of weapons. They surged towards the bronze tripod and Nan Gongyu, while the Qingquan umbrella and the broken blade were forcibly immobilized within the colorless realm by Lin Xingyo's 9 laws of power. In the next instant, without giving them any time to react, Lin Xingyo wiped away the soul imprints on the broken blade and the Qingquan umbrella, directly storing them in his personal world. Halberd of heaven and earth, annihilate. Without hesitation, Lin Xingyo tightly gripped the halberd of heaven and earth, sweeping it horizontally to counter the 6 heavenly Tao deep wells that were closing in. Crack, crack, crack. The 6 deep wells, closing in for the kill, were instantly obliterated by Lin Xingyo. However, the cataclysmic rules of the great Tao descended upon him. Bronze tripod, come. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xingyo seized the bronze tripod, using it to shield himself. The raging power of the great Tao instantly bombarded the bronze tripod. The bronze tripod, caught off guard by the sudden attack, cursed furiously, "You despicable human! You're too shameless. You used my body to block the destructive force of the 6 paths reincarnation. You're utterly shameless." Enough. Lin Xingyo grinned, revealing his white teeth like a refreshing breeze. "You were always meant to be my treasure. Helping your master out in a pinch is only natural, isn't it? Damn it." The bronze tripod was completely enraged. With a shake, It dispelled the destructive force of the Six Paths reincarnation and broke free from Lin Xingyo's grasp, darting away like a thunderbolt. Bronze tripod. Where do you think you're going? Chapter 391. The obsessively clean bronze ding. Clang, clang, clang. Before Lin Xingyo could pursue the bronze ding, the spectators at the Taichu sanctuary were already in an uproar. Nearly everyone gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they stared at the shattered illusion mirrors before them, rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events. What just happened? Even Yuan Tongtian from the Tai Chusungdi frowned, as at the crucial moment, almost all the illusion mirrors used for observation in the Tai Chusungdi were shattered by an inexplicable force of rules. Bronze ding, you can't escape. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo was lightning fast in chasing after the bronze ding. With a wave of his hand, he cut through a mountain range. Surrender to me obediently, or I'll shatter you. Human, you are too presumptuous. The bronze ding dodged Lin Xingyo's attacks while sending out a furious thought. If it weren't for the fact that I was tainted by some karmic instruments and became flawed, I would have killed you 1,000,000 times over, you insignificant ant. The bronze ding is flawed? That's great. Before Lin Xingyo could speak, Qiongqi King from within his portable small world couldn't help but howl. Look at how heroic and divine our master is. If you submit to him now, he might help you sever the karma and repair your body, allowing you to return to your peak. I would never. The bronze ding vibrated violently, sending out disdainful thoughts. He's too low-born. As a descendant of tainted blood, how could he be worthy of possessing a divine artifact like me? How could something so sacred fall into the hands of tainted blood? Absolutely not. Bronze ding, how dare you? The nine-headed golden lion, hearing this, immediately erupted in anger. How dare you disrespect my master? The nine-headed golden lion won't let you off the hook. Master, catch it. The bloodthirsty wolf king also joined in, roaring. It's so arrogant. We must subdue it and use it as a chamber pot, urinating and defecating on it every day to see if it still dares to be so haughty. The bronze ding was utterly enraged upon hearing this. After all, it was a relic used by the heavenly emperor, with an identity and status that were sacred and inviolable. Now, these filthy creatures dared to use it as a chamber pot for excrement. This was beyond audacious. Not only was it a desecration of itself, it was a disrespect to the heavens, as it was a sacred object used in heavenly rituals. Insects, you've truly enraged me. The bronze ding became angrier and angrier, feeling its dignity was at stake. Suddenly, instead of moving, it stopped abruptly, turned its body, and fiercely smashed towards Lin Xingyo. I must destroy you. Otherwise, how can I have the face to return to the heavenly realm and become a sacred object for heavenly rituals? Die! Bring it on. Seeing the bronze ding smash towards him, Lin Xingyo swung his Fangtian halberd and unleashed a powerful strike towards the bronze ding. Clang! The Fangtian halberd in Lin Xingyo's hand collided with the bronze ding, and a powerful shockwave exploded at the point of impact. Bronze ding, this time you can't escape. As his words fell, Lin Xingyo immediately summoned the nine-headed golden lion's broken bowl, waved his hand to cover the bronze ding, activated the colorless domain to immobilize it, and reached out to grab it. Human, your bowl is not bad. I'll devour it. Just as Lin Xingyo reached out to grab the bronze ding, he heard a loud laugh. Looking up, he saw the bronze ding suddenly swallow the broken bowl. Before Lin Xingyo could react, the suspended broken bowl was directly devoured by the bronze ding. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. When he did, he was furious. The bronze ding was too cunning. It had even tricked him. How could Lin Xingyo let it go? Therefore, once he reacted, he didn't waste any more words. Using the colorless domain and the golden light Buddha wall to trap the bronze ding, he entangled it with the Tao of life and death. 9 Tao rivers suppressed its realm, and with his Fangtian halberd, he unleashed a barrage of 10,000 strikes on the bronze ding. Human, you are so despicable. Facing Lin Xingyo's relentless attacks, the bronze ding screamed in agony. You dare treat me like this? I will never let you off. Oh, really? Lin Xingyo smirked, increasing the speed of his Fangtian halberd strikes. Then I absolutely cannot leave you such an opportunity. Since I can't subdue you, I'll just shatter you now, to avoid any future revenge. Ah, stop. It's breaking. Under Lin Xingyo's attacks, the once unyielding bronze ding now screamed like a pig. Don't hit me anymore. It's shattering. Surrender or not? Lin Xingyo continued his attacks while looking at the bronze ding. If you don't surrender, I'll shatter you. I surrender. I surrender. The bronze ding was almost in pieces. Please stop. My body is about to collapse. Good. Lin Xingyo grinned, slashing his palm and letting his blood drip onto the bronze ding. Then let's seal the contract. Yuck, yuck, yuck. Seeing Lin Xingyo's blood drip onto its body, the bronze ding screamed, Don't let your filthy blood touch me. I'm going to throw up. Lin Xingyo's brow furrowed, his face showing clear displeasure. He admitted that the bronze ding was strong. But as the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has 3 points of fire. The bronze ding's repeated provocations had finally angered Lin Xingyo, who had a good temperament. Seeing this, the bronze ding realized its mistake and dared not provoke Lin Xingyo again, as it had no choice but to submit. Thus, it sealed the contract with Lin Xingyo and remained silent. All right, done. Lin Xingyo shrugged, casually tossing the bronze ding into his portable small world. Here, Qiongqi King, I gift this ding to you. Use it as a chamber pot. When it stops being so haughty, we'll let it off. Human, how dare you? Upon hearing this, the bronze ding was utterly enraged. This lowly insect actually wanted it to serve as a chamber pot for these filthy creatures. What face would it have left to ascend the altar of heaven? It was a sacred object used by the heavenly emperor in heavenly rituals. This human dared to treat it like this. This was beyond presumptuous. Master, got it. Realizing what was happening, Qiongqi King immediately stepped on the bronze ding, preparing to urinate, causing the bronze ding to scream in despair. Master, spare me. I know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Please, forgive me. Heh, can I handle you? Chapter 392. The Lake of Reincarnation. The Ancient Wilderness Domain. The Lake of Reincarnation. Having subdued the bronze tripod, Lin Xingyo traveled thousands of miles through the air to reach the entrance of the Lake of Reincarnation. However, the entrance was now surrounded by many powerful creatures, including a few golden skeletons with soul-shaking auras seated nearby. Master, we've arrived at the Lake of Reincarnation. Qiongqi King, by Lin Xingyo's side, immediately broke into a fawning smile, his face wrinkling like a chrysanthemum. My underlings have been keeping watch here. The human you're looking for entered and hasn't come out since. Lin Xingyo nodded, not needing Qiongqi King to elaborate, as he could already sense Su Zijuan's presence. However, Lin Xingyo could clearly feel that Su Zijuan, now within the Lake of Reincarnation, had undergone a tremendous transformation. His strength had reached the terrifying level of a celestial emperor and was still rapidly increasing, on the verge of breaking through to the heaven-reaching realm. Interesting, Lin Xingyo murmured, his brow furrowing as he led Qiongqi King and the others toward the entrance of the Lake of Reincarnation. Let's go and take a look. Halt, human. As Lin Xingyo and his group approached the lake, 2 proud flame wolf kings stepped forward, blocking their path. Our master is in seclusion inside. No one is allowed to enter the Lake of Reincarnation now. Otherwise, we will slay you here. Oh. Lin Xingyo smirked, sizing up the 2 flame wolf kings. Is this place yours? Why can't we pass? Human, what do you mean by that? The flame wolf kings sneered disdainfully upon hearing Lin Xingyo's words. Do you intend to force your way in? Let me tell you, this is not a place you can barge into. Get lost. Before Lin Xingyo could speak, Qiongqi King jumped forward eagerly. Can you even compare to my all-powerful master? I command you to scram right now. Otherwise, don't even wait for our master to act. I, Xiongqi King, can slap you to death with a single palm. What? The two flame wolf kings were momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury. They had guarded the lake of reincarnation for some time and had never encountered such insolence. Given their strength, even fools knew to avoid them. Yet, these insignificant creatures not only refused to back down but dared to approach and speak so arrogantly. This was nothing short of suicide. Human, are these fresh creatures your battle pets? Just as Lin Xingyo was about to speak, a sinister laugh rang out. Turning his head, he saw a furious green python corpse king, surrounded by an aura of malevolence, swimming toward them. They look quite good. If you want to live, hand them over to me to devour. What kind of dog are you? You wouldn't die if you didn't talk big. Do you know the awe-inspiring might of our master? Xiongqi King smirked disdainfully, his eyes filled with utter contempt as he looked at the green python corpse king. You filthy creature dares to claim you'll eat us? Our master could kill you with a flick of his finger. The bloodthirsty wolf king and the others also looked at the green python corpse king with disdain. Even the usually reserved nine-headed golden lion and the arm-swinging divine monkey showing contempt. What did that Xiongqi say? The creatures around the lake of reincarnation, one by one, were left speechless, their eyes wide with shock. Even the two golden skeleton kings, who had been meditating, turned their soul-piercing gazes toward the scene. The green python corpse king, in particular, was seething with rage. He was a Xuanqian-level expert. Although his consciousness was incomplete and he couldn't match his former strength, he was still a Xuanqian-level powerhouse. Here, his strength was unsuppressed, just like the golden skeleton creatures. They were favored by the laws of this domain and were invincible as long as they stayed within the ancient battlefield. Yet, these insignificant creatures dared to disrespect him so blatantly. The green python corpse king couldn't tolerate it. He would surely slay them all. Otherwise, he would become a laughingstock to the other creatures, and how could he follow his master to conquer the world? Insects, you are guilty. The green python corpse king roared in fury, his massive, decaying body coiling as he lunged toward Lin Xingyo and the others. You deserve to die. What a bunch of fools. The two flame wolf kings, witnessing the scene, immediately looked at Lin Xingyo and his group with the gaze of someone watching the dead. We told them to leave, and they didn't. Now that they've angered the green python corpse king, let's see how they survive. All the creatures around the lake looked at Lin Xingyo and his group as if they were already dead, expecting to see the green python corpse king annihilate them at any moment. Bronze tripod, go. Lin Xingyo, however, unhooked the bronze tripod from his waist and hurled it at the raging green python corpse king with great force. Blow him up for me. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The bronze tripod let out an indignant scream as it was thrown. Human, you dare use noble me to smash a filthy corpse? This isn't over between us. Huh, is there something wrong with this bronze tripod? The creatures who had been waiting for Lin Xingyo's demise were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with shock as they stared at the bronze tripod Lin Xingyo had thrown. But the next moment, the green python corpse king's proud expression froze. His eyes widened in horror as he realized the bronze tripod was coming straight for him. He tried to flee, but it was too late. The instant he turned, the bronze tripod smashed his head to pieces. You. The bronze tripod swallowed the green python corpse king's soul crystal while vomiting incessantly. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Disgusting. Lin Xingyo was left feeling a headache, especially upon hearing the bronze tripod's disgusted thoughts. If it found the soul crystal disgusting, it could have just left it behind. After all, Lin Xingyo wouldn't have minded taking it. But no, it had to swallow it, and then act all disgusted. If Lin Xingyo had the time, he would have loved to grab the bronze tripod and give it a good beating for always acting so high and mighty. Human, how dare you? After a moment of shock, the two flame wolf kings snapped back to reality, glaring at Lin Xingyo with fury. You dare kill our master's pet? You're dead. Bothersome. Lin Xingyo hung the bronze tripod back on his waist, unsheathed his Fangtian halberd, and walked forward, completely ignoring the two flame wolf kings. Human, you dare? The two flame wolf kings had wanted to shout a few more threats, but under Lin Xingyo's icy glare, they found themselves unable to speak. His gaze was so cold that it sent shivers down their spines, rendering them speechless. Humans, you? The two celestial king-level golden skeleton kings at the entrance of the lake had just opened their mouths when Lin Xingyo, without a word, beheaded them in a single swift motion, shocking everyone present. Wow! The once bustling scene was now filled with gasps of shock. The creatures, one by one, were left dumbfounded. The death of the green python corpse king had already shocked everyone, but the slaying of the two golden skeleton kings was truly terrifying. After all, these were celestial king-level powerhouses. Yet, Lin Xingyo had killed them without a word, as easily as swatting a fly. This was simply too frightening. All the creatures around, witnessing this scene, no longer dared to stand in Lin Xingyo's way. Almost instinctively, they all took a step back. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo remained silent, his actions speaking louder than words. After retrieving the two celestial king soul crystals, he gripped the Fangtian halberd, exuding an aura of an invincible overlord. Amidst the watchful eyes of countless onlookers, he strode confidently into the lake of reincarnation. Master, you are awe-inspiring. Chapter 393. Then let's fight, fight, fight. Worthless, you've finally come. Su Zijuan's eyes snapped open in the cycle lake, and a vicious smile spread across his lips as he said, Worthless wretch, you've finally come. This time, I absolutely won't let you live. All around, countless powerful corpses and the golden skeleton king turned their gaze toward Lin Xingyo, who had entered the cycle lake alone, and let out ear-piercing roars. Su Zijuan, come and fight. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fixed on Su Zijuan, and he raised his halberd, pointing it at Su Zijuan, who was seated by the Lun Huihu, challenging, Do you dare? Why wouldn't I dare? Su Zijuan leaped to his feet, swung his broken blade, and directly challenged Lin Xingyo, saying, Today, I will surely cut you down. Then let's fight. Lin Xingyo swung his halberd, stomped on the ground, and shot toward Su Zijuan like a bolt of lightning. Fight! Seeing this, Su Zijuan no longer wasted words. He flicked his sleeve and charged toward Lin Xingyo like a thunderbolt. My son is mighty. Su Outyin of the primordial sanctuary clenched his fists tightly and shouted, He must slay this beast. Clang! Just as Su Outyin finished speaking, a loud clang of weapons clashing rang out. When everyone focused their attention, they saw Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan already clashing like two bolts of lightning. Wow! They're so strong. The usually noisy crowd in the Tai Chusungdi was stunned into silence, all staring at the mirror where Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan were engaged in a fierce battle. Is this the power of the golden divine bones? Excellent! Yuan Tongtian of the primordial sacred land waved his hand, his eyes fixed on the floating mirror before him, which displayed the fierce battle between Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan. Such a treasure! It is destined to be mine. It is not something these insignificant creatures are worthy of possessing. Su Zijuan, not bad. After a clash with Su Zijuan, Lin Xingyo said, Your strength is barely enough to fight me. However, I see your forehead is dark. Your life is likely nearing its end. If you want to live, take the 3 golden divine bones you have and hand them over. I can spare your life. Otherwise, you're doomed. Hmph! Su Zijuan sneered, looking at Lin Xingyo with disdain. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Trying to trick me with such words. Why don't you hand over your 3 golden divine bones? I can spare your life too, otherwise you'll die today. Forget it. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, and he swung his halberd violently towards Su Zijuan. Since you don't believe me, then let's fight. Fight! Su Zijuan bellowed, blocking Lin Xingyo's halberd with his broken blade, then struck out with a lightning-fast palm aimed at Lin Xingyo. Heavenly palm, break. 6 Paths fist. Crush. Seeing Su Zijuan's heavenly palm coming, Lin Xingyo immediately punched back with his six-paths fist. Bang! The six-paths fist slammed into the heavenly palm, and a dazzling explosion of light erupted at the point of impact. Kill! Lin Xingyo followed up by raising his halberd and smashing it down toward Su Zijuan. Broken blade slash. Facing Lin Xingyo's attack, Su Zijuan immediately retaliated with his blade. In an instant, the broken blade and halberd clashed, unleashing a wave of explosive energy. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan did not back down. Instead, they fought with even greater ferocity, leaving tens of thousands of miles of scars across the reincarnation lake. Countless mountain peaks were leveled by their attacks. Corpses and skeleton kings that couldn't dodge in time were obliterated by their shockwaves. Good heavens! The people of the Grand Primordial Sungdi were all stunned, their eyes wide as they watched the battle. Their combat strength is astonishing. How have they reached such a level? These 6 golden divine bones truly defy the heavens. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, with everyone's eyes burning with desire as they stared at the mirror showing Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan. Their expressions were filled with greed. It was clear that Yuan Tongtian wasn't the only one who wanted to seize the golden divine bones from Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan. After all, these treasures were simply too extraordinary. Who is this valiant figure in the mirror? Oh, it's my nephew. As the crowd in the Taichu Sungdi watched Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan's battle, an excited voice suddenly broke the silence. Everyone turned to see Zhao Shanbao, his arm wrapped in bandages, approaching with great enthusiasm. He truly hasn't let me down, Zhao Shanbao exclaimed. He possesses an invincible aura. With his halberd in hand, how could Su Zijuan possibly match him? Su Outyin, who had been arrogantly watching, immediately narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with palpable killing intent as he turned toward Zhao Shanbao. What? Did I say something wrong? Zhao Shanbao didn't notice the tension and grew even more excited. Look at Su Zijuan. This weakling is already being suppressed by my nephew. In less than half an hour, this scoundrel will be slain by my nephew. Zhao Elder. The outer disciples of the great primordial Sungdi glanced at Zhao Shanbao, then at Su Outyin, whose eyes were practically spitting fire. They tried to speak several times but couldn't find the words. Zhao Shanbao didn't notice Su Outyin's displeasure. After all, he didn't know who Su Outyin was. Instead, seeing Su Outyin's hostile gaze, Zhao Shanbao's own expression turned sour. Who was he, Zhao Shanbao? He was an outer sect elder of the Taichu Sungdi. This old man in front of him dared to look at him like that? Zhao Shanbao, already fuming with frustration, felt his face turn even darker. He had come here, despite his injuries, to bask in the glory of Lin Xingyo's might. Now, Su Outyin dared to look at him like this. Zhao Shanbao felt this was a direct challenge to him, making him lose face in front of everyone. His gaze towards Su Outyin grew increasingly hostile. You dog, what are you glaring at? A moment later, Zhao Shanbao disdainfully glanced at Su Outyin, his lips curling in dissatisfaction. Do you know who I am? I'm Zhao Shanbao, an outer sect elder of the primordial sacred land. Keep glaring at me like that, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Zhao Shanbao, how dare you? Several of Su Outyin's attendants immediately drew their blades and shouted, You dare disrespect our master. Do you know the gravity of your crime? Zhao Shanbao's brows furrowed, his expression turning even more displeased. His pent-up anger was already boiling over, and now these people dared to rebuke him? This was the grand primordial sanctuary. Who were these ignorant fools? Was his reputation as Zhao Shanbao not enough to make them grovel? Not only did they not grovel, they dared to disrespect him like this. Absolutely infuriating. Zhao Shanbao's face grew even darker, and his eyes flashed with a hint of killing intent. You're Zhao Shanbao, aren't you? Su Outyin's cold eyes filled with killing intent as he stared at Zhao Shanbao. The one fighting my son Su Zijuan in the ancient spirit domain is your nephew, isn't he? Yes, that's my nephew, you fan. Zhao Shanbao, momentarily caught off guard, raised his eyebrows and pointed a thumb at Su Outyin, his expression filled with pride. He was born with the potential to become a great emperor. He will surely slay your son, Su Zijuan. The surrounding crowd, who should have been in an uproar, was instead left stunned. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. After all, Su Outyin was the head of the Su family and had the backing of the Xianbao Pavilion. Whether in terms of status or position, he was countless times superior to Zhao Shanbao. Now, Zhao Shanbao dared to be so rude to Su Outyin, which left everyone utterly stunned in an instant. Good, you're very good. Su Outyin was momentarily stunned upon hearing this. Then his gaze fell sharply onto Zhao Shanbao, filled with killing intent. Your nephew is currently fighting my son. I'm already holding a grudge in my heart. Since that's the case, I'll deal with you first, and when your so-called nephew with the potential of a great emperor comes out, I'll deal with him next. Men? As soon as Su Outyin finished speaking, he immediately pointed at Zhao Shanbao and ordered, "Seize him and beat him to within an inch of his life." Ah! No, don't beat me. Zhao Shanbao was caught off guard and momentarily didn't react. When he finally did, he frantically shouted, "And Mr. Su, this was all a misunderstanding. That scoundrel isn't my nephew. I don't know him at all. Please don't beat me. Beat him until he's half dead." Su Outyin didn't bother with Zhao Shanbao's pleas and immediately ordered his men to beat him. After all, Zhao Shanbao was just an outer sect elder, and with Su Outyin's status, even if he were to beat him to death, no one would dare to say a word. So Su Outyin was completely unconcerned and ordered his men to beat Zhao Shanbao mercilessly. Ah! It hurts. Don't hit my face. Chapter 394. This idiot. Su Zijuan, come again. Lin Xingyou of the ancient spirit domain was unaware of the situation outside. Instead, he charged towards Su Zijuan at lightning speed, saying, "Our battle can end now. With this strike, I will surely kill you." Humph! Su Zijuan sneered at these words and instantly moved like a thunderbolt, launching a fierce attack on Lin Xingyou, shouting, "The same goes for me." Clang! Lin Xingyou and Su Zijuan clashed fiercely, and then, like lightning, they engaged in tens of thousands of rapid exchanges. Outside, within the illusionary mirror, only blurred figures could be seen, as their battle was simply too fast. Furthermore, their battle unleashed a tremendous surge of rule-based energy, transforming the entire Samsara lake into a chaotic vortex. The water in the lake had long since been evaporated by their intense combat. Kill! Su Zijuan was now completely consumed by rage, with black mist seeping from his eyes. His power grew increasingly terrifying. It seemed that something mysterious in the ancient battlefield was responding to his call, continuously flowing into his body. His strength kept surging. However, Lin Xingyou noticed that Su Zijuan's consciousness was weakening, as if something was attempting to possess him. Yet, Su Zijuan seemed completely unaware, instead attacking Lin Xingyou with wild abandon. "Su Zijuan, stop!" Lin Xingyou gritted his teeth and blocked Su Zijuan's attack with his halberd, saying, "If you don't want to die, hand over the 3 golden divine bones in your body to me right now. Otherwise, you'll die instantly." Weakling, your trick is too crude. Upon hearing Lin Xingyou's words, Su Zijuan couldn't help but sneer viciously. "I feel an endless stream of power flowing into my body. I'm becoming stronger than ever. At a time like this, you want me to hand over those 3 golden divine bones to you? Do you think I'm crazy? Such divine treasures, I would never give them to you. Kill." With those words, Su Zijuan completely ignored Lin Xingyou, instead launching even more frenzied attacks, each strike tearing through space and reaching Lin Xingyou with terrifying speed. "Su Zijuan, I warned you." Seeing this, Lin Xingyou said, "Since you don't believe me, I can only give it my all. Although I can't fully unleash my strength here, it's more than enough to kill you." Su Zijuan didn't even acknowledge Lin Xingyou. He just kept swinging his broken blade, his mind fixated on killing Lin Xingyou, completely oblivious to the terrifying force that was trying to possess him. Of course, Lin Xingyo's warning to Su Zijuan wasn't entirely out of concern for his life. He wanted Su Zijuan to hand over the 3 golden divine bones, which would make things easier for Lin Xingyo. He could clearly sense an incredibly powerful force gathering around the divine bones. The mysterious power within the golden bones was crazily absorbing and condensing the incoming energy, like 3 bottomless black holes devouring everything. Lin Xingyo wanted Su Zijuan to hand over the bones so he could separate them and destroy them one by one. But how could Su Zijuan listen to him? Now, he had completely lost his reason, his mind filled only with the desire to kill Lin Xingyo. With no other choice, Lin Xingyo had to give it his all, as he dared not let the golden bones in Su Zijuan's body continue to absorb power. Kill! Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo no longer hesitated. He launched a full-force attack on Su Zijuan, his aura exploding at that moment. One after another, divine auras surged, and the 9 rivers of laws were fully unleashed. Then, holding the 2 great paths of life and death, Lin Xingyo unleashed a devastating strike towards Su Zijuan. Halberd of the Firmament, slay! Lin Xingyo's killing intent exploded, and his halberd slashed towards Su Zijuan like a heavenly light. Facing such a powerful strike, Su Zijuan stomped his foot, shattering 100,000 miles of the void, then raised his broken blade and roared, charging towards Lin Xingyo. Clang! Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan clashed fiercely, and Lin Xingyo was immediately sent flipping backward. He stomped the ground 1,000 steps to steady himself. But in that instant, dozens of giant mountains around Lin Xingyo collapsed, and the entire ancient spirit domain shook violently, as if the realm itself was about to shatter. Good! Upon witnessing this, Su Outyin of the Supreme Origin's Sacred Land exclaimed in excitement, "This is the true power of my son, Su Zijuan. Those so-called natural-born emperor talents are nothing but ants before him. This so-called weakling will soon be slain by my son. Lord Su, your son is truly a reincarnated deity. With such divine might, he will surely be invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Zhao Shanbao, who was beaten to a pulp, quickly forced a smile like a blooming chrysanthemum, trying to flatter Su Outyin. "My worthless nephew will definitely be killed by him." Zhao Shanbao elevated Su Outyin's status while belittling Lin Xingyo. However, Su Outyin glanced at Zhao Shanbao and said, "Don't stop. Keep beating me. Lord Su, please don't hit me anymore." Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanbao almost cried, "I'm on your side now." Chapter 395. I am the white-robed emperor. Waste, is that all you've got? As Zhao Shanbao's side crumbled, Su Zijuan of the ancient spirit domain stared at Lin Xingyo with a twisted grin. "Now, I feel my power is about to break through again. I'm on the verge of reaching the celestial realm. Waste, this is your final struggle. If you somehow manage to survive, I'll kill you in the celestial realm." Su Zijuan, you're getting closer and closer to death. Lin Xingyo stood firm, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Su Zijuan. "Once your strength breaks through to the celestial realm, your consciousness will be completely wiped out. By then, even regret will be too late." "Is that so?" Su Zijuan sneered, raising his hand and wielding his blade as he descended from the sky, slashing fiercely at Lin Xingyo. "So what? I will do whatever it takes to kill you. Halberd of heaven and earth, kill." Facing Su Zijuan's onslaught, Lin Xingyo no longer wasted words. He immediately unleashed a surge of energy, forcibly pushing his strength to the celestial realm. Then, like a meteor chasing the moon, he counterattacked Su Zijuan. Broken blade slash. In the void, Su Zijuan's broken blade shot out a 10,000-mile-wide blade aura, which he swung down with a single motion, aiming to crush Lin Xingyo, who was charging upward. Clang! Lin Xingyo's body erupted with rings of energy as his halberd clashed with Su Zijuan's 10,000-mile blade aura. In an instant, 2 waves of light exploded, shattering the heavens. Wow, their power is terrifying. Countless beings watched in horror as Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan's battle unfolded. The boundaries of the ancient spirit domain are cracking, and mountains and rivers are collapsing. If they keep fighting like this, the entire ancient spirit domain will be destroyed. That's my son, Su Zijuan. Upon hearing this, Su Outyin immediately jumped out, excitedly shouting, "He is the unrivaled ruler of the 9 heavens and 10 earths." Those around him did not object, as Su Zijuan's current strength indeed seemed to justify such a claim. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, smash. Lin Xingyo, after landing a strike, immediately raised his hand and unleashed the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, aiming to crush Su Zijuan. Hand of the heavens, subdue. Seeing Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation fist coming at him, Su Zijuan responded without hesitation, summoning the hand of the heavens. In an instant, a massive black hand covered the sky, clenching around Lin Xingyo's fist and crushing it. Then, it slammed down towards Lin Xingyo. Crack! The surrounding space shattered like a spiderweb, and the overwhelming hand of the heavens crushed Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of reincarnation fist before slamming down. Sky-splitting palm, break. Seeing the situation, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, shattering the void, and then drew all the spiritual energy from his dantian, slamming it against the hand of the heavens. Crack! The 2 powerful palm strikes collided, and in an instant, the surrounding space was completely shattered. Endless destruction instantly turned tens of thousands of miles of rivers and mountains into dust. Colorless domain activate. Lin Xingyo, now completely mad, his eyes shooting out 2 beams of golden light, wielded his halberd lightning fast, charging towards Su Zijuan. Bring it on. Su Zijuan also went berserk, his eyes filled with tangible black energy, and his broken blade, capable of shattering the heavens and earth, launched a ferocious attack on Lin Xingyo. Clang, clang. Su Zijuan and Lin Xingyo moved as fast as lightning, each unleashing devastating attacks on the other. Soon, the area was thrown into chaos, and endless temporal turbulence engulfed the reincarnation lake, making it impossible for anyone outside to see the battle. Even a great deity like Yuan Tongtian couldn't see through it. Forcibly attempting to observe would only result in the collapse of the vision, as that area had completely fallen into chaos. All that could be seen was temporal turbulence, with no way to gather any information about Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan. Kill! Lin Xingyo and Su Zijuan were completely immersed in their battle, both sides having plunged into a bloody fight, with no time to care about the outside world. Fortunately, the Lun Huihu appeared to be governed by some formidable Tao principles. Otherwise, their battle would have obliterated not just the Lun Huihu, but the entire ancient spirit domain. Kill! Su Zijuan was completely bloodthirsty, his broken blade striking again and again, almost all of them hitting Lin Xingyo. Yet no matter how powerful his attacks were, he couldn't break through Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, smash! Lin Xingyo, with his combat techniques unleashed, wielded both his halberd and his fist, fighting to this point, completely suppressing Su Zijuan. After all, his strength had been forcibly pushed to the celestial realm, so suppressing Su Zijuan, who was at the peak of the immortal emperor realm, was no problem. Waste, who exactly are you? Su Zijuan grew more and more alarmed. Why are your techniques so extraordinary, and your power seems different from mine? You're really a foolish one, aren't you? Facing Su Zijuan's question, Lin Xingyo directly shattered the golden Buddha wall. It's only now that you've realized. I'll tell you now without reservation. I am the invincible white-robed emperor. Chapter 396, The Final Madness. Ah, it's you. Su Zijuan froze momentarily, his eyes filled with shock, but soon his gaze darkened, and a wild expression took over. Even if you're the white-robed sovereign, so what? I, Su Zijuan, will definitely slay you today. Die! Hmph! Lin Xingyo sneered at these words, brandishing his halberd and sweeping it horizontally towards Su Zijuan. Clang! Su Zijuan raised his blade to block Lin Xingyo's strike, but in the next instant, Lin Xingyo's iron fist came crashing down. Crushing heaven fist break? Pfft! Before Su Zijuan could react, Lin Xingyo's devastating punch sent him flying. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. Dragon Subduing Palm, break. Lin Xingyo followed up lightning fast, unleashing a torrent of punches and palms that rained down on Su Zijuan, hitting him tens of thousands of times and blasting through over 100 giant mountains, finally smashing him into the rubble of a collapsed ruin. Crack, crack, crack. Lin Xingyo showed no mercy, pinning Su Zijuan down and unleashing a ferocious barrage of strikes, reducing countless mountains and rivers to dust. Senior, save me? As Lin Xingyo was about to finish Su Zijuan with his colorless domain, a terrified scream suddenly echoed from the ruins of the reincarnation lake. Lin Xingyo looked down just in time to see an explosive surge of power erupt from the depths of Su Zijuan's body. Ah, no. Su Zijuan's final scream rang out before he was utterly obliterated. The overwhelming energy also sent Lin Xingyo flying, and he staggered back countless steps before steadying himself. Human, did you enjoy beating me? Su Zijuan, now possessed, rose into the air and gazed coldly at Lin Xingyo. You lowly monkey, you've stolen my providence, and now you've pushed me to this point. I will definitely slay you today. What kind of creature are you? Lin Xingyo, gripping his halberd tightly, looked up at Su Zijuan standing in midair. Human, how dare you? Su Zijuan, now speaking with a haughty tone, declared, I am Kuroki, the death god of the 6 departments of the Hongming heavenly realm. I can give you a chance. Offer your blood as a sacrifice to me, and I shall grant you eternal life. Humph! Lin Xingyo sneered coldly, his killing intent radiating. The last person who spoke to me like that is already dead. It seems you want to end up the same way. How insolent! Hearing this, the death god of the Hongming heavenly realm, Kuroki, was utterly enraged. After all, he had once been a Dao sovereign, only one step away from the supreme ancestor of the Hongming heavenly realm. Though he had perished alongside the ancestor of heaven during the conquest of the Xianling realm, a fragment of his spirit had remained, attached to 6 golden divine bones of the emperor of the underworld, waiting for a chance to be reborn. But then Lin Xingyo and his companions had intruded into the ancient tomb, stealing 3 of the golden bones. What was even more infuriating was that Lin Xingyo had completely eradicated the spirit attached to those bones. And now, he was trying to kill his current host and erase his last shred of existence. Kuroki was furious, desperate to kill Lin Xingyo immediately. But he knew Lin Xingyo was incredibly strong. In his prime, slaying Lin Xingyo would have been as simple as lifting a finger, but now, with limited death energy and suppressed by the 6 Paths reincarnation of the ancient domain, reaching the celestial sovereign level was the best he could do. To return to his peak, he would either need Lin Xingyo to willingly sacrifice himself or be killed and possessed. Without either, he could never reach his former heights. Human, remember this. Determined, Kuroki fixed his gaze on Lin Xingyo. The one about to kill you is Kuroki, the death god of the Hongming heavenly realm. This will be the last time you hear my name. It will be the final honor of your pitiful life. Is that so? Lin Xingyo, gripping his halberd, stared at Kuroki. You seem quite formidable, but if you dare to wreak havoc here, I will surely erase you. Arrogant! Kuroki was incensed, raising his hand to summon a black sphere that glowed like a miniature sun, hurling it at Lin Xingyo with full force. Humph, is that all? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's eyes flashed with disdain. He raised his halberd and thrust it forward lightning fast at the incoming black sphere. Not good. As soon as his halberd struck, Lin Xingyo's expression changed. Realizing the danger, he stomped his foot, instantly activating his colorless domain and the golden Buddha wall. Almost simultaneously, Kuroki's black sphere, having pierced through Lin Xingyo's halberd, slammed into his colorless domain, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that sent Lin Xingyo flying. Pft, pft, pft. Before Lin Xingyo could react, the black sphere sent him hurtling backward, and a wave of black mist surged around him. Black lotuses, devouring serpents, rampaging skeletons, all appeared before Lin Xingyo, along with an overwhelming torrent of weapons, each flying like lightning bolts toward him. Chapter 397. Terrifying Power. Illusion? Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, immediately stomping his foot to activate both the Great Completion Ancient Sacred Body and the Ancient Bloodline. His Combat Saint technique was pushed to its peak, and the 9 strands of Taoist laws around his body were fully unleashed. The life and death Taoist paths coiled around his arms as he tightly gripped his halberd. Opening the martial Tao heavenly eye on his forehead, his cold gaze fixed onto the scene before him. Suddenly, 2 black spheres of light shot toward him like lightning. Bang! Lin Xingyo stomped his feet, swung his halberd, and deftly dodged the 2 black spheres. In a flash, he thrust his halberd forward, exclaiming, "Kuroki, I found you." "Did you?" Before Lin Xingyo's words even faded, Kuroki before him dissipated into thin air, and an ear-piercing whistle sounded from behind. Bang, bang, bang. Before Lin Xingyo could turn around, 3 black spheres slammed into his colorless domain, sending his body flying. Before he even landed, a massive black serpent lunged at him with its gaping maw. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, Annihilate. Enduring the searing pain in his back, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and, with lightning speed, unleashed a powerful punch at the attacking black serpent. Bang! The 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist exploded the black serpent, sending shockwaves rippling outward. "Human, I'm here." Just as Lin Xingyo's punch landed, a voice came from across, and a black fist wrapped in spiritual light shot toward him. "Golden Buddha Wall, rise." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo immediately summoned a golden Buddha wall. The black fist slammed into it, and the explosive energy backlash instantly obliterated Kuroki's body. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo abruptly shifted in midair, sweeping his halberd behind him. In an instant, he obliterated another Kuroki who had been attempting to ambush him. "Human, you're too slow." Before the words even reached Lin Xingyo's ears, a black flame-wrapped sword barely grazed his cheek, stabbing past him. "Watch this sword." "Enough!" Lin Xingyo slapped out with a palm strike toward Kuroki, who was charging with the sword. "Such petty tricks dare to show off before me? Watch how I break them." "Petty tricks?" Kuroki almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words, his expression filled with nothing but disdain. "You dare call my black forbidden domain petty tricks? Ignorant monkey, you'll be erased by my black forbidden domain." With that, Kuroki's face was filled with contempt and disdain. After all, his black forbidden domain was a life-bound divine skill he had comprehended at the Taoist realm. At one time, countless Taoist realm cultivators had been slain within his black forbidden domain. Even the heavenly emperor of the Hongming heavenly realm had shown trepidation toward his black forbidden domain. Yet, this human monkey dared to call it petty tricks. Kuroki couldn't stand it. After all, he had once been the death god of the 6 departments of the Hongming heavenly realm, even if now he was only a remnant soul. Hearing such words, he was furious. This human monkey was too contemptuous. Such a person must die. "Human monkey, you've truly enraged me." With his killing intent set, Kuroki attacked Lin Xingyo with full force while coldly stating, "I'll now use this black forbidden domain to erase you." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo dodged Kuroki's attack, summoning all the imperial artifacts he had taken from Cheongqi King and the others. Forming a tidal wave of weapons, he launched them at Kuroki's black forbidden domain, exclaiming, "Then try this move of mine. Weapon Tide, Annihilate." "Is that all?" Facing Lin Xingyo's weapon tide, Kuroki waved his hand, and the black lotuses and skeleton soldiers within his domain surged forward, instantly devouring the dozens of imperial artifacts. Black forbidden domain, devour. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo frowned, immediately pulling out a handful of his hair and activating the clone treasure technique given to him by Black Emperor. Instantly, countless Lin Xingyius burst forth, all wielding halberds and fiercely charging at Kuroki. Black forbidden domain, seal. Seeing countless Lin Xingyius charging at him, Kuroki flicked his sleeve, fully activating his black forbidden domain. In an instant, The black restraining force immobilized all the clones, even trapping Lin Xingyo's real body. Lin Xingyo was dumbfounded. Facing Kuroki's move, he opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but no words came out. After so long in battle, Lin Xingyo had never encountered an opponent like this, one who had forced him into such a predicament. Although this power couldn't restrain him for long, this situation was undoubtedly disadvantageous for him. Of course, Kuroki seized this opportunity, immediately detaching from Su Zijuan's body and shooting toward Lin Xingyo's forehead like a thunderbolt. Am I going to be possessed? Facing the approaching Kuroki, Lin Xingyo's eyes revealed a hint of panic. After all, this death god was something he feared. This guy was from the Hongming heavenly realm. His methods were undoubtedly extraordinary. If he couldn't resist the possession, he would surely be killed. No, I can't be possessed. Lin Xingyo's spirit jolted, and he began to struggle violently, knowing that if he couldn't break free, this guy would definitely possess him. Human, I can help you. At this critical moment of life and death, the bronze tripod hanging at Lin Xingyo's waist suddenly spoke up. However, I have a condition. You must provide me with a shattered imperial artifact afterward. Otherwise, I will not intervene. Damn it! Lin Xingyo was so angry his teeth ached. How could he have forgotten about this guy earlier? He should have thrown it out long ago. Now, he wouldn't be in such a predicament. Helplessly, Lin Xingyo had no choice but to comply with the bronze tripod's demand and agreed to its terms. He. On Kuroki's side, he was ecstatic. Compared to Su Zijuan, Lin Xingyo's body was far superior. Although just a monkey, with a lower and more inferior bloodline, he knew that with Lin Xingyo's body, recovering to his peak state should be no problem in the future. Human, prepare to be annihilated. Kuroki was overjoyed, shooting toward Lin Xingyo's forehead like a thunderbolt, ready to enter his mind. Just as Kuroki was laughing maniacally, suddenly, a ring of green light exploded around Lin Xingyo, instantly forming a green divine wall that blocked Kuroki's attack. Bang! Kuroki had no time to react, slamming headfirst into the light wall that rose around Lin Xingyo, his face instantly contorted. In the next moment, in Lin Xingyo's stunned gaze, he exploded. Too sudden. Kuroki hadn't even reacted. What was going on? His head just exploded. However, this guy wasn't dead. Instead, he jumped out excitedly, clawing at Lin Xingyo and roaring in disbelief. Damn monkey, you dare to trick me? Lin Xingyo was also dumbfounded. He hadn't anticipated that the bronze tripod would possess such capabilities, and it appeared that the green light emanating from it could suppress the death god Kuroki. But soon, Lin Xingyo understood. After all, the bronze tripod had always boasted of being a sacred artifact used by the heavenly emperor for sacrificial offerings to heaven. It seemed this object had absorbed some divine aura, which was why it could restrain the death god Kuroki. Chapter 398, Death Threat. Human monkey, I don't care what other tricks you have up your sleeve. After being ambushed by Lin Xingyo, Kurizaki was furious. Today, I must possess you. No one in this world can save you, because you, this monkey, have already been targeted by me. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's body shook, breaking free from Kurizaki's restraints as he raised his halberd towards Kurizaki. Then I can only kill a god. Humph, laughable. Kurizaki's eyes narrowed, and a murderous intent surged across his face. A lowly monkey dares to claim it can kill a god? It seems I must utterly annihilate you. Otherwise, leaving a rebellious wretch like you alive might not be good for the entire Hongming heavenly realm. Kill. Bring it on. Lin Xingyo faced Kurizaki again, this time with no room for carelessness. He grabbed the bronze tripod tightly in his hand, raised his halberd slightly, and immediately pushed his strength to its peak. His eyes locked onto Kurizaki. Damn it! Kurizaki roared in extreme fury, and in the next moment, he launched a devastating attack towards Lin Xingyo. Bronze tripod, go! Seeing Kurizaki charging at him, Lin Xingyo immediately threw the bronze tripod at him, while his halberd swung in a flash, shooting towards Kurizaki like lightning. Ah, it's breaking. It's breaking. As soon as Lin Xingyo threw the bronze tripod, he heard a pig-like scream, and then Lin Xingyo was speechless. Wasn't this bronze tripod a treasure from the upper realm? Where did its initial arrogance go? As a sacred object of the Hongming heavenly realm, shouldn't it display its might and slay Kurizaki? Why was it behaving like this? Lin Xingyo was waiting to see its awe-inspiring power. But now, after being hit by just 2 black orbs from Kurizaki, it was screaming like a pig, completely losing its dignity. This unexpected turn left Lin Xingyo feeling like a fishbone stuck in his throat. Bronze tripod, help me kill this monster, or I'll have the Cheongqi King use you as a chamber pot. Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth and threatened the bronze tripod. You scoundrel! How dare you! Hearing this, the bronze tripod was infuriated. In the next moment, without waiting for Lin Xingyo to react, it abruptly escaped. It dodged Kurizaki's attack, completely ignoring Lin Xingyo, and dove into the black forbidden zone, swallowing the trapped imperial weapon, the demon-subduing pestle, in one gulp. What the hell? Lin Xingyo was in pain as he watched. Realizing what had happened, he quickly opened his portable small world and tried to retrieve the trapped imperial weapons. But he was too slow. In the blink of an eye, the bronze tripod had swallowed 3 or 4 of them. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was filled with anger. He really wanted to blast it to pieces. This thing was way too unreliable. But now, Lin Xingyo couldn't deal with it, as he was trapped in Kurizaki's black forbidden zone. Almost as soon as he retrieved the imperial weapons, 3 shadowy figures of Kurizaki attacked from behind. Human, die. Kurizaki's voice was filled with malice as the 3 figures charged at lightning speed. Reacting quickly, Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the halberd and spun around, sweeping the halberd horizontally. Crack, crack, crack. The 3 shadowy figures attacking Kurizaki were all obliterated by Lin Xingyo in one move. Bronze tripod, come back? After striking, Lin Xingyo immediately called out to the bronze tripod, help me fight. Not happening. The bronze tripod muttered, I'm hungry. I don't have the energy. If you want me to help, it'll cost you 1 imperial weapon per attack. Otherwise, I won't lift a finger. If this guy kills you, that's even better. I'll be free. Ugh. Lin Xingyo was utterly infuriated. What kind of broken tripod was this? It was too cunning. 1 imperial weapon per attack? Did it think imperial weapons were cabbages? It just opened its mouth and demanded. And it wasn't just asking, it was devouring them. In one careless moment, it had already swallowed 4 or 5. Now it wanted more after just 1 attack? And it had the audacity to say such shameless things. Lin Xingyo really wanted to grab it, beat it up, and throw it to the Cheongqi King as a chamber pot. Hee hee hee. Seeing this, Kurizaki was overjoyed. He narrowed his small eyes and threw dozens of broken imperial weapons to the bronze tripod. Fellow, I find you familiar. You must also be a treasure from the upper realm fallen to the mortal world, right? Here, these imperial weapons are a gift from me to you. As long as you don't help this human monkey, I'll give them all to you. Of course, after I possess him, all the imperial weapons on his body will also be yours. Great, this is great. The bronze tripod was thrilled, vibrating with excitement. Then hurry up, I won't refuse these imperial weapons. Thank you. Hee hee hee. Satisfied, Kurizaki threw a dozen broken imperial weapons to the bronze tripod and immediately turned his cold gaze towards Lin Xingyo, human monkey, this time. I'd like to see who can save you. Lin Xingyo remained silent, his face cold, as he pointed his halberd at Kurizaki. There was nothing left to say. Only battle remained. Kill! Lin Xingyo's roar echoed as he tightly gripped his halberd and charged towards Kurizaki like lightning. No need for words, only battle. Human monkey, I kind of like you. Seeing Lin Xingyo charging, Kurizaki grinned. If I weren't in such a dire situation, I might even take you as my disciple. But now, I must possess you. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive. So, lowly human monkey, prepare to perish. Take me as a disciple? You're not worthy. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened as he disdainfully glanced at Kurizaki, tightening his grip on the halberd and sweeping it horizontally towards him. Human monkey, you're arrogant. Hearing this, Kurizaki immediately pointed at Lin Xingyo with both hands, forming a seal, Black Forbidden Zone, seal. Damn, not good. Lin Xingyo's mind jolted, and before he could react, he was sealed again. Lin Xingyo was dumbfounded. After all, he was at his peak state, with his cultivation at the celestial realm. Yet, he was sealed by Kurizaki again. This outcome was completely unexpected. After all, he was now a realm higher than Kurizaki, yet his body was still immobilized by the Black Forbidden Zone. This ability was indeed powerful. Hee. Seeing Lin Xingyo sealed again, Kurizaki's face was filled with joy. Human monkey, tremble. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened as he looked at the bronze tripod, but it was clear the tripod had no intention of helping. Instead, it seemed to be waiting for Kurizaki to possess him. Human monkey, perish. Kurizaki's eerie smile appeared as he shot into Lin Xingyo's forehead. In an instant, an endless darkness engulfed Lin Xingyo's soul sea. Damn! Lin Xingyo's mind sank as he felt himself being swallowed by darkness. The aura of death crept inch by inch, invading his flesh, meridians, and bones. Lin Xingyo knew this wasn't an illusion. Everything was happening for real. If he couldn't stop this force, he would truly die. Chapter 399. Obliterating the Death God. Human monkey, it's over. While Heiqi was ecstatic and wildly devouring Lin Xingyo's entire soul sea, he said, "This body will be mine. Prepare to be extinguished. I can't die." In the darkness, Lin Xingyo's angry and unwilling roar echoed in his heart. As death approached, a torrent of talismans suddenly exploded deep within Lin Xingyo's body. Following that, the great ancient sacred blood ignited, and a vast golden flame swept through the entire soul sea. It's the heavenly curse. It's the great ancient sacred blood. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. When he did, he was suddenly overjoyed. With the heavenly curse and the great ancient sacred blood present, Heiqi wouldn't find it easy to possess him. This was the blood of the heavenly Tao imprint sacred body. How could a mere Heiqi act so arrogantly here? The heavenly curse and the great ancient sacred blood would surely obliterate him. Oh, this is bad? Heiqi also reacted, immediately panicking and shouting, "What is this? It's the heavenly curse. Damn it, you despicable monkey. What have you done? How could your body contain something like the heavenly curse?" Heiqi was utterly panicked. It was too unexpected. He was completely dumbfounded. A human monkey's body contained both the heavenly curse and the great ancient sacred blood, two terrifying things. Instantly, all joy vanished from his face, replaced by sheer panic. Because even at his peak, he wouldn't dare to provoke the heavenly curse and the great ancient sacred blood. Yet now, he was trying to possess a body with such powers. Human monkey, I suddenly remember I have some things to do. Recovering from the shock, Heiqi, with bloodshot eyes, screamed and tried to dart out of Lin Xingyo's body like a bolt of lightning. "I'll let you off today out of kindness, but next time I'll possess you. I'm leaving." "Heiqi, do you think you can leave?" Lin Xingyo sneered, revealing his perfectly white teeth. "I didn't agree to that. Human monkey, what do you want to do to me?" Seeing Lin Xingyo block his path, Heiqi instantly became frantic and shouted at Lin Xingyo, "Let me tell you, it's a great fortune for you that I'm letting you off now. Don't be ungrateful, or I'll kill you in an instant." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, immediately condensing the heavenly curse talismans and the flames of the great ancient sacred blood into a massive grinding wheel, trapping Heiqi inside. "Why don't we test that out?" "Human monkey, what do you want to do to me?" Seeing this, Heiqi's face instantly changed. "What do I want to do?" Lin Xingyo coldly smiled. "Of course, it's to obliterate you." You dare." Heiqi was stunned, then screamed in terror, I'm a death god of the Hongming Heavenly Realm's 6 departments. If you obliterate me, the entire Hongming Heavenly Realm won't let you off. Go to hell. Lin Xingyo didn't want to engage with him, especially not with his threats. Lin Xingyo simply moved his mind, and the massive grinding wheel formed by the heavenly curse and the great ancient sacred blood began to slowly turn, instantly enveloping and grinding He Qi. Ah, human, no? Under the heavenly curse grinding wheel, He Qi's mind collapsed as he screamed, "Don't do this to me. I'm a death god of the Hongming Heavenly Realm. You can't obliterate me. Please, let me live, and I'll be useful to you." He Qi, shouting won't help, off you go. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, ignoring He Qi's pleas, and exerted all his strength to obliterate him, as he had no intention of letting him live. As for subjugating him, Lin Xingyo wouldn't do that, because He Qi was just a spiritual thought, and extremely powerful at that. Lin Xingyo had no means to control him. Therefore, he couldn't leave him alive. After all, if he survived, who knew if it would lead to a greater disaster later? So, without much consideration, Lin Xingyo directly used the heavenly curse grinding wheel to obliterate him. Ding! The system detects that the host has completely slain the death god He Qi of the Hongming Heavenly Realm and obtained his black forbidden domain. Does the host wish to integrate it to enhance their strength? Hearing this system notification, Lin Xingyo's face lit up with joy. He immediately chose to integrate it, and instantly, the black forbidden domain of the death god He Qi appeared in his skill bar. Congratulations, Master, for slaying the death god He Qi. Before Lin Xingyo even opened his eyes, a voice suddenly echoed beside him. When he opened his eyes, he saw the bronze cauldron floating in front of him. Damn! Recovering, Lin Xingyo immediately grabbed it forcefully and slammed it to the ground, then stomped on the bronze cauldron repeatedly. "You're still here? I thought you ran off." "Ah, Master, stop stepping. It's breaking, it's breaking." The bronze cauldron wailed beneath Lin Xingyo's feet. "I was wrong just now. Please forgive me." Humph! Lin Xingyo wasn't planning to let it off, immediately summoning the colorless domain and stomping on the bronze cauldron. "You traitor! Today, I must stomp you to pieces." "Master, have mercy on your feet." The bronze cauldron pleaded through its spiritual thought. "I really am sorry. I'm willing to compensate. I know there's an absolutely extraordinary item in this ancient spirit domain. If you let me off today, I'll take you to get it." Humph! Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, completely ignoring the bronze cauldron. "You're still trying to trick me. I don't believe you. I'll stomp you to pieces first." "Master, you've misunderstood me." Hearing this, the bronze cauldron immediately began to flatter and defend itself. "Just now, I wasn't tricking you. I was tricking the death god He Qi." "Was I?" Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, stomping on the bronze cauldron while glancing at it. The latter immediately sent out a spiritual thought. "Master, I'm not lying to you. If it weren't for my good acting, how could he have been obliterated by you? I sensed the aura of the heavenly curse on you early on, so I used this bait-and-switch tactic. Not only did I trick He Qi into losing over 10 Emperor weapons, but I also allowed you to obliterate him, didn't I? Besides, you've gained a lot of benefits too, haven't you?" Humph! Lin Xingyo frowned, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. "If I'm not mistaken, you also tricked me into losing a few Emperor weapons earlier, didn't you?" Yes. The bronze cauldron flattered. "I was just hungry earlier, and I couldn't help it. Look, I'm about to give you a great fortune. If you let me off, you can immediately obtain an extraordinary treasure at the end of the ancient battlefield." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, his gaze falling on the bronze cauldron. "Why do I feel like you're tricking me again?" "Master, I dare not." Hearing this, the bronze cauldron immediately flattered and flattered. "I absolutely dare not. Look at you, so wise and powerful. I'm just a weak spirit. How could I dare to deceive you? All right, I'll trust you one more time." Lin Xingyo stomped on the bronze cauldron a few more times, then picked it up. "But if you dare to trick me again this time, don't blame me for really smashing you to pieces. Even if I can't smash you, I'll use you as a chamber pot." Having said that, Lin Xingyo hung the bronze cauldron at his waist and strode over to Su Zijuan's corpse. With a swift slash of his Fong Tian halberd, he sliced open Su Zijuan's flesh, then reached out and extracted 3 golden divine bones from his body. With a casual flick of his hand, he cleansed the 3 golden divine bones of all impurities. "Bronze cauldron, let's go." Lin Xingyo casually glanced at the shattered reincarnation lake and moved towards the exit, saying, "You'd better not try to deceive me again. If I don't find what you mentioned at the end of the ancient battlefield, don't blame me for turning you into a chamber pot." Chapter 400, The Path of the Cultivator. Yes, my son Su Zijuan is dead. Su Outyin of the Tai Chu Sanctuary was fixated on the increasingly vivid reflection in the eternal lake. Upon glimpsing Lin Xingyo's retreating form, his equilibrium shattered, and he staggered back 6 or 7 steps, his voice trembling with rage. "This vile creature has slain my son, Su Zijuan. I swear I will hunt him to the ends of the earth and ensure he meets a fate worse than death." Everyone around him widened their eyes, staring at Lin Xingyo's gradually disappearing back, almost all of them frozen in shock. Su Zijuan was dead. He had been slain, and Lin Xingyo was still alive? Su Zijuan's corpse had been mutilated, and almost everyone now knew that the 3 golden divine bones Su Zijuan had obtained must have been taken by Lin Xingyo. Now, Lin Xingyo had 6 golden divine bones. In an instant, those who realized this turned their eyes toward Lin Xingyo's back, their gazes filled with overwhelming greed. "Good, this young man is impressive." Yuan Tongtian of the Tai Chusung Di directly sent his divine will reverberating across the heavens, declaring, "I, Yuan Tongtian, did not misjudge him. This young man is mine, and I will be his protector. Anyone in the immortal realm who dares to harm him will have to answer to me first, or else they will face my wrath." "Hemph, old fox." Nangong Yin of the Tai Chusung Di's face darkened, her heart brimming with disdainful scorn. "This matter isn't for you to decide. I, Nangong Yin, have yet to speak. It's not your place. Do you think you can claim those 6 golden divine bones with such a scheme? I, Nangong Yin, do not consent." "Huh, where is he going?" Lingshu Nudi of the Tai Chusungdi suddenly fixed her gaze and exclaimed in astonishment. "Is he heading toward the end of the ancient battlefield? This young man is truly seeking his own demise." Gai Jushan of the Tai Chusungdi, observing the mirror where Lin Xingyo was tearing through space, took a sip of wine and mused, "Has he discovered the object at the end of the ancient battlefield? If so, I only hope he gains something from it, but may he not perish there." "Master, where are we going?" Inside the small world of the ancient spirit domain, Qiongqi King, seeing Lin Xingyo continuously tearing through space, couldn't help but ask. Lin Xingyo continued to move forward, tearing through space, and said, "To the end of the ancient battlefield." "Ah, why go there?" Upon hearing this, Qiongqi King immediately panicked and exclaimed, "That place is extremely terrifying. Even emperors dare not venture there lightly. Why are you going there, master?" "I'm going there to find something." Lin Xingyo didn't hold anything back and directly shared with Qiongqi King and the others what the bronze tripod had revealed. In that moment, all fell silent. After all, who wouldn't desire such treasures? However, when it came to the end of the ancient battlefield, Qiongqi King and the others couldn't suppress a natural sense of fear. That place was filled with too many legends. Almost every legend was associated with death, as the end of the ancient battlefield symbolized nothing but death. Up until now, no living being had ever been heard of coming out of there alive. So, everyone wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. After all, this was the world of cultivators. Opportunities and death coexisted. If you wanted to obtain something, you had to risk your life. Otherwise, it would never be easily gained. For this reason, all living beings were like moths to a flame, charging forward despite the danger. Even in the face of death, cultivators would not back down, because this was the world of cultivators. They dared to compete with the heavens, the earth, and themselves, all for the path to immortality and eternal life. Chapter 401. The End of the Ancient Battlefield. The Ancient Battlefield. Lin Xingyo, clad in a long white robe, appeared at the edge of the ancient battlefield. "We're here." Lin Xingyo slowly landed, his feet sinking into the blood-red soil. He looked towards the end of the ancient battlefield and said, "Is the bronze tripod here?" "Yes." The bronze tripod emanated waves of Taoist intent, saying, "The item is at the end of the ancient battlefield. If you can reach there, you can obtain it." "All right." Lin Xingyo shrugged and waved his sleeve, then stepped forward, saying, "Let's go take a look then." With that, he strode forward. The area was covered in blood-red soil, exuding an eerie aura. Broken weapons and shattered bones stuck in the ground began to tremble as Lin Xingyo approached, as if they were about to rise from the ground and attack him. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xingyo released his aura, his long white robe flowing as he walked with his hands behind his back, heading towards the end of the ancient battlefield. The path was not long, but every step was fraught with difficulty. The closer he got to the end of the ancient battlefield, the more he felt an overwhelming killing intent that seemed to crush the heavens. The stench of blood also grew heavier. Lin Xingyo had to raise his hand and fan away the thick, almost tangible blood-soaked air as he walked. Master, truly invincible. The Qiongqi King and others within his personal mini-world were all stunned and terrified by Lin Xingyo's casual wave. With just a flick of his hand, the chaotic spatial turbulence dispersed. Master is too powerful. His methods are simply too incredible. What kind of realm does this require? Not just the Qiongqi King. Even the nine-headed golden lion was completely shocked. They had witnessed the flow of the Tao and the invincibility of all techniques in Lin Xingyo's casual wave. Such methods were simply too incredible. Just a trifling skill. The bronze tripod, however, revealed an extremely disdainful tone, saying, "A bunch of ants, always making a big fuss and fawning endlessly. Even this is worth praising? I, the bronze tripod, am ashamed to be associated with such ants." The Qiongqi King and the others completely ignored the bronze tripod, for in front of Lin Xingyo, a circle of watery chaos order had appeared. Ordinary people couldn't see it, but they could feel the domain of destruction, as this chaotic order was so terrifying that it could crush even immortal kings. "Master, be careful ahead." Seeing this, the Qiongqi King and the others hurriedly warned, wanting to alert Lin Xingyo to the danger ahead. But Lin Xingyo had already walked through. In the next instant, amidst countless shocked gazes, the chaotic order that could destroy everything had created a vacuum zone. Lin Xingyo had completely cut off all vital energy, walking through step by step. Wow! The Qiongqi King and the others all gasped, their eyes fixed on him, completely petrified. "Master, how can he be so strong?" The armored divine monkey's eyes widened as he said, "This is chaotic order. A single strand of vital energy could crush an immortal king. Master could just walk through like this. This truly shocked me." "Master is too terrifying." The nine-headed golden lion, recovering from the shock, said, "His cultivation must have surpassed the immortal emperor realm, reaching the level of an upper realm supreme." "Pfft, what's so great about that?" Hearing this, the bronze tripod's disdain grew even more, saying, "It's just the celestial being realm. If I hadn't fallen from my peak, I could crush such ants in one go." Lin Xingyo shrugged and didn't respond, as he was here to retrieve treasures from the end of the ancient battlefield and naturally wouldn't pay attention to them. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Xingyo continued forward, quickly covering several dozen miles. Gradually, a faint blood-red mist began to envelop the area, growing thicker the further he went. Within 1,000 meters, the area within 5 meters in front of him became blurred. Bronze tripod, how much further? After taking a few steps forward, Lin Xingyo suddenly stopped and said, "I can clearly feel that the aura ahead is unusual. Continuing further might be dangerous. Did you dig a trap for me here?" "Master, how could I dare?" Hearing this, the bronze tripod immediately flattered, saying, "I am now your treasure. What benefit would I have in tricking you?" Is that so? Then you lead the way ahead. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze fell on the bronze tripod as he unhooked it from his waist, saying, "Otherwise, I won't go forward." "Ah, Master, no." The bronze tripod trembled and hurriedly said, "Look, you've already come this far. The treasure is right ahead. It wouldn't be good to turn back now, would it?" Humph. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but sneer, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. Even a fool like him could tell. The bronze tripod had played another trick on him. There might be a treasure ahead, but this guy definitely didn't have good intentions. Otherwise, this reaction was too suspicious. Ahem. The bronze tripod immediately realized its mistake and coughed vigorously to cover up its panic, saying, "Master, forget it. If you don't want that treasure, then let's go back." Go back? The ancient bull demon couldn't help but speak up urgently, saying, "Master, we've come this far. It wouldn't be good to go back, would it?" "Idiot, shut up." The Cheongqi king immediately glared at the ancient bull demon, saying, "When the master speaks, when is it your turn to interrupt?" The bloodthirsty wolf king and the others looked at the ancient bull demon as if he were an idiot. Everyone present understood that the bronze tripod was using a tactic of retreat to advance, and no one would fall for such a small trick, except for this stupid bull who didn't understand. "All right." Lin Xingyo shrugged, his gaze falling on the bronze tripod, saying, "If you want my help, show your sincerity. Otherwise, I won't go any further, because the situation ahead doesn't need me to explain. You should be very clear about it." "Sincerity? I've always been sincere." The bronze tripod replied, "There really is a remarkable treasure ahead. If you can obtain it, I guarantee you'll immediately get a powerful immortal treasure. However," the bronze tripod continued weakly, "the end of the ancient battlefield also has something I need. So I really need your help to obtain those things." "Good." Lin Xingyo glared at the bronze tripod, saying, "I can help you, but from now on, I hope you'll treat me with sincerity and not play any more tricks to trick me. Otherwise, I'll use you as a chamber pot." Chapter 402. The Truth of a Corner. "Master, I dare not." As soon as the bronze cauldron heard this, it immediately conveyed its thoughts. "I absolutely dare not harm you. You are my most wise and mighty master." Humph. Lin Xingyo snorted coldly twice, placed the bronze tripod in front of him, and then summoned the Feng Tian halberd with a wave of his hand. Gripping it tightly, he stepped towards the depths of the ancient battlefield. The blood mist grew thicker and thicker. Not far ahead, almost completely unable to see what was in front, eerie laughter echoed from all sides, as if countless evil spirits were wandering around. Bronze cauldron, how much farther? Lin Xingyo continued walking forward while also remaining fully alert, for even with his formidable skills, he couldn't help but be cautious in the face of such a scene. After all, his aura had already been unleashed. Yet Lin Xingyo could still feel. His colorless domain was constantly being hit by intense impacts. If it weren't for his profound cultivation, he would have already met with disaster. Oh woo! As soon as Lin Xingyo's voice faded, a deafening dragon's roar that reverberated through the heavens echoed from the opposite direction. In the next instant, before the astonished eyes of countless onlookers, a colossal golden yinglong spread its shimmering golden dragon wings and ascended majestically into the heavens. It unleashed a ferocious assault on a Kuan Pong that was hurtling toward it. Bang! Before Lin Xingyo and the others could regain their composure, the soaring golden yinglong and the Kuan Pong clashed, their collision shattering instantly, and then a sky-covering rain of divine blood fell from the void. Is it dead? The king of Cheongqi stared blankly at the scene, and after regaining his senses, he exclaimed, "Why is such a powerful attack? We can't feel the destructive force that could shatter the heavens and split the earth. Could it be that our master has blocked all of it? Our master truly is boundless in power." The bronze cauldron, hearing this, immediately responded with utmost disdain. "Insect, you're really good at bootlicking. This is clearly just a residual shadow from the battle of that time, and you're using it to fawn over and flatter. You're truly a fresh breeze in the realm of sycophants. Ah, a shadow. Upon hearing this, the king of Cheongchi and the others were even more shocked, as this place had already passed through at least a dozen epochs. Even now, there were still shadows left from that time. This sight left not only the king of Cheongchi, but even Lin Xingyo with a look of astonishment. After all, to leave such a shadow in the world, and for it to remain intact after so many years. Lin Xingyo and his companions all realized that the Golden Dragon and the Kuan Pong from that era must have possessed extraordinary, almost otherworldly, powers, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave such a lasting impression. Let's go, let's see what's ahead. Lin Xingyo did not hesitate for long. Gripping the Fong Tian halberd tightly in his hand, he strode forward. But the scenes that followed, the scenes that unfolded before Lin Xingyo and his companions grew increasingly shocking. They witnessed the legendary Zhu Long and Zhu Feng, creatures of myth, charging into battle as if drawn by an irresistible force, perishing one after another on this ancient battlefield. Soon, Lin Xingyo and the others observed that countless immensely powerful beings were hurling themselves toward the far end of the battlefield. The battle was extremely fierce. Countless beings here wailed and roared, all charging towards the end of the ancient battlefield, almost like moths to a flame, rushing towards the ancient end. The entire path was littered with corpses. Countless beings were shattered. The blood couldn't coagulate. The cries of battle shook the heavens. Countless beings perished. Yet they all charged forward without hesitation, row after row, group after group of beings plummeting from the sky, exploding midair under the immense invisible force before they could even reach the ground. My human race will never be slaves. Kill. In the midst of the bloodbath, Lin Xingyo saw a human clad in golden armor, holding a shattered broken spear, leading countless bloodied humans forward at an incredible speed, charging towards the beings rushing at them. His spear was fast. Almost every strike would kill several incredibly powerful beings. Soon, he led his subordinates in a bloody charge towards the end of the ancient battlefield, with a blood-stained white flag following closely behind, clearly displaying a blood-red character. Under the flag-bearer's high hold, the human general and his troops charged towards the end of the ancient battlefield, and seeing this, Lin Xingyo and the others quickly followed. Soon, they crossed countless bloody regions and saw a colossal, cloud ring-like light gate. Here, the blood-stained white flag was planted in the ground. The human general led countless beings to this point, all unleashing their strongest attacks on the cloud ring light gate, aiming to annihilate the beings continuously emerging from the source veins inside. However, the beings emerging from the light gate were almost all incredibly powerful, including even those at the immortal level, all charging at the human general. In no time, countless beings fell at the gate, but the human general and his troops stood firm like an unbreakable barrier, unyielding no matter how fierce the onslaught, all steadfastly guarding the white battle flag, cutting down one invader after another. The slaughter was extremely brutal and intense. Countless beings were killed and annihilated. Yet they could never break through the defense line established by the human general and his men. Human monkeys, dare to block my heavenly army? As the human general was wreaking havoc, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Turning his head, he saw the death god Kuroki, his face filled with rage, charging out from the cloud ring light gate. I, death god Kuroki, will make you experience ultimate fear. Kill. Kuroki shot out from the cloud ring light gate, leading his subordinates in a charge towards the human general. The two sides immediately clashed. Countless human warriors fell under Kuroki's hand. One after another powerful beings were annihilated by Kuroki's subordinates, and eventually, the white battle flag planted on the ground was blown up, and even the human general was slain by Kuroki. Soon, Kuroki spread outwards. His blade was unstoppable. Almost no being could withstand him, sweeping through like a hot knife through butter, quickly taking down 6 or 7 battle flags, completely annihilating the forces attacking the cloud ring light gate. The battle formation formed by the flags was shattered. Then Kuroki led his subordinates in an outward charge, followed by the 5 departments of the primordial heaven realm: wind, fire, thunder, lightning, and water, emerging from the cloud ring light gate. Oh woo! As the 6 divisions of the primordial heaven realm surged forth, Lin Xingyo and the others immediately beheld a bronze war chariot drawn by 9 purple-gold heavenly dragons. A battle emperor, clad in golden armor, emerged from the cloud ring light gate. They charged outward. Like a torrent, they unleashed the most brutal slaughter on the surrounding beings. Their blades left no survivors. They swept through thousands of miles, slaughtering countless beings, and the ground was already stained red with blood. Yet the great battle did not stop. Instead, it became even more bloodthirsty at this moment, almost nothing but slaughter. The blades were met with only blood and screams. All Lin Xingyo and the others could see was slaughter. Even infants in their mother's arms were all slaughtered. Countless lives were harvested and annihilated. The ground was littered with corpses. Blood flowed everywhere. Screams echoed everywhere. Cries were heard everywhere. Wails were heard everywhere. Kuroki and his men showed no mercy, almost all using the most brutal methods to harvest the life essence of this domain, gathering all the resources. Swish, swish, swish. As Kuroki and his forces were mercilessly slaughtering the entire Xianling realm, suddenly, the sky split open with 6 luminous fissures, which then tore through the celestial curtain, forming 6 King of Hell banners. These banners instantly severed the cloud ring light gate. Following this, a divine blade sliced through the heavens, cleaving the entire ancient battlefield in 2 with a single strike. In an instant, countless invading beings were obliterated by the shockwave of the heavenly blade. 6 underworld flags suppressed the heavens. The slaughter erupted in full force at this moment, and the entire Xianling realm was shattered. Countless regions crumbled and disintegrated, as wave after wave of powerful attacks ripped through the realm, shattering the heavenly Tao and scattering the myriad domains. The great battle raged on for who knew how many epochs. It wasn't until this patch of the starry sky was completely reduced to nothingness, and countless regions turned into ruins and wastelands, that the fighting finally came to an end. The myriad domains of the Xianling realm were utterly shattered. It had been reduced to a desolate, abandoned star region, with countless star domains devoured by the void and innumerable divine beings slaughtered and exterminated. Chapter 403. The Darkest Era. This truly is the darkest era, isn't it? While Lin Xingyo and his companions stood in a daze, staring at the scene before them, a voice suddenly rang out, reverberating through the air. They turned to see the bronze tripod shaking violently as it spoke. Almost all living beings across the myriad realms have been wiped out. The celestial spirit realm was shattered in this battle. The myriad worlds that once relied on the celestial spirit realm have now become ruins. The celestial spirit realm itself was split in 2. The upper realm became known as the immortal realm, while the lower realm descended to what is now the celestial spirit realm. Oh, you seem to know quite a lot. Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed as he focused on the bronze tripod. Is there something you're not telling us? Master, what are you saying? How could I possibly hide anything from you? Let's hurry and find the treasures. The bronze tripod shuddered and quickly changed the subject. We're almost at the end of the ancient battlefield. The treasures should be just ahead. Himph, himph. Lin Xingyo snorted coldly. He wasn't about to trust the bronze tripod now. He felt that it had led him here for a reason, and this thing was definitely up to something. But Lin Xingyo didn't ask any more questions. After all, even if he did, the tripod wouldn't tell him the truth. So, instead of pressing it, he decided to wait and see. The tripod's true intentions would eventually come to light, and by then, he would deal with it accordingly. One thing was certain. This place did indeed hold great fortune and divine weapons, as Lin Xingyo could already sense it. Clang, clang, clang. As soon as Lin Xingyo stepped into this area, he felt the ground tremble, and countless weapons embedded in the earth began to vibrate, releasing waves of intent that clearly did not welcome his presence. Interesting. Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed as he sensed the difference between these weapons and those outside. These weapons had all developed intelligence, with powerful weapon spirits that were emitting hostile warnings, as if they were shouting at him to stay away or face being cut down. Hee hee hee. The bronze tripod, however, was utterly ecstatic, as if it had discovered a new world. It trembled with excitement, like a bird released from its cage, and lunged toward the weapons on the ground, swallowing thousands of them in one gulp. Boom! As the bronze tripod greedily devoured the weapons without restraint, a thunderous explosion rang out. In the blink of an mind, all the weapons in this region erupted into chaos, transforming into a horrifying tide of blades that descended like a meteor shower, all targeting them. Oh my god! What's going on here? The Chongqi King and the others were panicking, their eyes filled with countless weapons. Each weapon was incredibly powerful, despite being broken remnants. Yet, they all radiated a formidable aura, forming a terrifying tide of weapons that surged toward them. Even Lin Xingyo, who rarely showed surprise, couldn't help but be shocked by the sheer number of weapons. There were too many. They were like a swarm of locusts, blotting out the sky. Faced with this overwhelming onslaught, even Lin Xingyo knew he couldn't afford to be careless. Colorless Domain, activate. Golden Light Buddha Wall, open. Lin Xingyo immediately activated his colorless domain and the Golden Light Buddha Wall, then stepped forward, summoning his combat techniques. 9 rivers of laws flowed around him as he tightly gripped his halberd and took a step forward. In the next moment, the weapons raining from the sky crashed into his colorless domain and Golden Light Buddha Wall. Clang, clang, clang. The onslaught was like a storm of needles, each strike incredibly fierce, battering Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. In an instant, the entire area was shrouded in chaos. Crack, crack, crack. Under the horrified gazes of the Chongqi King and the others, Lin Xingyo's colorless domain began to crack under the relentless assault of the weapon tide. Even the Golden Light Buddha Wall couldn't withstand the sheer number of attacks, especially since 6 of the weapons were particularly terrifying, each strike threatening to shatter Lin Xingyo's defenses. Bronze tripod, come help me. Lin Xingyo, facing the crisis, shouted at the bronze tripod, which was still greedily devouring the weapons. Help me swallow those 6 powerful weapons. The bronze tripod, however, ignored Lin Xingyo. It recognized those 6 divine weapons as belonging to the 6 great deities of the Hongming heavenly realm, especially the Qinglong Bone Staff, which was the weapon of the death god Kuroki. Among the 6 weapons, the Qinglong Bone Staff was the most aggressive, likely sensing the aura of Kuroki's death on Lin Xingyo and attacking with the intent to avenge its master. Haha, this is too much fun. The bronze tripod was ecstatic, overjoyed at the sight of Lin Xingyo being attacked. After all, even the death god Kuroki's spirit had failed to kill Lin Xingyo earlier. Now, it seemed, Lin Xingyo was finally about to be killed by its own scheme. The bronze tripod was thrilled. This insignificant human, with his countless sins, dared to enslave it? Himph, himph. The bronze tripod couldn't help but sneer. Now, I'll let you experience my power, human. I'll make you pay for your insolence. It watched as Lin Xingyo was engulfed by the weapon tide, certain that it would soon witness the human being torn apart by the countless weapons. But then, in the next moment, the bronze tripod's joy came to an abrupt halt. It stared in disbelief at Lin Xingyo. What just happened? After a moment, the bronze tripod, still in shock, looked at Lin Xingyo, completely dumbfounded. The overwhelming tide of weapons had all been swept away with a single wave of Lin Xingyo's hand. The bronze tripod was utterly stunned. It had been waiting for Lin Xingyo to be torn apart by the weapons, but instead, they had all been taken by him. It couldn't comprehend what had just happened. How could this human, this insignificant creature, have taken all those weapons? Why had the tide turned like this? Shouldn't he have been torn apart by the weapons? The bronze tripod couldn't accept it. After all, this had been a perfect trap, a sure-kill scenario it had set up. And now, Lin Xingyo had so easily resolved it. The bronze tripod felt like it was about to explode with frustration. It had been caught completely off guard, and the overwhelming tide of weapons had all been taken by Lin Xingyo. Hum, hum, hum. Just as Lin Xingyo relaxed and stored all the weapons in his small world, the 6 divine weapons, radiating overwhelming killing intent, struck at him like lightning. Bring it on. Lin Xingyo's body tensed as he grasped the Tao of life and death in his hands. Facing the 6 divine weapons, he swung his halberd and charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Himph, himph. Seeing Lin Xingyo charging toward the 6 divine weapons, the bronze tripod couldn't help but gloat. Lowly human, you're seeking death. These 6 divine weapons are no ordinary items. They belong to the 6 great deities of the Hongming heavenly realm. How could a mere human like you possibly stand against them? Human, prepare to die. The bronze tripod vibrated violently, its inner excitement uncontrollable, as it thought, I refuse to believe that these 6 divine weapons are not enough to kill you. However, the very next moment, it was stunned again. Lin Xingyo hadn't been killed. Instead, he had sent the 6 divine weapons flying with a single strike. His combat prowess was so overwhelming that it left the bronze tripod utterly dismayed. The 6 divine weapons, which should have been unstoppable, were completely unable to harm Lin Xingyo. What the hell? How could this be? The bronze tripod froze momentarily, then quickly regained its composure, thinking, it seems that only I, the brilliant and unparalleled bronze tripod, can deal with this monster. Chapter 404. Completely subduing the 6 celestial artifacts. 6 Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. As the bronze cauldron was about to make its move, a furious shout rang out, followed by Lin Xingyo, his face contorted with anger, clenching his fist and unleashing a devastating punch toward the Thunder God Whip that was hurtling toward him. Crack! Lin Xingyo's explosive punch collided with the Thunder God Whip, and an instant later, the violent force of the impact detonated at the point of contact. In the next moment, before the Thunder God Whip could react, the Tao of life and death wrapped around it. 9 strands of Taoist power immediately suppressed it. The colorless domain enveloped it. With a thought, Lin Xingyo wiped out its soul imprint and, with a drop of blood, claimed the Thunder God Whip as his own. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Just as Lin Xingyo subdued the Thunder God Whip, the Black Qilint's Azure Dragon Bone Staff and the other 4 artifacts shot toward him with blinding speed. Primordial Ancient Saint Physique, activate. Facing the incoming 5 celestial artifacts, Lin Xingyo dared not be careless. He immediately activated his Primordial Ancient Saint Physique and swung his battle halberd directly at the Azure Dragon Bone Staff. Clang clang clang. The clash between Lin Xingyo's battle halberd and the Azure Dragon Bone Staff sent shockwaves of explosive energy rippling outward. The remaining 4 artifacts, arriving in quick succession, slammed into Lin Xingyo's colorless domain, shattering it in an instant. Ha ha. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron couldn't help but grin with glee. Human, you're finished now, aren't you? Golden Light Buddha Wall, rise. Just as the bronze cauldron's thoughts settled, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, summoning the Golden Light Buddha Wall. In an instant, the 4 artifacts that had shattered the colorless domain crashed into the Buddha Wall, only to be repelled by the wall's counterforce, flung backward. Where do you think the Azure Dragon Bone Staff is going? As Lin Xingyo's strike landed, he immediately condensed the Tao of life and death into 2 chains of order, one black, one white, snapping them around the fleeing Azure Dragon Bone Staff and pulling it forcibly into his grasp. With a quick wipe of its soul imprint, he tossed it into his personal pocket world. Master, you're awesome. Seeing this, the Qiongqi King and the others couldn't help but cheer. They were simply too excited. Although these celestial artifacts were damaged, the Qiongqi King and the others knew they were still incredibly powerful. Each of the 6 artifacts before them, if released into the outside world, would spark a frenzy of Zhengduo. Yet now, Lin Xingyo had subdued them all. The Qiongqi King and the others were filled with nothing but joy, while the bronze cauldron felt nothing but anguish. After all, this was the trap it had set to kill Lin Xingyo, freeing itself from his control. To roam the heavens and earth, to soar freely. But now, Lin Xingyo had turned the tables, subduing thousands of weapons right in front of its eyes, including 2 of the 6 invincible celestial artifacts. The sight left the bronze cauldron feeling utterly defeated. Damn, this human is a bit too strong. After a moment, the bronze cauldron muttered to itself, I must wait for the perfect opportunity, then strike suddenly and kill him. The bronze cauldron silently resolved, then sent its spiritual awareness toward Lin Xingyo. It was waiting for the right moment to strike when Lin Xingyo let his guard down to deliver a fatal blow. Battle halberd, kill. Lin Xingyo, however, paid it no mind. Gripping his battle halberd, he engaged the 4 remaining celestial artifacts in a fierce battle. The 4 artifacts fought back relentlessly. Their coordination was flawless. They gave Lin Xingyo no chance to subdue them, instead forming a formation to attack him. Helpless, Lin Xingyo couldn't afford to be reckless. After all, these 4 artifacts, when working together, were indeed difficult to deal with. Thus, for the time being, Lin Xingyo had no way to completely subdue them. After all, these weapons had been formidable even in ancient times. If not for the destruction of the primordial ancient war, which left them damaged, Lin Xingyo wouldn't have been able to face the combined assault of 4 celestial artifacts so calmly. It's time. Seeing the 4 artifacts holding Lin Xingyo in check, the bronze cauldron immediately shook itself and, like a bolt of lightning, attacked from behind Lin Xingyo. I must strike now. If I don't kill this human, I may never get another chance. Kill. The bronze cauldron's speed was astonishing, and in an instant, it slammed into Lin Xingyo's back. In that moment, it couldn't help but feel elated, for Lin Xingyo had not been prepared for its attack. The bronze cauldron was overjoyed, aiming directly at Lin Xingyo's back. Lowly human, die. The bronze cauldron was ecstatic, as if it could already see itself delivering the killing blow. But, in the next moment, Lin Xingyo turned, dodging just in time. The bronze cauldron, having attacked from behind, grazed Lin Xingyo's clothes and instead slammed into the 4 celestial artifacts that were attacking him. The powerful strike from the bronze cauldron sent the 7 feathers celestial fan flying. At this critical moment, Lin Xingyo acted, grabbing a thundering iron rod and, with a quick wipe of its soul imprint, claimed it as his own, tossing it into his pocket world. Thanks, bronze cauldron. As Lin Xingyo subdued the rod, his gaze fell on the bronze cauldron. If not for your help, I wouldn't have been able to subdue this celestial artifact. Damn! The bronze cauldron was so furious it felt like spitting blood. Nevertheless, it spoke to Lin Xingyo with a trembling spiritual sense. It's my duty to help my master subdue these artifacts. Is that so? Lin Xingyo didn't expose the bronze cauldron's deceit, but instead said, then help me subdue these 3 artifacts as well. Hearing this, the bronze cauldron dared not argue. It immediately flattered Lin Xingyo, vowing to help subdue the remaining 3 artifacts, though in truth, it wished it could join the remaining artifacts in killing Lin Xingyo. However, the bronze cauldron wasn't stupid. The situation was clear. If it didn't help Lin Xingyo, it would likely be crushed and used as a chamber pot. Thus, the bronze cauldron dared not play any more tricks. It launched a fierce assault on the 7 feathers celestial fan in the air, while Lin Xingyo reached out and grabbed the water purification bottle and the blazing flame banner, subduing them without giving them any chance to resist. Bronze cauldron, step aside. Seeing the bronze cauldron entangled with the 7 feathers celestial fan, Lin Xingyo immediately extended his palm and grabbed the fan. Let me subdue it. Yes, wise and mighty master. The bronze cauldron dared not utter a word. It rammed into the 7 feathers celestial fan twice, then quickly moved out of the way of Lin Xingyo's palm. The fan was immediately seized by Lin Xingyo, who quickly refined and subdued it. Chapter 405. The Schemer. Bronze tripod, it's your turn. Lin Xingyo tossed the 7-feather immortal fan into his portable small world, then reached out and grabbed the bronze tripod. With lightning speed, he began slapping it with a series of powerful blows, the rules of power contained in his hands exploding onto the bronze tripod. Tell me, how should I punish you? Master, no. No more. Faced with Lin Xingyo's slaps, the beaten bronze tripod immediately let out a pig-like scream. I'm breaking. I'm breaking. Humph. Lin Xingyo didn't stop, because he wasn't stupid. He knew without thinking that he had been tricked again by this thing. If he didn't teach it a lesson now, this thing would surely keep tricking him in the future. Master, this time I really know I was wrong. I will definitely reform and never dare to trick you again. Seeing that Lin Xingyo didn't speak, the frightened bronze tripod immediately pleaded, I won't dare anymore. Magnificent and wise master, please spare me. Humph. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and his gaze fell on the bronze tripod. I remember you said the same thing to me before, but why did you forget it all so quickly? Master, I didn't forget. The bronze tripod immediately panicked and explained, didn't I just help you subdue the seven-feather immortal fan? I was completely devoted to you, master. Bronze tripod, go lie to the ghosts. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened with anger, and his voice was filled with murderous intent. Do you think I would believe you again? Master, don't be angry. The bronze tripod hurriedly spoke. Listen to my explanation. I really am devoted to you. Look, if it weren't for me, how could you have collected millions of divine weapons in one go, and even subdued 6 powerful immortal weapons? This great fortune was bestowed upon you by me. What a load of nonsense. Enraged, Lin Xingyo slammed the bronze tripod onto the ground and kicked it repeatedly. I've never seen such a shameless person. Your shamelessness is truly a sight to behold. I'm going to shatter you right now. Ah! Master, spare my life. The bronze tripod cried out in fear. You can't shatter me. Keeping me around is still very useful. Please, have mercy on your foot. I don't want to be shattered. Humph, what use are you? Lin Xingyo kicked the bronze tripod again and again. You're always trying to kill me. Why should I keep you around? Master, I know there's another great fortune here. If you let me go now, I'll take you there right away, the bronze tripod quickly said with flattery. Do you think I would believe you again? Lin Xingyo fumed. Just now, I almost got killed because of you. And now you're talking about another great fortune. If I trust you again, wouldn't that be the second time I've been fooled? Master, it's worth it. The bronze tripod trembled and immediately spoke to Lin Xingyo. Even though there were some misunderstandings during this fortune, look at the rewards you've gained. Humph. Although Lin Xingyo was still angry, he also understood that the bronze tripod was right about this. This thing might have tried to trick him, but this place indeed held a great fortune. Although the weapons were still flying around in his portable small world and hadn't been completely subdued, it was indeed a great opportunity. It was like collecting an entire arsenal, especially the 6 powerful immortal weapons that had been subdued. Although they were all somewhat damaged, Lin Xingyo knew that such treasures, once taken out, would drive countless people into a frenzy. After all, these were the weapons of the 6 main gods of the Hongming heavenly realm. However, the bronze tripod's attempt to kill him was also real. This thing was truly despicable. Not only did it try to kill him, but if it weren't for his portable small world and his strong enough power, he would have been killed by it. Therefore, Lin Xingyo couldn't let it go. The bronze tripod was on the verge of collapse. Everything had been calculated perfectly, especially how perfect the previous plan was, yet it ended with Lin Xingyo's counterattack. Not only did he collect the tide of weapons from this domain, but even the 6 immortal weapons were subdued. How could this mere human be so strong and have such incredible methods? Human, I will devise another plan for you. If you can survive the next one? The bronze tripod's thoughts surged. Then I, the bronze tripod, will truly submit to you. Master, maybe we should let it go. As soon as the bronze tripod's thoughts settled, the Qiongqi king raised an eyebrow and, with a smile like a chrysanthemum, spoke to Lin Xingyo. I think the bronze tripod has realized its mistake. Since it knows about another fortune ahead, why not let it redeem itself by leading us there? Master, that's right. Hearing this, the bloodthirsty Wolf King also spoke to Lin Xingyo. Even if you crush this bronze tripod now, it won't benefit you. Since it says there's another great fortune, why not let it redeem itself once? Huh. Although Lin Xingyo was still angry, he understood that the Qiongqi king and the others were right. Crushing the bronze tripod now would only relieve his anger, so Lin Xingyo exhaled deeply and picked up the bronze tripod with his hand. I'll give you one last chance, for the sake of the Qiongqi King and the others. If you dare to trick me again, I won't let you off lightly. Master, you can rest assured, I absolutely won't dare anymore. The bronze tripod trembled and spoke sincerely. I truly submit to you now, and won't do anything to harm you. If I dare to trick you again, you can take me home and use me as a chamber pot. All right, I'll trust you one more time. Lin Xingyo placed the bronze tripod in front of him. Lead the way. Take us to that fortune site? Yes, master. The bronze tripod responded, its mouth silent, but its mind was in turmoil, as it had already decided to trick Lin Xingyo again, because that was just its nature. Clop, clop, clop. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to the bronze tripod's thoughts and quickly followed it through the air. Of course, Lin Xingyo didn't trust the bronze tripod. After all, this thing was a schemer. But there was one thing Lin Xingyo was certain of. There was indeed a fortune ahead. However, obtaining this fortune wouldn't be easy, because no matter what the bronze tripod was plotting, in such a place, obtaining a fortune was akin to picking a chestnut from the fire. Of course, if it were an easy fortune, it wouldn't have waited for him. It would have been taken by someone else long ago. Therefore, Lin Xingyo was very clear. No matter what the bronze tripod was planning, the fortune itself wouldn't be easy to obtain, so Lin Xingyo wasn't afraid of its schemes. After all, he was confident in his abilities. Moreover, he was indeed very strong. So he wasn't afraid of the bronze tripod's tricks. In the worst case, he would break through them one by one, obtain the fortune, leave this ancient spirit domain, and then deal with the bronze tripod properly. Master, look quickly. What is that? Just as Lin Xingyo followed the bronze tripod for about 10 miles, a desert area gradually appeared ahead. The entire area was covered in blood-red sand. The desert was filled with towering bones and weapons. This place is problematic? Lin Xingyo's steps suddenly stopped, because the space-time turbulence in this area had reached a terrifying level. Lin Xingyo could feel it. There was a force in the desert ahead that was powerful enough to tear him apart. It seemed that any living creature that entered this desert would be ripped apart. Bronze tripod, what is ahead? Lin Xingyo calmed himself and spoke to the bronze tripod. Why do I feel so terrified? Even if I go in, I might die. Master, this area is where you saw the Cloud Ring light gate appear. The 6 Nether King battle banners that tore through the void are right ahead. As long as you can pass through this area, you can obtain those 6 Nether King banners. Seeing Lin Xingyo hesitate, the bronze tripod immediately flattered him, saying, Moreover, there is an immense fortune there. It was where the Nether Emperor of the Celestial Spirit Realm, using the 6 Nether King banners as boundaries, constructed a 6 paths reincarnation pool with extraordinary means. This is a place capable of purifying all beings and reshaping divine bodies. Anyone who enters the 6 paths reincarnation pool can wash away their mortal bones and possess flawless divine bodies. Oh, is there such a place? Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he said, That's quite interesting. He was genuinely intrigued. Although he himself didn't need it, Wang Xian's talent was naturally lacking. If he could bring these things back and help Wang Xian undergo a baptism, perhaps she could also possess a flawless divine body. Thinking of this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but step forward through the air. After all, if these things could help Wang Xian, he felt that taking some risks was worth it. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the bronze tripod couldn't help but feel as happy as it could be, thinking, Human, you've fallen for it again. This time, I don't believe I can't trick you to death. Chapter 406, The Banner of the King of the Underworld. Master, this place is terrifying. Within Lin Xingyo's personal pocket world at the edge of the ancient battlefield, Qiongqi King and the others couldn't help but tremble as they observed the surrounding chaotic space-time currents. The space-time turbulence here is in a state of extreme turbulence. One wrong move, and you could be torn apart by it. Lin Xingyo didn't need Qiongqi King to remind him, as he was well aware of the current situation. The area in front of him was indeed horrifying. A single trace of energy was enough to obliterate an emperor. Although the surroundings appeared calm, invisible space-time turbulence had formed terrifying whirlpools, constantly tearing at the fabric of space. This area was not something ordinary people could even approach. Even Lin Xingyo could sense the immense danger. It felt as though a single misstep could lead to his demise. Huff. After walking for a while, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but exhale heavily, then wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead. He continued to move forward step by step. Lin Xingyo had no idea how long he had been walking. It wasn't until he passed by a colossal battle axe that he finally saw 6 banners of the King of the Underworld fluttering in the wind. 6 banners of the King of the Underworld. They had been suppressing this area for countless years, turning it into a blood-red desert. Such pure immortal energy. Just a single breath and I feel the condensation of Tao principles, as if my cultivation is about to break through immediately. As soon as Lin Xingyo passed by the giant axe in front of him, he was stunned by the wave of immortal energy that swept toward him. The energy was too pure. After just a few breaths, Lin Xingyo felt his cultivation on the verge of breaking through. This sight left him in shock. After all, he was already at the celestial realm. Breaking through in the immortal realm was extremely difficult for someone of his level, yet here, just breathing in the immortal energy gave him the sensation of imminent breakthrough. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel overjoyed and immediately quickened his pace toward the 6 banners of the King of the Underworld. The further he went, the more different the surroundings became. The ground, which had once been a blood-red desert, now displayed vibrant life. Unknown grasses carpeted the earth in lush green, and Lin Xingyo even spotted glowing mushrooms in various colors. There were also magical herbs that could rise from the ground and move at incredible speeds. Wow, this place is amazing. Seeing this, the ancient ox demon widened its eyes and exclaimed, "The grass on the ground can move. This is incredible." "Idiot, shut up." Chongqi King immediately shot a disdainful glance at the ancient ox demon and said, "That's not grass. That's clearly a 7 treasures divine herb." "What? A 7 treasures divine herb?" The ancient ox demon was shocked and immediately focused its gaze. In an instant, it was no longer calm. The grass on the ground is also strange. These grasses aren't ordinary. Each one is full of spirituality. They're all spiritual herbs. Oh my goodness. This is too terrifying. The ancient ox demon was stunned, then excitedly exclaimed, "The grass growing on the ground is all spiritual herbs. My heavens, this is practically a fairyland herb garden." Chongqi King and the others were also deeply shocked, their expressions complex. Creating such an area here was simply too extraordinary. Hey, look at that apricot tree ahead. It's covered in fruits surrounded by immortal energy. Before the ancient ox demon and the others could recover from their shock, they heard the bloodthirsty wolf king howling excitedly. "Those fruits are filled with Tao principles. Eating just one should allow us to break through." The 9-headed golden lion and the others were all stunned, their eyes wide as they practically wanted to pounce on the fruits and devour them. The bronze cauldron, however, was unimpressed. What a bunch of uncultured bumpkins. I wonder if they'd pop their eyes out if they saw the herb garden of the Hongming heavenly realm. Lin Xingyo didn't pay attention to their reactions. Instead, his gaze grew increasingly serious. He felt that this place was far from ordinary. On one side, there was death and chaos, filled with terrifying space-time turbulence, while on the other, there was life and vitality, brimming with divine herbs and immortal plants. This stark contrast between life and death was truly astonishing. Moreover, this place, though seemingly unremarkable, was full of profound mysteries. The area in front of him was not something that just anyone could create. After all, it contained both death and life, as if it were a world unto itself, transcending the mundane and being unfathomably deep. Chapter 407. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation Pool. Master, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation Pool is right ahead. The bronze cauldron, after steadying itself, suddenly spoke to Lin Xingyo with a flattering tone. Why don't we go take a look over there? Lin Xingyo responded with a nod and immediately channeled all the spiritual energy from his dantian into his palm. Following the bronze cauldron, he proceeded forward. It wasn't that Lin Xingyo was being overly cautious. Rather, he had an instinctive wariness towards the bronze cauldron. The sincerity in its words made Lin Xingyo suspect that something was amiss. Therefore, he channeled all his spiritual energy into his palm and followed it. 1 step, 2 steps. In no time, they had taken thousands of steps and arrived at a large pool. The pool was enormous. At each of the 4 cardinal points, north, south, east, and west, stood a massive statue of a black tortoise, each with a continuous flow of spiritual spring water gushing from their mouths. The spring water all poured into the 6 paths of reincarnation pool in front of Lin Xingyo. Wow, this spiritual spring is incredibly vibrant. The Taoist aura in the 6 paths of reincarnation pool is overwhelming. This entire pool of spiritual spring water is priceless. The normally noisy Chongqi King and the others were all wide-eyed and gaping, their gazes burning with intense fervor as they stared at the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. Something's not right. Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, narrowed his eyes and revealed a serious expression. There's something wrong with this 6 paths of reincarnation pool? Master, are you mistaken? The bronze cauldron shuddered and quickly spoke to Lin Xingyo. This is the 6 paths of reincarnation pool that can transform any living being into a divine body. What could possibly be wrong with it? If you don't believe me, before the bronze cauldron could finish, it immediately added, you can send those few insignificant creatures from your small world down first. I guarantee they'll instantly shed their mortal bodies and gain the supreme flawless divine body. Is that so? Lin Xingyo forcefully grabbed the bronze cauldron and looked at it. Why don't you go down first and try? I can't. The bronze cauldron's mind raced, and it quickly replied, I can't touch the reincarnation spring in the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. Ugh, I misspoke. Master, you see, I'm just an artifact. Realizing its slip of the tongue, the bronze cauldron quickly corrected itself. The 6 paths of reincarnation pool is useless to me. After all, I can't cleanse my physical body, so entering the pool would only spoil this divine spring. Is that so? Lin Xingyo's cold gaze deepened, revealing a look of displeasure. The bronze cauldron, realizing its blunder, quickly added, Master, don't be angry. Everything I just said is the truth. The divine spring in the 6 paths of reincarnation pool is useless to me, but it's a tremendous opportunity for you. Humph. Lin Xingyo snorted coldly, tightened his grip on the bronze cauldron, and in the next instant, without giving it any chance to react, he flung it toward the mist-shrouded 6 paths of reincarnation pool. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. Facing Lin Xingyo's sudden move, the bronze cauldron, flying toward the pool, let out a series of pig-like screams, as if it were terrified of touching the divine spring in the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. Stop! Seeing the bronze cauldron about to crash into the pool, Lin Xingyo quickly caught it, almost making the cauldron's face brush against the spiritual spring in the pool. This sent the bronze cauldron into a frenzy of heart-wrenching screams. Master, please don't let go. The bronze cauldron, can't touch the divine spring of the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. This isn't my destiny. Bronze cauldron, you've deceived me multiple times. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's cold gaze deepened. How should I punish you? Master, this time I really didn't lie to you. Seeing the situation, the bronze cauldron quickly explained, the reincarnation pool is a great opportunity for you, but it's toxic to me. Lin Xingyo's icy gaze fixed on the bronze cauldron, and he firmly pressed it down toward the reincarnation pool. You're still lying to me? No. I absolutely can't touch the reincarnation spring, or I'll be completely annihilated. The bronze cauldron was nearly screaming in terror. Master, please! You can't be so cruel to me. I love you. Humph. Lin Xingyo snorted coldly, pressing the bronze cauldron so close to the reincarnation spring that it almost touched it. You just said this was a divine spring. Now you're calling it a reincarnation spring? Which of your words are true? Why have you been deceiving me? Speak. I'll tell. Please, master. Pull me back first. The bronze cauldron was almost begging. My heart is pounding. I'm about to be scared to death. Lin Xingyo's expression turned completely cold, and in an instant, the bronze cauldron was utterly terrified. It understood that Lin Xingyo had truly decided to kill it. If it didn't come clean, Lin Xingyo would likely push it into the reincarnation pool, and that would mean certain death. After all, this was the 6 paths of reincarnation pool of the Nether Emperor. In the past, it had devoured countless supreme experts of the Hongming heavenly realm. If Lin Xingyo pushed it in, there would be no escape. Because reincarnation, the ultimate state of life, is death. The ultimate state of death is life. Between life and death lies the cycle of reincarnation, and this pool holds the power of life and death. Therefore, the bronze cauldron dared not provoke this reincarnation pool. The memories of past defeats were still fresh, especially the deadly nature of the reincarnation spring in the pool. It was because it had once touched the reincarnation spring that it had ended up in its current state. Moreover, it had once witnessed with its own eyes. The heavenly emperor of the Hongming heavenly realm was dissolved by this reincarnation pool, along with the 9 purple gold divine dragons, all swallowed by the pool. The Nether Emperor had also perished from exhaustion. Thus, both the 6 paths of reincarnation pool and the Nether King's banner had fallen here. The bronze cauldron had intended to trick Lin Xingyo into the reincarnation pool to kill him, but instead, this man hadn't fallen for its scheme. Instead, he was about to throw it into the pool to be refined. The bronze cauldron was becoming angrier and more humiliated by the moment. After all, it had deceived countless beings. It had never encountered a human it couldn't handle, let alone being forced into such a predicament. The bronze cauldron had never expected such a turn of events, feeling like a fishbone stuck in its throat. Chapter 408, Life and Death Cycle. Bronze Cauldron, do you have anything else to say? Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, completely ignored the bronze cauldron's cries for mercy and instead glared at it fiercely. If you don't speak now, you won't get another chance. Master, I am completely defeated. The bronze cauldron, seeing this, pleaded in fear. I will never dare to disobey you again. I swear on my life. If I break this promise, may I be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Humph. Lin Xingyo's hand pressed down, pushing the bronze cauldron further down and saying, Do you think I would believe you? I've lost my last bit of patience with you. Since you refuse to confess, then it's time for you to die. Human, you are too cruel. The bronze cauldron suddenly trembled violently, breaking free from Lin Xingyo's control. I begged you so earnestly, yet you still refuse to relent. If that's the case, then don't blame me for taking us both down with me. Lin Xingyo's expression froze for a moment, caught off guard. Before he could react, the bronze cauldron exploded, sending a blinding green light soaring into the sky, which then shot out from the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. Bang! Lin Xingyo didn't have time to react, and was immediately knocked over by a wave of rules unleashed by the bronze cauldron. Amidst countless gasps, he fell headfirst into the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. Ha 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 ha. The bronze cauldron laughed maniacally, as it hadn't expected such an easy victory. A single attack had sent Lin Xingyo tumbling into the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. This was completely beyond the bronze cauldron's expectations. It had originally planned to fight Lin Xingyo to the death, but instead, it had managed to defeat him in one blow. This is just too satisfying. The bronze cauldron became even more elated, thinking, this human has fallen into the 6 paths of reincarnation pool. How can he possibly survive? But the next moment, The bronze cauldron's joy abruptly came to a halt as it stared dumbfounded at Lin Xingyo in the reincarnation pool. What's going on? The bronze cauldron was utterly shocked, staring at Lin Xingyo in the reincarnation pool. Why hasn't this despicable human sunk? Why hasn't he been dissolved by the reincarnation spring in the 6 paths of reincarnation pool? Bronze cauldron, you? Lin Xingyo tried to speak several times, but the words stuck in his throat. He realized he had been too careless. He hadn't anticipated that the bronze cauldron could break free from his control and retaliate. So he was caught off guard and knocked into the reincarnation pool. Lin Xingyo knew it was too late to say anything now. He had been too overconfident, thinking everything was under his control, only to be outmaneuvered by the bronze cauldron. Of course, Lin Xingyo didn't have time to argue with the bronze cauldron, as the life and death forces in the reincarnation pool were already surging toward him, rapidly infiltrating his bones and meridians like lightning. The Tao of life and death open. Lin Xingyo immediately steadied his mind, opening 9 streams of Tao laws around him. Grasping the 2 Tao paths of life and death, he began to refine the life and death forces that were invading him. This is bad. As soon as Lin Xingyo started refining the invading forces, he couldn't help but be startled, as this power was far from simple. It wasn't just life and death forces. It also contained the 6 paths of reincarnation, intertwining life and death like a Tai Chi diagram. Life contains death. Death contains life. Separated by the 6 paths of reincarnation, life and death were tightly connected, forming an endless cycle. Interesting. Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he immediately summoned 6 golden divine bones from his small world. With a wave of his hand, they transformed into a golden lotus, lifting him out of the reincarnation pool. Phew! Sitting on the golden lotus, Lin Xingyo formed a hand seal and immediately activated the devouring heaven art. In an instant, the life and death cycle forces in the reincarnation pool were drawn by some unseen force, flowing through his meridians and converging into his lower dantian, where they were continuously refined by Lin Xingyo, splitting into 3 streams that circulated through his body. After completing 36 cycles, the 3 forces were finally drawn into Lin Xingyo's dantian, where the death force settled in the lower dantian, the life force rose to the upper dantian, and the 6 paths of reincarnation formed 2 points, connecting the life and death forces in his dantian. In an instant, Lin Xingyo felt his cultivation about to break through again, as his powers had completely fused. Excellent! Lin Xingyo was overjoyed, as not only had he mastered the forces of life and death, but under this fortuitous circumstance, he had also grasped the power of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Xingyo understood. He was no longer just strong. He was terrifyingly powerful, as he had mastered 3 extremely fearsome Das, life and death cycle. This was an earth-shattering ability, capable of determining the life and death of all beings below his cultivation level, creating a domain that trapped them in an endless cycle of life and death, slowly grinding them to nothingness. What's happening? The bronze cauldron trembled, momentarily stunned. When it finally reacted, it exclaimed in shock. Why has this human's aura suddenly become so terrifying? It's as if the heavens and earth are under his control. What just happened? Chapter 409, Purple Gold Heavenly Dragon. What on earth is happening in the ancient wilderness domain? The members of the Supreme Primordial Sect, including Lingji Shangren, were all staring in horror at the ancient wilderness domain, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening in the ancient wilderness domain? Why do I feel as if that realm is on the verge of overturning and collapsing? This is bad." Yuan Ongtian's vast spiritual will reverberated across the sky. Quickly bring back our disciples from the ancient wilderness domain and cut off its connection to the immortal spirit realm. Hurry! The usually bustling scene at the Supreme Primordial Holy Land was momentarily frozen, with everyone caught off guard. Once they reacted, they all acted swiftly, forcibly pulling the disciples of the ancient wilderness domain out. Roar! Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo, had just opened his sharp eyes when he heard an unusually furious roar. Focusing his gaze, he saw a 10,000 zhang-long skeletal dragon leaping out from the Six Paths reincarnation pool. Wow, this skeletal dragon is incredibly powerful. The Chongqi King and the others couldn't help but gasp in shock. The aura it emits is absolutely overwhelming. Ha 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 ha. The bronze cauldron was momentarily stunned, but quickly realized what was happening, and its heart was filled with unspeakable joy. It was overjoyed. It had thought it had failed again, but never had it expected that there was such a powerful divine being hidden within the Six Paths reincarnation pool. The bronze cauldron was ecstatic. Human, this time you won't escape death. The bronze cauldron gazed at Lin Xingyo, its laughter verging on hysteria. It was too excited. After all, it recognized this purple-gold heavenly dragon. This purple-gold skeletal dragon was one of the dragons that once pulled the bronze war chariot for the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm. Back then, its strength had reached the void heaven realm. Now, countless ages have passed. Even the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm in the Six Paths reincarnation pool has been obliterated. Yet, it still lives. Its cultivation must have reached an incredibly terrifying level. Otherwise, how could it have survived in the Six Paths reincarnation pool for dozens of epochs without perishing? This is killing me with laughter. The bronze cauldron gazed up at the towering dragon, its gaze flickering back to Lin Xingyo with unbridled excitement. With this mighty purple-gold heavenly dragon unleashing its fury, how can this insignificant mortal possibly survive? The bronze cauldron was becoming more and more delighted, feeling incredibly satisfied. After all, it had thought it was doomed. But unexpectedly, a powerful purple-gold heavenly dragon emerged from the Six Paths reincarnation pool. Faced with this situation, the bronze cauldron was nothing but ecstatic, as if it could soon witness the purple-gold heavenly dragon slay Lin Xingyo and restore its freedom. But, the very next moment, Lin Xingyo suddenly soared into the air, completely catching the bronze cauldron off guard. Without hesitation, he grabbed it and hurled it with lightning speed toward the purple-gold heavenly dragon, which was roaring in the sky. What the? The bronze cauldron was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing what had happened, it screamed, "You despicable human! How dare you treat me like this? I won't let this rest!" Roar! The purple-gold skeletal dragon in the sky was completely enraged. This insignificant ant dared to attack it. Who did he think he was? He was the purple-gold heavenly dragon? Once, his cultivation had reached the void heaven realm. Now, despite being weakened by the Six Paths reincarnation pool to the level of a heavenly man realm, this ant not only didn't kneel in submission, but also dared to attack him. Humph, humph. The purple-gold heavenly dragon snorted coldly, its fiery soul flames rolling in its eyes as it glared at Lin Xingyo. "Human, you must die." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo sneered disdainfully, gripping the Feng Tianhua Ji tightly in his hand. With a sudden leap, he soared into the air, following the bronze cauldron as it hurtled toward the purple-gold heavenly dragon in a thunderous strike. "Then let's see if you have the ability to do so," he taunted. The purple-gold heavenly dragon was momentarily stunned. Then, upon realizing what was happening, it erupted in fury. This human was too arrogant. An insignificant ant-like existence dared to speak so boldly. Did he think that because its current realm was not as high as it once was, it couldn't kill him? How utterly arrogant! The purple-gold heavenly dragon felt an intense surge of anger. It had to kill this lowly ant to make him understand that he was not to be trifled with. Kill, kill, kill. The purple-gold heavenly dragon coiled its massive body, unleashing an overwhelming heavenly might capable of crushing the heavens. With a mighty roar, it spat out a colossal storm of thunder that blotted out the sky, hurtling toward Lin Xingyo and the others. Oh crap! The bronze cauldron immediately let out a scream of agony as it was struck by the thunder from the purple-gold heavenly dragon. "You're killing me, Cauldron Daddy?" Seeing this, Lin Xingyo felt an extreme annoyance. After all, this bronze cauldron was undoubtedly an extraordinary treasure, yet it now showed such a disgraceful attitude, completely losing its earlier arrogance. And it wasn't constantly boasting about being a divine artifact from the upper realm? Now, where was its initial arrogance? This was simply embarrassing itself. Lin Xingyo had no time to spare for the bronze cauldron. After all, the purple-gold heavenly dragon was already charging toward him. In response, Lin Xingyo swung his Fang Tianhua Ji with lightning speed, aiming directly at the approaching dragon. Human, you're too arrogant. Seeing Lin Xingyo charging towards it, the purple-gold heavenly dragon roared angrily to the heavens. How dare you, in the face of my might, not kneel in submission but instead attack me repeatedly? You are truly insufferable. I will most certainly end you. Fang Tianhua Ji slay. Lin Xingyo merely curled his lips, completely ignoring the purple-gold heavenly dragon, tightly gripping his Fang Tianhua Ji and unleashing a devastating strike toward it. Roar! Faced with Lin Xingyo's deadly strike, the purple-gold heavenly dragon was utterly enraged. It opened its blood-soaked maw and unleashed a thunderous blast, a strike so powerful it could shatter the heavens. Crack! Lin Xingyo's Fang Tianhua Ji clashed directly with the thunder unleashed by the purple-gold heavenly dragon, and in an instant, a series of cataclysmic shockwaves erupted at the point of impact. Roar! The purple-gold heavenly dragon let out a shocked roar as its attack failed to crush Lin Xingyo. In the next instant, it fiercely lunged toward him. A streak of purple lightning accompanied by a sky-blotting storm of thunder, directly pouncing on him. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. Seeing the purple-gold heavenly dragon charging at him, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to hesitate. He immediately stomped on the void, clenched his fist, and launched a powerful punch directly at the purple-gold heavenly dragon. Roar! The purple-gold heavenly dragon let out a roar, its sharp claws clashing with Lin Xingyo's Six Paths Reincarnation Fist. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, explode. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo clenched his fist tightly, the power of life and death swirling around his fist, and with a fierce strike, he smashed it directly toward the purple-gold heavenly dragon's claws. Crack! A heart-wrenchingly miserable scream erupted from the purple-gold heavenly dragon, and in the gazes of countless onlookers, it was heavily smashed to the ground, creating a massive crater. However, as it landed, its enormous tail, like a lightning flash, struck Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. Clang, clang, clang. Lin Xingyo was struck by the tail of the purple-gold heavenly dragon, instantly sent flying, his feet stomping dozens of steps on the ground before he could steady himself. Fist of shattering heaven, break. Lin Xingyo didn't waste a moment catching his breath. Instantly, he channeled the power of life and death from his dantian into his fist and launched a devastating attack toward the purple-gold heavenly dragon, which had just landed. His fist tore through the void like a meteor, delivering a thunderous blow directly to the dragon's skull. Roar! Faced with Lin Xingyo's assault, the purple-gold heavenly dragon's soul flames in its eyes surged with violent intensity, and it swiftly exhaled a fiery bone shield. Crack! Lin Xingyo's devastating punch slammed into the bone shield unleashed by the purple-gold heavenly dragon, and in a flash, the overwhelming energy obliterated tens of thousands of miles of the void. Human, you have enraged me? After blocking Lin Xingyo's attack, the purple-gold heavenly dragon immediately began to violently vibrate its entire body. In an instant, a sky-covering blaze of soul flames wrapped around its form. The next moment, to the shock of countless onlookers, the already 10,000 zhonglong purple-gold heavenly dragon suddenly grew 3 to 4 times larger. Its immense dragon body now blocked an entire section of the horizon at the end of the ancient wilderness battlefield, declaring, "I must make you die." Is that so? Lin Xingyo curled his lips, looking up at the enormous purple-gold heavenly dragon as it gazed down at him. He couldn't help but scoff. Too bad your strength is too weak. If you're just relying on your massive body to crush me, then, purple-gold heavenly dragon, take a look at this move of mine. Ancient bloodline, activate. As soon as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he stomped hard on the ground. In the next instant, to the horror of the bronze cauldron, which was wide-eyed and gaping, Lin Xingyo's body suddenly shot up to a height of 100,000 zhong. His colossal hand then slammed down toward the purple-gold heavenly dragon. Smash! Just as the purple-gold heavenly dragon was about to roar, Lin Xingyo's massive hand, capable of crushing the heavens, descended like a shadow blotting out the sky, striking the purple-gold heavenly dragon with overwhelming force. Roar! Facing Lin Xingyo's devastating blow, not only was the purple-gold heavenly dragon stunned, but even the usually arrogant bronze cauldron was on the verge of collapse. This attack from Lin Xingyo was simply too powerful, capable of shattering the heavens themselves. Chapter 410. The Power of Life and Death, Reincarnation. What's happening at the end of the ancient battlefield? The gazes of countless living beings in the ancient spirit realm were all focused on the end of the ancient battlefield. Almost everyone had expressions of utter shock on their faces, exclaiming, "Why do I feel like that area is about to collapse into oblivion? This is bad. What's happening at the end of the ancient battlefield?" The eyes of countless beings in the ancient spirit domain were all focused on the far end of the ancient battlefield. Almost everyone's face was filled with shock. Why do I feel like that area is about to collapse into oblivion? This is bad. Just as countless beings were staring at the end of the ancient battlefield, a panicked shout suddenly echoed through the air. Everyone snapped back to reality and immediately received a message from the primordial sacred land. Instantly, they all became frantic, shouting, "Everyone, hurry back to the immortal spirit realm." It seems that two terrifyingly powerful Jinji Cunzai are fighting at the end of the ancient battlefield. This entire realm will be shattered, and we will all die here. Go! Hurry, go! The previously chaotic scene immediately quieted down as everyone came to their senses. Without any further prompting, almost every single one of them began to retreat back to the primordial sacred land. After all, these beings weren't fools. The situation was now clear. If they didn't leave the ancient spirit domain quickly, they would all perish here. So, they all frantically made their way back to the primordial sacred land. Roar! At the end of the ancient battlefield, the violet gold heavenly dragon was on the verge of collapse. It had drained the divine essence of the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm and endured countless ages by stepping over the corpses of its 8 siblings. It had finally emerged this time, hoping to reign supreme, but now it was being mercilessly crushed by a human. The violet gold heavenly dragon was completely enraged. It was a divine being from the primordial heaven realm, having once served as the heavenly emperor's mount, a position of immense honor. Now, after being reborn, it couldn't even defeat a lowly human. The violet gold heavenly dragon felt its dignity was being severely challenged. This human must die. Otherwise, how could it ever regain its invincible body and dominate the Xingkong? Kill, kill, kill. The violet gold heavenly dragon went berserk, its body surging with divine radiance. 2 thunderous paths of power coiled around it as it launched a devastating attack on Lin Xingyo, roaring, "I must slay this human. Kill! Violet gold heavenly dragon, you are indeed formidable." Seeing the violet gold heavenly dragon charging at him with full force, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and shattered the void, landing a powerful punch on the dragon. "I'll give you a chance to submit to me now. I can help you restore your body and erase the karmic Lin Huiyin Ji, allowing you to return to your peak state." What? What did this lowly human just say? Upon hearing this, the violet gold heavenly dragon went into a frenzy. He dares to ask me to submit to him? This insignificant ant is too bold. I, the violet gold heavenly dragon, am an existence of supreme power. How could I ever submit to a mere human? This is an outright humiliation. Kill. Violet gold heavenly dragon, don't make a mistake. Seeing that the violet gold heavenly dragon not only refused to submit, but also became even more enraged and attacked, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but warn again. "If you provoke me further, I will use my fists to obliterate you. Human, you are too arrogant." The violet gold heavenly dragon, surrounded by thunder, charged forward with a destructive force that could tear the heavens apart, roaring, "Do you know who I am? You are nothing but a lowly ant, yet you dare to ask me to submit to you. Just for that, I, the violet gold heavenly dragon, will fight you to the death." Very well then. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened, and he instantly launched himself at the violet gold heavenly dragon like lightning, saying, "If that's the case, then let's fight." Fight! The violet gold heavenly dragon roared and coiled its thunderous body, bringing down a sky-covering storm of lightning as it collided with Lin Xingyo. 6 paths of Lunhui fist break. Facing the charging violet gold heavenly dragon, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to hold back. He raised his hand and delivered a powerful blow. Crack! The violet gold heavenly dragon, surrounded by thunder, collided with Lin Xingyo's 6 paths of Lunhui fist. In an instant, 1,000,000 miles of space were shattered into oblivion. Dragon subduing palm, kill. With one strike completed, Lin Xingyo shifted his towering body and unleashed a dragon subduing palm. Instantly, a roaring 5-clawed golden dragon pierced through the 8 trigrams formation in front of Lin Xingyo and charged at the violet gold heavenly dragon with the power to shatter heaven and earth. Roar! Facing the incoming dragon subduing palm, the enraged violet gold heavenly dragon immediately raised its massive body, lifting its huge dragon claw and roaring, "Heavenly dragon step, crush." As the violet gold heavenly dragon's voice fell, its massive dragon claw slammed down on the 5-clawed golden dragon, instantly crushing it. Then, its enormous body swept across, bringing with it a devastating storm of thunder and destruction, aimed directly at Lin Xingyo. Bring it on! Seeing the violet gold heavenly dragon sweep toward him, Lin Xingyo immediately stomped his foot, activating the sacred battle technique, which instantly boosted his combat power by dozens of times. Wrapping his hand with the intertwined forces of life and death and the 6 paths of Lunhui, he extended his towering hand and grabbed the violet gold heavenly dragon's head, slamming it to the ground. Then, with a powerful punch, he struck the dragon's head with overwhelming force. Crack! With one punch, Lin Xingyo shattered 1,000,000 miles of space. But he didn't stop there, locking onto the violet gold heavenly dragon and delivering 10,000 lightning-fast strikes. Violet gold heavenly dragon, do you submit? After delivering 10,000 punches, Lin Xingyo stepped on the violet gold heavenly dragon and coldly gazed down at it, saying, "If you don't submit, I will have no choice but to obliterate you." Me! The violet gold heavenly dragon lay defeated on the ground, its soul-filled eyes wide with shock. It tried to say something several times but couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, beings like the Qiongqi King and the Bronze Cauldron were already in a state of near collapse. The mighty violet gold heavenly dragon of the primordial heaven realm, the divine beast that once served as the heavenly emperor's mount, was now being beaten down by a mere human. Witnessing this, the Bronze Cauldron was nearly bursting with fury. After all, this was one of the 9 heavenly dragons that had accompanied the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm in Zhengzhan, the immortal spirit realm. Its cultivation had once reached the terrifying level of the void heaven realm. After enduring the erosion of the 6 paths of Lunhui Pool and finally being reborn, it was supposed to be invincible, yet it couldn't defeat this insignificant human. This was simply unbelievable. Human, I will never submit. After some time, the violet gold heavenly dragon finally managed to regain its senses. It roared furiously at Lin Xingyo, "Even if my soul perishes, I will never kneel to a human." "Oh, then I must be impolite." Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened as he declared coldly, "Violet gold heavenly dragon, I now declare your death." The black forbidden zone rises, the paths of Sungsur Lunhui open, and the violet gold heavenly dragon, it's time for you to depart. What? This power? The violet gold heavenly dragon was momentarily stunned. Then panic set in as it realized it was being restrained by Lin Xingyo. In an instant, the force of Sungsur Lunhui surged toward it like a tidal wave. It understood that it would truly die. This power was too terrifying. It was instantly devouring all its vitality, like a giant sungsur grinding wheel enveloping it entirely. There was no room for resistance. The force of Sungsurlun Hui was already beginning to grind away at it, rapidly consuming all its life force at an incredible speed. No, I can't die. I endured the erasure of the 6 paths of Lun Hui Pool and was reborn by absorbing the power of the Heavenly Emperor in a spirit form. I haven't even had the chance to reign supreme yet. How can I be obliterated like this? No, I absolutely cannot be extinguished. Coming to its senses from the panic, the violet gold heavenly dragon made an extremely difficult decision. It shouted at Lin Xingyo, "Human, stop, stop. I submit. I submit. Go. Hurry up and leave." The previously noisy scene immediately calmed down as everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Without any further prompting, one by one, they all began to retreat back to the primordial sacred land. After all, these beings were not foolish. The situation was now clear. If they didn't leave the ancient spirit realm quickly, they would all perish here. So, they all frantically made their way back to the primordial sacred land. Roar! At the end of the ancient battlefield, the purple-gold heavenly dragon was on the verge of collapse. It had drained the divine essence of the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm and endured countless eons by stepping over the corpses of its 8 brothers. Finally, it had emerged this time. It had thought it could reign supreme, but now it was being mercilessly crushed by a human. The purple-gold heavenly dragon was utterly enraged. It was a divine being of the primordial heaven realm, having once served as the heavenly emperor's mount, with a status of unparalleled nobility. Now, after its rebirth, it couldn't even defeat a lowly human. The purple-gold heavenly dragon felt its dignity was being severely challenged. This human must die. Otherwise, how could it ever regain its invincible body and dominate this starry sky? Kill, kill, kill. The purple-gold heavenly dragon went berserk, its body surging with divine radiance, 2 thunderous paths of Tao coiling around it. It charged at Lin Xingyo with overwhelming fury, roaring, "I must slay this human, kill! Purple-gold heavenly dragon, you are indeed powerful." Seeing the enraged purple-gold heavenly dragon charging at him, Lin Xingyo raised his hand, shattering the void as he threw a powerful punch at the dragon, saying, "I'll give you a chance to submit to me. I can help you restore your body and erase the karmic reincarnation marks on you, allowing you to return to your peak state." What? What did this lowly human just say? Upon hearing this, the purple-gold heavenly dragon went completely berserk, roaring, "He dares to ask me to submit to him? This insignificant ant is too audacious. I, the purple-gold heavenly dragon, am an existence of unparalleled might. How could I submit to a mere human? This is a humiliation. Kill." Purple-gold heavenly dragon, don't be foolish. Seeing that the purple-gold heavenly dragon not only refused to submit, but also became even more enraged and charged at him, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but warn again, "If you provoke me further, I will crush you with my fists. Human, you are too arrogant." The purple-gold heavenly dragon, surrounded by thunder, charged forward with the destructive power of the heavens and earth, roaring, "Do you know how powerful I am? You are nothing but a lowly ant, yet you dare to ask me to submit to you. Just for that, I, the purple-gold heavenly dragon, will fight you to the death." "All right then." Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened as he swiftly moved toward the purple-gold heavenly dragon, saying, "If that's the case, then let's fight." Fight! The purple-gold heavenly dragon roared, spinning its thunder-filled body, and with a sky-covering storm of lightning, it collided with Lin Xingyo. 6 paths reincarnation fist, break. Facing the charging purple-gold heavenly dragon, Lin Xingyo didn't dare to be careless. He raised his hand and delivered a powerful blow. Crack! The thunder-filled purple-gold heavenly dragon collided with Lin Xingyo's 6 paths reincarnation fist, and in an instant, a million-mile area was shattered into oblivion. Dragon subduing palm kill. With one strike, Lin Xingyo's towering body shifted, and he unleashed the dragon subduing palm. In an instant, a roaring 5-clawed golden dragon pierced through the 8 trigrams diagram in front of Lin Xingyo and charged at the purple-gold heavenly dragon with the power to shatter the heavens and earth. Roar! Facing Lin Xingyo's dragon-subduing palm, the enraged purple-gold heavenly dragon immediately raised its body, lifting its massive dragon claw and roaring, "Heavenly Dragon Step, Crush!" As soon as the purple-gold heavenly dragon's voice fell, its massive dragon claw pressed down on the incoming 5-clawed golden dragon, instantly crushing it. Then, its enormous body swept toward Lin Xingyo, and in an instant, the destructive thunderous path of Tao, accompanied by the power of annihilation, swept toward Lin Xingyo. Bring it on! Seeing the purple-gold heavenly dragon sweep toward him, Lin Xingyo immediately stomped his foot, activating the sacred battle technique, increasing his combat power by tens of times. Then, with life and death intertwined in his palm and the 6 paths of reincarnation spinning around him, he extended his towering hand and grabbed the purple-gold heavenly dragon's head, forcing it to the ground. With a powerful punch, he slammed it down. Crack! With one punch, Lin Xingyo shattered 1,000,000 miles of the void, but he didn't stop. He locked onto the purple-gold heavenly dragon and unleashed 10,000 lightning-fast strikes. Purple-gold heavenly dragon, do you submit? After 10,000 punches, Lin Xingyo stepped on the purple-gold heavenly dragon and looked down at it with a cold gaze, saying, "If you don't submit, I will only have to crush you." Me! The purple-gold heavenly dragon lay defeated on the ground, its rolling soul-filled eyes wide, as it tried to speak several times but couldn't find the words. Meanwhile, beings like Chongqi King and the Bronze Cauldron were completely stunned, especially the Bronze Cauldron, which was nearly on the verge of collapse. The purple-gold heavenly dragon, a divine beast of the primordial heaven realm, once the mount of the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm. Now, it was being defeated by this human. Witnessing this, the Bronze Cauldron was nearly torn apart with anger. After all, this was one of the 9 heavenly dragons that had once followed the heavenly emperor of the primordial heaven realm to conquer the immortal spirit realm. Its cultivation had once reached the terrifying level of the void heaven realm. After enduring the erosion of the 6 paths reincarnation pool, it had finally been reborn, only to be defeated by this mere human. This was simply unbelievable. Human, I will never submit. After a while, the purple-gold heavenly dragon finally managed to react, roaring furiously at Lin Xingyo, "Even if my soul perishes, I will never kneel to a human." "Oh, then I must be impolite." Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened as he declared coldly, "Purple-gold heavenly dragon, I now declare your death." Black Forbidden Zone activated. Life and Death Reincarnation Tao opens. Purple-gold heavenly dragon, you may leave now. This power? The purple-gold heavenly dragon was momentarily stunned, not reacting in time. When it finally did, it was completely panicked, as it realized it was being restrained by Lin Xingyo. In an instant, the power of life and death, reincarnation, surged toward it like a tidal wave. It understood that it was truly going to die. This power was too terrifying. It was instantly devouring all its vitality, like a giant grinding wheel of life and death, enveloping it completely. There was no room for resistance. The power of life and death was already beginning to grind it down, consuming all its life force at an incredible speed. No, I can't die. I endured the erasure of the 6 paths reincarnation pool, consuming the power of the heavenly emperor to be reborn in a different form. I haven't had the chance to reign supreme yet. How can I be destroyed like this? No, I absolutely cannot perish like this. Coming back to its senses from its panic, the purple-gold heavenly dragon made an extremely difficult decision and shouted at Lin Xingyo, "Human, stop, stop, I submit, I submit." Chapter 411. The rumor spreads. The ancient spirit domain. Countless disciples had already exited the ancient spirit domain midway through the trial. What was supposed to be a highly anticipated event came to an abrupt end. Although many felt reluctant, they also felt a sense of relief in their hearts. After all, the situation in the ancient spirit domain that day was terrifying. A 10,000-zhang-long dragon and a giant were locked in a fierce battle, nearly shattering the entire domain. The entire primordial sacred land was in a state of panic. Everyone was deeply frightened. Rumors began to spread rapidly, particularly about Lin Xingyo, and the 6 golden divine bones. In an instant, the rumors caused a huge uproar. Almost everyone was discussing it, instantly drawing the attention of countless external forces. The interest in Lin Xingyo and the 6 golden divine bones grew even stronger. Especially after several rounds of spreading, the rumors became more and more exaggerated. In the end, the few immortal emperors of the primordial sacred land had to step forward personally to explain and suppress the bizarre speculations. However, regarding Lin Xingyo, for the golden divine bones, many people still remained highly interested. In no time, countless forces found various excuses to approach the primordial sacred land. Especially the various forbidden areas of the immortal spirit realm, almost all of them sent representatives. Because no matter whether the rumors were true or not, the golden divine bones mentioned in the rumors were said to be extremely extraordinary, so all factions wanted to investigate the matter. Of course, most of these people were looking to seize the bones, as the golden divine bones could grant someone incredible power almost instantly. Such a treasure! Who in the world wouldn't be tempted? Therefore, countless people flocked to the primordial sacred land, all with the sole purpose of obtaining the golden divine bones, almost all of them wanting to seize them. Huff! Lin Xingyo suddenly opened his eyes as he sat beneath a maple tree in Gai Jushan's courtyard. He exhaled deeply. He had returned to the primordial sacred land from the ancient spirit domain 3 days ago. Of course, he was forced to return. If he hadn't, the primordial sacred land would have severed the path back, trapping him in the ancient spirit domain. Although he had returned, Lin Xingyo felt no regret. After all, his journey to the ancient spirit domain had been quite rewarding. Not only had he subdued 6 divine beasts with exceptional bloodlines, but he had also tamed a purple gold sky dragon. Moreover, there was that troublesome cauldron, but Lin Xingyo didn't pamper it. He took it out, filled it with soil, and placed it on the windowsill to serve as a flower pot. Every day, he fertilized it. The cauldron, enraged, wailed and cursed daily, but Lin Xingyo paid it no heed, silencing it and treating it with utter contempt. This truly drove the bronze cauldron to the brink of madness. After all, it claimed to have once been a sacred artifact of the Hongming heavenly realm, yet now it had been reduced to a mere flower pot. How could it not feel utterly devastated? As for the armless divine monkey and the others, 林星佑将他们安置在自己的随身小世界中，因为他在荒古战场的尽头，一击斩断了6道轮回池、云环光门以及6面冥王旗，并将这些全部收入了自己的随身小世界。By keeping the armless divine monkeys and the others in his personal small world, he hoped they could cultivate under the 6-faced king of Hell banner, hoping they could comprehend the techniques inscribed on the banner and eventually make it their own. Of course. Chapter 411. Uproar erupts. The ancient spirit domain. Countless disciples exited the ancient spirit domain halfway through the trial. What was supposed to be a highly anticipated trial came to an abrupt end. Many felt Buganxin unwilling, yet they also felt Qingxing relieved. After all, the situation in the ancient spirit domain that day was terrifying. A 10,000-zhang-long dragon and a giant battling fiercely, almost shattering the entire domain. The primordial sacred ground was in a state of panic. Everyone was deeply frightened. Various rumors spread, especially about Lin Xingyo and the 6 golden divine bones. In an instant, an uproar erupted. Almost everyone was discussing it, instantly drawing the attention of numerous external forces who became increasingly interested in Lin Xingyo and the 6 golden divine bones. Especially after several rounds of spreading, the rumors became more and more exaggerated. In the end, several celestial emperors from the primordial sacred ground had to step forward to clarify the situation, suppressing the bizarre rumors. However, for Lin Xingyo and the Golden Divine Bones, many still remained interested. In no time, countless forces found various excuses to flock to the primordial sacred ground. Even the major forbidden areas of the immortal spirit realm sent representatives, as regardless of whether the rumors were true or not, the Golden Divine Bones mentioned in the rumors were said to be incredibly powerful. Thus, all parties wanted to investigate the matter. Of course, most of these people wanted to seize the bones, as the Golden Divine Bones could instantly grant someone extraordinary strength. Such a treasure! Who in this world wouldn't be tempted? As a result, countless people headed toward the primordial sacred ground, all with the sole purpose of obtaining the Golden Divine Bones, almost all of them wanting to claim them. Lin Xingyo, sitting under a maple tree in Gaijia's courtyard, suddenly opened his eyes. He exhaled deeply. It had been 3 days since he returned from the ancient spirit domain to the primordial sacred ground. Of course, he was forced to return. If he hadn't, the primordial sacred ground would have severed the path back, leaving Lin Xingyo trapped in the ancient spirit domain. Although he had returned, Lin Xingyo felt no regret. After all, this trip to the ancient spirit domain had brought him significant gains. Not only did he tame 6 divine beasts with impressive bloodlines, but he also tamed a violet gold sky dragon. There was also a troublesome cauldron, but Lin Xingyo didn't spoil it. After bringing it out, he filled it with manure and placed it on the windowsill to grow flowers. Every day, he fertilized it. The cauldron was furious, crying and yelling every day, but Lin Xingyo ignored it completely, silencing it and treating it with disdain. This truly drove the bronze cauldron to the brink of Bengkui, collapse. After all, it claimed to have once been a sacred artifact of the Hongming heavenly realm, yet now it had been reduced to a mere flower pot. How could it not feel Bengkui devastated? As for the armillary divine monkey and the others, Lin Xingyo kept them in his personal small world. This was because the 6-way Lunhui Chi, 6-way reincarnation pool, the Cloud Ring Lightgate, and the 6 Mingwang Qi, King of Hell Banners, at the end of the ancient battlefield had all been severed by Lin Xingyo with a single strike and brought into his personal small world. By keeping the armillary divine monkey and the others in his personal small world, he hoped they could cultivate under the 6 Mingwang Qi, King of Hell Banners, hoping they could comprehend the techniques on the banners and eventually tame them for their own use. Of course, Zhang Feng, Lin Xingyo didn't neglect him either. He directly had Zhang Feng become the disciple of the Violet Gold Sky Dragon, teaching him the Thunderbolt technique. In exchange, Lin Xingyo promised the Violet Gold Sky Dragon that he would help gather rare treasures to restore its body in the future. As for the weapons that were originally flying around in his personal small world, Lin Xingyo had spent the past few days refining them thoroughly after signing in. Now, with just a thought, he could summon these weapons from his personal small world to fight for him. Regarding Gaijia's halberd, Lin Xingyo had already returned it to him. His contribution points in the sect were now the highest on the primordial sacred grounds ranking list. However, Zhao Yuqin was nowhere to be seen. She had promised to let him take care of her in the future, but she suddenly disappeared. After inquiring from various sources, Lin Xingyo learned that she was still being punished at the Suguoya Reflection Cliff. Of course, Lin Xingyo originally intended to go and bring her down, but this decision was blocked by Gaijia, who absolutely forbade Lin Xingyo from going to the Reflection Cliff. "Nephew, are you home?" Just as Lin Xingyo finished his cultivation and stood up under the maple tree, Zhao Shanbao's voice came from outside. To be honest, Lin Xingyo really didn't like this guy. But this guy seemed to be exceptionally good at flattering. No matter how much you disliked him, he remained unfazed. He came by almost every day, and every time, he brought many gifts, especially fine wines. This guy was almost obsessed with them. He would send various fine wines here every day. Whether Lin Xingyo liked them or not, he would just leave the gifts and go. This left Lin Xingyo feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, Gaiju enjoyed them. Gaiju wasn't interested in other things, but he loved fine wines and would accept them all. So Zhao Shanbao kept sending wines, knowing someone would take them. Nephew, you're here? Zhao Shanbao walked into Lin Xingyo's courtyard from outside and immediately stepped forward with a face full of flattering smiles, saying, "Look, Uncle has brought 2 bottles of good wine. This is the famous Sword Immortal wine from the Northern Domain Sword Dynasty. It is said that this wine is made by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, using sorghum and wheat from the royal medicinal garden of the Sword Dynasty. Every drop is a rare treasure, something that is hard to come by." All right. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo waved his hand in annoyance and said, "Just put the stuff anywhere. I have a lot of things to do and am very busy, and I'm about to go to the Primordial Sacred Grounds Library to sweep the floors, so I really don't have time to chat with you here." "Got it, nephew." Hearing this, Zhao Shanbao immediately put the wine down and, with a face full of obsequious smiles, looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "I've placed the wine here. If you have time one day, we must find a chance to have a drink together, uncle and nephew." Lin Xingyo didn't respond to Zhao Shanbao. Wearing the clothes of an outer sect disciple, he directly brushed past Zhao Shanbao. Lin Xingyo really didn't want to get entangled with him. Of course, the main reason was to go to the Primordial Sacred Grounds Library to sign in and complete today's daily tasks so he could visit Zhao Yuqin tonight. Alas, my nephew is so outstanding. With just a word, he could become an executive elder of the Holy Academy and be accepted as a personal disciple by Yuan Tongtian of the Holy Academy. Seeing Lin Xingyo's back gradually fading away, Zhao Shanbao, standing in place, revealed a puzzled expression and said, "But why doesn't he agree? Instead, he goes to the Primordial Sacred Grounds Library every day to sweep the floors?" Lin Xingyo hadn't neglected Zhang Feng either. He directly arranged for Zhang Feng to become the disciple of the Purple Gold Sky Dragon, having the dragon teach him the Thunder Treasure technique. In return, Lin Xingyo promised the Purple Gold Sky Dragon that he would help gather rare treasures to aid in its recovery of its physical body someday. As for the weapons that had been flying around in his personal small world, over the past few days, after completing his daily check-ins, Lin Xingyo had devoted himself to refining these weapons. Now, with a mere thought, he could unleash these weapons from his personal small world to strike his enemies. Regarding Gai Jiushan's halberd, Lin Xingyo had already returned the weapon to Gai Jiushan. As for contribution points, Lin Xingyo was currently at the top of the Primordial Sacred Lands Heavenly List. However, Zhao Yuqin was nowhere to be found. She had promised to let him take care of her in the future, but she had suddenly vanished. After inquiring from various sources, Lin Xingyo learned that she was still being punished in the Reflection Cliff. Of course, Lin Xingyo had originally planned to go and bring her back, but this decision was thwarted by Gai Jiushan, who absolutely forbade Lin Xingyo from going to Reflection Cliff. "Nephew, are you home?" As Lin Xingyo, concluded his meditation and rose from beneath the maple tree, Zhao Shanbao's voice echoed from beyond the courtyard. Honestly, Lin Xingyo really couldn't stand this guy. But this guy seemed to be exceptionally skilled at flattery. No matter how much Lin Xingyo disliked him, Dao Sanbao remained unfazed. He came by almost every day, and each time, he brought many gifts, especially fine wines. This guy was practically obsessed with them. He would send all kinds of fine wines here every day. Regardless of whether Lin Xingyo liked them or not, he would simply leave the bottles and depart. This left Lin Xingyo feeling quite helpless. Fortunately, Gai Jiushan enjoyed them. 盖九山对其他东西不感兴趣，唯独钟爱美酒，来者不拒。因此，赵山宝便不断送酒，因为他知道有人会收下。Nephew, you're here? 赵山宝走进林星佑的院子，立刻满脸堆笑地快步上前，说道：“贤侄，你看，叔叔我又带来了2瓶好酒。这是北域剑王朝的名酒剑仙，据说这酒汲取天地精华，用剑王朝皇家药园种植的高粱和小麦酿造而成，每一滴都是稀世珍品，可遇而不可求啊。” All right. Lin Xingyo, feeling a headache coming on, waved his hand dismissively and said, "Just leave the stuff anywhere. I have a lot of things to do, and I'm very busy. Plus, I'm about to head to the primordial sacred land scripture repository to sweep the floors, so I really don't have time to chat with you. Got it, nephew. Upon hearing this, Zhao Shanbao promptly set the wine down and flashed Lin Xingyo a fawning smile, saying, I've placed the wine here. If you ever find some free time, nephew, we must find a chance to share a drink together. Lin Xingyo didn't respond to Zhao Shanbao. He donned the uniform of an outer sect disciple and walked past Zhao Shanbao without a word. Lin Xingyo really didn't want to get entangled with him. Of course, the main reason was that he was going to the primordial sacred land scripture repository to check in and complete his daily tasks, after which he planned to visit Dal Yurchin in the evening. Alas, my nephew is so outstanding. A mere word from him could make him an executive elder of the Holy Academy or even a direct disciple of Yuan Tongtian of the Holy Academy. Seeing Lin Xingyo's figure gradually disappearing into the distance, Zhao Shanbao, still standing in place, revealed a puzzled expression and muttered to himself, but why does he refuse? Instead, he chooses to sweep the floors at the primordial sacred land scripture repository every day? Chapter 412. Unexpected turn of events. The great primordial sacred ground. The scripture repository. Here, the surroundings were filled with elegant and lovely female disciples in white, each posing seductively in front of the scripture repository of the great primordial sacred ground, their heads held high as if waiting for someone's arrival. The divine son of the great primordial sacred ground, Nan Gongyu, had just arrived from the sect and immediately noticed the group of junior sisters eagerly waiting in front of the scripture repository. Instantly, he puffed out his chest, tightened his abdomen, and walked over with satisfaction. Ha 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 ha. This is too amazing, isn't it? These junior sisters must all be here for me. It seems my charm in the ancient spirit domain has attracted them. Now, they must be waiting here for my arrival. Ha 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 ha. Junior sisters, cheer up. Your most noble divine son is here. As Nan Gongyu walked, he glanced at the junior sisters who were already starting to jump with excitement. In an instant, a very satisfied expression appeared on his face. He muttered to himself, as long as you can make me happy, I will definitely give you a chance to serve me in bed. But, the next moment, Nan Gongyu's satisfied expression came to an abrupt halt. His eyes stared in disbelief as the junior sisters all rushed past him, ignoring him completely. It was too sudden. Nan Gongyu hadn't even reacted yet. What was going on? Instead of the expected crowd rushing towards him, every single one of the beautiful junior sisters ran towards Lin Xingyo behind him. This instantly elevated Lin Xingyo's status. In contrast, as the divine son of the great primordial sacred ground, he was completely ignored. This was a shock to Nan Gongyu, like a fishbone stuck in his throat. After all, this kind of treatment had always been his to enjoy, and now it had all been taken away by Lin Xingyo. You wretch, I will never rest until one of us is dead? Nan Gongyu, who hadn't reacted at first, clenched his fists tightly after realizing what had happened, and roared inwardly, I will make you pay for this. Just you wait. Lin Xingyo was also dumbfounded. He hadn't expected such a scene. A group of delicate junior sisters surrounded him, and some even started touching him, leaving Lin Xingyo completely stunned. Brother Yu Fan, I twisted my ankle while running too fast. Could you help me rub it? Brother Yu Fan, look here. I feel uncomfortable in my chest. Could you take a look for me? Brother Yu Fan, your hands are so fair. I really like them. Nephew Yu Fan, you are so small and adorable. Grandmother, please behave yourself. Lin Xingyo quickly moved away from the hand of the Windgate sect leader, Yao Yu, saying, I'm still young and don't understand anything. You scoundrel. Yu Fan. While Lin Xingyo was surrounded by the junior sisters, a sharp rebuke suddenly rang out. Turning his head, he saw Ling Shi approaching with a furious expression. Her face was dark, so dark it could almost squeeze out ink. Oh, little Ling Shi. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then grabbed Yao Yu's hand, which was about to pinch his butt, and looked at Ling Shi, the sword attendant of the Qingxia Empress, saying, Why are you here? Humph. Ling Shi stomped her foot, her face turning a shade of copper from anger, especially seeing all the women around Lin Xingyo. Each one was vying to get closer to him. Ling Shi's face grew even darker. What right did this guy have? Just because he was handsome? Was there no one better looking in the great primordial sacred ground? The divine son Nangongyu was quite handsome too, wasn't he? Why didn't these women cling to him? Why did they all cling to this scoundrel? What was even more infuriating was that Yao Yu, this woman, had also come. Didn't she know her own status? She actually came here to flirt with him. How shameless. Moreover, Yao Yu was the sect leader of the Wind Gate of the great primordial sacred ground, with a cultivation level at the Immortal King realm. With such status, she was acting so wildly? Where was the pride of being the sect leader of the Wind Gate? And she had lived for tens of thousands of years? Was she really that desperate for a man? It was too hard for her to control herself. She became angrier the more she thought about it, her face growing even darker, especially when she thought about her poor little junior sister, who was still suffering on the secluded cliff in the snow. She became even angrier. Little Ling Shi, what's wrong with you? Lin Xingyo, seizing the moment, immediately looked at Ling Shi and asked, is there something you need from me? All of you, get out of the way. Ling Shi, however, showed an extremely displeased expression and said, I have something to talk to this scoundrel about. The crowd surrounding Lin Xingyo was instantly stunned. Why should they move aside? What right did she have? Brother Yu Fan belonged to everyone. Besides, Ling Shi hadn't even grown up yet. Did she also want to compete with him for Brother Yu Fan? The crowd was momentarily stunned, and after reacting, they all looked extremely disgusted at little Ling Shi. You scoundrel! Yu Fan! Seeing this, Ling Shi stomped her foot, pouted, and looked at Lin Xingyo, saying, make them stay away from you. I have something to tell you. Oh, quick, everyone, disperse. Lin Xingyo grinned and immediately addressed the crowd, saying, our little Ling, she is very fierce. If you provoke her, she might kill you. Moreover, she is here under the orders of the Qingxia Empress, so everyone, disperse. Although the crowd was reluctant, hearing Lin Xingyo mention the Qingxia Empress, they eventually all left reluctantly. Phew. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. These women were truly a bit scary, especially Yao Yu, this old lady, who was either groping his butt or his chest. This old lady was truly a vixen. If it weren't for the crowd, Lin Xingyo would have shown his true masculine nature and taken this old lady right then and there. What are you looking at? Disgusting. You pervert. Seeing Lin Xingyo hesitating and sneaking glances at Yao Yu's round, peach-like buttocks, Ling Shi immediately gave him a Yanwu look and said, so disgusting. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's expression became less natural. He was a normal man, after all. If he wasn't going to look at a mature woman like Yao Yu, was he supposed to look at Ling Shi, this little girl who hadn't even grown up yet? Besides, what was there to look at with her? She hadn't even grown up, always acting like a fierce deity. Lin Xingyo wasn't interested. Yao Yu, on the other hand, was so beautiful. That little waist was really captivating. Scoundrel, you're still looking. Seeing that Lin Xingyo wasn't paying attention to her, Ling Shi was so angry she was about to explode, saying, if you keep looking, I'll gouge out your dog eyes. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's expression immediately darkened, and he showed an extremely displeased look. What was wrong with looking? What did it have to do with her? Besides, were they that close? Did she have to meddle in this? Lin Xingyo pouted, angry, and decided not to pay attention to Ling Shi, grabbing a broom and turning to leave. Huh. Ling Shi's expression froze. She hadn't reacted at first, but after realizing what was happening, she immediately spread her arms and stood in front of Lin Xingyo, blocking his way, muttering in dissatisfaction, you scoundrel? Are you trying to leave? Did I agree to let you go? Little brat, don't push your luck. Being blocked by Ling Shi, Lin Xingyo immediately showed a very displeased expression, saying, I didn't argue with you just now. I've already given you a lot of face. If you continue to be unreasonable, don't blame me for turning hostile. How dare you? Hearing this, Ling Shi was completely enraged. She had come to trouble Lin Xingyo for Zhao Yuqin's sake, and seeing a group of women surrounding him had already made her furious. After that, not only did Lin Xingyo not repent, he even hesitated and sneakily looked at Yao Yu's round, peach-like buttocks. Now, this guy dared to be so rude to her. Ling Shi's anger had completely exploded. "You fan, you despicable wretch!" Ling Shi was so furious she roared, "You're absolutely infuriating. Not only have you been disrespectful to me time and time again, but now you dare to be so arrogant in front of me. Do you even know who I am? Who are you? What is your status? How dare you treat me like this? Do you know what a miserable fate awaits you?" Smack! Lin Xingyo raised his hand and smacked Ling Shi's little butt, saying, "I'm going to be insolent. So what? You want to bite me? You deserve to die." Ling Shi, having been smacked on her little butt, was immediately furious, jumping up and down. "I'm going to kill you. Ha 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 ha." Seeing this, Nangong Yu almost jumped for joy. After all, he had long been displeased with Lin Xingyo, and now seeing Lin Xingyo antagonize Ling Shi, he couldn't be happier. You should know that Ling Shi is the sword attendant of the Qingxia Empress. Now that this lowly Lin Xingyo dares to defy her, the Qingxia Empress, who ranks third among the most powerful figures in the great primordial sacred ground, I definitely won't let this good-for-nothing off easy. Good, too good. Nangong Yu glanced at Lin Xingyo, his expression filled with nothing but anticipation. It would be even better if the two of them fought directly, and if one of them were to die, that would be perfect. Smack! Lin Xingyo, however, didn't wait for Ling Shi to react. He raised one hand, pressed it against Ling Shi's forehead, and smacked her little butt again, saying, "Little Ling Shi, you'd better not make a move, because you can't beat me right now. If you lose to me, it wouldn't be good." You. Ling Shi stared wide-eyed at Lin Xingyo, who was showing off his gleaming white teeth. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words couldn't come out. She knew Lin Xingyo wasn't bragging, because compared to a few days ago, Lin Xingyo was now different. He has 6 golden divine bones. If they really fought, she truly wouldn't be able to beat him. After all, she had witnessed the situation in the ancient spirit domain. Lin Xingyo, with just 3 golden divine bones, could unleash power equivalent to the celestial phenomenon realm. Now he has 6. Facing such a Lin Xingyo, not to mention her, even the Qingxia Empress wouldn't dare to provoke him easily, as his strength was evident. Humph! After realizing this, Ling Shi disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face full of contempt. "So what if you're relying on external forces? What's so great about that? Just wait. One day, I'll make you pay dearly for what you've done to me today. Is that so?" Lin Xingyo sneered playfully, pinching Ling Shi's cheek. "Then I'll be waiting. Grow up quickly. When your hair reaches your waist, perhaps you can fight me then." Humph! Ling Shi snorted coldly, angrily swatting Lin Xingyo's hand away. "By then, I'll definitely obliterate you." Good indeed." Lin Xingyo shrugged, turned around, and picked up the broom to leave, saying, "I'll be waiting for you to obliterate me. You're driving me crazy." Seeing this, Ling Shi was so angry she stomped her foot. "I truly feel sorry for my Xixiang Zhao. What future does this good-for-nothing have? All day long, all you do is sweep, sweep, sweep. Can't you do something more worthwhile? How can you possibly bring happiness to my Xixiang Zhao like this?" Chapter 413. The Tragic Bronze Tripod. It was dark. The weather had turned cold. The chilly wind whistled through the windows, making it so cold that even those sitting indoors could feel the chill, let alone those walking outside. It's snowing. After a busy day in the courtyard, Lin Xingyo, holding a chamber pot, poured a ladle of sewage directly onto the bronze tripod, muttering, "With such a heavy snowstorm tonight, the sorrowful cliff must be extremely cold." "No." Lin Xingyo mumbled to himself. "I need to go to the sorrowful cliff. Zhao Yuqin must be freezing up there alone. I need to bring her some firewood so she doesn't get cold." Hey. As Lin Xingyo was lost in thought, a disgruntled shout suddenly rang out. He turned to see the bronze tripod. its face contorted in anger, leaping in fury, roaring, "You despicable human! Where are you pouring that sewage? You've splashed it all over me. Ugh, it stinks. Human, don't push your luck." The bronze tripod, its eyes wide with rage, continued to scream, "I admit I made a mistake in the ancient spirit realm, but is this how you treat a noble being like me? I am a sacred object used in the heavenly altar of the Hongming realm to offer sacrifices to the heavens. How dare you pour sewage on me? This is not just disrespect towards me, but also an insult to the supreme ancestor god, the heavens. Do you understand? Human, let me tell you." The bronze tripod, frantic with anger, said, "I can give you one chance now. As long as you stop pouring sewage on me, I can forgive your insult. But if you dare do this to me again, I will make sure we become mortal enemies." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then poured another ladle of sewage onto the bronze tripod, saying, "You still think you have a future? You'll never have one. Just stay here obediently. I told you back then, don't try to deceive me again, or I'll make you my chamber pot. Now, letting you be a flower pot is already quite generous of me. If you dare shout at me like this again, I'll seal you in a cesspit for 100,000 years." Ugh, ugh, ugh. The bronze tripod, drenched in sewage, trembled with rage. "Human, you're too despicable. I will definitely take revenge on you." "Oh, really?" Lin Xingyo laughed angrily. "Seems like you're not satisfied yet. If that's the case, I'll seal you in a cesspit for 100,000 years. "Ah. No, no, no. I don't want to be sealed in a cesspit for 100,000 years. Human, Xing, my most respected master. This time, the bronze tripod really knows its mistake. Please, give me a chance and forgive me. I promise. As long as you don't treat me like this, I'll do anything you ask." "Humph, no need." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips. "You're of no use to me anymore. After all, my cultivation is already so high. No matter how powerful you are, you're just a treasure. Now, you're only fit to be a flower pot here. Just stay obediently." "Ah, my most wise and mighty master. No, please." The bronze tripod shuddered and begged tearfully, "This time, I really know my mistake. I'll never dare again. I absolutely won't." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo showed an impatient expression. "I've heard enough of these words in the ancient spirit realm. Just stay here obediently. You'll never get out of here in your lifetime. This will be your eternal mission. As long as I'm alive, you'll always be a flower pot, enjoying the baptism of excrement and urine every day." "Ah. No, no, no. Ah. I am a sacred object of the Hongming realm. How can I end up like this? My most wise and mighty master, you can't treat me like this. Please, let me go. I am the most powerful treasure in the world. If you let me go this time, I can teach you a supreme time-space secret technique." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips. "With my current power, no secret technique can surpass my power of life and death. Master, I can give you a powerful thunder treasure technique." Hearing this, the bronze tripod immediately pleaded, "My most wise and mighty master, would this be enough to let me go?" "No." Lin Xingyo directly refused. "Back then, you almost got me killed. Do you think this is enough?" "In that case," the bronze tripod shuddered, "my most wise and mighty master, if you let me go this time, I can take you to find the thunder god armor worn by the heavenly emperor of the Hongming realm. How about it?" "Thunder god armor?" Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then summoned the thunder god armor and held it in his hand. "You mean this thing?" "Huh. How could you have the thunder god armor?" The bronze tripod was shocked. "Such a divine artifact. How did it fall into your hands? How did you get it?" "Humph. Does it matter to you?" Lin Xingyo replied with a sneer. The bronze tripod was momentarily stunned. Then its thoughts trembled. Xing, no. Master, Please don't be angry. I know where the war god spear of the underworld emperor, the devouring god spear, is now. As long as you let me go, I'll take you there immediately, okay? Devouring god spear? Lin Xingyo smirked. Sorry, you mean this, don't you? Holy! Seeing Lin Xingyo summon the devouring god spear, the bronze tripod couldn't help but curse. It had been relying on these treasures to save its life. Now, Lin Xingyo had taken them all out one by one, and seeing this, the bronze tripod was completely unprepared and utterly distressed. All right. Lin Xingyo completely ignored the bronze tripod's distressed expression. Just enjoy yourself here slowly. I'm going up the mountain to be with my woman. Ah! Master, don't leave. Seeing this, the bronze tripod screamed. I still know of a place with a treasure. You'll definitely be interested. Bronze tripod, forget it. Lin Xingyo waved his hand. I don't have time to waste with you here. Keep whatever treasures you have in mind. I'm not interested in any of that now. I'm going to be with my woman. Are your treasures more important than her? The bronze tripod opened its mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words couldn't come out. Lin Xingyo, on the other hand, clapped his hands, took a bath, changed clothes, and left on a flying sword. Chapter 414. Meeting Zhao Yuqin at Guilty Cliff. It snowed. Large snowflakes fluttered in the wind, like goose feathers or cotton, falling from the sky one by one. Lin Xingyo stood on the Zhutian sword. Like a thunderbolt, he darted from the outer courtyard of the Taichu sacred land to Guilty Cliff in an instant. The wind here was exceptionally strong and piercingly cold. The ground was covered in thick snow. Lin Xingyo slowly descended, put away the Zhutian sword, and walked towards the cave where Zhao Yuqin was confined. Outside Zhao Yuqin's cave, faint white light leaked out. The ground was also covered in thick snow. As Lin Xingyo approached, his pace slowed instead of speeding up, because he suddenly realized that he had come to see Zhao Yuqin without bringing anything. This was a bit awkward. Forget it. I'm already here. Lin Xingyo shook his head helplessly and said, It's not right to go back now. I might as well go into the cave and take a look. After all, it's so cold. Bringing some firewood would be good. There's a barrier? As soon as Lin Xingyo approached Zhao Yuqin's cave at Guilty Cliff, a water-like ripple barrier blocked his path. With a wave of his hand, he tore through it and stepped into the opening, saying, Disperse. Snap. As soon as Lin Xingyo entered the barrier of water-like ripples, it shattered like broken glass in an instant. Yuqin, are you here? Lin Xingyo walked to the cave entrance and knocked on the door, saying, I've come to see you. There was no response from inside the cave. Lin Xingyo had no choice but to pull open the door, shook off the snow on his body, and stepped into Zhao Yuqin's cave. Why isn't anyone here? Lin Xingyo frowned, murmuring to himself, The light is on. So did she go out? No, that can't be. Lin Xingyo was stunned for a moment, then realized she should be inside. Otherwise, how would there be a barrier outside? Having made up his mind, Lin Xingyo immediately moved further into the cave. The cave was quite spacious. The walls were lined with daylight stones, illuminating the entire cave brightly. Since Zhao Yuqin wasn't outside, Lin Xingyo had no choice but to search deeper into the cave. 1 step, 2 steps. Lin Xingyo didn't know how many steps he had taken, but soon he heard the sound of flowing water. After another dozen steps, he saw a scene that made his blood boil. Wow! Lin Xingyo swallowed hard, his eyes wide open, his mouth agape as he stared at a delicate figure slowly emerging from the cave's hot spring pool, completely stunned. Zhao Yuqin, seeing Lin Xingyo, was momentarily stunned, but after realizing what was happening, she let out a piercing scream. Her legs went weak, and she almost fell back into the hot spring pool. Gulp! Lin Xingyo felt his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets as he stared fixedly at Zhao Yuqin's wet hair and the white towel she was holding, completely dumbfounded. Honestly, Lin Xingyo was utterly stunned. He had never seen such a perfect body. It was as if the heavens had bestowed everything they could onto this woman. round, full, curvy. Almost every part of her body could ignite a man's desires. Those few seconds of mutual gaze felt like an eternity. Lin Xingyo felt as if time had stopped, hearing only his heart pounding rapidly. After Zhao Yuqin's scream, she seemed to be in a daze, standing there in a trance. Her eyes locked onto Lin Xingyo, completely stunned. In the next moment, her face started to flush red, a deep crimson spreading from her cheeks to her entire body. She quickly covered her lower abdomen, her face showing a mix of shame and anger as she glared at Lin Xingyo, saying, "Why are you here? And you're still looking?" I'm sorry." Lin Xingyo was startled, immediately realizing his impropriety, and said, "The towel in your hand is too small. It's not covering enough." "Ah, you scoundrel," Zhao Yuqin exclaimed. "Why aren't you turning around? And you're still looking?" All right, I won't look." Lin Xingyo turned around with difficulty, muttering to himself, "But I can't help it a bit." "Qiner, what's wrong?" As soon as Lin Xingyo turned around, he heard a shout from outside the cave. Turning his head, he saw Qingxia Empress lifting the hood of her cloak and entering the cave. "Master, I'm here?" Seeing this, Zhao Yuqin quickly retreated to the hot spring pool and glared at Lin Xingyo, saying, "Hide quickly." Lin Xingyo dared not waste time, quickly looking around and finding nowhere to hide. In the end, he had no choice but to hide under Zhao Yuqin's bed. The next moment, Qingxia Empress entered the cave. She wore a long cloak. In her hand was a beautifully crafted food box, which she carried step by step into the cave. "Qiner, are you taking a bath?" Qingxia Empress placed the food box on the stone table in Zhao Yuqin's cave, her gaze falling on Zhao Yuqin in the hot spring pool, saying, "Alas, I'm a bit tired too. Why don't you help me scrub my back?" "Ah, master, now might not be a good time." Seeing Qingxia Empress remove her white cloak, Zhao Yuqin was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "How about next time?" Why wait for next time?" Qingxia Empress didn't wait for Zhao Yuqin to react, immediately removing all her clothes, saying, "Are you still angry with your master? Last time I expelled you from the sect. I was just too angry, so don't blame me." Zhao Yuqin was momentarily speechless, especially when she saw Qingxia Empress approaching her, and then saw Lin Xingyo under her bed, covering his nose and bleeding. For a moment, she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. "Qiner, come help me scrub my back." Qingxia Empress stepped into the hot spring pool with her long, ivory white legs that made one's blood boil, saying, "Your hands are so soft, and I love it when you scrub my back." "Master, Zhao Yuqin tried to say something several times, but the words wouldn't come out. Qingxia Empress sat down directly in front of her. Terrified, Zhao Yuqin quickly stood up. She blocked Qingxia Empress's view and sat beside her, immediately taking the towel in her hand to gently scrub Qingxia Empress's back. To be honest, Zhao Yuqin was terrified, so much so that she couldn't care about Lin Xingyo peeking from under the bed. Of course, she didn't dare to reveal him or let Qingxia Empress discover Lin Xingyo, because if Qingxia Empress found out, not only would she not let Zhao Yuqin off, but Lin Xingyo would be doomed. After all, her master was Qingxia Empress, a woman who had never been seen by any man her entire life, and now Lin Xingyo had seen everything. If she found out, how could she let him off? So Zhao Yuqin was on edge, her heart nearly bursting. Qingxia Empress patted her shoulder, letting out a soft moan, saying, "Qiner, you're really good at this." "Damn, please, woman." Lin Xingyo's eyes widened as he stared at the two women in the hot spring pool, howling internally, "Don't make that kind of sound, okay? I can't hold it anymore." "Qiner, do you still forgive your master?" In the hot spring pool, Qingxia Empress was completely unaware of Lin Xingyo's presence. She turned her head, reached out, and cupped Zhao Yuqin's face with her hand. Her eyes fixed on Zhao Yuqin as she said, "You must listen to your master, do you understand? All men in this world are not worth anything, especially scum like you, Fan. He isn't even worthy of licking your toes, do you understand? In this world, only your master truly loves you, understand?" "Master, I understand." Zhao Yuqin burst into tears immediately, tightly hugging Qingxia Empress and sobbing. After all, she had been raised by Qingxia Empress since she was a child. Yet, just a short while ago, the master who had treated her like a mother had expelled her from the sect because of Lin Xingyo. How could she not feel wronged over these past few days? After Qingxia Empress spoke these words, all the accumulated grievances within Zhao Yuqin could no longer be contained. She hugged Qingxia Empress tightly and sobbed loudly. All right. Qingxia Empress patted Zhao Yuqin's back, helped her sit up, and wiped the tears from her face, saying, "Don't cry. Seeing you cry, even I can't help it. All these years, I've always treated you like my own daughter. As long as you listen to me and don't associate with that lowly man, I will still treat you as I did before." Zhao Yuqin opened her mouth, but eventually, she glanced at Lin Xingyo unintentionally. She wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. "Qiner, listen to your master." On Qingxia Empress's breathtakingly beautiful face, an icy aura of killing intent formed, as if she were a glacier from ancient times. She said with an air of absolute certainty, "Men will only slow down your sword. Moreover, he's a good-for-nothing. What right does such a worthless man have to be the husband of the holy maiden Zhao Yuqin? You should sever ties with such a man as soon as possible. Only by being free of attachments can you prove the Tao of impersonality, understand? Master, but..." Before Zhao Yuqin could finish, Qingxia Empress decisively waved her hand and declared, "There are no buts. A mere good-for-nothing is insignificant in the face of the Tao. You must trust your master. Only by cutting off these emotional ties can you prove the Tao of emptiness and eventually transcend this realm to ascend to the immortal domain. Men are toxic? If you don't heed your master's advice and get entangled in romantic affections, it will undoubtedly result in endless calamity. Have you considered this? That worthless man has such poor aptitude, and in the future, his lifespan and cultivation level will hardly align with yours. Such a relationship will only bring you pain because he will die before you. What will be left for you but sorrow? Therefore, you must cut it off now. Do not let this trace of emotion ruin your foundation of the Tao, which could hinder your breakthrough to prove the Tao and ascend to immortality, understand? Zhao Yuqin looked at Qingxia Empress several times, wanting to tell her that she, Zhao Yuqin, envied only the love of Mandarin ducks, not immortality. As long as she could be with Lin Xingyo, proving the Tao didn't matter to her at all. Life is but a fleeting 100 years. Without knowing what love is, what's the point of living? But these words remained unspoken because Zhao Yuqin was afraid it would hurt Qingxia Empress. Damn! Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, glaring at Qingxia Empress with dissatisfaction, and scoffed. What kind of bullshit logic is this? There are countless paths in the Tao of cultivation, so why must the path of Wuqing be the only one? Can't those with emotions also prove the Tao and ascend to immortality? This stupid woman's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. That's why she's been stuck, unable to break through the shackles and ascend to the immortal emperor realm. No way. Lin Xingyo clenched his teeth, glaring at the fair-skinned Qingxia Empress in the hot spring pool, and silently vowed, "This woman doesn't believe in the Tao of emotions, does she? Fine, just wait. I will prove to you that you've been wrong all along. The supreme Tao is the Tao of emotions. The Tao of emptiness is the path of no Tao. To prove the Tao and ascend to immortality, one must have emotions. Otherwise, what right does one have to prove the Tao and ascend to immortality?" Chapter 415. I want to tell you I am the white-clothed emperor. Qiner, I'll be leaving first. After a long while, Qingxia the Empress, having finished her bath, draped herself in a white cloak and gently patted Zhao Yuqin's head, saying, "For the time being, don't leave this place. The primordial sacred land is in chaos right now. Focus on your cultivation here. Later, I will come to take you back, and you will still be the saintess of the primordial sacred land." "Yes, master." Zhao Yuqin bowed respectfully as she watched Qingxia the Empress's figure gradually fade into the distance. Focus well on your cultivation here." Qingxia the Empress walked straight out of Zhao Yuqin's cave dwelling and, with a wave of her hand, planted 5 large flags outside the entrance, saying, "I'll seal the cave dwelling for you." Ah, that old witch is finally gone. After a while, Lin Xingyo crawled out from under Zhao Yuqin's bed, twisted his neck, brushed off the dust on his body, and walked over, saying, "If she didn't leave soon, I really wouldn't have been able to hold it in." You scoundrel." Zhao Yuqin was momentarily stunned, then summoned a sharp sword and lunged at Lin Xingyo, exclaiming, "Humph! I'll kill you. My lady, put away your divine powers." Lin Xingyo dodged and pulled Zhao Yuqin into his arms, saying, "I'm scared." "Scoundrel, who's your lady?" Zhao Yuqin stomped hard on Lin Xingyo's foot, her face turning crimson with anger. "Let me go." "Zhao Yuqin, are you going back on your word? We agreed on this." Lin Xingyo not only refused to let go but held her even tighter, saying, "Now I'm the top contributor on the heavenly list of the primordial sacred land. I have enough strength to support you." "Humph! Who needs you to support me?" Zhao Yuqin pouted in anger, grabbed Lin Xingyo's hand, and bit down hard, saying, "I'm the saintess of the primordial sacred land. It's me who should support you." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately wanted to lift Zhao Yuqin into his arms, but she was startled and quickly pushed him away, saying, all right, stop fooling around. You should leave now." I'm not leaving." Lin Xingyo smiled, revealing his bright white teeth, his expression as warm as a spring breeze. "I want to stay here for the night." "Humph! You dare." Hearing this, Zhao Yuqin stomped her foot in embarrassment, her face so red it seemed it could be pinched. Zhao Yuqin was furious. This guy in front of her was too audacious. Did he think he could just take her like this? What did this make her? The saintess of the primordial sacred land. There was no way she would just submit to him like this. If they were to be together, it had to be in broad daylight, with the blessings of everyone. Absolutely not sneaking around like this. Or else what kind of person would she be when the news spread? No, I must drive this scoundrel away. Zhao Yuqin gritted her teeth, giving Lin Xingyo a resentful glance as she muttered to herself, "I can't just give myself to him like this. What kind of frivolous person would that make me in his eyes? How could he ever cherish me properly in the future? Me?" Seeing Zhao Yuqin's anger, Lin Xingyo immediately realized his own impropriety, then looked at her several times, opening his mouth to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a single word. "All right, go back now." Seeing this, Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but soften her tone a bit, saying, "Work hard. Strive to break through to the saint's sacrifice realm as soon as possible. When my master sees your potential, she will surely not object to us becoming Dao companions in the future." Saint's sacrifice realm, that's easy. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately grabbed Zhao Yuqin's hand, saying, "Come, let's catch up to that old witch now. I want to tell her to her face. I want you to be my woman." All right. Zhao Yuqin gently leaned against Lin Xingyo's chest, saying, "Now, don't be impulsive. My master is still in a bad mood. If you go chasing after her like this, how could she possibly agree? It would only make her even angrier. Our matters would become even more complicated. Don't rush this, just leave everything to me, okay? All you need to do is go back and cultivate diligently, break through to the saint's sacrifice realm as soon as possible, and I'll have a way." "Yuqin, I've already reached the saint's sacrifice realm?" Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then spoke up, "In fact, I am the white-clothed emperor." Chapter 416. Misunderstanding. Sure. Just as Lin Xingyo was about to reveal his identity, Zhao Yuqin in his arms immediately raised her finger to his lips and said, "Listen, it seems someone is coming outside." "Ah, could it be that old witch coming back?" Startled, Lin Xingyo immediately straightened up and said, "That's just perfect. I can explain everything to her." "You fool." Zhao Yuqin glared at Lin Xingyo in anger. "If my master returns now, can you explain it to her clearly? And just now, never mind. Let's first see what's happening outside." "Well, that makes sense." Lin Xingyo's expression froze for a moment, then he realized the situation. After all, He had just seen Qingxia Empress naked. Although he wasn't afraid of her, that stubborn woman would probably make this matter endless if she found out. After all, he couldn't just kill her. Lin Xingyo felt a headache coming on. If it really was Qingxia Empress returning, they might have to hide for now. Bang! Just as Lin Xingyo was feeling troubled, a loud noise suddenly erupted outside the cave. Recovering his senses, Lin Xingyo peered out and saw a powerful 8-legged fire spider outside. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo relaxed a bit. But the 8-legged fire spider outside didn't realize the danger it was in. Instead, it mustered all its strength and slammed into the array set up by Qingxia Empress outside the cave. Crack! The mountain trembled violently, and the ground outside the cave cracked. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo instantly shot out of the cave. Hey, come back? Seeing Lin Xingyo rush out of her cave, Zhao Yuqin didn't react in time. When she did, she hurriedly followed him out. Are you crazy? Do you know how powerful that 8-legged fire spider is? Why did you rush out? It will kill you. Yuqin, don't be afraid. Lin Xingyo pouted and his gaze fell directly on the 8-legged fire spider. No matter how strong this thing is, I can crush it with a single hand. Crush me? Human, you won't die from not talking big. Seeing Lin Xingyo come out, the 8-legged fire spider outside Zhao Yuqin's cave immediately opened its bloodthirsty jaws and said, How dare you, a mere human, claim to crush me? It's time you learn my power. Oh, you think you're powerful? Lin Xingyo pouted, narrowing his cold eyes and looking down on the 8-legged fire spider with disdain. Why don't I feel it at all? Huh. Hearing this, the 8-legged fire spider was completely enraged. After all, it was one of the 8 great generals under Nangong Yin. Its cultivation had already reached the 6th level of the immortal emperor realm. Wherever it went, it was revered as a god. This lowly ant dared to be so disrespectful to it. The 8-legged fire spider was absolutely furious. Human, you're quite bold. Recovering its senses, the 8-legged fire spider looked down at Lin Xingyo. I've decided to drain your blood and chew you up piece by piece. You vile creature, don't you dare. Hearing this, Zhao Yuqin immediately drew her sword and stood in front of Lin Xingyo, shouting at the 8-legged fire spider. This is the grand primordial sacred land. If you want to kill him, you have to ask me first, or my sword won't agree. Huh. The 8-legged fire spider was completely enraged. Faced with Lin Xingyo and Zhao Yuqin's repeated defiance and disregard, the usually arrogant 8-legged fire spider immediately raised its huge claw and slammed it down at them. This 8-legged fire spider is problematic? Just as Zhao Yuqin was about to counterattack, she was instantly pressed down by an irresistible pressure, almost forcing her to her knees. That claw is so powerful, its strength has reached the immortal emperor realm. We're done. Are we going to die together? Realizing the situation, Zhao Yuqin was shocked. Seeing no way to escape, she immediately felt despair, as if she could already see herself and Lin Xingyo being crushed by the 8-legged fire spider's claw. But, the next moment, the huge claw Zhao Yuqin had expected didn't come down. Recovering from her shock, Zhao Yuqin looked up and saw Lin Xingyo standing in front of her, grabbing the 8-legged fire spider's claw. You dare to hurt my woman? You're asking for death? Seeing Lin Xingyo's resolute expression, Zhao Yuqin was momentarily dazed, feeling an inexplicable sense of security. Standing behind Lin Xingyo, she suddenly felt completely safe, and his back seemed incredibly tall. Roar! The 8-legged fire spider, however, was completely enraged. Its eyes turned blood red, and its aura exploded, with divine light rising. 6 great laws of the Tao coiled around it, and it opened its bloodthirsty jaws to devour Lin Xingyo. What do we do? Zhao Yuqin's heart, which had just calmed down, almost jumped out of her mouth. After all, the 8-legged fire spider was an immortal emperor of the 6th level, a demon king. How could they possibly fight it? Although Lin Xingyo had barely withstood its attack earlier, how could he withstand this next move? We're done. This time, we're definitely dead. Zhao Yuqin, in despair, watched the eight-legged fire spider rushing towards them with its bloodthirsty jaws, completely petrified. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved. Slowly raising his fist in front of Zhao Yuqin's shocked gaze, he slammed it into the eight-legged fire spider's head. 6 paths reincarnation fist, kill. Crack! With a single punch, Lin Xingyo shattered the eight-legged fire spider's head, which fell like rotten wood, creating a huge crater in the ground. Roar! Wounded and falling to the ground, the eight-legged fire spider flipped over and stood up, its eyes filled with fear. Before Lin Xingyo could react, it turned around and tried to escape. Eight-legged fire spider, do you think you can escape? Lin Xingyo's gaze turned cold, and he leaped to block the eight-legged fire spider's path. Black Forbidden Zone activated. Tao of Life and Death unleashed. Eight-legged fire spider, you're going to die. No, don't. Faced with the power of the Black Forbidden Zone and the Tao of Life and Death, the eight-legged fire spider screamed in terror, "How dare you kill me? My master, Nangong Yin, will never let you off." Crack! Before the eight-legged fire spider could finish its last word, Lin Xingyo swiftly beheaded it. He killed it. Zhao Yuqin covered her mouth, her eyes wide, staring at Lin Xingyo in shock. It took her a moment to react, and then she was dumbfounded. She was shocked. Lin Xingyo, this man in front of her, was so powerful that he killed the eight-legged fire spider with a single strike. Witnessing all this, Zhao Yuqin felt like she had been struck by lightning. Then she pointed her sword at Lin Xingyo, extremely agitated. "Who are you? Why are you getting close to me? What is your purpose? Speak up." "Me." Lin Xingyo was stunned, several times opening his mouth to say something, but facing the excited Zhao Yuqin, he couldn't find the words. "You, get out of here." Seeing this, Zhao Yuqin became even more agitated. "I never want to see you again. You big liar, get out." "Yuqin, let me explain." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo hurriedly tried to explain, "I am actually the white." "I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it." Zhao Yuqin's sword in her hand trembled. "I don't care who you are. I ask you, where is the real Yufan? Has he been killed by you?" He? Lin Xingyo was momentarily at a loss for words, as he suddenly felt countless gazes focusing on him. In that instant, he had no choice but to swallow back the words he was about to say. "You, get out of here." Zhao Yuqin's voice trembled with anger and hurt as she pointed her sword at him, her eyes filled with a mixture of confusion and despair. "I never want to see you again. You big liar, get out." Chapter 417. Calculation. Why is this guy here? Nangong Yin of the primordial sacred land looked at Lin Xingyo in the illusionary mirror and said, "And his strength is still so formidable. It seems those 6 golden divine bones are truly extraordinary. If we want to take him down now, it won't be easy. We'll have to outsmart him." "Father, how do we outsmart him?" Hearing this, Nangong Yu immediately asked Nangong Yin, "His power is extremely strong now. I'm afraid even the most cunning schemes won't be able to kill him." Heh. Nangong Yin glanced disdainfully at Lin Xingyo in the illusionary mirror and said, "Everyone has weaknesses. And Yufan's weakness is the primordial sacred maiden, Zhao Yuqin. As long as we capture this woman, he'll have no choice but to kneel and submit to us." "Father, why are you targeting Yuqin?" Nangong Yu said upon hearing this, "I've always liked her. Can't you just let her go?" Nangong Yin's eyes darkened as he glared coldly at Nangong Yu. "What did you just say? Are you trying to tell me how to do things? You like her? So what? She's just a woman. In our world, any woman is just a plaything. Don't you understand this? How are you supposed to inherit the Nangong family if you don't?" "Father, Nangong Yu opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't utter a word. "Useless fool, remember this?" Nangong Yin glanced at Nangong Yu and said, "You are the heir to the Nangong family. Your status is extremely noble. In the future, you will lead not only the Xianling realm but the entire Eastern Star domain. A mere woman. You can do whatever you want with her. What's there to like?" Knowing that they can be your playthings is an honor for these women, understand? Yes, father. Nangong body stiffened, and he immediately bowed to Nangong Yin. Your son will strictly follow your teachings. All right, go. Nangong Yin waved his sleeve and gazed indifferently at Zhao Yuqin in the illusionary mirror. Take Su Fu and the others to capture this woman. You can do whatever you want with her, just don't kill her. Father, but Zhao Yuqin has Qingxia Empress behind her. Nangong Yu gritted his teeth and stepped forward to look at Nangong Yin. If we capture her now, what if the Qingxia Empress comes to seek justice? You useless fool. Hearing this, Nangong Yin was so enraged that he nearly exploded. What realm is that little woman in? With Su Fu accompanying you, it'll be a piece of cake. As long as you don't leave any evidence that Qingxia Empress dares to come here and accuse me, I'll destroy her. Nangong Yu still felt uneasy. After all, this was the primordial sacred land. If he really followed Nangong Yan's orders, things might not be as simple as his father made them out to be. Huh, why haven't you left yet? Nangong Yan's eyes darkened as he looked at Nangong Yu. With your father backing you up, what are you hesitating for? Didn't you say you like this woman? Now your father is giving you a chance to have her. Why are you afraid? Father, perhaps you should reconsider this matter? Nangong Yu swallowed hard and said, after all, the Qingxia Empress has always treated Zhao Yuqin like her own daughter. I'm afraid if we harm Zhao Yuqin, it will enrage the Qingxia Empress and we'll be in a lot of trouble. Shut up. Nangong Yin directly scolded. The primordial sacred land is about to cease to exist. What's there to fear about a mere Qingxia Empress? Besides, your father is sending you to do this for a reason. So go with Su Fu and bring her back, no matter what. Chapter 418. A 3-million-year-old demon can't be touched. Ah, how could this happen? Lin Xingyo landed dejectedly in the courtyard, his face full of distress, because he had a misunderstanding with Zhao Yuqin. Poor Lin Xingyo had no way to explain himself. Zhao Yuqin was so angry that she closed the cave dwelling and went in, leaving Lin Xingyo with no choice but to return from Reflection Cliff. The warmth of a beautiful woman by his side was gone. Now, Zhao Yuqin believed he had killed Yu Fan, and she was full of hostility toward him. Lin Xingyo felt both heartache and frustration. The pent-up desire that could have been released was now just a cold bed to return to. How careless! As he walked, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but slap his forehead, muttering, I acted weak and dragged Zhao Yuqin into the cave dwelling. If only I had done everything then. Ah, what's the point of being a hero? Lin Xingyo sighed, pushing open the door and muttering to himself, this is really a miscalculation. Next time, I must learn to act weak, then feign some injuries, and with mutual affection, wouldn't things just, happen? Ah, miscalculated. Lin Xingyo shook his head in disappointment, took off his clothes, and lay down on the bed without even lighting the lamp. That's not right. As soon as Lin Xingyo lay down and pulled the blanket, he suddenly sat up in shock, exclaiming, what are these two soft things? Huh, why are you on my bed? Lin Xingyo focused his gaze and was immediately astonished, shouting, how did you get here? Shoo, don't shout. On the bed, Yao Yu saw it was Lin Xingyo and immediately put her finger to his lips, her snow-white legs wrapping around him like a snake as she said, I was cold sleeping alone at home, so I came to your place to warm up, but you weren't here. I smelled your scent and fell asleep on your blanket without realizing it. Granny, please behave. Lin Xingyo was stunned and quickly moved Yao Yu's legs away, saying, I'm still young. I don't understand anything. You'd better go back to your room. You're so mean. Yao Yu coiled around Lin Xingyo, her voice sweet and tender. How can you say I'm that old? I've only lived for 300,000 years, and in this world of cultivation, I'm still very young. Don't you believe me? Feel my long legs. See how tender my chest is. Granny, please spare me. Lin Xingyo winced. I really don't understand anything. Mean. Yao Yu giggled sweetly. You don't understand? You can learn. I can teach you step by step, and you'll learn everything in one go. All right. Seeing Yao Yu approaching, Lin Xingyo immediately dodged. Granny, please let me off. I truly can't handle you. Mean? Yao Yu reached out and pointed at Lin Xingyo's face, saying, look at my long legs, my snake-like waist. Men outside are all drooling over me. Why are you rejecting me? Lin Xingyo was about to go crazy. This woman in front of him was too seductive. It wasn't that he had no interest in women. It was just that this 3-million-year-old demon was beyond his reach. Besides, this woman, instead of staying in her own bed at night, she came to his place. This matter probably wasn't as simple as it seemed. Moreover, he hadn't sensed her presence beforehand. Therefore, this woman must be after the 6 golden divine bones. Otherwise, with her status, how could she behave like this? Lin Xingyo could almost be certain of this without thinking, so he specifically didn't want to get involved with her. What are you thinking about? Come, let's have some fun. You don't understand, but sister can teach you everything. Look at me. Lin Xingyo nearly punched Xie when he saw Yao Yu pulling at her neckline. Don't stop, cough, cough, cough. Stop, stop enough. What's your intention? Just be straightforward. Granny, please stop this. I really can't handle it. Little one, you're so cute. Yao Yu giggled. Since you're asking sister to speak, I'll really have to say it. Say. Lin Xingyo was in pain. Just tell me what you want. As long as you stop playing like this. How mean. Yao Yu covered her mouth and giggled. Sister really likes you now. If you submit to me, I'll naturally bring you benefits in the future. Granny, just say it. Lin Xingyo pouted. What do you want? What's your purpose here? Just say it all. As long as I can fulfill it, I'll do it immediately, as long as you don't come back. Mean, you don't like sister at all? Hearing this, Yao Yu extended a snow-white finger and hooked Lin Xingyo's chin, saying, outside, countless men flatter me, hoping I'll spare them a glance, groveling like dogs. But you don't even look at sister. It really hurts me. Chapter 419. I never back down from a fight. Grandma, stop it. Lin Xingyo winced. You're a 3,000-year-old monster yourself, so don't act like this in front of me. Just get to the point. All right then, Yao Yu replied. This is getting a bit boring now. Boring? That's fine. Lin Xingyo frowned, impatient. As long as we don't end up fighting. Little guy, what are you talking about? Yao Yu giggled. How could I possibly hurt you? Look at your delicate skin. I could just eat you up. I'm getting quite hungry just looking at you. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, and his gaze gradually turned cold, as he realized Yao Yu was about to reveal her true intentions. If they couldn't reach an agreement, Yao Yu wouldn't be acting this way anymore. She might immediately flip out and start a fight with him. What are you doing, little guy? Your fierce glare is scaring me. I'm so scared. Really? Lin Xingyo retorted. Then hurry up and speak. I have no interest in chatting with you like this. Wow, little guy, you're so cool. Yao Yu, hearing this, immediately displayed a lovesick expression. That's what I like about you. Come on, give me another one. Enough. Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, and his face showed signs of irritation. I already know your intentions. You won't get those 6 golden divine bones so easily. Unless you can defeat me and take them from me, there's no way I'll give them to you, no matter what tricks you pull. Oh. So, Yao Yu was taken aback and immediately said, You're forcing me to fight you? Of course. Lin Xingyo replied, If you want those 6 golden divine bones, then fight me for them. Otherwise, you won't get them from me. Are you sure? Yao Yu cooed with a smile. Don't you feel a bit numb? And your spirit is a bit hazy and weak. What did you do to me? Lin Xingyo was startled and then roared, You poisoned me? Upon hearing this, Yao Yu's seductive eyes twinkled, and her face lit up with delight, for she had indeed poisoned Lin Xingyo. It was a venomous charm poison that ate away at one's very essence. This poison was innate to her, and no man in the world could resist it. Almost all men who fell victim to her poison would obediently follow her commands. Those deeply poisoned would become her puppets, willingly serving her for life. Even if she ordered them to die, they wouldn't flinch. Yao Yu, I command you now. Lin Xingyo's brows furrowed, and he stared at Yao Yu with a murderous aura. Release the poison. Otherwise, I'll make you bleed right here. Yao Yu was momentarily stunned, but when she realized what was happening, she was furious. Who was she, Yao Yu? She was the ever-blooming beauty, the eternal flower. Not even Lin Xingyo, let alone many of the elders from the supreme origin Sung Di, could resist her charm, willingly bowing at her feet. Even Yuan Tongtian had fallen under her spell. Even Yuan Tongtian had fallen for her trap. Now that Lin Xingyo had been poisoned by her charm, instead of groveling before her, he dared to command her. What did he think she was? Was her beauty not enough? To make this insignificant ant grovel before her? I'm so angry. Yao Yu grew angrier and more embarrassed as she thought about it, and she directly reached for Lin Xingyo's belt. I was going to give you a painless death, but since you forced my hand, I'll just drain you dry. Get lost. Do you think you, an old hag of 10,000 years, are worthy of touching my disciple's body? As Yao Yu was about to act on her intentions with Lin Xingyo, a thunderous shout erupted. Raising her head, she saw Gai Jushan's Fong Tian halberd, akin to a thunderbolt, hurtling directly towards her. Snap! Yao Yu didn't even have time to react. The Fong Tian halberd had already struck like lightning, grazing her cheek and embedding itself into the mud wall behind her. Gai Jushan, you old fool! Yao Yu's gaze turned cold as she wiped the blood from her face, stood up, and swiftly put on her clothes. In an instant, she shot out of the room like lightning. How dare you interfere in my affairs? Are you tired of living? What you do outside, I, Gai Jushan, naturally won't meddle in. Outside. Seeing Yao Yu charging toward him, Gai Jushan immediately summoned his Fong Tian halberd back from the room, gripping it firmly in his hand. He cast off his usual lethargy, his eyes blazing as he stared at the approaching Yao Yu. But if you dare lay a finger on my disciple, I, Gai Jushan, will not stand idly by. Very well. Yao Yu, seeing this, spread her arms and tore through the void with a piercing howl, her claws like the 9-in white bone claw, slashing toward Gai Jushan's head. You old man, thinking you can meddle in my affairs. Then I, Yao Yu, will help Yuan Tongtian and the others kill you. So you know what happens to those who meddle in my business. Old comrade, it's been many years since we last fought side by side. Gripping the Fong Tian halberd in his hand like a war god, Gai Jushan declared, Today, let us make our debut by slaying this vile crone. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Fong Tian halberd in Gai Jushan's hand seemed to resonate with his summons, immediately vibrating with ripples. Gai Jushan die. Yao Yu, however, didn't notice the invisible ripples emanating from the Fong Tian halberd in Gai Jushan's hand. Instead, she looked down on him with disdain, her beautiful eyes blazing with overwhelming sa-yi. This day next year will be your death anniversary. Die. As Yao Yu's words fell, her claws shot toward Gai Jushan's head like lightning, almost about to strike and kill him in one blow. But in the next instant, Gai Jushan's hand moved, and the Fong Tian halberd in his grasp unleashed waves of light potent enough to rend the heavens. With a swift, decisive motion, he raised the halberd and swung it down upon Yao Yu, who was charging at him with blinding speed. Splat! Yao Yu's eyes widened in horror as she watched the Fong Tian halberd swing down toward her. With no time to react, she was instantly cleaved in two, her blood and brains splattering across the ground. Gai Jushan, how dare you meddle in my affairs? Yuan Tongtian from Supreme Origin Sung sent a surge of sa-yi toward Gai Jushan. Mark my words. I, Yuan Tongtian, will not spare you. Come at me. Gai Jushan slammed his Fong Tian halberd into the ground, his eyes blazing with killing intent as he glared at the Supreme Origin Academy. I, Gai Jushan, have never backed down from a fight. Is that so? Gai Jushan's spear trembled in his hand. Yuan Tongtian, do you dare to come down and fight me? Gai Jushan, don't shout your mouth off. Yuan Tongtian disdainfully glanced at Gai Jushan, unimpressed. Wait until the White Robe Emperor's matter is settled, and then I, Yuan Tongtian, will surely cut you down. Is that so? Gai Jushan's Fong Tian halberd trembled, exuding a fierce aura. Yuan Tongtian, do you dare to descend and face me in battle? Gai Jushan, stop your empty threats. Yuan Tongtian looked down on Gai Jushan with disdain. Once the White Robe Emperor's matter is settled, I, Yuan Tongtian, will surely slay you. Chapter 420. What is reincarnation? The next morning, as dawn broke, Gai Jushan saved Lin Xingyo, who had dispelled the poison of charm from his body. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a vibrant red flower appeared in his right hand. Life and death? Lin Xingyo's thoughts stirred. The 6 paths of reincarnation revolved around him, and the red flower in his hand immediately entered the cycle of reincarnation. However, the next moment, it shattered before his eyes. Alas! Lin Xingyo sighed in frustration. Then another flower, this one lifeless, appeared in his left hand. He attempted to send it through the 6 paths of reincarnation that had formed around him, but it too shattered midway, just like the first. Don't be impatient. Gai Jushan took a swig from his wine gourd, then patted Lin Xingyo on the shoulder. You've already grasped the power of life and death. But transitioning from life to death, and then from death to life, is one of the most fundamental Tao principles in this world. Think back to the past, when Emperor Huan Tian was born with the supreme bone. He endured numerous trials and tribulations before he grasped the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Later, he passed it down to Emperor Yi Tian, who refined it into the most tyrannical emperor's fist. All of this was derived from the Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation, yet it remains far from truly comprehending the cycle of life and death. Of course, there have been many predecessors in this world who have meditated on this path, including a man named Chao Yuxing, who had the deepest understanding of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is said that this man once buried himself in the soil of all things and experienced a cycle of reincarnation. However, after being reborn, he forgot the memories of his previous life and was later known as Duanda. Over the years, he went through 9 cycles of reincarnation, yet he still failed to fully comprehend the Tao of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It is rumored that 100,000 years ago, after his 9th life ended, Emperor Yi Tian buried him in the depths of the heavens, hoping he would return for another life. Duanda? Lin Xingyo stared at Gai Jushan in astonishment, immediately recalling the fat man who was with the black dog. He hadn't expected him to have such a remarkable identity. Yes, Duanda, that's the man. Gai Jushan confirmed. He is known as the Emperor of the Underworld by later generations, and is the closest to comprehending the 6 paths of reincarnation in this world. The Bronze Cauldron, hearing this, sneered contemptuously. A mere ant dares to call himself the Emperor of the Underworld? How incredibly arrogant. Is the title of Emperor of the Underworld something a human ant can claim? Ignorant, too ignorant. The Bronze Cauldron became more agitated. The Emperor of the Underworld and the heavens are among the strongest ancestral gods in this world. A mere ant dares to call himself the Emperor of the Underworld? This is an insult to the name, unforgivable. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned. Then his gaze fell on the Bronze Cauldron. This thing seems to know quite a bit. Perhaps it knows everything about the 6 paths of reincarnation and the fairy of life and death. After all, it comes from the Hongming heavenly realm. Although it's a bit of a trickster, it does know a lot. After all, it's a divine artifact from the upper realm. Bronze Cauldron, you seem to know something? Lin Xingyo, realizing this, immediately looked at the Bronze Cauldron. If you tell me, I might consider not pouring manure on you today. The Bronze Cauldron immediately vibrated with its thoughts. You poor. I know nothing. I've already decided to be a flower pot. It's quite nice, not only enjoying the sunlight, but also smelling the fragrant flowers. My life as a cauldron is too happy. Lin Xingyo was so angry his teeth hurt, because he knew this broken cauldron definitely knew something. That's why it had such an arrogant attitude. Otherwise, it wouldn't dare act like this. Fine, you're impressive. Lin Xingyo clapped his hands, stood up from the ground, and walked over to pick up the Bronze Cauldron. But now that you're in my hands, I can't deal with you. Human, what do you want? I'm warning you, don't mess around. The bronze cauldron immediately shrieked. I am the most supreme bronze cauldron from the Hongming heavenly realm. Disrespecting me is disrespecting the entire Hongming heavenly realm. The entire realm will hunt you down. Is that so? Lin Xingyo grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Too bad I'm not afraid. I'm giving you a chance. Tell me everything you know, or don't blame me for sealing you in a cesspit for 100,000 years. I'll stink you to death. Fine, I'll talk. The bronze cauldron vibrated with its thoughts. But I have a condition? Speak. Lin Xingyo shrugged, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the bronze cauldron. Don't try to trick me again. No, I wouldn't dare. The bronze cauldron timidly replied. My condition is simple. Can you, my master, promise not to pour manure on me anymore? It's too disgusting. Fine. Lin Xingyo shrugged. Then tell me. Master, I think you've already noticed. The bronze cauldron immediately replied. The 6 golden divine bones you obtained are incomplete, and the sacred art of the 6 paths of reincarnation recorded on them is still missing parts, right? Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then looked at the bronze cauldron. Do you know where the rest of the sacred art of the 6 paths of reincarnation is? Chapter 421. I know everything. Of course. The bronze tripod immediately declared proudly, Who am I? I am the most supreme sacred object in the Hongming heavenly realm. Of course, I know such things. Speak. Lin Xingyo's eyes narrowed, his face showing a strong interest. Beside him, Gai Jushan leaned against a large maple tree, taking a swig of wine, also showing interest in the conversation between Lin Xingyo and the bronze tripod. Master, don't be so impatient. Listen to me. The bronze tripod vibrated as it said, there was no 6 paths of reincarnation in the world originally. The 6 paths of reincarnation were a later addition to the heavenly Tao, allowing all living beings to enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. But this Tao was ultimately incomplete. A great ancestor god, the emperor of the underworld, emerged in later times. He perfected the flaws in the 6 paths of reincarnation, enabling all living beings to escape the chains of fate and the suffering imposed by destiny. However, this act made him a rebel against the heavens, resulting in his expulsion from the divine registry of the heavenly realm. The star domain he inhabited was also targeted by the Son of Heaven, the Hongming heavenly emperor, who shattered the entire celestial expanse. Oh! Lin Xingyo's expression changed as he immediately realized what the bronze tripod was talking about. This must be the secret behind the shattering of the immortal spirit realm. It seems this thing really knows a lot. However, despite all this, it hasn't mentioned anything about the 6 paths of reincarnation sacred technique yet. And this thing has always been a liar, not speaking many truths, so Lin Xingyo naturally didn't dare to believe everything it said. After all, this thing loves to talk nonsense the most. All right. Lin Xingyo waved his hand impatiently after realizing this. Don't talk about these things. I'm not interested at all. Just get to the point. I want to know where I can find the rest of the 6 paths of reincarnation sacred technique. This, I don't know either. Upon hearing this, the bronze tripod immediately spoke weakly. I only know that back then, the incarnation of the celestial descended to the immortal spirit realm and fought the emperor of the underworld. In the end, the celestial shattered the emperor of the underworld's flesh and blood, and the 6 paths of reincarnation sacred technique was turned into 36 golden divine bones that scattered everywhere. Damn! Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately threw the bronze tripod to the ground in anger. After all this, you don't know anything. You're such a scammer. Just stay here. Master! The bronze tripod, lying on the ground, immediately shouted, I'm not completely clueless. Listen to me, you already have 6 golden divine bones, right? The 36 golden divine bones are of the same origin. Naturally, they have a connection with each other. Now, as long as you take these 6 golden divine bones to search, you will definitely be able to find the rest. Lin Xingyo gritted his teeth in anger. The immortal spirit realm has been shattered. Where in the vast eastern star domain am I supposed to find scattered golden divine bones across the galaxy? Disciple, I once saw one in the land of illusion, Gai Jishan said after taking a swig of wine. But that place is very dangerous. Not just anyone can set foot there. Old man, not exaggerating won't kill you. Do you know how incredible the golden divine bones are? Those are the 36 blood bones of the Emperor of the Underworld. Such divine objects, how could you, an old man, have seen them? The bronze tripod immediately scoffed disdainfully upon hearing this. Do you think you have such fortune and opportunity? Shut up. Lin Xingyo kicked the bronze tripod directly. Say one more word, and I'll make you eat shit. The bronze tripod was furious. It opened its mouth several times, wanting to say something, but it couldn't find the words. Who was it? It was the sacred object of the Hongming heavenly realm, the bronze tripod. This human in front of it. Although he was its nominal master now, he had repeatedly shown it no respect. It simply couldn't tolerate it. What was even more unbearable was a divine artifact, this human ant in front of it. Not only did he not worship it, he treated it like a flower pot. Every day, it was subjected to shit and urine. It had long been furious, if not for its fallen cultivation, and the unknown karma it had been tainted with. This mere human ant. It would have long since suppressed him. Why would he dare to humiliate it like this? Disciple, that's enough. Seeing this, Gai Jishan quickly stepped in to mediate. After all, the bronze tripod is a sacred object. It's not right to humiliate it like this. Lin Xingyo kicked the bronze tripod a few more times. This piece of junk is just a scammer. At the end of the ancient battlefield, it almost got me killed. I haven't sealed it in a latrine for 100,000 years, which is already very generous of me. Alas. Gai Jishan took a swig of wine and walked over. The bronze tripod is an incredible thing. If you dislike it, why not give it to me? Leaving it here to plant flowers is really a waste. Old man, you have some insight. Upon hearing this, the bronze tripod immediately spoke proudly. Since you, this ant, have recognized my innate blessing, then out of pity for your admiring gaze, I'll show some mercy and give you a chance to grovel. As long as you suppress this evil disciple, I'll follow you from now on. Go to hell? Lin Xingyo kicked it a few more times. Dream on. You're mine. Whether you're alive or dead. You want to betray your master? Now I'll feed you shit. The bronze tripod was completely frenzied. This human was too hateful. Repeatedly treating it like this, it was simply too much. Human, just you wait. The bronze tripod roared in extreme anger. Next time I get the chance, I'll make you experience my power. All right. Gai Jishan quickly pulled Lin Xingyo back. Stop kicking it. It pains me to see it. Let me teach you a spell. Once you learn it, you'll be able to easily control it. Old man, are you trying to harm me? Chapter 422. I submit. Big brother, are you home? Just as Gai Jishan finished transmitting the incantation to Lin Xingyo, Zhang Feng's voice rang out from outside the door. Hearing the call, Lin Xingyo immediately responded, Zhang Feng, come in. The door isn't locked. Big brother, why are you still here? Zhang Feng walked into the courtyard and said, out there in the martial arena, the cultivators from various factions challenging you are almost shouting themselves hoarse. Are you really planning to stay shut in and avoid them? Challenging me, huh? Lin Xingyo found it amusing. It wasn't that he looked down on others. It was just that with his current cultivation level, he had no interest in engaging with them. After all, such duels seemed utterly pointless to him. Of course, Lin Xingyo also understood that these challenges were merely a pretext. Most of these people wanted to get to know him and, more importantly, seize the 6 golden divine bones from him. Much like that demoness Yao Yu last night. Therefore, Lin Xingyo had no intention of dealing with these people. After all, some of their underhanded tactics were impossible to guard against. If it weren't for Gai Jishan's intervention last night, He might have been drained dry by that woman. Disciple, why not go take a look? Seeing this, Guy Jushan took a swig of wine, patted Lin Xingyo on the shoulder, and said, "After all, your reputation is well known. Hiding like this isn't a good idea. Sometimes, you need to display your strength to deter these people." "All right then." Lin Xingyo frowned and replied, "Let's go take a look." "Master, I want to go too." Upon hearing this, the bronze cauldron immediately sprang up from the ground, saying, "I'll take 2 sharp-horned young women as slaves. They can serve me well in the future." "Shut up and stay here." Lin Xingyo waved his hand, brushing the bronze cauldron away. "I'm not taking you, you troublemaker. Stingy. Just because you sneak a peek at the holy maiden bathing?" The bronze cauldron tumbled to the ground and began grumbling discontentedly. "You won't even let me have 2 pretty girls to serve me." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo's face turned black. "Don't talk nonsense. Who's sneaking a peek at the holy maiden bathing? Keep talking nonsense, and I'll throw you into the latrine." "I'm not talking nonsense." The bronze cauldron scrambled back onto its feet and began stomping on its 4 bronze legs, yelling, "That demoness Yao you wanted to bed you last night, didn't she? If you don't take me with you now, I'll spill the beans to everyone in the Tai Chu Sung Di, and you also spied on Qingxia Empress while she was bathing last night." You. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo quickly stepped on the bronze cauldron. "Shut up. Say one more word and I'll feed you shit." "I'm not afraid." The bronze cauldron, being stepped on, immediately retorted without flinching, "After all, you feed me every day. You're not planning to let me off." Lin Xingyo opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. These days, he hadn't been kind to the bronze cauldron, having vented a lot of frustration from the ancient battlefield. If there was a way to shatter the bronze cauldron, Lin Xingyo would have smashed it long ago. This thing was just too annoying. Now, Lin Xingyo didn't even need to think to know that this broken cauldron must have followed him last night, which was how it knew so much. This cauldron can't be kept. It must be sealed in the latrine for 100,000 years, or else it will keep causing trouble for him. He. Seeing Lin Xingyo's gaze fall upon it, the bronze cauldron immediately let out a panicked cry, "Human, don't touch me? If you dare touch me, I'll scream." "You dare?" Lin Xingyo's face, already dark, looked like it could squeeze out ink. "You dare scream? I'll seal you in the latrine for 100,000 years. You fan from Tai Chu Sung Di To Kun." The bronze cauldron immediately laughed upon seeing this. Its expression, full of mockery, revealed that it had finally grasped Lin Xingyo's weakness. "You think you can compete with me? You're still 100,000 years too early." The bronze cauldron shouted, while proudly looking at Lin Xingyo. Now that it had this leverage, it felt it could finally escape from Lin Xingyo's control. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo moved and stepped directly on the bronze cauldron. Without giving it any time to react, he immediately began chanting the incantation that Guy Jushan had taught him. "Hey, what did you do to me, Qingzi?" The bronze cauldron had just started to shout the word peak when a searing pain tore through it. Terrified, the bronze cauldron immediately screamed, "Pain, pain, pain. Stop, stop, stop." Humph. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and ignored it, instead chanting the incantation even faster. In an instant, the bronze cauldron struggled free and slammed to the ground. It felt as if Lin Xingyo's incantation was tearing its spirit apart. "Master, my good master." The bronze cauldron immediately rolled on the ground in agony, like it had a stomachache. Please let me go. I won't shout anymore. I'll never shout again. I'm begging you. Please let me go." "This time, I truly understand your power." The bronze cauldron pleaded in pain. "I promise I won't trick you anymore. I won't sneak a peek. Please, spare me." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was satisfied. Finally, he could control the bronze cauldron. Otherwise, this thing was a real headache, especially remembering how it almost got him killed at the end of the ancient battlefield. Now, this thing had even secretly followed him. Fortunately, nothing happened last night, Otherwise, it would have been a live broadcast, with everything being watched by this thing. Just thinking about it made him furious. Master, I really know I was wrong. I'll never dare again. Please, stop your divine power. I, the bronze cauldron, completely submit. Chapter 423. Outshining Everyone. Taichu's Sacred Land. Martial Arena. Lin Xingyo wasn't a stranger here. He had already made a name for himself by defeating Nangongyu in this very place. However, this time, he didn't make a direct appearance. Like many others, he wore a half-faced bronze mask and a long white robe, arriving alongside Zhang Feng. Although he had no intention of engaging in any martial arts competitions, it was still worth coming to see who might have their eyes on him. Master, this place is really lively, isn't it? As soon as Lin Xingyo stepped into the Taichu's Sacred Land's martial arena, he heard the bronze tripod that was walking on 4 legs speak up, "Look at that delicate little lady, so adorable. If I could take her as my human pet and have her serve me morning and night, that would be the pinnacle of happiness in my existence." "Senior, please don't point at her like that." Zhang Feng, seeing this, quickly intervened. "She's no ordinary person. She's Princess Huashire of the Fire Kingdom." "Oh, a princess, huh?" The bronze tripod shuddered. "With her status, she's certainly worthy of being my human pet." Zhang Feng was nearly driven mad by this statement. After all, the Fire Kingdom was an unyielding force in the Xianling realm. The Fire Kingdom's ruler, Hua Xingtian, was known as the heavenly fire war god of the Xianling realm. His cultivation had reached the peak of the divine Emperor Ninth Heaven realm, and it was rumored that the Fire Kingdom also had an incredibly powerful old ruler whose cultivation had long since reached the celestial realm. However, his life force was nearing depletion. Although he hadn't appeared in over 100,000 years, the Fire Kingdom's might in the Xianling realm was unchallenged. No one dared to disrespect Princess Huashire, as the kingdom was also connected to the terrifying Emperor of the Wasteland. Therefore, it was considered a grave offense even to glance at her too long. "Master, look at that little lady over there. She's not bad either. That waist, those curves are even more impressive than Yao Yu's. This girl, I've set my sights on her and must make her my human pet." "Senior, this one is even more off-limits." Zhang Feng, trembling with fear, said, "She's the demoness Chu Yao Yao of the Demon God Palace. She's an absolute genius in the Xianling continent, and it's said that she's already reached the Saint Sacrifice realm at her young age. The Demon God Palace is also a taboo force in the Xianling realm." "Oh." Upon hearing this, the bronze tripod turned its gaze toward the spectator stands, focusing on a woman wearing a feathered gown, her figure graceful and her appearance exuding an ethereal charm. "That white-clothed lady over there is also quite good-looking, with a face that could make fish sink and geese fall. She'd be a suitable human pet for me." "Senior, you." Zhang Feng was nearly driven insane. This bronze tripod truly dared to provoke anyone. After just teasing Chu Yao Yao, it now wanted to take Mu Wanling of the Celestial Palace as its human pet. Such audacity was unheard of. These individuals were all backed by unyielding kings, and in the entire Xianling realm, only this bronze tripod would dare to be so reckless. After all, many influential figures from the Xianling realm were present today, and almost every one of them could dominate a large crowd. There were even a few taboo existences. Therefore, no one dared to speak out of turn, especially not like the bronze tripod, which casually spoke of making the heirs of various forbidden lands its human pets. Lin Xingyo, however, was unfazed. He was well aware that the bronze tripod was a troublemaker, and whatever it did seemed normal to him. Wanting to take Mu Wanling and the others as human pets was nothing out of the ordinary, so Lin Xingyo ignored it and continued unimpeded, finding a seat on the outer spectator stand of the Taichu's Sacred Land's martial arena. The arena was bustling with activity. The cultivators present were all gathered in groups, chatting quietly and observing the challengers in the arena aiming for Lin Xingyo. "Brother, do you want to accept the challenge?" Zhang Feng, accompanying Lin Xingyo on the spectator stand, whispered to him as he looked at the challengers in the arena. "No need." Lin Xingyo waved his hand, his gaze sweeping across the entire arena. He noticed that when it came to radiance and poise, none could compare to Enlon of the ancient royal clan. Even though he sat there silently, he captured the attention of countless onlookers, with many of them being women. Zhang Feng, who is that guy? He looks unfamiliar. Lin Xingyo's gaze fell on Enlan's face, and he asked Zhang Feng, he doesn't seem to be a disciple of our Taichu sacred land, does he? Brother, that's Enlon of the ancient royal clan. Zhang Feng quickly replied, he's a ruthless and arrogant individual. Oh. Lin Xingyo nodded, taking a closer look at Enlon. After all, this young man seemed quite promising. Enlon, however, was indifferent to the attention of the crowd. He had experienced such situations far too often, so he paid no heed to the gazes directed at him. In this world, he was the undefeated one, a chasm that countless young talents could never cross. As long as he, Enlon, was present, no one dared to claim supremacy before him. Oh, look, it's the Sunset Fairy. As Lin Xingyo was observing Enlon, a sudden commotion erupted below. Focusing his attention, he saw Chu Yun accompanied by Su Shihan and others, entering the arena under Yuan Tongtian's escort. Wow, it's the Sunset Fairy. The already bustling crowd stood up in unison, all eyes turning toward Chu Yun. She was simply too beautiful, her divine sister-like aura outshining everyone present. Even Enlon and Nangong Yin stood up. After all, Chu Yun's beauty was renowned throughout the Xianling realm. She was ranked first on the Red Peak Heavenly Beauty list, so her arrival naturally captured everyone's attention. Why are they all here? Compared to the stunned admiration of the crowd, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a headache, especially upon seeing the smug Wang Xian in her red dress. The Taichu sacred land was currently in a turbulent state, and they really shouldn't have come to this trouble-filled place. After all, many were targeting him, and Lin Xingyo feared he wouldn't be able to protect them. Sunset Fairy, why have you come? After a while, Nangong Yin finally snapped out of his shock and hurriedly approached Chu Yun, his face breaking into a fawning smile as he guided her. Come, sit here. Chu Yun greeted the various sect leaders with familiarity, completely ignoring the approaching Nangong Yin. Surprisingly, Nangong Yin didn't seem upset at all, instead displaying an even more obsequious demeanor as he followed beside Chu Yun, as if merely being noticed by her brought him immense joy. Chu Yun, however, loathed Nangong Yin. She regretted coming here once she realized he was present. Nangong Yin, on the other hand, didn't care about Chu Yun's disdainful expression. He continued to follow her, engaging in pleasantries with the others, laughing and joking as if he were having the time of his life. Of course, no one dared to mock Nangong Yin, even if they disliked him. The surrounding crowd refrained from showing any displeasure, instead fawning over him. After all, besides Yuan Tongtian, he was the most influential figure in the arena. For many, he was a taboo existence. Especially in such a setting, no one dared to speak out of turn and offend him. After all, a careless remark could lead to an unrecoverable catastrophe. So the crowd not only refrained from criticizing Nangong Yin, but also lavished him with praise, elevating his status to new heights. Nangong Yin was, of course, delighted. After all, being able to impress Chu Yun was a source of great joy for him, and he became even more enthusiastic, almost wishing he could push her down and claim her on the spot. Nangong clan leader, please step aside. Yuan Tongtian, however, had a dark expression, and after disdainfully glancing at Nangong Yin, he said in an unceremonious tone, "The Sunset Fairy was invited by me. Please make way for us. We're heading to the spectators' stand over there." Yuan Tongtian was truly furious. While others might not dare to offend Nangong Yin, he had never placed him in his eyes, at this moment. If it weren't for the formal setting, Yuan Tongtian would have already lost his temper. Just the fact that Nangong Yin kept hovering around Chu Yun, practically squeezing him out of the picture, was enough to set Yuan Tongtian off. Nangong Yin, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. When he finally did, he was utterly enraged. Who did Nangong Yin think he was? He was the head of the Nangong clan, backed by the Lingbao Tower. In the entire Xianling realm, who didn't give him, Nangong Yin, a little face? Yet here was Yuan Tongtian, daring to humiliate him in front of Chu Yun. Nangong Yin was completely infuriated. Chapter 424. Reunion with the Disciple. Yuan Tongtian, what do you mean by that? Nangong Yin grew angrier and more embarrassed the more she thought about it, so she directly confronted Yuan Tongtian without any politeness. Can I invite Lady Luoxia to sit with me? How vulgar. Su Shihan, on the other hand, gave Yuan Tongtian and the others a look of utmost disdain. She had always been jealous of Chu Yun. Not only was she stunningly beautiful, but she also had the love of Lin Xingyu. Now, seeing Yuan Tongtian and the others fawning over her, Su Shihan could no longer hold back her anger. What makes Chu Yun so special? Just because she's pretty? Am I not pretty? I'm not just pretty. I'm the reincarnation of the Empress of Desolation. Why don't they notice me? Why are they all fawning over this vulgar woman? Don't they know that I, the Empress of Desolation, am the most stunning person in the world? A bunch of commoners. I, the Empress of Desolation, am right here, yet you don't fawn over me, but instead grovel to this cheap woman. You're all blind. Enough, enough. Wang Xin pouted, showing a very dissatisfied expression. Grandpas, please stop arguing. Sister Chu isn't going anywhere. She'll sit right here. This girl is not bad? Seeing Wang Xin looking at her, Lan immediately showed an extremely arrogant expression and muttered to herself. She immediately recognized my natural charm. Is she going to throw herself into my arms? Well, for the sake of her admiring gaze, I'll be merciful and give her a chance to fawn over me. If she can make Lady Luoxia fall in love with me, I might even grant her a chance to serve me in bed. This girl is quite good-looking. At that moment, the bronze cauldron excitedly jumped out and said, I want to give her a chance to become my pet. Shut up. She's my woman. Lin Xingyu glared at the bronze cauldron and kicked it several meters away. Are you looking for a beating? Pfft. Seeing this, Chu Yun immediately looked over. She was startled at first, then examined Lin Xingyu from head to toe. Seeing the white robe she had sewn herself on his body, she couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Wow, she's so beautiful. The usually bustling scene was now completely silent, with everyone frozen in shock. Honestly, they were all dumbfounded. Because Chu Yun's smile was truly breathtaking, everyone around was mesmerized. Chu Yun didn't pay attention to these people. She walked straight towards Lin Xingyu. Ha ha ha. The bronze cauldron, seeing Chu Yun approach, couldn't help but excitedly take a few steps forward with its 4 bronze legs, feeling extremely pleased. This girl really has good taste, knowing that I'm the most handsome. Is she throwing herself into my arms? Not bad. Since that's the case, I'll give her a chance now. From now on, she'll be my first pet in this new era. Get lost. Shut up. Lin Xingyu's face turned black, almost dripping with anger, because this annoying little cauldron was just too irritating. Didn't he see that he wanted to keep a low profile? Bringing Chu Yun over like this, Lin Xingyu really wanted to smash the bronze cauldron. After all, if his identity was exposed, how would he handle it? Big brother, look, Lady Luoxia is coming towards us. Zhang Feng, finally snapping out of his shock, tightly grabbed Lin Xingyu's arm, acting like a lovesick girl as he shook Lin Xingyu. This is too amazing. Lin Xingyu couldn't help but feel a headache, as Chu Yun and the others were already approaching. Little friend, hello? Chu Yun approached but didn't immediately recognize Lin Xingyu. Instead, she addressed Zhang Feng. I'd like to sit here. Would you mind? I. Zhang Feng's eyes were fixed on the close proximity of Chu Yun, but several times he tried to speak, only to find himself unable to say anything. Meanwhile, everyone around was stunned. It was an incredible honor, as they were just outer sect disciples. Usually, they wouldn't even get a chance to see a fairy as beautiful as Chu Yun. Even someone like Chu Yaoyao, a goddess in their eyes, they had never been able to see up close. Now, the #1 beauty on the Red Dust Immortal rankings. The famous ice-cold beauty was going to sit with them. This was too much happiness. Brother, am I dreaming? Zhang Feng, barely recovering from his shock, turned to Lin Xingyu with bloodshot eyes. Lady Luoxia actually spoke to me? You useless fools, don't you dare stay here. Nangong Yin, hearing this, coldly glanced at Zhang Feng. Since Lady Luoxia wants to sit here, all of you can leave now. This place is ours now. Lin Xingyu frowned, feeling extremely displeased. This person was too annoying. Chu Yun hadn't even spoken, yet he was making a scene. Besides, did he think that the White Robe Emperor had no dignity? A mere nobody dared to order him around. Lin Xingyu felt his pride deeply hurt, as he couldn't stand being treated so disrespectfully. You old man, you dare? Before Lin Xingyu could speak, a shout suddenly rang out. Turning his head, he saw the bronze cauldron angrily rebuking Nangong Yin. You're nothing but a mere ant, yet you dare disrespect my master. How reckless! I command you to kneel and apologize to my master right now, or I, the supreme bronze cauldron, will crush you. Nangong Yin was first stunned, then immediately furious, as he was completely enraged. What was his status? Wherever he went, people would fawn over him. Just now, Yuan Tongtian had already embarrassed him. But he had endured it. Now, some random broken cauldron dared to humiliate him in front of so many people. This was too bold. Nangong Yin was determined to smash the cauldron, and even its master would be killed. Whose treasure is this? Su Outyin, seeing the situation, quickly reacted and sternly looked down at the bronze cauldron. How dare it be so audacious? Shouldn't it be shattered? Does it need the Nangong family to act? Su Outyin, you go ahead. Lin Xingyu glanced at Su Outyin. If you can shatter this cauldron, I'll thank you. How dare you? Su Outyin was completely enraged. What kind of person was this? Wearing a bronze mask and a long white robe, he dared to act arrogantly in front of him. Did he think he was the White Robe Emperor? Damn, Qingzi, are you crazy? Elder Zhao Shanbao, the outer sect supervisor, saw the situation and quickly walked over, first fawning over Nangong Yin and the others, then turning to Lin Xingyu with a wild attitude, shouting, Do you know who you're dealing with? How dare you act so boldly? Don't you want to live? I order you to kneel down and apologize to the Su family head right now. Enough! Chu Yun immediately shouted in anger. All of you, get lost. I just want to sit here in peace. Lady Luoxia, please don't be angry. Hearing this, Zhao Shanbao immediately put on a fawning smile, like a blooming chrysanthemum. We'll leave. We'll leave. You all leave too. Chu Yun frowned and directly looked at Nangong Yin and the others. I'm tired. I just want to sit here and be quiet. All right, we'll leave right away. Seeing this, Su Outyin quickly said, Lady Luoxia, please don't be angry. Humph. Seeing the beauty she had been longing for become so angry and embarrassed, Nangong Yin felt both heartache and frustration, so she vented her anger on Lin Xingyu. Qingzi, just you wait. I, Nangong Yin, am watching you. Be careful when you go out, because I'm afraid you might trip and fall to your death in the dark. Lin Xingyu pursed his lips and completely ignored Nangong Yin, who was leaving. After all, if someone like him were to come looking for trouble, Lin Xingyu wouldn't even need to lift a finger. The bronze cauldron in front of him would be more than enough to crush him. Lady Luoxia, Nangong Yin is indeed annoying. Seeing Nangong Yan's retreating figure, Yuan Tongtian immediately shot him a glance and flattered Chu Yun. I've also been annoyed by him for a long time. If Lady Luoxia doesn't mind, I'm willing to teach that old fool a lesson for you. Enough, enough. Chu Yun frowned, her face showing a very impatient expression. You can leave too. You're just as annoying as him. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron immediately burst into laughter. This is too funny for me. Qingzi, I've got you in my sights. Hearing this, Yuan Tongtian's face turned as black as ink. And you damn cauldron. Chapter 425. My heart only has him. Old man, come on, come on. The bronze cauldron did not back down, directly challenging Yuan Tongtian. Let me see if I can suppress you. Me? Yuan Tongtian was completely infuriated. After all, he was an ancestor of the Taichu sacred land. He was most concerned about his reputation. In the Xianling realm, not even a treasure artifact, let alone the powerful ancestors of various forbidden areas, dared to be so disrespectful to him. Now, a mere treasure artifact was humiliating him in front of so many people. Yuan Tongtian's eyes widened in fury, and he was so angry that he wanted to crush it to pieces. However, today's occasion was special. After all, countless powerful figures and forbidden existences were present, and there was also the peerless beauty Chu Yun by his side. So, Yuan Tongtian could only glare at the bronze cauldron with murderous intent, then sweep his gaze toward Lin Xingyo, planting a seed of killing intent in his heart, before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Hooray! Seeing that Yuan Tongtian and the others had left, Wang Xian immediately jumped up excitedly. These annoying old men are finally gone. They are really shameless. They are all grandfathers, yet they dare to lust after my Chu sister's beauty. If my master finds out, he will definitely make them pay. Humph. After saying that, Wang Xian couldn't help but snort twice, then turned her gaze toward the bronze cauldron. Bronze cauldron, you did well. Come, sister will give you candy. Idiot. Vulgar. Su Shihan rolled her eyes at Wang Xian, revealing a look of disdain, muttering, always trying to act cute. Humph. Lin Xingyo almost covered his face, realizing that he had deceived millions of people, but he couldn't fool Chu Yun's eyes. Alas, what a failure. It was all because of this annoying bronze cauldron. If it hadn't been here, roaring and causing trouble, how could Chu Yun have noticed him? Now, not only had Chu Yun recognized him, but Yuan Tongtian and the others had also developed a grudge against him. Lin Xingyo's hatred for the bronze cauldron was immense. He really wanted to bite it to death. Qingzi, this cauldron of yours is not bad. Lin Xingyo was still displeased with the bronze cauldron when he suddenly heard a shout. Turning his head, he saw Tang Qianquan looking down on him with disdain. I'll give you 30,000 spirit stones for it. The bronze cauldron trembled, and before Lin Xingyo could speak, it angrily retorted to Tang Qianquan, 30,000 spirit stones to buy me? You idiot. What do you think I am? Does my status as Cauldron Lord only worth 30,000? I am priceless. Tang Qianquan was initially stunned, not reacting immediately, but after realizing what was said, he was furious. What did this cauldron mean? Was he, Tang Qianquan, a man blessed by destiny, not worthy of being its master? It dared to humiliate him in public, especially in front of Su Shihan, making Tang Qianquan feel his pride was hurt. Qingzi, this cauldron is yours, isn't it? Tang Qianquan became angrier and pointed at Lin Xingyo, challenging. It was so disrespectful to me, definitely under your orders. Now, I, Tang Qianquan, challenge you. If you lose, you will kneel and apologize to me. Otherwise, I'll deal with both you and this cauldron. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, not wanting to bother with Tang Qianquan, so he turned his head and looked at Chu Yun, Wang Xian, and Su Shihan with an extremely tender gaze. You dog, what do you mean by that? Seeing this, Tang Qianquan didn't want to let Lin Xingyo off and puffed out his chest, showing a very proud expression. Do you look down on me? Do you know who I am? I am the second young master of the Tang clan, Tang Qianquan, the disciple of the White Robe Emperor of the Tianjin sect's Songjin Peak. Lin Xingyo frowned, extremely displeased. What was this guy? He dared to claim to be his disciple. Normally, Lin Xingyo already found him very annoying and had almost killed him several times. Now, this guy was using his name as a cover. This was absolutely outrageous. Lin Xingyo glared at Tang Qianquan fiercely. If it weren't for Su Shihan being present and knowing that she had some feelings for Tang Qianquan, Lin Xingyo would have already crushed this idiot with a single palm. Su Shihan stood among the crowd, her eyebrows tightly furrowed, feeling very embarrassed looking at Tang Qianquan. Qingzi, you're Tang Qianquan, aren't you? Before Lin Xingyo could respond, Zhang Feng, unable to contain his indignation, stepped forward and addressed Tang Qianquan. Do not disrespect my elder brother. If you wish to challenge him, you don't deserve to face him directly. I, Zhang Feng, am more than enough to deal with you. Upon hearing this, Tang Qianquan immediately raised his eyebrows, his disdain even more pronounced. The Tianjin sect disciples behind him also sneered. Who was Tang Qianquan? He was a genius of the Tianjin sect. Not to mention his noble background, just his identity as the disciple of the White Robe Emperor. Even the divine son of the Taichu sacred land, Nangongyu, wouldn't dare speak to him like that. After all, his status was clear. Su Shihan, however, had no intention of staying any longer. She gazed at Tang Qianquan with utter revulsion, completely taken aback by his brazenness. Even she, the genuine disciple of the White Robe Emperor, had remained silent. Yet, Tang Qianquan, this good-for-nothing, was brazenly claiming to be the White Robe Emperor's disciple. If not for their shared ordeal in the Wanshan Mountain Spirit Realm, where they had faced life and death together, Su Shihan would have already unsheathed her sword against this fraud. Tang Qianquan, you don't dare to fight, do you? Zhang Feng first glanced at Lin Xingyo, then turned his gaze to Tang Qianquan. Aren't you the disciple of the White Robe Emperor? You don't even dare to fight me? Humph, you? Just you. You're not worthy of my engagement, because I'm afraid I'd kill you in a single move, Tang Qianquan said disdainfully, looking down on Zhang Feng. Oh, you're so powerful. Lin Xingyo narrowed his clear eyes, a playful smile on the corner of his mouth. Then you should have a match with my brother. Although he's not the disciple of the White Robe Emperor, he is the White Robe Emperor's brother. Having a match with him won't disgrace you. What? You useless fool. Let me tell you, exaggerating won't kill you. Do you know what you just said? You dare to claim to be the brother of the White Robe Emperor, an immortal figure of our Tianjin sect? You are too brazen. Do you know what kind of grave offense this is? The already noisy scene instantly turned to Lin Xingyo, with everyone looking at him, their eyes sparking with anger. Funny. Lin Xingyo laughed bitterly. How is it that only you can impersonate and deceive here, but we can't have a true brother of the White Robe Emperor? After saying that, Lin Xingyo was really furious, and the words impersonate and deceive were spoken with particular emphasis. He truly felt a surge of anger, especially seeing Tang Qianquan's smug look of claiming to be his disciple. If it weren't for Su Shihan being present and knowing that she had some feelings for Tang Qianquan, Lin Xingyo would have already killed this idiot with a single palm. Chapter 426, Too Shameless. Tang Qianquan, that's enough? Seeing this, Su Shihan's cold eyes darkened, and her breathtakingly beautiful face, like an eternal glacier, radiated an overwhelming aura of killing intent as she said, "From now on, you are not allowed to claim that you are my master's disciple to outsiders. My master cannot afford to lose such face. And you are not allowed to pretend to be my master's brother, or else I, Su Shihan, will kill you." Ah, it's fake. The crowd, which should have been bustling, froze in an instant upon hearing Su Shihan's words. Almost everyone opened their mouths wide and stared with eyes wide, looking like wooden statues. Damn, so he's not a real disciple? Some of the disciples of the Tai Chu Sungdi, having caught on quickly, turned to Tang Qianquan with scorn and disdain, exclaiming, "I almost got scared out of my wits. I really thought he was a disciple of the white-clad emperor. Turns out he was just pretending to be cool here. This is really too shameless. Trash." Hearing this, the surrounding crowd almost all burst into mocking laughter. Tang Qianquan tried to open his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words stuck in his throat. At this moment, he felt utterly humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. It was too embarrassing, and to be exposed by Su Shihan in front of so many people, looking at the mocking gazes directed at him. Tang Qianquan felt both angry and resentful toward Lin Xingyo, thinking, "Worthless trash, you actually let him pretend to be my master's brother. My Shihuan sister is right, I must kill you." Damn, are you still pretending? Hearing this, Wang Xian couldn't hold back her anger and directly lashed out at Tang Qianquan. You're too shameless. The truth has already been revealed, and you still dare to deceive people and act tough. My senior sister might spare you, but I, Wang Xian, will not agree. Chinga, help me beat him. This guy is too annoying. I've been fooled by him all along. Wang Xian pouted, pointing at Tang Qianquan with a delicate finger as she said to Lin Xingyo, I really thought that bastard was blind. To take such a disciple, I almost wanted to sever my master-disciple relationship with him. Zhang Feng, since it has come to this, go down and fight him. Hearing this, Lin Xingyo glared fiercely at Tang Qianquan and then ordered Zhang Feng, you don't need to hold back. On the life and death arena, killing him is fine. Yes, brother. After saying that, Zhang Feng immediately leaped onto the life and death arena in the martial arts field, cupping his fists toward Tang Qianquan and saying, Qingzi, do you dare to fight on the life and death arena? What's there to be afraid of? Tang Qianquan gritted his teeth and leaped onto the life and death arena, roaring loudly like a bell. But you, a mere ant, how can you be a match for a disciple of the white-clad emperor? Huh. A disciple of the white-clad emperor? The spectators on the viewing platform, including Lan, all turned their attention to Tang Qianquan. Some were so shocked that they stood up, making Tang Qianquan the center of attention, with everyone looking at him with various complex expressions. Lin Xingyo was so angry that he stomped his feet. He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. Even after being publicly exposed, he still dared to be so brazen, which even Lin Xingyo couldn't help but be moved by the sheer audacity. Wang Xian's face turned red with anger, and even Su Shihan showed a look of fury, her eyes filled with even more loathing and disgust for Tang Qianquan. This young man. Chu Yun first glanced at Lin Xingyo, then couldn't help but shake her head secretly, as her face also showed some displeasure. Damn, this dog is too good at pretending. Lin Yu, beside Chu Yun, glared fiercely at Tang Qianquan with hatred, saying, I, Lin Yu, am ashamed to be in the same sect as this person. Well, let's watch their fight, shall we? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, directly grabbing the bronze cauldron and hanging it on his waist, then sitting down and focusing his gaze on the life and death arena, saying, such trash might not even make it off the arena. How dare he? Wang Xian was stunned and immediately exclaimed, he can't lose, and he can't die. After all, he carries our master's reputation. If he is killed by an outer sect disciple of the Tai Chu Sung Di, how would our master ever save face? Exactly. Lin Xingyo smiled slightly, awkwardly raising his hand and affectionately stroking Wang Xian's head, saying, still thinking about? Humph, how dare you? Seeing Lin Xingyo's hand reach out, Wang Xian's expression froze for a moment, then she exploded in anger, saying, what do you think you are? You dare to touch my head. No one but my master is allowed to touch my head, or else I'll kill you. Seeing this, Chu Yun covered her mouth and couldn't help but giggle, then looked at Wang Xian and said with a smile, Xianer, it's okay. This Chinga is quite handsome. It's fine to let him touch you once. Foolish girl. Seeing this scene, Su Shihan's gaze tightened, and her face instantly radiated an aura of killing intent like an eternal glacier, saying, my useless master must have been blind. How could he have taken such a shallow woman? This woman cannot be left. I, the ruthless empress, must kill her to prevent her from making my useless master's head turn green. Chu sister, you're so annoying. Wang Xian stomped her feet and said shyly, I only have him in my heart. Hey, look, Tang Qianquan has made his move. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, a shout suddenly rang out. Turning her head, she saw Tang Qianquan on the life and death arena, flicking his hand to send out a flying knife wrapped in lightning, slashing toward Zhang Feng. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Tang Qianquan's flying knife shot out, immediately creating a series of air rings, like lightning flashing, shooting toward Zhang Feng. Well done. Seeing this, Zhang Feng didn't dare to be careless. He immediately stepped forward a small step, drawing his sword lightning fast, and thrusting it fiercely toward Tang Qianquan's flying knife. Clang! Tang Qianquan's flying knife collided with Zhang Feng's sword, and a powerful energy storm exploded outward from the impact. In the next moment, Tang Qianquan drew his knife and flicked his hand, sending a dozen flying knives shooting toward Zhang Feng. Bravo! The previously noisy crowd instantly erupted in cheers, with countless people praising Tang Qianquan. No wonder he's a disciple of the white-clad emperor. This flying knife technique is absolutely unmatched among the younger generation. With me, and Lan, here? Hearing this, and Lan's eyes immediately flashed with killing intent, saying, "Who dares to claim to be invincible among the younger generation?" Chapter 427, Soul Crystal. Anlin, you are also known as the Invincible One in the Northern Domain. A burly man on the viewing platform, gripping two battle axes, abruptly stood up and declared with resounding confidence, "In this world, only I, Ao Shirtian, deserve to be called invincible. Just two insignificant ants." Seeing this, Chu Yaoyao sashayed out, her curvaceous figure accentuated as she proudly thrust out her ample chest and gazed down disdainfully. "Who dares to boast of invincibility here? I, Chu Yaoyao, will cut them down." A mere demoness from the Demon Palace. Mu Wanling immediately retorted, "Do not spout such arrogance here. Even if no one in this world can suppress you, there is still I, Mu Wanling. Even I, Huashire, have yet to speak." Huashire stood up proudly and declared, "Why are you insignificant nobodies making such noise here?" A group of mortal ants. Su Shirhan nearly burst out laughing at these words, her expression dripping with mockery. "With the ruthless empress present, who among you dares to claim invincibility?" Not bad. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron suddenly sprang up and began to taunt Anlin and the others. "You all are quite talented, with such pleasant speech. I quite enjoy it. Now, I decide to give you an opportunity. All of you, with your remarkable qualities, will become my human pets." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo winced, giving the bronze cauldron a knock on the head. As countless murderous gazes fell upon him, he directly reprimanded the bronze cauldron. "What does this have to do with you? Watch the martial arts competition." "Wah, you hit me again?" The bronze cauldron, after being struck, immediately emitted a plaintive mental vibration. "What did I do wrong? You keep hitting me. Do I have no dignity left? You're such a bad person. Speak properly." Lin Xingyo's gaze turned stern as he sternly reprimanded the bronze cauldron. "Straighten out your tongue. Chinga, your bronze cauldron is so cute." Wang Xian leaned her little head over, poking the bronze cauldron with her finger. "Can I play with it for a while?" "If you like it." Lin Xingyo smiled gently, his white teeth gleaming as if bathed in a spring breeze. Looking at Wang Xian, almost unable to resist pinching her cheek, "Sure, I'll give this cauldron to you." "Chinga, give it to me?" Wang Xian's expression froze for a moment, not reacting immediately. After realizing what was happening, she was overjoyed. "Really?" "Of course." Lin Xingyo unfastened the bronze cauldron and handed it directly to Wang Xian. "Here, I also have a spell. I'll pass it on to you as well. From now on, this bronze cauldron belongs to you." "Qingzi, are you trying to harm me?" The bronze cauldron, seeing Wang Xian's characteristic demonic smile, immediately shuddered with mental vibrations. "I don't want to serve this little girl. She is not worthy to be my master." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo ignored the bronze cauldron's resistance and forcefully handed it over to Wang Xian. "Is this something you can decide?" "Ah. Qingzi, you're trying to harm me." The bronze cauldron immediately let out an indignant scream, while Wang Xian didn't care about it at all, directly turning the cauldron upside down by its leg and excitedly began to fiddle with it. "Tsk. Chu Yun glared at Lin Xingyo, about to say something about spoiling her, but immediately realized her lapse in composure and turned to look at Wang Xian. "Xianer, don't forget to thank him." "Chinga, thanks." Wang Xian casually glanced at Lin Xingyo before immersing herself in playing with the bronze cauldron. "Next time, I'll treat you to dumplings. Hmph. Su Shirhan snorted coldly, her face revealing a disdainful expression. A mere broken cauldron and you're bought over? It's a great shame for the ruthless empress to be associated with someone like you. Shirhan, you've reached the supreme master realm? Lin Xingyo, not noticing Su Shirhan's expression, instead summoned a piece of Immortal King level soul crystal and handed it to her, saying, "Well done. Here, I have a soul crystal for you. It will greatly benefit your current cultivation." Su Shirhan's expression froze for a moment, not reacting immediately. Upon realizing what was happening, she was furious. What was this good-for-nothing trying to do? Did he think he could chat me up with just a soul crystal? How laughable. Hmph. Su Shirhan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her expression a mix of disdain and mockery. Do you really think you can get away with anything just because you have a few pretty looks and some worthless trinkets in your hands? The ruthless empress is not as gullible as Wang Xian to fall for your tricks. Besides, what was so special about a mere soul crystal? How dare he bring it out? Chatting me up in front of so many people. Hmph. Su Shiyi disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her expression radiating utter contempt. Do you really think you can get away with anything just because you have a few trinkets in your hands? The ruthless empress is not as gullible as Wang Xian, falling for your tricks. Hmph. Su Shirhan disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo, her face showing utmost contempt. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a few pretty looks and some trinkets in your hands? The ruthless empress won't be as foolish as Wang Xian to respond to you. Oh, I see. Lin Xingyo, unable to discern Su Shirhan's inner thoughts, mistakenly assumed she was dissatisfied with the quantity and quickly summoned several pieces of Demon Emperor-level soul crystals, offering them to Su Shirhan. Shirhan, do you feel there are too few? No worries, I have more. Here, take these as well. Don't waste your efforts. The ruthless empress has seen all kinds of treasures. Do you think I'd be swayed by a few mere soul crystals? How laughable. Su Shirhan first disdainfully swept her gaze over Lin Xingyo, then her face revealed an extremely shocked expression. This soul crystal, there's something wrong with it? Ah, you don't like it? Lin Xingyo pouted, not noticing Su Shirhan's expression, and directly put the soul crystals back into his embrace. Then how about I give you a treasure artifact instead? No. Su Shirhan's expression changed, and she immediately reacted, snatching all the soul crystals from Lin Xingyo's hand. I like these soul crystals. Good, if you like them. Lin Xingyo smiled faintly. Why don't you absorb these soul crystals here? To avoid others from coveting them? Su Shirhan responded, showing no signs of abnormality, and directly sat down to begin refining them. Damn it! The bronze cauldron, finally reacting, let out a bloodthirsty scream. Those are all mine. You can't give them away. Those are all my food. All right. Lin Xingyo pouted, casually tossing a piece of soul crystal to the bronze cauldron. Here's one for you. Now shut up. What the? The bronze cauldron swallowed the soul crystal and immediately expressed its extreme dissatisfaction. You're being so biased. The ones you gave her were all above the Immortal King realm. Mine is just a mere heavenly god realm crystal. That's so unfair. Do you treat her so well because she's your woman? You scoundrel. Chapter 428. Love is truly difficult. What? A soul crystal from the Immortal King realm. At these words, the entire room froze as if struck by a divine talisman. Almost everyone present gawked at Lin Xingyo, their mouths agape and eyes wide, completely dumbfounded. Even Chu Yun was stunned. A soul crystal from the Immortal King realm was something she highly valued, let alone ordinary juniors. Moreover, soul crystals were incredibly precious, especially for demon cultivators and beasts. And such soul crystals, even those from the heavenly god realm, were priceless treasures. What was terrifying? Lin Xingyo casually tossed one to the bronze cauldron and even gifted a pile to Su Shirhan. This was too shocking for everyone present. Senior brother, you're so generous? Those around finally managed to regain their senses their eyes bloodshot as they stared at Lin Xingyo, all revealing an insatiable greed. We want one too. Just give it to us, senior brother. You can do whatever you want with us. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel a toothache. There were just too many women flocking around him. Their words, "You can do whatever you want with us?" Lin Xingyo actually quite liked that. But there were simply too many. If they all rushed at him at once, he'd be drained dry, and even walking would be a struggle. Well, everyone take it slow. Don't get so excited. If you want to sleep with someone, it has to be one at a time, and at most 3 or 4 at once. Ugh. What am I even saying? Let's start over. I didn't mean that. Let's try again. You come one by one. I'm not giving out cabbages here. I can't give one to everyone. Just as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he felt a cold, piercing gaze fixed on him, causing his neck to shrink and his speech to stutter. The surrounding junior sisters, however, all covered their mouths and giggled mischievously. Senior brother, you fan. Then sleep with me first. I don't want a soul crystal. I'll let you sleep with me for free. Lin Xingyo, who was nervously glancing at Chu Yun, suddenly heard a shout. Looking up, he saw all the junior sisters giggling foolishly. You're driving me crazy. Seeing this, Chu Yun stomped her foot and nearly burst into tears, covering her face in frustration. Realizing his blunder, Lin Xingyo knew he had lost his composure. He was about to step forward to comfort her, but in the next moment, a figure stormed over, completely catching Lin Xingyo and Chu Yun off guard. Without hesitation, she ripped the bronze mask off Lin Xingyo's face and threw it to the ground, shouting, "You fan, you scoundrel! I'm so disappointed in you. You Yuqin, this, that." Panicking at the situation, Lin Xingyo quickly composed himself and placed his hands on Zhao Yuqin's shoulders, asking, "Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be in closed-door cultivation at Penitence Cliff?" Am I not allowed to come down?" Zhao Yuqin brushed off Lin Xingyo's hands, tears streaming down her face as she said, "You've really grown bold, haven't you? You don't tell me anything anymore. You've done so many things behind my back, and I knew nothing about it. You're really something. Master was right. No man is any good. Don't cry. Please don't cry." Realizing the situation, Lin Xingyo immediately understood that Zhao Yuqin must have found out about the 6 golden divine bones, which is why she still believed his identity as Yu Fan without question. But seeing her cry, Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel heartbroken. He reached out and embraced Zhao Yuqin, saying, "I explained it to you, didn't I? But you didn't listen, did you? Back then, you told me to leave. So I did, didn't I? All right. It's all over now, don't cry. Okay. Come here, let's hug." You left just because I told you to?" Zhao Yuqin huffed, then immediately hugged Lin Xingyo tightly, saying, "You sneaky Yuqin, there are so many people here." Lin Xingyo was taken aback and quickly reminded her. Realizing her lapse, Zhao Yuqin immediately hugged Lin Xingyo tightly, then gave him a hard jab in the groin, pushing him away and running off, her face flushed with embarrassment, shouting, "You scoundrel! You're so bad." Ow! Lin Xingyo clutched his groin, watching Zhao Yuqin's retreating figure, and fell to his knees in pain. Beside him, Chu Yun, momentarily forgetting her own sorrow, quickly crouched down to check on him, asking, "Are you okay? Did she hurt you?" Ugh, how annoying. Su Shirhan suddenly opened her eyes, glaring at Chu Yun, who was concerned about Lin Xingyo. Her face instantly filled with overwhelming killing intent as she said, "This woman is truly unreliable. She's already set her sights on this handsome young man. My master's head is really turning green. How annoying. A pair of adulterers and adulteresses. I, the ruthless empress, will kill you both. Chu's sister, you've lost your composure." Yushi, who hadn't reacted immediately, quickly pulled Chu Yun back, saying, "How could you treat Brother Qing like this? Don't forget, you're already my master's woman." Chu Yun opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words never came out. Chu Yun, Lin Xingyo, wincing and clutching his groin in pain, stammered, "There are some things I want you to know that my heart remains true to you." "Humph, how dare you?" Su Shihan suddenly stood up, her Tai Chu sword drawn lightning fast, and placed it against Lin Xingyo's neck, saying, "How dare you disrespect my master's wife? Do you want to die?" Lin Xingyo was rendered speechless, his words stuck in his throat. He couldn't say a single word in the face of this situation. Chu Yun, who had just regained her senses, looked at Su Shihan and said, "Shihan, don't be rude. He's your master." "Shut up." Su Shihan disdainfully glared at Chu Yun, her gaze turning to Chu Yun as she shouted, "I've long seen through you, woman. With your enchanting looks, you're naturally not one to stay faithful. But let me tell you, you're either my master's woman in life or his ghost in death. As long as I, Su Shihan, am alive, I will never allow you to betray my master. Shihan, my love for your master will never change in this lifetime." Chu Yun's eyes reddened as she looked at Lin Xingyo with determination, saying, "My heart belongs only to him. I will never love another man." "Humph, what good does telling me that do? You should tell it to my master." Su Shihan disdainfully glanced at Chu Yun, saying, "I won't believe a word from you. I'm not as easily fooled as my master. You, I've never trusted. But I will keep an eye on you for my master, and I will never allow you to do anything disloyal to him." "Shihan, this?" Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then looked at Su Shihan, wanting to reveal his identity to her. But the next moment, Su Shihan's cold, icy gaze fell on him, saying, "Shut up. What does it have to do with you here? Stay away from my master's wife in the future. Don't let me catch you having any improper thoughts. Let me tell you, I, Su Shihan, can't tolerate any sand in my eyes. If you dare to have any improper thoughts about my master's wife, I'll be the first to kill you." Lin Xingyo was dumbfounded, his eyes shifting between Chu Yun, the retreating Zhao Yuqin, and Wang Xian and Su Shihan. Truth be told, Lin Xingyo was feeling terrible, but he couldn't control his emotions. Love is love. In the future, he would devote himself entirely to loving them, even if it meant giving up everything. Even his life would be worth it to love and protect them. Life isn't about being exclusive, especially when it comes to the women he loves. Each one is irresistible. Even if he could only marry one in the end, there would still be many he would cherish in his heart. Even after many years, he would often think of those figures. Chapter 429. Underestimating the enemy. Bravo! The usually noisy surroundings suddenly erupted with cheers, and all eyes turned to the life and death arena. On the arena, the battle between Zhang Feng and Tang Qianquan had reached a fever pitch, with both unleashing their ultimate moves. Swords and blades clashed. The dazzling display captivated everyone's attention. Although Lin Xingyo wished Tang Qianquan dead, he couldn't help but acknowledge the man's talent. Tang Qianquan's flying knife technique had reached a level of mystery that bordered on the divine and the demonic. Of course, his cultivation speed was also remarkable. He was already on the brink of breaking into the master level, and it wouldn't be long before he fully attained it. Bravo! The crowd roared, "No wonder he's the disciple of the white-robed emperor. At such a young age, he's already achieved so much. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older." Lin Xingyo felt a twinge of annoyance. Although Tang Qianquan was indeed talented, Lin Xingyo refused to acknowledge him as his own disciple. If it weren't for Su Shihan, Lin Xingyo would have already slapped the man to death. But Lin Xingyo also understood. Zhang Feng was in danger. With such a significant disparity in strength, it would be difficult for Zhang Feng to defeat Tang Qianquan. It seemed that eliminating this man would still require Lin Xingyo's intervention. What a hassle! Lin Xingyo smirked, already planting a killing intent towards Tang Qianquan. As soon as the opportunity arose, he would eliminate this man. Zhang Feng, is it? Just as Lin Xingyo was plotting against Tang Qianquan, a thunderous shout rang out. Focusing his gaze, he saw Tang Qianquan, his face full of arrogance, flicking his wrist and sending a flying knife hurtling toward Zhang Feng, saying, "Our fight ends here." "Is that so?" Seeing Tang Chinchuan's flying knife approaching, Zhang Feng stomped his foot, activating 3 killing arrays around him. With his sword in hand, he clashed with the incoming flying knife, saying, "I don't think so." Clang! Clang! As soon as Zhang Feng finished speaking, Tang Chinchuan's flying knife arrived, colliding with his sword. Instead of being deflected, Tang Chinchuan's flying knife created a whirlwind-like vortex, intertwined with lightning, and surged toward Zhang Feng. Sky-splitting palm, break. Facing Tang Chinchuan's deadly flying knife, Zhang Feng stomped the ground, retreating a dozen steps. He channeled all the spiritual energy from his dantian into his palm and struck out with a powerful palm strike toward the incoming flying knife. Bang! Zhang Feng's palm strike, like a small mountain, collided with Tang Chinchuan's flying knife, creating a massive energy explosion. The life and death arena cracked under the force. But neither stopped. Almost as soon as Zhang Feng's palm strike landed, he surged forward like lightning, his sword flashing like thunder. "Himph, you're courting death." Seeing this, Tang Chinchuan sneered, swiftly moving and summoning 6 or 7 flying knives, which he flung toward the approaching Zhang Feng. Void sword style cut. Facing Tang Chinchuan's incoming flying knives, Zhang Feng reacted and unleashed his ultimate move, the Void Sword style. In an instant, an 8-trigram array appeared in front of Lin Xingyo, and a massive sword, crackling with thunder, pierced through the array and thrust toward Tang Chinchuan. 8 Wilderness Fist break. Seeing his flying knives shattered by Zhang Feng's massive sword, Tang Chinchuan, instead of retreating, stepped forward and, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, clenched his fist and slammed it toward the incoming sword. Myriad blades descend, cut. As Tang Chinchuan's 8 Wilderness Fist landed, he immediately used his ultimate technique, Myriad blades descend. In an instant, a torrent of blades, as vast as the sky, surged toward Zhang Feng. "Brother, be careful." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo's expression changed, and he couldn't help but stand up. But in the next moment, Tang Chinchuan's myriad blades descend had already arrived. Zhang Feng raised his sword shield, but he couldn't withstand Tang Chinchuan's attack. His body was sent flying, crashing over 10 meters away, and in the shocked gazes of everyone, he coughed up blood, his neck tilted, and he fainted. Before Lin Xingyo could react, the disciples of the Tai Chu Sacred Land, tasked with rescuing the injured, swiftly carried Zhang Feng away for medical attention. Bravo, bravo, bravo. The martial arts field fell silent for a few seconds, then erupted in cheers. Especially the surrounding female disciples, who screamed, raising Tang Chinchuan's prestige even higher. Tang Chinchuan was delighted. After all, he hadn't experienced such adulation in a long time. Now, being the center of attention, the proud Tang Chinchuan finally felt a hint of the superiority he had been missing. Disciple of the white-robed emperor, you're not bad. As Tang Chinchuan basked in his triumph, a thunderous shout rang out. Looking up, he saw Ao Shirtian, his face full of fury, descending from the viewing platform and saying, "I, Ao Shirtian, will take you on. You're courting death?" Tang Chinchuan disdainfully glanced at Ao Shirtian, sneering, "A barbarian like you dares to challenge me? This is truly seeking your own demise." Ao Shirtian was initially stunned, not reacting immediately. But when he did, he was furious. Who was he? He was the youngest general of the barbarian tribe, with a cultivation level that had reached the master level. This insignificant ant before him was only at the formation stage. If it weren't for being the disciple of the white-robed emperor, Ao Shirtian wouldn't even deign to touch him. Now, this man, instead of begging for mercy, dared to show such arrogance in front of him. This was truly seeking death. Disciple of the white-robed emperor, you're quite something. Ao Shirtian regained his composure and looked at Tang Chinchuan, saying, "I, Ao Shirtian, haven't seen someone as arrogant as you in a long time. Today, I'll give you a chance." I'll crush you, blow by blow. Himph, you overestimate yourself? Tang Qianquan glanced at Ao Shirtian, noting his bare upper body and animal skin attire. His eyes filled with disdain. A barbarian like you is nothing but an ant before me. My blade will show you my true strength. Good, you're very good. Hearing this, and seeing Tang Qianquan's gaze, Ao Shirtian became furious and roared, You're Tang Qianquan, right? Then remember my name. I'm Ao Shirtian. I declare that you're dead. Kill. Chapter 430. This little lady is quite strong. Himph, what kind of thing are you? Just you. Seeing this, Tang Qianquan sneered disdainfully and directly retaliated against Ao Shirtian, saying, Not speaking big words won't kill you. You dare to boast so much in front of me, Tang Qianquan? Now, I'll let you see what kind of miserable fate awaits you for offending me. Die. Roar. Ao Shirtian was completely enraged. Even Enlon wouldn't dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Yet this mere Tang Qianquan dared to speak so boldly. The more Ao Shirtian thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he felt his pride was at stake. Therefore, he became extremely violent and threw a powerful punch at Tang Qianquan. You're seeking death? Seeing Ao Shirtian go berserk, Tang Qianquan's eyes were filled with nothing but disdain, because he believed that his current strength was more than enough to defeat Ao Shirtian. After all, he was just a barbarian. Even if he was strong, could he be stronger than Tang Qianquan? Tang Qianquan was confident that he would defeat Ao Shirtian with a single move and once again enjoy the cheers of the crowd. But, in the next moment, just as Tang Qianquan was about to draw his blade, Ao Shirtian's massive fist was already before his eyes. This is bad. Tang Qianquan's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately channeled all the spiritual energy from his dantian. Raising his hand, he met Ao Shirtian's incoming punch with a palm strike, and his flying dagger shot out toward Ao Shirtian, thinking he could finally turn the tide. However, in the next instant, Tang Qianquan felt a sharp pain in his hand and shoulder as if something had pierced through him. Smack! The next moment, Tang Qianquan had no time to react. Ao Shirtian's massive fist struck his face, and before he could even scream, his body flew off the life and death arena and crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out blood. What just happened? The usually bustling crowd, one by one, was frozen in shock. He's already defeated. Damn! The people of the Yuhua Divine Dynasty, finally reacting, burst into laughter. So this is what the disciple of the White Robe Emperor taught? Not much to it. In an instant, many people joined in the laughter, especially those from the Yuhua Dynasty and the Sword Dynasty, whose mocking and laughing voices echoed throughout the arena. Trash, you're too weak. Ao Shirtian, who had punched Tang Qianquan out of the ring, looked surprised and said with a hint of astonishment, I didn't even use all my strength, and you're already defeated. What a disappointment. The White Robe Emperor is just a fraud? The surrounding crowd began to jeer and mock. The disciple taught by the White Robe Emperor is obviously a trash. Before Tang Qianquan could finish, he felt his vision darken, and a wave of dizziness overcame him, causing him to faint. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the people of the Yuhua Dynasty burst into unrestrained laughter, their words filled with a desire to humiliate Lin Xingyou. No matter what, they couldn't forgive Lin Xingyou, who had cut off their dynasty's 10,000 years of luck. In the Xianling realm, there was no one more hateful of Lin Xingyou than the people of the Yuhua Dynasty. Shut up. Wang Xin stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. I'll tell you this. Tang Qianquan is not my master's disciple. He's just a fraud. Who would believe that? The people of the Yuhua Dynasty refused to buy it and continued to mock. When he was winning, why didn't you say he was a fraud? Now that he's lost, you claim he's a fraud. Is the White Robe Emperor so unwilling to accept defeat? Shut up. He doesn't represent my master. Upon hearing this, Su Shihan's face darkened, and she tightened her grip on the Tai Chu sword, which trembled in her hand. I am the true disciple of the White Robe Emperor, she declared firmly. Anyone who doubts can step forward and face me. I will prove that my master is no mere pretender. Fight, fight. The people of the Yuhua dynasty, looking at Su Shihan, taunted, get on the life and death arena, and see if this gentleman doesn't smash you to pieces. If that's what you wish. Su Shihan, holding the Tai Chu sword, leaped onto the life and death arena and shouted, I will protect his reputation. Anyone who insults my master, die. Shihan, don't. Before Lin Xingyo could finish, Su Shihan shouted and flew out of the viewing platform onto the martial arena. Lin Xingyo couldn't help but feel anxious, as today's attendees were all the strongest kings of the Xianling realm. He didn't want Su Shihan to fight for him. If anyone was to fight, it should be him, Lin Xingyo. But it was too late. Su Shihan had already leapt onto the arena. Now, all they could do was watch the battle unfold, as this was the life and death arena of the Tai Chu Holy Land. Woman, you're also a disciple of the White Robe Emperor. Aoshi Tian glanced at Su Shihan with disdain. You're quite pretty. I advise you to not fight me. I'm afraid I might break you with a single move. Noisy. Su Shihan didn't want to waste words. She stepped forward, drew the Tai Chu sword, and slashed at Aoshi Tian. Little lady, you're really going to fight? Seeing Su Shihan attack immediately, Aoshi Tian retaliated with a powerful palm strike. Then Aoshi Tian, won't hold back. Die. Moonfall palm break. Su Shihan slashed with her sword, and seeing Aoshi Tian's palm coming, she immediately countered with a palm strike. In an instant, the sword light and palm print struck Aoshi Tian one after the other. 100 Beast Fist break. Seeing Su Shihan's attacks coming, Aoshi Tian didn't dare to be careless. He clenched his fist and fiercely counterattacked, and in an instant, his 100 Beast Fist collided with Su Shihan's attacks. Clang, clang, clang. Countless savage beast shadows mixed with Aoshi Tian's palm prints clashed with Su Shihan's attacks in a rapid succession of blows. In an instant, everyone around was stunned. I remember this little lady. Countless onlookers at the Tai Chu Holy Land's martial arena exclaimed in astonishment as they gazed at Su Shihan. She is indeed Su Shihan, the disciple of the White Robe Emperor. She once dominated the Wanshan Mountain Spirit Domain, leaving no opponent unscathed. Her growth rate is astonishing. Back then, she was merely at the Cave Heaven realm, but now her power has surged to the Venerable realm. This young lady is truly formidable. Yes, that's her. In the crowd, Cheetah suddenly stood up, pointing at Su Shihan with excitement. Tenger, this woman killed your brother Qiyun. You must avenge him. She does have some skill. Qiteng raised an eyebrow and casually glanced at Su Shihan, confidently saying, Dare to kill my brother? Qiteng, will definitely cut her down. My son has the potential to become a great emperor and will surely kill this woman. Hearing this, Cheetah immediately said, At that time, don't let her die too easily. Your brother Qiyun was forced to self-destruct by her. Qiteng coldly looked at Su Shihan, having already planted a killing intent in his heart. The spectators below all looked at the life and death arena, especially after learning Su Shihan's name, as even Enlan and Chu Yaoyao stood up. Roar. On the life and death arena, Aoshi Tian let out a roar, and his body started to expand. In the next instant, he suddenly grew to over 3 meters tall, with 9 cave heavens rising around him. Clenching his fist, he launched a fierce attack on Su Shihan. Woman, you've enraged me. I will annihilate you. Noisy. Su Shihan ignored him completely. Seeing his fist coming, she leaped into the air, and the Tai Chu sword shot out a beam of sword light, slashing at Aoshi Tian. Bone shield block. Aoshi Tian's fist descended, missing Su Shihan, and immediately he summoned a bone shield to block her attack. However, in the next instant, Su Shihan's sword strike failed to penetrate the bone shield in Aoshi Tian's hand, and she swiftly followed up with another powerful palm strike against the shield. Clang, clang, clang. With her palm strike landing, Aoshi Tian immediately lost his footing. In front of countless shocked onlookers, he staggered backward 7 or 8 steps before finally steadying himself. This little lady is quite strong. Aoshi Tian shuddered, dispersing the force of Su Shihan's relentless attacks. He quickly summoned 2 battle axes into his hands, stomped his foot on the ground, and raised the pair of axes high above his head, slashing down vertically towards Su Shihan, shouting, "It seems it's time to unleash my ultimate move." Twin axes of the Dragon Slayer. Slice. Clang. Facing Aoshi Tian's dual axes descending, and with no opportunity to change her move, Su Shihan could only raise her Tai Chu sword horizontally to block the incoming axes. Clang. As Su Shihan blocked Aoshi Tian's axes, her body landed on the ground and she was forced to take a step back. In the next moment, the life and death arena began to crack under the strain. "Little lady, you've lost." Aoshi Tian pressed his twin axes down on Su Shihan's Tai Chu sword, his eyes glaring contemptuously as he sneered at her. "You won't be able to withstand this attack of mine." Chapter 431. Twin axes shatter the heavens. Phoenix wings explode. Facing Aoshi Tian's contempt and ferocity, Su Shihan stomped her foot and roared in fury. In the next moment, to the astonishment of countless onlookers, a pair of phoenix wings erupted from her back, engulfing the entire life and death arena in roaring flames. "You little girl, you don't play fair. You dare to ambush me?" Aoshi Tian, facing the surging flames, immediately formed a shield wall around himself and swung his twin axes lightning fast towards Su Shihan, shouting, "I'll fight you to the death." You're nothing but an insect." Su Shihan's cold gaze deepened as she swept her Tai Chu sword horizontally, her phoenix wings flapping forward. "How dare you boast in front of me? Get down from here. Woman, how dare you?" Hearing this, Aoshi Tian roared furiously and charged at Su Shihan, yelling, "I, Aoshi Tian, am invincible under heaven. How could a mere girl like you defeat me?" Su Shihan almost laughed at his words, her contempt evident as she glanced at Aoshi Tian. With her phoenix wings unfurled, she raised her sword and struck at him. "Thunderwind sword strike?" Su Shihan's cry rang out as her Tai Chu sword met Aoshi Tian's charge with a powerful slash. Instantly, an 8-trigram diagram floated into the air. In the stunned gaze of the crowd, a giant sword crackling with wind and thunder pierced through the diagram and struck Aoshi Tian with devastating force. Twin axes shatter the heavens. Strike? Facing Su Shihan's giant sword, Aoshi Tian, now close at hand, immediately raised his twin axes and counterattacked with lightning speed. Bang! Aoshi Tian's twin axes clashed with Su Shihan's sword, and instantly, 2 rings of light waves collided. Su Shihan's sword strike was halted by Aoshi Tian. The blinding light waves expanded from their point of impact, as both engaged in a deadly contest of spiritual energy. Whoever faltered would be annihilated by the overwhelming power. "Little girl, I admit you are strong." Facing the formidable Su Shihan, Aoshi Tian's eyes suddenly filled with madness. "But your glory ends here. I, Aoshi Tian, am about to unleash my true power. 100 Beast Spirit Formation. Explode. Roar. Roar. Roar." As Aoshi Tian's roar faded, hundreds of powerful beast shadows appeared behind him. The spiritual entities nurtured in his 9 heavens roared like kings. "Little girl." Aoshi Tian, his eyes bloodshot, glared at Su Shihan and roared, "Let's see how you handle my 100 Beast Spirit Formation. Kill." As his words fell, the surrounding beast shadows all roared and charged at Su Shihan. "Aoshi Tian, that move is so powerful," Huashire exclaimed, covering her mouth in shock. "Even I might not be able to withstand it." The previously noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. Everyone gaped, their eyes wide, as they watched Su Shihan. In their eyes, almost all were certain Su Shihan was doomed. Even Enlon and Qi Tang shared this belief, as Aoshi Tian's move was simply too powerful. What a pity for this girl. Chu Yaoyao, swaying her serpentine hips, gazed at Su Shihan, who was about to face Aoshi Tian's full power. Such a beautiful face. Yet she's about to die at the hands of this barbarian. What a pity. If only she were trained by me, Chu Yao Yao, she could become a seductress of the masses. Alas. Mu Wanling also sighed, knowing the power of Aoshi Tian's move. They all believed Su Shirhan would be defeated. But, in the next moment, Su Shirhan's phoenix wings, which had been protecting her, suddenly expanded, and a sea of flames erupted into the sky. Chirp! In the stunned gaze of the crowd, a fiery phoenix soared into the sky, letting out an angry cry before charging at Aoshi Tian. Bang! Aoshi Tian's roaring beast shadows let out mournful cries. Before he could react, they were all devoured by Su Shirhan's fiery phoenix. Then, to the horror of the onlookers, the charging phoenix slammed into Aoshi Tian, knocking him off the arena and smashing him into a stone wall, where he spat blood uncontrollably. Wow! The surrounding crowd was stunned, as this reversal was too sudden for anyone to have anticipated. Bravo! After a brief silence in the arena, the crowd erupted into applause, their eyes filled with astonishment. Su Shirhan, you are quite impressive. Seeing this, Qi Ting roared and jumped down from the viewing platform, arrogantly looking at Su Shirhan. You are worthy of my attention. Who are you? State your name. Seeing Qi Tang in front of her, Su Shirhan flicked her Tai Chu sword. I, Su Shirhan, do not slay nameless souls. Su Shirhan, remember my name? I am Qi Tang. Qi Tang, hearing this, did not get angry but instead looked at Su Shirhan with pride. I am Qi Yun's older brother. You killed my brother, and now I will kill you. You will be a stepping stone on my path to invincibility. Wow, it's Qi Tang. The surrounding crowd, reacting to this, stared at Qi Tang in shock. It's Qi Tang, rumored to possess the potential of an emperor. It's said that he was taken in by an immortal at a young age, reached the Cave Heaven realm at 8, and the Array Peak realm at 12. Now, at 28, his strength must be absolutely terrifying. Qi Tang was satisfied with the shocked gazes around him, as this was his glory, born different. From birth, he was destined for greatness. Invincibility was his lifelong belief. Now was the time to showcase his brilliance, for everyone to remember him. He was Qi Tang, who stands at the peak of the invincible path. One glance at Qi Tang shatters the very concept of invincibility. He, Qi Tang, was the first in thousands of years, with cultivation at the peak of the venerable realm, ready to step into the saint sacrifice realm. Who among these insignificant beings could rival him? Kill! Qi Ting inwardly roared and attacked Su Shirhan. Seeing Qi Ting approaching, Su Shirhan did not dare to be careless. She stomped her foot, flicked her 7-foot-long sword, and thrust it at Qi Tang. Come at me! Seeing Su Shirhan's sword strike, Qi Tang sidestepped, the blade grazing his chest. In the next instant, he bent low, channeling all the spiritual energy from his dantian, and launched a powerful uppercut towards Su Shirhan's chin. Chapter 432, Born to be King. Phoenix Wings Attack. Before Su Shirhan could retract her move, she quickly brought the phoenix wings behind her to the front, blocking Qi Tang's powerful punch. Bang! Qi Tang's fist slammed into Su Shirhan's blazing wings, and instantly, a violent burst of energy exploded in front of him. Thud, thud, thud. After clashing with Qi Tang, both of them were sent flying backward, each taking 6 or 7 steps back. Both were shocked as they looked at each other. Not bad. The bronze tripod in Wang Xin's arms suddenly jumped up and shouted at Qi Tang. This divine little man, the bronze tripod, like him, I've decided to give him a chance and make him my human pet. Everyone around held their breaths, stunned by the audacity of this bronze tripod. Who was Qi Tang? He was a divine prodigy who had already attained the peak of the sovereign realm at such a tender age. Not to mention in the Xianling realm. Even in the Xian domain, he would be considered a top talent. Moreover, the Wang family was an unyielding force in the Xianling realm. So, not only did the bronze tripod dare to claim it wanted to make Qi Tang its human pet, but it also did so in front of so many people. What would the Wang family do next? It was likely that not only the bronze tripod, but also its master would suffer. What is this thing? Cheetah, who was on the viewing platform, heard this and his eyes darkened with anger. How dare it be so insolent and disrespect my son? Quickly reveal your name, and I, Cheetah, will blast you to pieces. Old man, don't be unreasonable. Upon hearing this, the bronze tripod proudly looked at Cheetah, releasing wave after wave of Down tint. It's a great fortune for your son that I've taken a liking to him. Instead of being grateful and kneeling in worship, you dare to speak to me with such disrespect. Do you know what I am? Do you know who I am? Now, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and grovel or I, the bronze tripod, will suppress you. Bold. Cheetah was stunned, and his face turned as black as ink. Who was he, Cheetah? He was the head of the Chi family. As the head of an unyielding family, Cheetah had never been spoken to in such a manner. Immediately, flames of fury blazed in his eyes. Good, very good. The more Cheetah thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more he felt his pride was at stake. He directly roared at the bronze tripod. Bronze tripod, I remember you now. Don't let me see you outside, or I'll beat you every time I see you, so you know the consequences of offending me. You? Just you? Old man, I, the bronze tripod, don't look down on you. But with your insignificant strength, you're nothing but a fart in front of me. The bronze tripod continued to mock. If I wanted to kill you, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. Ah, you infuriate me. Upon hearing this, Cheetah was instantly enraged. In all his years, no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. This bronze tripod was too bold. It was just an artifact. How dare it be so disrespectful? There must be someone behind this, playing a trick on him. Good, very good. Realizing this, Cheetah gritted his teeth and spoke to the bronze tripod. Bronze tripod, how dare you be so disrespectful to me? Just wait. I will definitely kill you and your master, so you know the consequences of offending me. Cheetah. Bronze tripod, attack him? Hearing this, Wang Xian stomped her foot and pouted in dissatisfaction. Quickly suppress him. This old dog wants to kill me. Go and beat him into a pig's head. All right. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo reached out and pinched Wang Xian's cheek. Xianer, stop causing trouble. Just watch your Su sisters battle. We can deal with that insignificant ant another day. How dare you? Wang Xian's expression darkened, and she immediately reacted with anger. You actually dared to pinch my cheek? That's incredibly rude. My master will definitely suppress you if he finds out. Chu sister, help me beat him. Wang Xian stomped her foot and quickly hid behind Chu Yun, glaring at Lin Xingyo with a menacing gaze. This guy is a pervert who keeps taking advantage of the situation to touch me. He's unforgivable. Yes, beat him. Hearing this, the bronze tripod immediately chimed in. Kill him. I'll back you up. All right. Chu Yun glanced at Lin Xingyo, her eyes filled with a trace of resentment, as she pulled Wang Xian's hand. Just watch your Su sisters fight. Chu sister, why are you siding with him? Wang Xian pouted in dissatisfaction, whining, he pinched my cheek just now. For that alone, you should help me teach him a lesson, or how will I face my master in the future? Chu Yun first looked at Wang Xian, then shifted her gaze to Lin Xingyo. She opened her mouth several times, wanting to say something, but in the end, she said nothing. After all, she wasn't a child like Wang Xian. Lin Xingyo was standing right next to them. Yet, he hadn't revealed his identity. Therefore, Chu Yun understood that Lin Xingyo must be hiding something important, so she wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. However, she was still upset with Lin Xingyo, especially after seeing Zhao Yuqin. She had almost lost her temper just now, but she understood that Lin Xingyo was inevitably a man with many lovers. It wouldn't be just her, Chu Yun, by his side. Of course, Chu Yun was angry, but she also understood that most men had multiple wives and concubines, let alone someone as outstanding as Lin Xingyo. Even she herself had fallen for him, hadn't she? Who could blame him? He was just too outstanding. How many women in the world could resist his charm? All right, all right, all right. As Chu Yun was gazing at Lin Xingyo, a sudden wave of cheers erupted. She turned her head to see Su Shihan on the life and death arena, her sword pointed directly at Qi Tong, while the crowd roared in excitement. Woman, you've angered me. Facing Su Shihan's relentless attacks, Qi Tong, who was on the defensive, roared, then bear the brunt of my fury. 10 caverns open. Qi Tong was utterly consumed by madness, his inner fury erupting. His body surged with the power of 10 heavenly apertures, which then merged into one, forming a singular dantian of flesh and blood. He roared at Su Shihan and directly summoned the azure dragon nurtured within his dantian, which hurtled toward her like a thunderbolt, unleashing a devastating assault. Wow, Qi Tong truly has the potential of a great emperor. The once bustling crowd fell silent, each person stunned. He has cultivated 10 caverns of power, merging them into one, achieving a single body cavern of power, following the path of the ancient heavenly emperor. This is truly extraordinary. Chapter 433, Born Under a Lucky Star. Ha ha ha. When Cheetah heard this, he was immediately overjoyed, exclaiming, This is my son. This is my son Qi Tong, destined to be invincible in the world. No one around him refuted this claim. Instead, everyone enthusiastically praised him. After all, Qi Tong was indeed born under a lucky star. Not only could he cultivate 10 cave heavens, but he also managed to form a unique physical cave heaven, just like the Emperor of Desolate Heaven. Moreover, the killing array emanating from his body was incredibly powerful. In an instant, it drew the attention of all the talented individuals present. Even Lan couldn't help but give Qi Tong a second glance, and the rulers of ancient kingdoms and elders of noble families all praised the Qi family, saying that they had produced a prodigy who would surely dominate the 9 heavens in the future. Hearing this, Cheetah's eyebrows shot up, and his eyes brimmed with pride. Of course, Qi Tong below the stage did not let Cheetah down. He had completely turned the tide and was now starting to suppress Su Shihan. Look! Seeing this scene, the people from the Yuhua dynasty, of course, wouldn't remain silent. They all couldn't help but mock. The disciple of the white-clothed emperor is nothing special. Facing the powerful Qi Tong, she is no match. Everyone around them began to chatter, mostly with ridicule and mockery, raising Qi Tong's prestige while crushing Su Shihan and Lin Xingyo's reputation to the ground. 12 heavens arise. Su Shihan's cold eyes darkened, and her inner fury exploded. In an instant, she stomped her foot and shouted, Ancient formation of the starry river, open. Wow, what is this? The bustling crowd was suddenly silenced. Almost everyone opened their mouths, their eyes wide, staring in shock. It was too sudden. No one had time to react. Before their eyes, 12 celestial realms rose around Su Shihan, merging into one to form a black celestial realm filled with divine patterns. This scene caught everyone off guard, leaving them speechless, their eyes wide, mouths agape, unable to utter a word. It was too shocking, too terrifying. 9 is the limit, 10 is the extreme. Even the Emperor of Desolate Heaven could only cultivate 10 Dongtan, yet this young woman had defied the natural order, cultivating 12 Dongtan. This was undoubtedly a terrifying genius, destined to be invincible across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Young lady, you are quite remarkable. Seeing the 12 Dongtan surrounding Su Shihan, Qi Tong paused momentarily before declaring, Unfortunately for you, you've run into me, Qi Tong. No matter how brilliant you shine today, you will still end up as a mere stepping stone on my journey to unparalleled supremacy. Prepare to die. Even a mere ant dares to claim invincibility. As Qi Tong attacked, Su Shihan immediately stomped her foot, channeling all her spiritual energy, which instantly condensed into a fiery phoenix, lunging at Qi Tong and roaring, You are nothing more than a frog at the bottom of a well. How could you know what true invincibility is? Phoenix dance in the 9 heavens, kill? Kill. Seeing this, Qi Ting's cold eyes darkened. He immediately summoned the Azure Dragon from his physical cave heaven and collided it with Su Shihan's phoenix. Bang! Su Shihan's phoenix and Qi Ting's dragon clashed, instantly shattering the void and creating a dazzling explosion of light. Kill. Qi Ting, having unleashed his strike, closed in on Su Shihan with lightning speed. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming fist descended upon her. Wind and thunder sword rain slash. As Qi Ting's fist closed in, Su Shihan swiftly raised her hand and activated the wind and thunder sword rain technique. In an instant, yin and yang energies sealed the heavens and earth, and the fabric of space itself seemed to invert. A barrage of swords, crackling with wind and thunder, erupted in a perfect 8-trigram formation, hurtling toward Qi Ting like a tempest of piercing needles. Wicked woman, you don't abide by the rules of martial morality. Seeing this, Qi jumped out in extreme agitation, shouting, "How dare you use such despicable methods to attack my son, Qi Ting?" Those around him didn't find Qi's reaction laughable. Instead, they all joined in, condemning Su Shihan, which nearly made Lin Xingyo want to use his size 48 shoe to slap these brainless fools. Woman, is this your ultimate move? Qi Ting swung his iron fist, smashing through Su Shihan's rain of swords, and said, "Then I must ask for your forgiveness? Woman, receive my overturning heaven seal." As Qi Ting's voice rang out, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the overturning heaven seal. In the stunned eyes of the onlookers, the sky churned with thunderclouds, and a colossal seal symbol materialized, blotting out the heavens, crushing down upon Su Shihan on the life and death arena. "My son is mighty." Seeing this, Qi was overjoyed, shouting, "You wicked woman, how can you not die?" Alas, this woman is doomed. The rulers of countless ancient kingdoms and the elders of noble families all gazed at Su Shihan as if she were already a goner. They unanimously believed that Su Shihan was doomed, for the Fontaine Yin was an ancient divine technique, far beyond the capability of any mortal to resist. No matter how extraordinary Su Shihan was, she couldn't possibly withstand a single blow from the Fontaine Yin. White-clothed emperor, open your eyes and see. The people from the Yuhua dynasty were all laughing wildly. Your worthless disciple is about to die. Alas, what a pity. Even Enlon and the others looked at Su Shihan with regret, as they were all certain that Su Shihan would soon be killed by Qi Teng's overturning heaven seal. But, in the next moment, Su Shihan spread her phoenix wings and, facing the descending Fontaine Yin, divine radiance surged from her back. What is she doing? The bustling crowd was suddenly silenced. Almost everyone opened their mouths, their eyes wide, trembling with shock as they exclaimed, "Why does it feel like her aura has changed? At this moment, it feels like she is transformed into a phoenix." A phoenix, so what? Qi disdainfully glanced at Su Shihan, his eyes filled with contempt, saying, "Under my son Qi Teng's overturning heaven seal, she is ultimately just an ant. Even if she is a phoenix, she cannot withstand a single strike from my son." "Qi brother, you speak the truth?" Those around them all joined in, shouting, "A chicken pretending to be a phoenix is still a chicken. How could she be a match for Qi Teng, who has the potential to become a great emperor?" Alas, it's all in vain. No matter how much she struggles, she cannot defeat Qi Teng. Countless onlookers around cast skeptical glances at Su Shihan, unable to believe she could possibly break Qi Teng's Fontaine Yin. But, in the next instant, Su Yunshan abruptly opened her eyes, and in the stunned gazes of the crowd, she soared like a divine phoenix, directly colliding with the descending Fontaine Yin. Has she gone mad? Those who reacted exclaimed, "Why is she charging straight into it? This is simply seeking death. It's over, it's over." Seeing this, Yuan Tongtian and the others all shook their heads, saying, "This young woman is too impulsive, using such a move. This is like a moth flying into a flame." The noisy scene was suddenly silenced. Almost everyone opened their mouths, their eyes wide, staring at Su Shihan, seeing her about to be killed. Chapter 434. The Invincible Ding Yi. Wait, something's not right. Look quickly, her aura has changed. So powerful, so incredibly powerful. How can she have such a strong presence? She's already beyond the level of a sacred offering realm cultivator. She's ascended to the heavenly god realm, the void Tao realm, and her aura is still rising. My heavens! What kind of secret technique is this that can achieve such a feat? That's too outrageous, isn't it? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire arena fell into complete silence. One by one, almost everyone stared at Su Shihan, who was ascending against the sky, in a state of utter shock. Chirp! Su Shihan, however, suddenly shuddered and, under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, transformed into a heavenly phoenix. With a single strike, she shattered the overturning seal that Qi Tong had brought crashing down. Her massive wings spread out, blocking the sky, and instantly, her feathers, like bolts of lightning, surged forward and unleashed a devastating onslaught on Qi Tong. Wicked woman, how dare you! Seeing this, Qi Deng shot out from the viewing platform like a bolt of lightning, grabbing a giant saber that crackled with thunder and slashing it towards Su Shihan at lightning speed. Ding, come! Smash! Seeing this, Lin Xingyo waved his hand, sending the bronze ding flying toward Qi Deng, shouting, "Smash this old scoundrel to pieces for me!" Ah! It's breaking! It's breaking! As the bronze ding was sent flying, it let out a scream. Can't you be gentler when you throw me? Shut up! Lin Xingyo's cold eyes darkened. Smash him to pieces, and when you come back, I'll give you a soul crystal from a divine emperor realm cultivator. Ooh! Hearing this, the bronze ding immediately howled like a wolf. Old scoundrel, shatter for me. Huh? It's you? The broken ding? Cheetah was taken aback when he saw the bronze ding flying toward him. Instantly, he became furious. First, I'll shatter you. Then I'll kill that little woman. Old scoundrel, shut up. The bronze ding disdainfully sneered, remember my name. I'm called Ding Yi. From now on, don't call me a broken ding. Pft, pft, pft. You're already a dead man. What's the point of telling you my name? Himph, broken ding. Upon hearing this, Cheetah swung his saber at the bronze ding with full force. Shatter for me! Cheetah was utterly enraged. How dare a mere broken ding dare to taunt him? It was simply intolerable. Shatter! 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 He was determined to crush this ding to prove that he was not to be insulted. With that thought, Cheetah channeled all his strength into his attack, intending to completely obliterate the bronze ding. But the next moment, Cheetah's expression twisted, and his eyes filled with utter shock. Before he could react, his saber, when it struck the bronze ding, shattered into pieces. Ah, smash! The bronze ding, in Cheetah's horrified expression, crashed into him. Cheetah shouted, no. But in the next instant, before he could even process what was happening, his head was blasted apart by the bronze ding, and his flesh and blood scattered across the ground. He's dead. Surrounding onlookers, who had just recovered from their shock, stared at the bronze ding, which had obliterated Cheetah with a single strike, covering their mouths in astonishment. He's dead just like that? This can't be possible, right? Cheetah was a divine emperor realm cultivator, and he even possessed the Wang family's secret technique of immortality. How could he be destroyed by this ding? Just as these words fell, a light screen suddenly rose, followed by a loud boom. Then, to everyone's horrified astonishment, Cheetah was reborn. He had been obliterated by the bronze ding, but had been resurrected. However, his expression was extremely weak, clearly indicating that he had suffered a severe injury and likely couldn't withstand another blow from the bronze ding. Huh, he's alive again. The bronze ding shuddered, momentarily caught off guard. When it finally realized what had happened, it revealed a cunning smile. It had set its sights on Cheetah. Such a secret technique. How could the bronze ding let it pass? Immediately, it moved toward Cheetah, spreading a green light screen that enveloped him. Then, waves of water-like consciousness began to infiltrate Cheetah's soul sea. there's a seal. As the bronze ding's consciousness entered Cheetah's soul sea, it was immediately blocked by a powerful seal, preventing it from further penetrating his soul world. Seeing this, the bronze ding immediately activated its spiritual thoughts. Break for me. Crack. Cheetah tried to shout several times, but before he could utter a sound, his head exploded in front of countless horrified onlookers. Oh my! The bronze ding shuddered and immediately screamed. You lowly wretch, your blood splattered on me. Pft, pft, pft. Disgusting. There's even brain matter. The usually bustling scene was now completely frozen. It was all too sudden. No one had time to react to what was happening. Cheetah had exploded again. What made them even more horrified was the bronze ding was simply too powerful. It hadn't even made a move. Just a surge of spiritual thought had obliterated Cheetah. This was simply too powerful. Cheetah was, after all, a divine emperor realm cultivator, yet he couldn't withstand a single spiritual thought from the bronze ding. How strong must this ding be? Surrounding onlookers, after recovering from their shock, couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then one by one, they stepped back more than 10 meters. The ding was simply too terrifying. Crack! As everyone in the scene looked at the bronze ding with fear, a sudden loud noise rang out, and then they saw Cheetah reborn once more. He can still be reborn? Seeing this, the bronze ding immediately enveloped Cheetah. This secret technique is not bad. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, I'll obliterate you again. Dingy. Spare me? I can't shatter again. If I shatter again, I won't be able to come back to life. Cheetah, seeing the bronze ding envelop him once more, immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. The bronze ding was momentarily annoyed. What kind of person was this? Wasn't he the head of a prominent family? How could he be so spineless? Didn't they say that a man's knees were made of gold? How could he just kneel like that? Where had his pride gone? This was truly a headache for the ding. Human, if you want me to spare your life, it's not impossible. The bronze ding, feeling vexed, shuddered as if clearing its throat and spoke. As long as you surrender the immortality technique, I can spare your life. Dingy, that's not possible. Hearing this, Cheetah's face twisted in despair. This technique is the Wong family's secret, never to be passed down. It can't be written down or verbally transmitted. If you force your way into my soul sea to obtain this technique, my head will explode directly. Fine then. The bronze ding sighed in resignation. Then tell me, do you have anything valuable to exchange for your life? If not, I can only kill you. Dingy, yes. Upon hearing this, Cheetah immediately flattered. You can have anything you want? My Wong family is an immortal power. Just now, I unintentionally offended you. Now, as long as you speak, I'll get you whatever you desire. Good, very good. The bronze ding was very satisfied. Then give me a few emperor weapons, will you? Dingy is hungry. I want to eat emperor weapons. This statement was like a divine needle, instantly stunning the entire audience. Cheetah also opened his mouth several times, staring at the bronze ding in disbelief. What kind of joke was this? Eating emperor weapons? Not only did he not have any, but even if he did, he wouldn't give them away. And to ask for several at once. Did he think emperor weapons were cabbages? Opening his mouth to eat several. This wasn't just shocking. It left everyone completely dumbfounded. To casually demand eating emperor weapons. Who in the world could afford to keep such a ding? Dingy, I don't have that. After barely recovering from his shock, Cheetah looked up at the bronze ding with a bitter face, almost on the verge of tears. Could you ask for something else, Dingy? No? Then what do you have? The bronze ding shuddered, completely forgetting what Lin Xingyo had told it to do. It simply spoke to Cheetah indifferently. Show me everything you have. Dingy, you see, I only have these on me. Will these do? Cheetah, hearing this, naturally did not dare to resist. He immediately plastered a smile resembling a chrysanthemum on his face and summoned all the treasures he had brought with him to present to the bronze ding. Goodness! The bronze ding, upon seeing the treasures Cheetah had brought out, disdainfully glanced at them and said, "What kind of rubbish is this? How can you be so poor? Aren't you the head of an immortal power? You're too poor. All of this is trash. Bronze ding, are you done yet?" Chapter 435. Who dares to challenge me? I've had enough. The bronze cauldron shuddered, realizing its lapse in composure, and quickly tried to appease Lin Xingyo with flattery. "I'll just take some treasure and leave right away." Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was so furious that his teeth ached. If he hadn't been short on time, he would have dragged the cauldron back and stomped on it 300 times to vent his frustration. Before Lin Xingyo could finish speaking, a pained groan suddenly echoed, and turning his head, he saw Su Shirhan spewing a mouthful of blood, rapidly falling from the sky. Shirhan! Lin Xingyo was instantly alarmed and rushed forward, catching Su Shirhan in his arms midair. He felt a mix of heartache and self-reproach. Why was this silly girl pushing herself so hard? Even if she lost once, it wouldn't be the end of the world. There was no need to risk such severe backlash just to barely defeat Qiteng. How dare you? Su Shirhan was momentarily stunned, not reacting at first, but when she did, fury erupted. Who was she? She was Su Shirhan, the reincarnation of the emotionless empress. So far, apart from her useless master, no one had ever touched her body. And now, not only had this insignificant ant dared to touch her, but he had also embraced her in his arms. Su Shirhan couldn't bear it. She was pure as ice and jade, a reincarnation of the emotionless empress. How could she allow this stranger to hold her? No one but him could ever do such a thing. How dare this mere ant presume to hold the emotionless empress? Death! Shirhan, don't move. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't notice Su Shirhan's expression. Instead, he summoned a bottle of immortal-grade pills and handed them to Su Shirhan, who had just landed. Here, you forced yourself to use the Phoenix secret technique to boost your cultivation, which allowed you to defeat Qiteng, but also left you with serious internal injuries. I have a bottle of spirit recovery pills for you to heal. Spirit recovery pills? Su Shirhan's expression froze, her eyes widening as she stared at Lin Xingyo, dumbfounded. Spirit recovery pills were immortal-grade medicines. Such pills were incredibly effective for her current injuries, capable of healing her almost instantly with just one dose. Truthfully, Su Shirhan was utterly shocked. Even at her peak, she had valued such pills greatly, and they were notoriously difficult to obtain, worth a fortune. Yet this ant before her. He had just handed her a whole bottle without hesitation, leaving her completely stunned. All right. Lin Xingyo ignored Su Shirhan's reaction and gently pushed her toward Chu Yun. Shirhan, go and rest. Leave this to me, cough. Leave this to me. I'll protect your master's reputation. Who are you? Before Lin Xingyo could finish, a furious roar echoed, and turning his head, he saw Qiteng, his face contorted with anger, rapidly recovering from the Wang family's undying secret technique. How dare you interfere in my battle with her? I am Yu Fan, possessor of 6 golden divine bones. Lin Xingyo shrugged, scanning the surroundings with a calm gaze. You've all been clamoring to fight me these past few days, haven't you? Well, here's your chance. Anyone on this stage, come at me. If you can defeat me, I'll give you a golden divine bone. The entire arena fell silent at these words, and one by one, all eyes turned to Lin Xingyo. Well said, brother Yu. What a bold spirit. Enlon leaped down from the spectator stands. Enlon, will take you on. You're not enough. Lin Xingyo waved him off, his gaze landing on Chu Yaoyao and the others. All of you, come together. Yu Fan, will face you all at the sovereign level. If any of you can defeat me, even by a single move, I will keep my word. What? Enlan's expression darkened, his pride deeply wounded. He had always been arrogant, but this man before him was even more so. To dismiss him outright and challenge Chu Yaoyao and the others to join forces. and Lan felt his dignity shredded to pieces. Living for so long, from ancient times to the present, he had never been so blatantly underestimated. Wasn't he, and Lan, worthy of a fair fight? Madman, this guy is absolutely insane. The usually bustling crowd was now frozen in shock. How can he be so arrogant? Does he think he's the Emperor, daring to take on 10 opponents at once? This is beyond reckless. Young man, don't be so arrogant. Tai Su of the Celestial Spirit Palace flicked his whisk, first glancing at Yuan Tongtian before fixing his gaze on Lin Xingyo. Arrogance can lead to your downfall. You still have a chance to retract your words. Once the fight begins, it will be too late for regrets. You fan, never take back my words. Lin Xingyo stood firm, his gaze sweeping the crowd. Anyone who dares may step forward and fight. Indeed, a bold young man. Su Outyan's cold eyes flashed with murderous intent. May I, an old man, join the fight? Old fool, why not? Lin Xingyo stared at Su Outyan. Anyone who wishes to fight may come forward. Very well. Su Outyan's voice thundered with fury. I'll wait here. After these youngsters have faced you, I'll step in and kill you. Lin Xingyo gave Su Outyan a disdainful glance, but didn't bother responding. Instead, his calm gaze fell on Chu Yaoyao and the others, who were instantly enraged. One by one, they leaped down from the spectator stands. Landing around Lin Xingyo, the 5 of them surrounded him in the center of the arena. Brother, you is so handsome. The female disciples of the primordial sacred ground couldn't help but stand up, cheering, taking on 5 opponents at once. How dashing! No, that's not enough. Lin Xingyo raised an eyebrow, speaking with calm resolve. Are these the so-called invincible geniuses of the world? Only 5? Is there anyone else who dares to step forward? You fan, will take on 10. 5 is not enough. And Lan, Chu Yaoyao, Qi Teng, everyone. Faced with this declaration, all were momentarily speechless. Taking on 5 wasn't enough? He wanted to fight 10? How could he be so arrogant? After all, Lan and the others were all unparalleled geniuses of their generation, each capable of defeating 100 opponents. Yet Lin Xingyo dared to take on 10 at once? Was he insane? What gave him the audacity to make such a claim? Did he truly possess the strength to fight 10? Impossible, right? In this age, who would dare to be so bold? This was even more arrogant than the legendary Huang Tian Emperor and Yi Emperor, treating the world's top geniuses as nothing. Chapter 436, Chaos Divine Body. Qingzi, enough? Yuan Tongtian frowned deeply upon seeing the situation and directly addressed Lin Xingyo. Do you think fighting is about talking? To defeat 5 opponents single-handedly is already a feat of unparalleled talent. Why bother with taking on 10 when it's unnecessary? Yuan Tongtian was nearly driven mad with anger, as he hadn't anticipated Lin Xingyo's arrogance to reach such heights, daring to spout such outrageous words in front of all the heroes of the world. Taking on 10 at once? This is simply too arrogant. What happens if he loses? Will he really hand over those 6 golden divine bones? Those are something Yuan Tongtian must obtain, and he won't allow such recklessness. However, Lin Xingyo completely ignored Yuan Tongtian. Instead, he shifted his steps and gazed around, saying, You all disappoint me. Apart from these 5, not a single one dares to step forward for a fight. Where is the spirit of our human race? As soon as these words left Lin Xingyo's mouth, the entire arena fell into a deathly silence. But even more shocking words followed. Lin Xingyo paused briefly before continuing. With such backbone as yours, what will happen to our human race if we face a powerful enemy in the future? Who among you will dare to fight for humanity? These words struck the audience like a thunderbolt. Everyone stared at Lin Xingyo, their mouths opening several times. Yet no one could utter a single word. You fan, I admire you. Lei Ming, having recovered from his shock, leaped onto the life and death arena and bowed to Lin Xingyo, saying, Since you want to take on 10 at once, count me in, Lei Ming. Shan Zhongxing, also don't want to miss out. Shan Zhongxing from the Ghost Clan of the Xianling realm leaped onto the arena, saying, I am willing to fight alongside you. Me. As soon as Shan Zhongxing finished speaking, 3 more figures landed on the arena, and in an instant, 10 individuals surrounded Lin Xingyo in the center of the arena. Good, very good. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo directly said, I am glad to see that our human race still has such unyielding men. Now, I will give you all an opportunity. No matter the outcome of today's battle, in the future, you can all become my disciples. What? Upon hearing this, the usually bustling crowd was stunned into silence, with everyone looking like statues. Making Enlon and the others his disciples? For a moment, almost everyone in the crowd failed to react. When they finally did, they burst into uncontrollable laughter. What kind of person is this? How dare he make such outrageous claims? He's clearly a complete madman. Does he really think he's invincible? How arrogant can one be to say such things? Does he have such a high opinion of himself? Does he think he's the white-robed emperor, taking Enlon and the others as his disciples? There's no shortage of strange characters in this world. This is just too much bragging. Fellow Taoist, enough? Enlon waved his sleeve, his face darkening as if it could drip ink, and said, You've already raised your status quite high. Now, let's see what abilities you possess. Come fight. Lin Xingyo no longer wasted words. He took a step back, spread his hands, and looked at Enlon and the others, saying, Feel free to attack. I won't kill you. Upon hearing this, Enlon and the others were furious. Lin Xingyo's arrogance was beyond measure. Who were they? They were titled individuals from the Xianling realm, possessing the potential to become emperors. Wherever they went, people would grovel before them, hoping to curry favor. Yet, this man treated them with such disdain. They had to make him understand their power, or else their reputation would be ruined. Kill. Qi Tang and the others, their eyes bloodshot, charged at Lin Xingyo with explosive speed. Whether for honor or their reputation, they had to give it their all and could not afford to lose. Losing would mean losing face forever. Since they were fighting 10 against 1, Qi Tang and the others were fully committed, launching themselves at Lin Xingyo like lightning bolts. Come at me. Facing Qi Tang and the others' attack, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, unleashing the power of the great ancient holy body and the ancient bloodline, suppressing his strength and cultivation to the sovereign realm. He clenched his fist, activated the colorless domain, and with a punch like a meteor, he slammed into Qi Tang, who was the first to reach him, shouting, 6 paths reincarnation fist, break. Bang! Qi Tang's palm strike had just arrived when he felt an overwhelmingly powerful force slam into his hand. Before he could react, he was sent flying by Lin Xingyo's punch. Thud, thud, thud. Qi Tang landed on the arena, his feet skidding backward over a dozen steps before he finally stabilized himself. He was shocked. He realized that Lin Xingyo had held back. Otherwise, that punch would have obliterated him. How can he be so strong? Qi Tang shook his trembling arm, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo, thinking, We're both at the sovereign realm, yet his strength is so overwhelmingly powerful. Thunderstorm palm, break. As Qi Tang retreated, Lei Ming, with lightning coursing through his body, launched a thunderous punch at Lin Xingyo. 6 paths reincarnation fist, annihilate. Lin Xingyo merely smirked and countered with another 6 paths reincarnation fist. Lei Ming, attempting a direct clash, was sent flying just like Qi Tang. Enlon, it's your turn. After repelling Lei Ming, Lin Xingyo sidestepped Mu Wanqing's sword strike, clenched his fist, and delivered a lightning-fast punch to Enlon. 6 yang palm break. Seeing Lin Xingyo's punch coming, Enlon didn't dare to take it lightly. He raised his palm, channeling all the spiritual energy from his dantian to his palm, and with a burst of blazing flames, he struck back at Lin Xingyo. Bang! Lin Xingyo's 6 paths reincarnation fist collided with Enlan's 6 yang palm. Instead of retreating, Lin Xingyo advanced, bending low and sweeping his leg, then leaping up with both fists like twin dragons emerging from the sea, slamming into Enlan's chest. Bang! Enlan, unable to react in time, could only raise his arms to block, but he was forced back 6 or 7 steps. 6 paths reincarnation fist, kill. Lin Xingyo, seizing the advantage, quickly followed up with another ferocious punch. You fan, you've enraged me? Kill. Enlan was completely enraged. Realizing he had fallen into a disadvantage, the anger within him exploded. Roaring like a thunderclap, he charged at Lin Xingyo with full force. Kill, kill, kill. At the same time, Lei Ming and Qi Tang and the others also launched their attacks, their bodies wrapped in spiritual energy, shattering the void and cutting through the heavens as they struck at Lin Xingyo with lightning speed. Battle Saint Technique, activate. Facing the onslaught, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot, unleashing the Battle Saint Technique. Instantly, his combat power multiplied tenfold, his golden holy blood boiling, and the spiritual energy in his dantian exploded. 6 paths reincarnation fist, kill. Lin Xingyo moved like lightning, activating the colorless domain, and with the 6 paths reincarnation fist, he unleashed over 100 powerful strikes in front of everyone's astonished gaze. Bang, bang, bang. Qi Tang and the others only saw a blur of Lin Xingyo's figure before a devastating force struck them, sending them flying before they could react. Enlan, you're not bad. Lin Xingyo completely ignored Qi Tang and the others' shocked expressions. Instead, he directly launched a ferocious attack towards Enlan, saying, Your strength is above theirs, but even so, it's still not enough to fight me. Is this all the strength you have? Fine, this is what you forced me to do. Seeing Lin Xingyo charging at him, Enlan roared directly, Su Fan, I admit you are very strong, but I will unleash this power. In front of me, you are nothing but an ant. Kill. Come, I'm waiting for you to defeat me. Lin Xingyo directly threw a punch towards Enlan, saying, Unfortunately, I have already stood at the peak of the Great Tao. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually be suppressed by me. Arrogant. Seeing Lin Xingyo approaching, Enlan directly stomped his foot hard on the ground, causing it to crack, and shouted, Chaos Divine Body, activate? Boom! Enlan's aura suddenly transformed into a violent torrent of chaotic energy, which surged towards Lin Xingyo with explosive force. This power is interesting. Chapter 437. He is my son. Power of life and death, cycle of reincarnation, kill. Lin Xingyo and Enlan had exchanged hundreds of moves, and Lin Xingyo did not dare to be careless. He directly drew out all the power of life and death from his dantian, each move clashing with Enlan's chaos energy. Of course, Lin Xingyo also suppressed his strength. After all, his power of life and death was extremely terrifying. If he fully unleashed it, not to mention Enlan fighting him, Enlan would immediately be engulfed by this power. With one hand controlling life and the other controlling death, surrounded by the wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation, even Yuan Tongtian and the others might not be able to last long against Lin Xingyo, let alone Enlan, who was only at the sovereign level. Good heavens! What's going on here? His power is so strange. I feel like I'm constantly experiencing the cycle of life and death. One moment I'm falling into the abyss of death, and the next I feel the rebirth of life. It's as if he's deliberately leaving me a sliver of life. Otherwise, I would have been annihilated by the cycle of reincarnation. How can he wield such terrifying power? We're all human, so why is there such a huge gap? Enlan became more and more shocked as he fought, his invincible confidence gradually crumbling in the face of Lin Xingyo's power. To think that he, a prodigy among prodigies, couldn't match up to Lin Xingyo. Enlan couldn't believe it. He was born with a chaos physique. He had killed countless geniuses of his generation. Yet now, in front of Lin Xingyo, he felt like trash. Could this be the power of the 6 golden divine bones? Enlan was stunned, and immediately his heart surged with waves of emotion. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, How could he break through the shackles and instantly reach the terrifying level of the heavenly realm after obtaining the 6 golden divine bones? This must be the terrifying power contained within those 6 golden divine bones, enabling him to break through all constraints and achieve that formidable level. After all, the 6 golden divine bones have mastered the 6 paths of reincarnation governing life and death. Therefore, anyone who obtains them can gain this power, as the cycle of life and death is embedded within these 6 bones. That's why, despite his rapid and extreme advancement, he wasn't obliterated, but instead gained immense strength. Good heavens! Enlan's heart trembled as he looked at Lin Xingyo, his eyes filled with greed. So, this is the secret of the 6 golden divine bones. It's too incredible. Such a treasure. I, Enlan, must obtain it. How could this unworthy person be worthy of such a treasure? I must take it from him. Enlan made up his mind and immediately charged at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes, his attacks growing even more ferocious. In the midst of the battle, Qi Tang and the others seemed to have realized something and also began to unleash their attacks with wild abandon. Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened as he noticed Qi Tang's frenzy. Instantly, his anger surged. After all, he wasn't someone who could be bullied at will. These people were no longer the same as before. Lin Xingyo naturally wouldn't hold back. After all, even a clay bodhisattva has a temper. Since they wanted to kill him and seize his treasures, Lin Xingyo certainly wouldn't indulge them. He decisively counterattacked. With a burst of overwhelming power, he fiercely counterattacked Qi Tang and Enlan. Soon, Enlan and Qi Tang were screaming in pain under Lin Xingyo's onslaught, especially Qi Tang, whose face was split open by Lin Xingyo. "You Fan, you're despicable." In the midst of the bloody battle, Qi Tang roared like a madman and lunged at Lin Xingyo. "I'll fight you to the death." But the next moment, Lin Xingyo kicked Enlan away with a single move, turned around, and with lightning speed, delivered a powerful punch to Qi Tang's face. Smack! In Qi Tang's wide-eyed shock, Lin Xingyo's fist landed heavily on his face, sending him flying with a single punch. In the next instant, in the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, he crashed out of the life and death arena and slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater. "Enlan, take this." After sending Qi Tang flying with a punch, Lin Xingyo moved like lightning and arrived in front of Enlan, unleashing a barrage of over 100 punches. Smack! Enlan finally made a mistake and was sent flying by Lin Xingyo, crashing heavily onto the arena and spitting blood. Before Lin Xingyo could even turn around, Mu Wanling's sword had already shot toward him. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, kill. Lin Xingyo dodged sideways, and just as Mu Wanling's sword grazed his ear, he turned around and delivered a powerful palm strike to her chest. Smack! Mu Wanling's chest burst open, revealing her white innerwear, and with great shame, she was sent flying out of the life and death arena by Lin Xingyo's palm strike. Chu Yao Yao, it's your turn. After sending Mu Wanling flying with a single strike, Lin Xingyo took a step forward and appeared in front of Chu Yao Yao, delivering a powerful kick that sent her flying off the arena. Stop, don't hit me. Seeing Lin Xingyo looking at her like a demon, Huashire, trembling with fear, didn't wait for Lin Xingyo to react and quickly jumped off the life and death arena. I'll go down myself. Lei Ming. Lin Xingyo turned his head and looked at Lei Ming, leaping toward him. The latter gritted his teeth and his body surged with lightning. I fight. Kill. As soon as Lei Ming's voice fell, instead of retreating, he advanced and counterattacked Lin Xingyo. His hands crackled with lightning, emitting a piercing howl, and he delivered a powerful strike directly at Lin Xingyo. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, kill. Lin Xingyo didn't dare to use other moves, as other moves could easily expose his identity. So he could only rely on the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, counterattacking with overwhelming force against Lei Ming's incoming strike. Smack! The power of life and death in Lin Xingyo's fist collided with Lei Ming's lightning, and instantly, a powerful shockwave exploded at the point of impact. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone on the surrounding arenas surged forward like shooting stars, attacking Lin Xingyo with wild abandon. Colorless domain, activate. Lin Xingyo's heart roared, and with a stomp of his foot, he activated the colorless domain. Instantly, Anlan and the others' attacks all landed on Lin Xingyo's colorless domain. The next moment, without giving them any time to react, in the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, Lin Xingyo sent everyone flying with a single move. Anlan was especially sent flying 800 meters by Lin Xingyo's punch, crashing to the ground and spitting blood, unable to get up. Wow! The previously noisy scene around them instantly fell silent. Everyone opened their mouths wide, staring at Lin Xingyo in shock. It was too sudden, too fast. Almost no one had time to react. What was going on? All 10 geniuses on the life and death arena had been defeated. There were no cheers, no roars. Almost everyone was staring at Lin Xingyo with bated breath. At this moment, his figure on the arena was towering, pressing down on everyone, making it hard for them to breathe. 1 against 10. He had done it. He had defeated all 10 top geniuses of the Celestial Realms King series. At this moment, almost no one dared to believe it. No, this isn't real. After a while, Su Outyin, who had recovered from his shock, looked at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes and was the first to jump out excitedly. This isn't his power? A human can't possess such strength. This must be the power of the 6 golden divine bones. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. Then, one by one, everyone looked at Lin Xingyo with immense greed, all convinced by Su Outyin's words. They believed this wasn't Lin Xingyo's power. It must be the power of the 6 golden divine bones that made Lin Xingyo so extraordinary. Their goal had been achieved. Lin Xingyo's actions had proven everything. The next step was how to seize this extraordinary divine artifact from him. Qingzi, you're quite impressive. Qingzi, you're quite impressive. From the shock, Nangong Yin was the first to react. His momentum instantly changed, and his gaze became extremely sharp as he said, "Indeed, a talent blessed by heaven, with extraordinary potential. The Nangong family now extends an invitation to you. As long as you join the Nangong family, we can protect you on your path to enlightenment." Old scoundrel, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Yuan Tongtian immediately rose to his feet, exclaiming, "Yu Fan is already a disciple of our supreme primordial sacred ground. Are you trying to provoke us?" I, Yuan Tongtian, absolutely refuse to allow such a thing. Ba? Please, both of you, do not argue. From the viewing platform, an elderly, wrinkled monk with a compassionate expression suddenly stood up and chanted a Buddhist mantra, saying, "This Yu Shitzi is destined to be with our Buddha. He is the 10th son of our Buddha's seat and should return to our Buddhist sect, becoming the reincarnated Buddha of our Western region, leading our Buddhist followers to the Western paradise early." Master Kongwu, you are mistaken? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist of the Lingshu sect immediately waved his Dao dust and looked at Lin Xingyo with firm confidence, saying, "This child is the reincarnated sect master of our Xianling Palace. He should return to our Xianling Palace and become the sect master of this generation." Wrong. Seeing this, Cheetah suddenly jumped out, struggling to squeeze out 2 drops of tears and shouted, "This child is my lost son from many years ago. Only my son has such great talent for becoming an emperor." Go to hell. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo almost spat out blood and said, "Bronze tripod, smash him for me. My son Yu Fan, these years, your father has been searching for you without rest, almost covering the entire Xianling realm. You can't treat me like this." Seeing this, Cheetah immediately started crying with tears and snot, saying, "Your father knows he was wrong to your mother back then, but you must believe that your father has always wanted to find you." Lin Xingyo looked at the noisy scene in front of him, his black face almost dripping with ink. All these people in front of him were existences that could be considered ancestors or gods, and any one of them would be worshipped wherever they went. Where has their pride gone now? One by one, they were all crying and snotting, claiming to be his people. Isn't this too shameless? You are all the ancestors of a region. Do you not even care about your dignity? Lin Xingyo was utterly speechless. Although he knew they wanted to seize his 6 golden divine bones, was there really no need to be so shameless? Chapter 438, Power. The dust had barely settled after the martial arts competition at the training grounds when Lin Xingyo's feat of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly sent shockwaves through the celestial realm. Almost all eyes turned toward the primordial sacred land. In an instant, the entire cultivation world was abuzz with tales of him. The trouble was, countless people came forward to claim kinship with Lin Xingyo. No matter who they were, everyone wanted to establish some connection with him. Their motives were clear. They aimed to get close to Lin Xingyo and seize the 6 golden divine bones from him. Of course, Lin Xingyo wasn't naive. He knew exactly what these people were thinking, so after the martial arts competition, he closed his doors to visitors. He had no intention of dealing with these people. Every day, he would sneak to the primordial sacred land's library to complete his attendance task, then retreat to his courtyard, refusing to see anyone, not even Chu Yun and the others. His current identity was too sensitive. Everyone's eyes were on him, so Lin Xingyo forced himself to stay away from Chu Yun to avoid causing them trouble. After all, some people were incredibly cunning. The more he revealed, the more likely he was to be exploited. So, for now, he had to lay low. There was no other choice. His attendance task wasn't fully completed yet, so he had to stay hidden and finish it. During this time, Lin Xingyo didn't idle away his days. Almost every day, he sat under the large maple tree in his courtyard, meditating and deeply contemplating the power of life and death he had gained. Huff! Suddenly, Lin Xingyo opened his eyes while meditating under the maple tree. In his left hand, he held the power of death, and in his right, the power of life. The 6 paths of reincarnation flowed around him. Facing this immense power, Lin Xingyo knew there was still a long way to go. The higher his cultivation, the more he realized the boundless depth of this power. Life and death, reincarnation. Just 4 words, yet as his understanding of this great Tao deepened, he understood that one day, he would be able to control life and death with one hand, with the 6 paths of reincarnation flowing endlessly around him, reaching an immortal state. Lady Luoxia, I'm sorry. Our ancestor has given orders. Yufan is currently in closed-door cultivation, and no one is allowed to see him, including you. Just as Lin Xingyo opened his eyes, he immediately heard Zhang Feng's voice from outside the courtyard. Realizing what was happening, Lin Xingyo quickly said, Zhang Feng, let Miss Chu in. Yes, brother. Outside the courtyard, Zhang Feng, upon hearing Lin Xingyo's command, didn't dare delay and let Chu Yun in. Chu Yun, why are you here? Under the maple tree, Lin Xingyo, seeing Chu Yun enter, smiled warmly, revealing his white teeth, and stood up. Humph, can I come? Chu Yun, seeing Lin Xingyo stand up, gave him an annoyed glance, turned her head, and pouted with a look of dissatisfaction. How could that be? Lin Xingyo stepped forward, tightly embracing Chu Yun from behind, his lips close to her ear as he whispered, How could I not want to see you? Humph, you're annoying. Chu Yun trembled all over, her face turning red, and she leaned weakly into Lin Xingyo's embrace, her breathing becoming heavier. Chu Yun. Lin Xingyo held her tightly, his hands unable to resist turning her around, pressing her against the maple tree, and lowering his head to kiss her slightly parted red lips. Yikes! Just as Lin Xingyo was about to kiss Chu Yun, a shout rang out. Turning his head, he saw the bronze tripod with a small red flower on its head, stretching its 4 bronze legs as if to cover its eyes, shouting, Too spicy! Too spicy! Lin Xingyo was so annoyed that he waved his hand, forcefully pushing the bronze tripod into the toilet. Then, with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, he leaned against the maple tree and lowered his head to kiss Chu Yun again. All right, stop playing around. Seeing this, Chu Yun, her face red, forcefully pushed Lin Xingyo away and said, I have something to tell you. Lin Xingyo didn't want to let her go, as he hadn't tasted her in months. Without waiting for Chu Yun to react, he tightly embraced her and kissed her. Chu Yun was momentarily stunned, then tightly hugged Lin Xingyo, immediately responding to his kiss. Chu Yun, let's go inside. Lin Xingyo lifted Chu Yun into his arms, deeply kissed her, and said, "Humph, you're annoying." Chu Yun's blush spread across her entire body, and she trembled slightly, her enchanting eyes glancing at Lin Xingyo before burying her head in his chest. "Saintus, why are you here too?" Just as Lin Xingyo was about to carry Chu Yun into the house, he suddenly heard Zhang Feng's voice from outside the courtyard. That. My brother is in closed-door cultivation. He's not available to see you right now. Why don't you come back another day?" Chapter 439. I like them all. Zhao Yuqin, what brings you here? Lin Xingyo froze, immediately wanting to put Chu Yun down, but she clung tightly to his neck, giving him an expression of great dissatisfaction and refusing to let go. Lin Xingyo was in a bind. This was truly a life-threatening situation. Zhao Yuqin had a fiery temper, and now that she had witnessed this scene, his position as a subordinate was surely in jeopardy. It's over. It's over. What should I do? Lin Xingyo was frantic, sweat breaking out on his forehead. The shameful truth was that he liked both of them and didn't want either of them to be unhappy. They were both his loves. Idiot, put me down. Chu Yun bit her red lips, her expression full of grievance as she said, You're such a flirt. Why did I ever fall in love with you? Lin Xingyo opened his mouth several times, wanting to say something, but the words got stuck in his throat and he couldn't find the right words to say. All right, let Miss Zhao come in. Chu Yun glanced at Lin Xingyo with a look of grievance. We're all family here. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, and it took him a moment to process before he quickly called out, Zhang Feng, let Miss Zhao come in. Oh. Zhang Feng responded from outside the courtyard gate and immediately told Zhao Yuqin, then, Saintus, you can go in. Humph. Zhao Yuqin stomped her foot, her face immediately showing signs of displeasure. Although she knew this was Yuan Tongtian's arrangement to prevent outsiders from contacting Lin Xingyo. Who was she? She was the saintess of the primordial sacred grounds. There was nowhere in the primordial sacred grounds she couldn't go. Now, merely wanting to see Lin Xingyo was so troublesome, and she had encountered countless obstacles along the way. She was almost at the door. Zhang Feng was still blocking her, refusing to let her in. This household clearly lacked any sense of propriety. Didn't they know what kind of relationship she had with Lin Xingyo? Junior sister, I told you not to come. You just wouldn't listen. Ling Shi raised an eyebrow, her expression as unpleasant as it could be. Look at how annoying that guy is. He knows you're here, yet he doesn't even come out to greet you. And he treats you like this. I think what Master said is right. Men are no good. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuqin's expression became even worse. After all, she had been fuming with anger from the journey, and now with Ling Shi's instigation, she was truly furious. Junior sister, why do you even care about him? What's so good about that wretch? Ling Shi's face was so dark it was almost dripping with ink as she said, with his status, he's not even worthy to lick your toes. Why do you like such a good-for-nothing? I really can't understand. Are you sure this is really love? Zhao Yuqin was at a loss for words. In truth, she couldn't explain it herself, but she couldn't help but think of him, longing to see him every day. She had waited for so many days, yet he hadn't come to see her. Zhao Yuqin couldn't help but want to see him. She didn't understand if this was love, but she just wanted to see Lin Xingyo every day. Without him, her days felt incomplete. All right, let's go in together. Seeing this, Ling Shi waved her hand impatiently. This time, I came with you against Master's orders. Hurry up and go in. If you have anything to say, say it quickly, because if Master finds out you sneaked off the reflection cliff to see this wretch, I'll be punished along with you. Hearing this, Zhao Yuqin didn't dare to dawdle. After all, after the incident at the martial arena, Qingxia the Empress hadn't spared her any scolding. She had even sent Ling Shi to watch over her in the cave. If Qingxia the Empress found out she had come to see Lin Xingyo again, Zhao Yuqin had no idea how furious her master would be. Creak. Just as Zhao Yuqin was about to push open Lin Xingyo's door, the door inside the courtyard opened, and Lin Xingyo said, "Yuqin, what brings you here?" "Himph, what do you mean by that?" Zhao Yuqin shot a glance at Lin Xingyo, her eyes instantly brimming with grievance. "Am I not allowed to come?" No. Realizing his mistake, Lin Xingyo immediately scratched the back of his head awkwardly and smiled. "Please, come in." Wait." Just as Lin Xingyo took Zhao Yuqin's hand, Ling Shi suddenly sniffed her little nose, like a hunting dog, and said, "A woman was here just now, wasn't she?" He. Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, then patted Ling Shi's head and said, "Little Ling Shi, are you part dog? How could you smell that?" "A woman was indeed here just now, but she came to invite me to tonight's treasure expo at the primordial sacred grounds. See, she even brought an invitation." "Oh, is that so?" Ling Shi scrutinized Lin Xingyo from head to toe. "Why do I feel like you're lying?" Just as Ling Shi was making Lin Xingyo feel extremely uncomfortable, a sudden angry shout rang out. Turning his head, he saw the bronze tripod covered in excrement burst out of the toilet, shouting, "Human, you dare to shove me into the toilet? The tripod lord is going to fight you now." Chapter 440. This is the tea of enlightenment. Huh? There's something wrong with this cauldron? Ling Shi was stunned, her eyes wide as she stared at the bronze cauldron that had burst out of the toilet. Just looking at it made my head feel like it was splitting open. What kind of powerful immortal artifact is this? Himph, you little brat. The bronze cauldron, upon hearing this, immediately shuddered and emanated a series of proud spiritual thoughts. "You have good eyes. I, your cauldron master, will spare your life. But these two humans must die." "Shut up, bronze cauldron." Lin Xingyo, however, pursed his lips and waved his hand dismissively, sending the cauldron tumbling into the pond. "Go wash yourself in the pond. You stink." "How dare you, vile human." The bronze cauldron had just started to project its thoughts when it suddenly felt a divine order descend, forcing it to roll around in the pond water. It immediately struggled frantically, crying out, "Woohoo! What are you doing to me? You scoundrel! Bronze cauldron, stop making noise and wash properly." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips again and said, "You really stink." The bronze cauldron was furious. "This is all your fault, you." "Shut up." Lin Xingyo's expression darkened, and he quickly realized what was happening. "If you keep making noise, I'll start chanting a spell." "No, don't chant." The bronze cauldron panicked and shouted, "I won't make noise anymore. I know I was wrong." "Good, then wash properly," Lin Xingyo said, glancing at the bronze cauldron before ignoring it. "I'll take our guests inside first. Let me warn you, don't cause trouble again, or else I won't be polite." "Cauldron master, I dare not." The bronze cauldron trembled and flattered. "I know I was wrong from now on. You and others, Lin Xingyo, Realizing its mistake, the bronze cauldron quickly corrected itself. "Look at my foul mouth. You, with the Luoxia immortal lady. Who would know about that? Besides, you peeked at the Qingxia Empress bathing." Shut up. Upon hearing this, Lin Xingyo almost spat out blood. This broken cauldron was really asking for it. He had already given it to Wang Xian, but the next day it sneaked back. It refused to stay with Wang Xian. It claimed Wang Xian was a demoness, looking pitiful as if it had been tortured, almost shedding tears. In the end, Lin Xingyo had no choice but to let it stay here and tend to the flowers. But it was still so annoying. He should have just discarded it. What kind of cauldron is this? Ling Shi hadn't heard what the bronze cauldron was saying. Instead, she was utterly shocked, staring at the cauldron. This cauldron is so intelligent. This isn't just an ordinary cauldron. It might even be more intelligent than the heaven-opening bell, our sect's sacred artifact. Could this really be an incredibly powerful immortal artifact? Ling Shi, Don't be fooled by it. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, glaring at the bronze cauldron. It's just a broken cauldron. Not as amazing as you think. If you like it, I'll give it to you. What? Give it to me, this cauldron? Ling Shi was completely stunned. Everyone knew about the bronze cauldron blasting cheetah, and now this useless guy was offering it to her. Did I hear that right? This was an incredibly powerful immortal cauldron capable of blasting a cultivator at the immortal king level. Such a powerful artifact, and this guy was giving it to her. Was he crazy? If word got out, everyone would go mad. Countless people would risk their lives for such an artifact. And now this guy was giving it to her. Was he just playing with her? Human, are you trying to harm me again? I, your cauldron master, won't follow this child. If you dare give me to her, I'll reveal all your secrets to her. Huh. Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened, and his face filled with overwhelming anger. Realizing its mistake, the bronze cauldron quickly sank into the pond, disappearing from Ling Shi's sight. Huh, where did the cauldron go? Ling Shi was startled and immediately looked at Lin Xingyo. You said you were going to give it to me. You can't go back on your word. Hee hee hee. Lin Xingyo scratched the back of his head, smiling at Ling Shi. Ling Shi, this cauldron stinks too much. Let's not take it. Come inside with me. I have many other treasures. I'll give you anything you want, and it'll be better than that broken cauldron. Himph, I knew you were just teasing me. Ling Shi stomped her foot, her face full of dissatisfaction. Men, none of them are any good. Lin Xingyo didn't argue with Ling Shi. He led her into the house, knowing the bronze cauldron was right. It knew too many secrets. It was better to keep it by his side. Especially after the recent passion with Chu Yun, the time he peeked at the Qingxia Empress bathing at Sigua Cliff, the incident where he almost got forced by Yao Yu. The bronze cauldron knew all of it. If it leaked out, Lin Xingyo would be in big trouble. So, he had to keep it close. Of course. He also needed to discipline it properly, teach it what it could and couldn't say. Otherwise, it would definitely cause trouble in the future. Himph, what kind of treasures do you have? As Lin Xingyo led Zhao Yuqin into the room, Ling Shi looked around, her expression grim. Apart from this clean house, there's nothing here. Not even a single valuable item. Ling Shi, don't be like that. Seeing this, Zhao Yuqin said, We're not here to ask for treasures from him. If you don't mind, why don't you go outside for a while? I want to have a few words with you, Fan. No way. Ling Shi shook her head like a rattled drum. It's broad daylight, and you two are alone in a room. What are you going to talk about? I'm here representing my master to keep an eye on you. If you do anything improper, how am I supposed to explain it to my master? That. Although Lin Xingyo wanted to throw Ling Shi out, he had to give Zhao Yuqin face. So, he forced a smile and said to Ling Shi, Why don't I make you a cup of tea? No thanks. Ling Shi's lips curled in disdain. What kind of good tea could you possibly have? Well, why don't you try this? Lin Xingyo sat down helplessly, lit the stove and set out the tea jar. The tea here is quite good, he said, trying to make an effort to appease Ling Shi. Humph, pretentious. Ling Shi stomped her foot, pouting in disdain. Let's see what kind of good tea you can come up with. That's not right. As soon as Ling Shi finished speaking, she saw Lin Xingyo open the tea jar. Her disdainful expression suddenly froze, and her eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, This tea is so full of spiritual energy. Could this be the legendary tea of enlightenment? Would you like to try it? Chapter 441. All Useless Things. Smack, smack, smack. In the southern palace of the primordial sacred land, Nangong Yin swept all the teacups off the Nanmu table with a single slap, and they shattered on the ground with a series of clattering sounds. Waste. All of you are wastes. With a single slap, Nangong Yin immediately grabbed Nangong Yu by the collar and pushed him to the ground, then kicked him hard several times, shouting, You can't even handle a woman. What use are you? Father, listen to me. After receiving a few kicks, Nangong Yu quickly explained to Nangong Yin, There's a powerful expert secretly protecting Zhao Yuqin. Neither I nor Uncle Su could get close to Zhao Yuqin's dwelling before being swept away by a sudden whirlwind, flying tens of thousands of miles. Hearing this response, Nangong Yan's brows immediately furrowed. These days, he had been plagued by one misfortune after another. In the past 10 days, many things had happened. None of them brought him any comfort, especially Lin Xingyo, who had made him half crazy with anger. Nangong Yan considered himself a great leader. For years, he had ruled the Nangong family without such vexation, but now, a mere ant like Lin Xingyo had repeatedly humiliated him. Nangong Yan had completely harbored a killing intent towards Lin Xingyo. He understood that Lin Xingyo would not submit to him, as he had already extended an olive branch. Yet, Lin Xingyo remained unmoved. Nangong Yan knew there was no room for negotiation. Now, he had to eliminate Lin Xingyo at all costs. After all, such a person could not be left alive to interfere with his grand plans. Father, what should we do next? Seeing Nangong Yan silent, Nangong Yu timidly asked, do we still need to capture Zhao Yuqin? Capture, of course, we must capture. Nangong Yan clenched his hand tightly and said, Zhao Yuqin is the core of all our plans. We must control this woman. Otherwise, we won't be able to coerce the Qingxia Empress. But, Nangong Yu gritted his teeth and couldn't help but say, we don't know who is secretly protecting Zhao Yuqin. If we act again, it might provoke them, and next time, it might not just be sweeping us away tens of thousands of miles. Humph, no matter who it is, anyone who dares to cross me, Nangong Yan, shall die. Nangong Yan's cold gaze deepened as he turned his eyes to Su Fu and said, Uncle Su, go down the mountain and bring Lei Shan and the others up. No matter what, we must capture Zhao Yuqin tonight. Yes, master. Upon hearing this, Su Fu immediately bowed to Nangong Yan, then turned and left the courtyard. As Su Fu's figure disappeared into the distance, Nangong Yan casually glanced at Nangong Yu and said, Get up, you useless thing. Although Nangong Yu felt uncomfortable, he quickly got up from the ground and stood beside Nangong Yan without daring to speak much. All right, stop standing there like a fool. Seeing Nangong Yu timidly standing beside him, Nangong Yan frowned, showing a very impatient expression. Go, tidy up and accompany your father to the treasure-gathering conference hosted by the primordial sacred land tonight. Treasure-gathering conference? Nangong Yu was stunned, then looked at Nangong Yan. Seeing this, Nangong Yan waved his hand and said, What are you looking at me for? Hurry up and get ready to accompany me. Chapter 442. My son has the potential to become an emperor. It was dark. It was the depths of winter. Naturally, going out would feel a bit cold, especially with the snow falling heavily outside. However, such cold had no effect on Lin Xingyo, as he had long since reached the level where he was immune to the cold. In the darkness, Lin Xingyo ventured out. Wearing a long white robe and disguised with an ordinary appearance, he steered a small boat through the icy winds, passing countless peaks until he finally arrived at Tianyun Peak of the Tai Chu Sacred Land. Tianyun Peak was enormous. The entire mountain had been sliced in half by a single sword strike, with one half floating in the vast void thousands of feet above, and the other resting among the surrounding mountains. Surrounded by lush green peaks, a series of magnificent golden palaces stood, and to be honest, the Tai Chu Sacred Land was far larger than the Heavenly Sword Sect. Even though Lin Xingyo had been here for nearly 2 months, he still didn't fully understand the Tai Chu Sacred Land. After all, the Tai Chu Sacred Land was a holy site of the Qiyu continent, occupying an area of over 1 million miles. Within this vast region were countless blessed lands and spiritual sites. Tianyun Peak. As the Tai Chu Sacred Land's hub for external transactions and reception of outside forces, it wasn't accessible to just anyone. The Tai Chu Sacred Land didn't entertain minor factions. However, today's Tianyun Peak was destined to be lively, because many influential figures from the cultivation world, along with powerful ancient kingdoms and religious sects, had gathered here to attend the Wan Bao Convention. This convention was jointly organized by several immortal emperors and the Tai Chu Sacred Land. Those attending the Wan Bao convention understood that it was essentially a grand exchange event where everyone could trade their treasures. Of course, just this alone wouldn't be enough to attract so many people. The reason so many had come to this Wan Bao convention was also due to other factors, the most important being the 6 golden divine bones Lin Xingyo possessed. Many had come specifically for this. The purpose of organizing this convention was clearly to gather everyone together, though what they intended to do remained unknown. Lin Xingyo arrived at Tianyun Peak without delay. He landed his small boat at the mountain gate, submitted his invitation, and proceeded smoothly to the Wan Bao convention venue. The Wan Bao convention venue was bustling. Countless prominent figures mingled, gathered in small groups, sipping wine or tea, chatting quietly. Lin Xingyo, however, didn't join the crowd. Although he had come at Chu Yun's invitation, he wasn't suited to such lively scenes. Compared to the noise, Lin Xingyo preferred tranquility. Of course, while Lin Xingyo enjoyed quiet, many others thrived in such lively environments, as it allowed them to network with powerful friends. Cheetah, for example, was adept at such occasions. Chi Tang, however, was in a foul mood. Perhaps it was the humiliation of being defeated by Lin Xingyo a few days ago, or perhaps it was the sudden appearance of a son for Cheetah that made him uncomfortable. Either way, his face was a mask of displeasure. Compared to Cheetah's cheerful expression, Chi Tang's face was as grim as could be, so dark it seemed it could drip ink. Of course, seeing Cheetah, Lin Xingyo's expression also turned sour, as the man could only be described as shameless. Too shameless. If Lin Xingyo weren't waiting for Chu Yun and didn't want to cause trouble, he would have already risen to slap Cheetah for his incessant claims that Lin Xingyo was his son, boasting about how his son, Yufan, had the potential to become an emperor. But Cheetah remained oblivious to Lin Xingyo sitting behind him, instead continuing to boast about how Lin Xingyo was his son, recounting his years of searching for his child in a way that almost brought tears to the listeners. Sitting behind him, Lin Xingyo was speechless. If he hadn't known Cheetah was lying through his teeth, Lin Xingyo might have even been moved by his words. But fake was fake, no matter how well it was told. The thought of Cheetah's ulterior motives made Lin Xingyo feel sick. Such was the malicious nature of humanity. These people, in their desperation to obtain the 6 golden divine bones from him, would stop at nothing. They'd even claim him as their son. Some would go so far as to call him their father. Seeing this, Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and didn't engage, as he was inwardly frustrated but had no choice. There were simply too many like Cheetah. Lin Xingyo couldn't do anything about it. After all, he couldn't just kill them all because of this, so he had to endure sitting behind Cheetah and listening. "Father, enough, please stop." As Lin Xingyo was feeling helpless, Chi Tang behind him could no longer endure it. He suddenly stood up, his face contorted with rage as he glared at Cheetah. "Father, enough, please stop. Don't you feel ashamed? They may not say it, but everyone's laughing at you behind your back. And that good for nothing. Is he even worthy of being part of our Wang family's lineage? If it weren't for those 6 golden divine bones, I would have crushed him long ago. You know that?" Chi Tang's face was truly ashen after his outburst, as he couldn't understand why Cheetah was acting this way. As the head of the Chi family, his status was incredibly noble. Why stoop to such behavior? Chi Tang simply didn't get it. Was it just to obtain those 6 golden divine bones? But could such behavior really secure such a treasure? Moreover, such shamelessness was driving Chi Tang mad, as he believed that even if the 6 golden divine bones were powerful, they were still external forces. They weren't his true strength. Therefore, Chi Tang was different from many others. He believed that one's own power was invincible, and relying on external forces was not the path of a true strong person. Therefore, he was deeply dissatisfied with Cheetah's actions, feeling utterly humiliated by them. Chapter 443, Treasure Convention. Hey look, it's Fairy Luoxia. Just as Chi Tang was on the verge of losing his temper, a shout rang out, and he turned his head to see countless people looking towards the entrance of the Treasure Convention venue. There, Chu Yun was leading Su Shirhan and others as they entered. Chu Yun was unbothered by the gazes of others. After all, she had experienced such public attention far too many times. She politely greeted those around her and glanced around slightly. Soon, she locked onto Lin Xingyo's location and walked directly towards him. Ha ha ha. This is too amazing. Fairy Luoxia is actually walking towards me. Seeing this, Cheetah was overjoyed and immediately stood up, glancing proudly at the surrounding crowd, saying, "Do you see that? Fairy Luoxia must have heard that Yufan is my son, so she's coming over to make friends with me." Qitong, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He had not expected that the renowned ice-cold beauty, Fairy Luoxia, would actually be walking towards them. Could it be true what his father said? Is Yufan really my brother? Compared to Qitong's instant shock, Lin Xingyo's eyes were filled with disdain for these people, along with a look of disbelief. What are these people thinking? Their imaginations are too wild. Chu Yun is clearly coming towards me. How could it be related to so many things? Where is the demeanor of a big shot? They're completely lacking in common sense. Do they really think they're my father? Chu Yun wants to make friends with me? To even say such a thing, Lin Xingyo was truly at a loss for words. Fairy Luoxia, hello? Seeing Chu Yun approach, Cheetah immediately plastered a smile on his face, like a blooming chrysanthemum, and extended his hand towards her, saying, "I am Yufan's father. It's a pleasure to meet you." Chu Yun, however, seemed not to notice him at all, sidestepping him and walking past. Then, she confidently sat down beside Lin Xingyo, asking, "Young friend, may I sit here?" "Of course, please do." Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, revealing his clean white teeth, his demeanor as refreshing as a spring breeze. "Please, have a seat." Humph, how infuriating. Seeing this, Su Shirhan's face immediately showed a look of great dissatisfaction. In her heart, she muttered, "This woman is clearly not a good person, always flirting with others outside. My poor, useless master must have been blind to have any connection with her. Isn't having me, the ruthless empress, enough?" Su Shirhan glared fiercely at Chu Yun, muttering in her heart, "Why does he have to like this seductive woman? Sooner or later, he'll be betrayed. Who knows how many men this woman has outside?" Cheetah's expression twisted, momentarily caught off guard. After realizing what was happening, he was furious. What is going on here? Is Chu Yun deliberately humiliating me by walking towards me and then sitting beside this nobody, Lin Xingyo? Fairy Luoxia, what do you mean by this? Coming to his senses, Cheetah, filled with indignation, glared at Chu Yun, who had just sat down, and said unhappily, "Are you deliberately humiliating me? Do you know who I am? I am the head of the Qi family, the father of Yufan, who possesses the potential to become a great emperor. How dare you be so rude to me? Do you know what kind of miserable fate awaits you?" Chu Yun shot a disdainful glance at Cheetah and turned her head, showing no intention of acknowledging his presence. "Humph, how dare you?" Seeing this, Cheetah could no longer hold back. With countless eyes now focused on him, Chu Yun's indifference to him made him feel utterly humiliated. He felt he had to regain his dignity. But, the next moment, Cheetah's steps, which should have moved forward, suddenly stopped. His eyes widened as he saw the bronze cauldron stumbling towards them from the crowd, nearly scaring him out of his wits. "Lord Cauldron, why are you here?" Cheetah was stunned for about a second before quickly forcing a smile, bowing low towards the bronze cauldron and saying, "Brother, please accept my greetings." Go, go. Stay over there." The bronze cauldron completely ignored Cheetah. Instead, it looked around sneakily, saying, "Lord Cauldron is busy. I don't have time to entertain you." Damn, how did this guy show up here? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo was momentarily stunned, almost leaping over Chu Yun to give the bronze cauldron a kick, thinking, "This guy is secretly following me again?" "Oh, little cauldron." Wang Xian's expression brightened, and she quickly bent down, grabbing the bronze cauldron's leg, lifting it off the ground in front of Cheetah's astonished gaze. "Oh, it's you, young lady?" Seeing it was Wang Xian, the bronze cauldron immediately struggled and said, "Quickly let go of Lord Cauldron." I need to find that scoundrel. You fan? Bronze cauldron? You. Lin Xingyo's eyes darkened, and he immediately glared at the bronze cauldron. Realizing his own lapse in composure, he quickly stopped speaking and glared fiercely at the bronze cauldron. Little cauldron, where have you been these past few days? Wang Xian, however, didn't notice Lin Xingyo's reaction. Instead, she lifted the bronze cauldron and poked it, saying, I looked everywhere for you, but couldn't find you. The bronze cauldron trembled all over, wanting to say something, but unable to utter a single word. All right, it's fine. Seeing that the bronze cauldron wasn't speaking, Wang Xian didn't pursue the matter further. Instead, she hugged the bronze cauldron in her arms, saying, as long as you're back, that's good. Don't wander off again, or I'll have to discipline you. Xianer, that's enough? Chu Yun, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere, saw Wang Xian hugging the bronze cauldron and quickly pulled her back, saying, the treasure convention should be starting soon. Lin Xingyo immediately picked up the tea on the table, sipping it slowly and calmly, then looked at Chu Yun, waiting to hear what she had to say next. Chapter 444. Help me out. Xianer, watch closely. Seeing Lin Xingyo looking over, Chu Yun immediately cleared her throat and began. This treasure gathering is jointly organized by several immortal emperors. I heard they brought back some elixir of immortality from the land of illusions, which they plan to exchange here. If anyone can offer what they need, they can trade for the elixir obtained from the land of illusions. Elixir of immortality? The bustling crowd instantly froze, as the mention of the elixir immediately piqued everyone's interest. After all, practitioners seek immortality and eternal existence. So in an instant, all eyes turned to Chu Yun. Chu Yun, however, felt a bit awkward. She didn't know much herself, and now that everyone was staring at her, she didn't know what to say. Everyone, please quiet down. As Chu Yun was struggling, a shout suddenly rang out. Turning her head, she saw the ancestor of the Medicine King Valley, Huang Loxi, standing up and speaking, we are delighted that everyone could attend tonight's treasure gathering. This event is co-hosted by me and a few old friends. Our purpose is simple, to allow everyone to freely exchange treasures. Of course, we also have a few items that will be offered as opening gifts to exchange with you. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd held their breath, all eyes fixed on Huang Loxi. Given his status, no one dared to disrespect him. Everyone, take a look at this soil in my hand. This is the universal soil I obtained from the burial domain in the land of illusions. Seeing the situation, Huang Loxi didn't waste any time and immediately held up the universal soil, saying, if anyone needs it, they can exchange it with me for 10 top-grade divine medicines. 10 top-grade divine medicines? The noisy crowd instantly fell silent, everyone looking at each other, no one daring to respond. A piece of universal soil for 10 top-grade divine medicines. That was an astronomical price. Not everyone dared to speak up. After all, 10 top-grade divine medicines were not something just anyone could produce. Even though the universal soil was extremely precious, few dared to step forward for the trade. Human, help me obtain this universal soil. As Lin Xingyo was about to take a sip of tea, he suddenly heard the voice of the bronze cauldron in his ear. I'll teach you a Thunder Dao technique. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, lightly took a sip of tea, and completely ignored the bronze cauldron. As if Lin Xingyo wouldn't believe it. Next, he would definitely be tricked again. So, he had no intention of dealing with it. But, the next moment, Shi Minbao of the Sword Dynasty stood up, directly summoning 10 divine medicines and saying, I am willing to exchange with you. Master, please, be kind. Seeing Shi Minbao make a move, the bronze cauldron immediately pleaded with Lin Xingyo. This universal soil is very important to me. Please help me. All right, I understand. Lin Xingyo gently placed down his teacup and said to the bronze cauldron, I can help you get the universal soil, but from now on, you must obey me unconditionally. Otherwise, I won't help you. All right, no problem. Hearing this, the bronze cauldron immediately responded, I'll do whatever you say, as long as you help me get the universal soil. Good, don't forget what you said now. Lin Xingyo nodded in satisfaction and then raised his hand toward Huang Loxi, saying, I am willing to exchange 11 divine medicines with you. Huh. Hearing this, Shi Minbao's face darkened instantly, and his cold gaze immediately fell on Lin Xingyo. Shi Minbao was furious. What status did he have? He was now the king of the Sword Dynasty, with a cultivation level that had reached the terrifying third stage of the immortal Emperor realm. This unknown figure in front of him. How dare he be so bold? Didn't he know this would offend him? Shi Minbao's face turned as black as ink, while the surrounding crowd looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were a fool. Chapter 445. Public Provocation. Qingzi, are you crazy? Cheetah, having regained his composure from the initial shock, sternly ordered Lin Xingyo. I am now commanding you to retract what you just said. Otherwise, I guarantee you will die without a burial site. What's it to you? Mind your own business. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, casually glanced at Cheetah, and displayed a look of great dissatisfaction. Cheetah was stunned for a moment, immediately revealing an expression of rage, as he was infuriated by Lin Xingyo's words. After all, he was trying to help Lin Xingyo. Instead of being grateful, Lin Xingyo dared to speak to him in such a manner in front of so many people. Cheetah had never been so humiliated before. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and the more his pride was wounded. He glared at Lin Xingyo with extreme fury. Young man, you are too arrogant. Do you know I am trying to help you? Since you are courting death, don't blame me for not warning you. Lin Xingyo ignored him, not even sparing him a glance, and directly turned his gaze toward Shi Minbao. His expression made it clear that if Shi Minbao didn't increase his offer for the earth of 10,000 things, Lin Xingyo would take it. Humph, ignorant fool. Seeing this, Shi Minbao felt severely provoked by Lin Xingyo and immediately summoned 2 more top-grade divine medicines, declaring, I am willing to exchange 12 top-grade divine medicines. Pathetic. Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and directly raised his hand, shouting, I offer 20 top-grade divine medicines. What? The usually noisy venue fell into an instant silence. Everyone, one by one, gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide as they stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief. Especially Lin Xingyo's remark, pathetic. It truly shocked everyone. Even Yuan Tongtian and Nangong Yin, who had been sitting still, straightened up, as Lin Xingyo's words were like a thunderbolt. After all, not to mention 20 top-grade divine medicines, his attitude had thoroughly offended Shi Minbao and left him humiliated in front of everyone. Qingzi, you are very good. You have truly enraged me. After a brief silence, Shi Minbao, his eyes filled with murderous intent, glared at Lin Xingyo. Let me tell you, I, Shi Minbao, may not be all-powerful, but eliminating a wretch like you is as easy as flipping my hand. Dare to offend me. I will ensure you meet a wretched end. Oh, you're that powerful? Lin Xingyo's lips curled into a playful smile as he responded, Unfortunately, I'm not afraid of you at all. Upon hearing this, Shi Minbao completely lost his temper, his inner fury exploding. After all, in all his years, he had never encountered someone like Lin Xingyo who dared to repeatedly oppose him. This was utterly disrespectful, as if he didn't even consider Shi Minbao worthy of his attention. Very well, very good. Shi Minbao's icy gaze fixed on Lin Xingyo, his voice cold and sharp. Qingzi, I have taken note of this matter. I'll see how you manage to leave this place. You think you can stop me from leaving? Lin Xingyo disdainfully glanced at Shi Minbao and said, You can try, but let me warn you now. If you dare to stop me, I'll kill you. Oh, so you think you're very powerful? Shi Minbao, enraged, swept his sleeve and declared, Let's see who kills who then. All right, then I offer 20 top-grade divine medicines. Lin Xingyo said, Do you still want to bid? If not, this earth of 10,000 things is mine. Shi Minbao clenched his teeth and raised his hand, shouting, 21 top-grade divine medicines. 30 top-grade divine medicines. Before Shi Minbao could even respond, Lin Xingyo directly raised his hand and shouted 30 top-grade divine medicines. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent, all eyes turning towards Lin Xingyo, as if trying to uncover his identity. After all, daring to provoke Shimin Bao like this was something even ordinary people wouldn't do, let alone Yuan Tongtian and Nangong Yin, who showed great interest. Qingzi, are you out of your mind? Recovering from the shock, Cheetah looked at Lin Xingyo again and said, You dare to offend Shimin Bao again and again. Do you know who he is? He is the ruler of the Sword Kingdom, with a cultivation level reaching the third realm of a mortal emperor. How could he let you off after you've crossed him like this? Shut up. Before Lin Xingyo could respond, the bronze cauldron immediately directed its will towards Cheetah. My brother is handling things. What business is it of yours? Stay out of it, or I'll beat you to death. Did I get it wrong, Cauldron Lord? Cheetah was momentarily stunned, but after realizing what was happening, his eyes reddened as he said, Is this wretch even worthy of being your brother? He doesn't deserve it. No mistake. He is my brother. The bronze cauldron coldly replied, already very displeased with Cheetah, as the earth of 10,000 things was something it wanted. Now, not only was Cheetah being uncooperative, but he was also repeatedly trying to stop Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron was truly furious. Brother, I was wrong. Cheetah immediately realized his mistake and quickly bowed to Lin Xingyo, fawningly apologizing, I'm sorry, I was confused. Lin Xingyo couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this idiot, as his gaze remained fixed on Shimin Bao. After all, he had already offered 30 top-grade divine medicines, and now he was waiting for Shimin Bao to raise his bid. Of course, 30 top-grade divine medicines was also Lin Xingyo's limit. If Shimin Bao made another offer, Lin Xingyo would have to let him have it, as the earth of 10,000 things wasn't worth that much. However, Lin Xingyo believed Shimin Bao would still bid, as at his level, he was most concerned about his reputation, especially in front of so many people. If Shimin Bao didn't bid higher than 30 top-grade divine medicines, he would likely never be able to hold his head high again in front of everyone. Therefore, Lin Xingyo boldly offered 30 top-grade divine medicines, as Huang Loxi had asked him to secure an additional 20 top-grade divine medicines, and Lin Xingyo was more than willing to do so. After all, Huang Loxi was on his side. So, this bidding wasn't just to help the bronze cauldron, but also to help Huang Loxi secure a few more top-grade divine medicines. Qingzi, you are ruthless. Shimin Bao's face darkened to the point it could almost drip ink as he said, I offer 31 top-grade divine medicines. If you dare to bid again, I'll let you have this earth of 10,000 things, but our feud will be sealed. I absolutely won't let you live past tomorrow. 31 top-grade divine medicines? Very good. Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, revealing his clean white teeth, his voice as gentle as a spring breeze. You are quite excellent. I won't play with you anymore. Hearing this, Shimin Bao almost couldn't hold back, as even a fool could tell he had been played by Lin Xingyo. He, Shimin Bao, the ruler of the Sword Kingdom, a renowned sword master. Now, he was being toyed with by Lin Xingyo like a child. Realizing this, Shimin Bao's murderous intent surged to the heavens. Lin Xingyo, however, ignored him, as if he had just done something insignificant, poured himself a cup of tea, and playfully raised it towards Shimin Bao, which almost made Shimin Bao vomit blood in anger. Shimin Bao understood. Lin Xingyo was doing this on purpose, but no matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out where he had offended Lin Xingyo to be humiliated in front of so many people. Cheetah and the others were also puzzled. But compared to their confusion, Lin Xingyo's eyes revealed not only joy at this moment, but also a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted after being suppressed for many days. After all, not to mention his previous grudges with the Sword Kingdom, the recent actions of the Sword Kingdom and the Yuhua Kingdom at the Taichu Sacred Realm Martial Arts Arena, constantly trying to humiliate him, were enough for Lin Xingyo to not let them off easily. Shimin Bao, thank you. Huang Loxi was unusually excited as he turned to Shimin Bao and said, Here, this earth of 10,000 things is yours. Humph. Seeing this, Shimin Bao felt a mix of heartache and exasperation. He reluctantly summoned 31 top-grade divine medicines and, in front of countless onlookers, exchanged them with Huang Loxi, looking as if he had just lost his father. Good. Having obtained the 31 top-grade divine medicines, Huang Loxi was as delighted as one could be. He immediately announced, "Now, let's proceed to the exchange of the second item." Chapter 446, A Good Item. Everyone, please be quiet. As Huang Loxi exited the stage, Hua Xingtian, the ruler of the Fire Nation, immediately stood up and said, "Next, I have an item that I wish to exchange with all of you. This item is a fragment of an ancient jade disc. I obtained this jade disc from the ancient divine mountains in the realm of illusion. I am looking to exchange it for a piece of immortal Emperor Soul Crystal." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire venue fell into silence. One by one, almost everyone turned their gaze toward the jade disc in Hua Xingtian's hand. For a moment, no one dared to speak, as it was an item brought forth by an emperor, and everyone knew it was definitely not an ordinary artifact. However, the price of an immortal Emperor Soul Crystal. The crowd was deterred. As compared to divine medicines, immortal Emperor Soul Crystals were even rarer. To obtain such a crystal, one would have to slay a soul entity of the immortal Emperor realm. Facing this, almost only the unyielding factions had the qualification, as the threshold was simply too high. Human, obtaining this jade disc. Seeing this, the bronze ding recovered from its shock and said, "This is an extraordinary treasure. Does this have any use for you?" Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, glancing sideways at the bronze ding with a look of dissatisfaction. "This item is of no use to me." The bronze ding shuddered, sending its thoughts towards Lin Xingyo, saying, "However, this item is very useful to you." "Oh, useful to me?" Lin Xingyo frowned, immediately showing a look of disbelief. "Would you be so kind?" "Humph, don't believe me then?" The bronze ding snorted and directly replied, "But I must remind you, this jade disc once belonged to the Emperor of the Underworld, engraved with his 3,000 Dao laws. If you don't want it, I can't do anything about it." Hearing this, Lin Xingyo immediately opened his eyes and stared at the jade disc in Hua Xingtian's hand. What met his eyes was only an ancient jade disc, with the characters engraved on it being very archaic. Lin Xingyo didn't notice anything special. That's not right." Just as Lin Xingyo was about to withdraw his gaze, his expression suddenly froze, and his eyes instantly revealed a look of shock. The jade disc was extraordinary. At first glance, it didn't seem particularly remarkable, but when one focused and contemplated, they would immediately discover that this ancient jade disc was boundless and unfathomable. Within the jade disc, it seemed like the Tao was overwhelming, allowing one to comprehend the Tao and explore the laws. Instantly, one would sink into a world of the great Tao, as if someone was preaching the scriptures. "Xingyo, how is it?" Seeing Lin Xingyo's shocked expression, the bronze ding immediately asked, "This time, I didn't deceive you, did I?" "No, not at all." Lin Xingyo came to his senses and immediately promised the bronze ding, "Once I obtain this jade disc, I'll reward you with a piece of immortal soul crystal." "Xingyo, that's more like it." Hearing this, the bronze cauldron spoke proudly, "Your cauldron is truly a treasure. I can recognize all precious items. If you're always this sensible in the future, there will be many more such opportunities. So, you'd better treat me well, or else I won't inform you about such treasures." "All right, as long as you don't deceive me." Lin Xingyo didn't bother bickering with him and simply agreed, "I promise to treat you better. Hua Xingtian, I'll take this jade disc." Just as Lin Xingyo finished speaking, he suddenly heard a shout. Turning his head, he saw Nangong Yin standing up and saying, "I'll give you a piece of immortal Emperor Soul Crystal." Wow! As expected of the owner of the treasure pavilion, he immediately offered a piece of immortal Emperor Soul Crystal. The surrounding crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Under the gazes of everyone, Nangong Yin naturally showed an arrogant expression. Now, he was absolutely certain. Once he, Nangong Yin, spoke, the rest of the crowd would definitely not dare to compete. Apart from the envious atmosphere created by everyone, no one would dare to upset him. Because he was the king of this venue. If anyone dared to compete with him over something he desired, Nangong Yin wouldn't mind killing them. Perhaps sensing Nangong Yan's determination, no one dared to raise the price, and almost everyone was just flattering and boosting the atmosphere. This immediately elevated Nangong Yan's prestige. Nangong Yin thoroughly enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention, his face showing an expression of utmost arrogance. But the next moment, Lin Xingyo, who had reacted, suddenly raised his right hand. Seeing this action, many people were frightened, especially Cheetah, who widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock, because Lin Xingyo's gesture was almost telling everyone that he was going to raise the price and compete with Nangong Yin for the Jade Disc in Hua Xingtian's hand. This was simply too terrifying. Everyone hadn't had time to react when Lin Xingyo's hand was already raised in front of everyone's shocked gaze. Damn! Cheetah reacted and immediately glared at Lin Xingyo with bloodshot eyes. You madman? Are you crazy? What kind of occasion is this? You dare to raise your hand recklessly. Do you know who you're dealing with? That's Nangong Yin. You actually dare to compete with him for something. Do you think your life is too long? After saying this, Cheetah was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. In his mind, Lin Xingyo in front of him truly didn't know when to retreat. So many people in the venue didn't dare to raise their hands and bid, and now, at this crucial moment, Lin Xingyo was raising his hand recklessly. Didn't he know he would offend Nangong Yin? Lin Xingyo pursed his lips and didn't intend to pay attention to this fool, Cheetah. Not only did he raise his hand, but he was also preparing to bid. After all, whether he bid or not, really had nothing to do with this fool. Moreover, Lin Xingyo wasn't familiar with him, so he didn't want to pay attention to him. But Cheetah didn't intend to let him off. Instead, he indirectly taunted, "You fool, let me tell you. He who doesn't listen to old people will suffer in front of his eyes. If you don't put your hand down now, I guarantee you'll end up regretting it. After all, there are some people in this world that you can never afford to offend. Do you understand?" Chapter 447. The Ultimate Confrontation. Hua Xingtian. I offer 2 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. Lin Xingyo still ignored Cheetah and directly made his bid, instantly leaving Cheetah dumbfounded. He offered 2 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals? After a brief silence, the entire venue erupted in commotion. Even Su Shihan and Wang Xian, who were close by, were shocked and stared at Lin Xingyo in disbelief, especially Wang Xian, who covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes wide with astonishment. Who is Nangong Yin? He is the head of the Nangong clan and the leader of the treasure pavilion on Chiwe continent. With his status, not many in the immortal realm would dare to openly challenge him, let alone here. Young sir, are you willing to trade 2 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals with me? Even Hua Xingtian was momentarily stunned, so he first glanced at Lin Xingyo before turning his gaze to Nangong Yin. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? Very good. Nangong Yin disdainfully glanced at Lin Xingyo and said, Young man, I didn't expect you to be quite bold. Not only do you dare to offend Shimen Bao, but you also seem to have no regard for me. Very well. Very well. After saying this, Nangong Yin noticed Chu Yun sitting beside Lin Xingyo and couldn't help but continue. Since that's the case, I'll play along with you. Let's see what makes you so arrogant. Lin Xingyo, however, completely ignored Nangong Yan's words. Instead, he placed his empty teacup on the Nanmu table and glanced at Nangong Yin with a challenging gaze. Young man, you've angered me. Seeing this, Nangong Yin slammed his palm on the table and said, I offer 3 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. Do you dare to follow? Why wouldn't I? Lin Xingyo smirked disdainfully and said, You offer 3, I'll offer 4. This jade plate is mine, no matter what. The crowd was utterly stunned by this statement, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. Even Hua Xingtian and the other emperors were speechless, their mouths opening and closing several times, but no words came out. As for Cheetah and the others, they were completely dumbfounded. This insignificant ant, how dare he act so brazenly? It was truly shocking. After all, the person in front of them was Nangong Yin, and he had already issued a stern warning. If it were anyone else, they would have long since backed down. But not only did Lin Xingyo dare to continue bidding, he also openly challenged Nangong Yin in front of everyone. This act of boldness left everyone in shock, as it was simply too audacious. "You dog, what madness has possessed you?" After a while, Cheetah finally snapped out of his shock. His eyes bloodshot, he glared at Lin Xingyo and stammered, "Do you know who you are? How dare you repeatedly challenge the head of the Nangong clan like this? Have you thought about the consequences? What's it to you?" Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened as he finally turned to Cheetah and said, "Do I need you to teach me how to behave?" "Me?" Cheetah was dumbfounded, staring at Lin Xingyo in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. The surrounding crowd was equally stunned, and after a moment, they all couldn't help but gasp in shock. This man had just offended Nangong Yin, and now he was turning his attention to Cheetah. There was far too much information conveyed in this, leaving everyone staring at Lin Xingyo in complete astonishment. "Young man, although I don't know who is backing you, you dare to go against me like this. After this, I will investigate your background thoroughly, and not only will you suffer, but your family will also be wiped out." After a long silence, Nangong Yin laughed angrily and said, "Let me advise you. Be sensible and stop bidding. Otherwise, I will make good on my word." "I have no one backing me." Lin Xingyo smirked, completely disregarding Nangong Yan's threats, and continued looking at him. "But I never give up on what I want. If you want to compete with me, then let's see it through to the end." As the saying goes, even a clay bodhisattva has its limits. Now that Lin Xingyo had spoken so bluntly, Nangong Yin, who was facing him, was completely enraged. He had thought that no one would dare to compete with him for the jade plate. But not only did Lin Xingyo dare to compete with him, he also humiliated him in front of everyone. Nangong Yin was utterly furious. "So, you are deliberately going against me?" Nangong Yan's eyes burned with anger as he coldly glared at Lin Xingyo and said, "If that's the case, then I'll offer 5 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. What about it?" "I offer 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals." Lin Xingyo didn't wait for Nangong Yin to finish and directly bid 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. In an instant, the entire venue fell into silence, and almost all eyes turned to Lin Xingyo. It had started with just 1 immortal Emperor Soul Crystal. Now, after several rounds of bidding, it had reached 6. This scene left everyone in the venue sweating, as the person being challenged was Nangong Yin. By this point, everyone held their breath, waiting to see how the situation would unfold. "Fine, you're impressive." Just as everyone thought Nangong Yin would bid again, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he sneered at Lin Xingyo. "I'm not Shiman Bao. Don't think you can trick me with such tactics. Since you want to trade 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals with Hua Xingtian, I'll give you this opportunity. I'm out now. Show us the 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals and make the trade." "Ah!" The already silent venue erupted in shock upon hearing this. It was too sudden. Almost no one had time to react. Nangong Yin had backed out. In an instant, after a brief moment of recovery, the entire venue burst into commotion, with everyone praising Nangong Yin, while Lin Xingyo was pushed to the bottom. Everyone was mocking Lin Xingyo, waiting to see how he would produce the 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. After all, everyone knew that immortal Emperor Soul Crystals were priceless treasures. Even Nangong Yin couldn't easily produce 6 of them, as they were extremely valuable. "Pretend all you want." Cheetah, who had recovered from his shock, immediately began mocking Lin Xingyo. "Now, let's see how you're going to get out of this mess." Nangong Yin and the others also narrowed their eyes, their expressions filled with mockery. Clearly, none of them believed that Lin Xingyo could produce 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. But the next moment, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and summoned 6 immortal Emperor Soul Crystals, each one glowing like a small sun and hovering in front of him. Wow! The scene, which should have been bustling with activity, fell into complete silence. Everyone, one by one, opened their mouths wide and stared in disbelief. This can't be real." Nangong Yin was visibly shaken and immediately ordered, "Bring them here for inspection." Chapter 448, recognized. Lord, this? Su Fu behind Nangongyan stammered, this, we? What are you doing? Nangongyan, feeling humiliated and angry, didn't even bother to look closely. Instead, he snapped at Su Fu, check it out. His so-called immortal Emperor Soul Crystals must all be fake. Lord, these immortal Emperor Soul Crystals are all genuine. Su Fu gritted his teeth and said, and each one is from a ninth heaven immortal emperor. Ah! Everyone around widened their eyes and opened their mouths, staring at Lin Xingyo as if they had all turned to stone. All of them were ninth heaven immortal Emperor Soul Crystals. This statement implied so much information that everyone was left stunned. Your tea's gone. Seeing this, Chuyan glanced at Lin Xingyo and said, shall I pour you another cup? Lin Xingyo, disregarding the stares of the crowd, directly reached out and touched Chu Yun's face in front of countless shocked gazes. He actually dared to touch the face of the fairy of falling clouds. The normally bustling scene once again left everyone in a state of shock. Who is this person? How could he have such a shocking audacity? He dared to touch Chu Yun's face? Everyone in the world knows now, right? Chu Yun is the woman of the white-robed emperor. This guy actually dared to touch Chu Yun's face so brazenly in front of so many people. What kind of person is he? To have such a shocking audacity is truly outrageous. Doesn't he know? Touching Chu Yun is like cuckolding the white-robed emperor, isn't it? This is definitely madness. I'm King. Seeing this, Cheetah immediately cursed. This is a lunatic, a complete lunatic. Clang! Compared to the stunned crowd, Su Shirhan directly drew her sword. She couldn't tolerate this scene, although she always looked down on Chu Yun. Seeing someone dare to flirt with her, Su Shirhan's anger instantly exploded. She, Su Shirhan, would never allow anyone to disrespect Chu Yun, because no matter what, Chu Yun is Lin Xingyo's woman. So Su Shirhan would never allow anyone to be rude to Chu Yun. Shirhan, don't be rude. Seeing Su Shirhan draw her sword, Chu Yun immediately reached out and pressed down on the hilt of Su Shirhan's sword, whispering, he's your master. Su Shirhan froze, turned her head to look at Lin Xingyo, and then stomped hard on Lin Xingyo's foot. Ah, Shirhan. Lin Xingyo cried out in pain and immediately said to Su Shirhan, can't you be gentler? Humph. Su Shirhan turned her head away, her face cold, completely ignoring Lin Xingyo. Everyone around had no idea what was going on. No, something's not right. Nangong Yin shuddered all over, and upon looking into Lin Xingyo's eyes, he immediately realized. At this moment, he understood. This person in front of him was no ordinary nobody. He was clearly the peerless white-robed emperor. Otherwise, why would he dare to oppose him and touch Chu Yun's face in front of so many people? No doubt. This person is the white-robed emperor, otherwise, how could he possibly have so many immortal emperor soul crystals? Good, very good. Realizing this, Nangong Yin immediately lowered his cold gaze, and his hand clenched tightly. The matter is finally coming to an end. The white-robed emperor is here. The plan against the primordial sacred land can now be fully implemented. As long as the white-robed emperor and Du Morua end up mutually destroying each other, the primordial sacred land will be finished. Ha ha ha. This is too satisfying. Nangong Yin was very happy, because if he could accomplish this, the demon lord of the primordial sacred land would definitely reward him. This is great. Nangong Yin became more and more excited as he thought about it. After all, his father had achieved his current status because he almost destroyed the Heavenly Sword Sect. If he could completely destroy the primordial sacred land this time, it goes without saying, then ascending to the immortal realm should be no problem. After all, the treasure pavilion and the immortal treasure hall, as the two big hands controlling the immortal realm, have always been doing the important task of balancing the major forces in the immortal realm. For forces that are out of control and cannot be swayed by them. Their attitude has always been very direct, which is to destroy them by any means necessary. Of course, over the years, the Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Hall have destroyed many top forces in the immortal realm. Almost when a force reaches a certain height, they will carry out the harvest. The treasures obtained from the harvest will all be sent to the immortal realm through special teleportation arrays. The immortal realm will also reward according to the size of the merit. Those with great merit are usually granted the opportunity to ascend to the immortal realm by the old ancestors of the immortal realm, becoming true immortals. Of course, few people in the immortal realm know about this. Only the 4 leaders of the Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Hall, as well as the past and present Grand Elders, know. The rest only know that the Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Hall work for the immortal realm, but the behind-the-scenes matters are completely unknown to them. Even if some people can think of it, there's nothing they can do. After all, the Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Hall are currently the most powerful existences in the immortal realm. So even if everyone knows what the Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Hall have done, no one dares to make a move against them. After all, their strength is evident. Not everyone dares to be their enemy, so over the years, the Treasure Pavilion and the Immortal Treasure Hall have been shamelessly plundering the treasures of the immortal realm to offer to the immortal realm in exchange for rewards. White-robed Emperor, this time you'll be buried here together with the primordial sacred land. Chapter 449. A little excited. Big pervert, it's you. Wang Xian, on the other hand, completely ignored Nangong Yan's expression and immediately turned to look at Lin Xingyo, pouting her lips with an expression that showed just how unhappy she was. Little one, are you angry? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo smiled slightly, pinched Wang Xian's cheek, and then revealed a mouthful of gleaming white teeth, looking at her like a spring breeze. Come, smile for your master. How annoying. Wang Xian's face turned red as she quickly moved Lin Xingyo's hand away, then took a few steps back to create some distance between them, clearly showing her displeasure. Xianer, that's enough? Chu Yun, seeing this, poured tea for Lin Xingyo and stood up to hold Wang Xian's hand, whispering, Don't be like this. Your master has important matters to attend to, and it's not yet time for others to know he's here. Humph. Wang Xian glared fiercely at Lin Xingyo without saying a word, but her eyes kept sneaking glances at him. As for Su Shihan, she stomped on Lin Xingyo's foot and then remained silent. Lin Xingyo could only smile wryly. After all, he couldn't explain too much. He still had many days left to sign in at the Tai Chu Sacred Land, so he couldn't let others take notice of him and bring unnecessary trouble. Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down. Lin Xingyo was just smiling wryly and lowering his head to pick up the teacup on the table when suddenly he heard a shout. Looking up, he saw the Grand Elder of the Xianling Palace, Su Kuan the Taoist, standing up and saying, Fellow Taoists, we have already exchanged 2 treasures earlier. Now, I have a treasure in my possession that I would like to trade with all of you present. Lin Xingyo picked up the teacup and took a light sip. Seeing that Su Kuan the Taoist had taken out a ruler, his face immediately showed disinterest. Of course, the bronze cauldron also had no interest, as such space-breaking artifacts held no appeal for someone of their level. However, some families and ancient kingdoms were quite interested. A group of people were vying to bid, creating a lively atmosphere. After exchanging several more items, none of which caught Lin Xingyo's attention, the final round arrived, featuring the last and most anticipated treasure. It was a silver-white divine liquid. This item immediately piqued the interest of everyone present, including Lin Xingyo, who couldn't help but sit up straight. However, Lin Xingyo did not make a move, because the bronze cauldron immediately recognized the substance. Although it was a precious elixir of longevity, it had been tainted. Consuming it could restore vitality. However, it would also bind the user to unknown karma, ultimately leading to harm from this elixir of life. So Lin Xingyo chose to observe without making a move. However, this item was ultimately acquired by Yuan Tongtian. Lin Xingyo understood that Yuan Tongtian would undoubtedly be unable to resist the allure of the elixir of immortality, especially at his age where such a substance would be irresistible. Soon, the treasure-gathering assembly reached its final free exchange session. At this stage, for Lin Xingyo, the treasure-gathering conference had come to an end, So he quickly bid farewell to Chu Yun and the others and left Tianyun Peak by boat. Outside, it was still snowing. The snow was falling even heavier compared to earlier, and although Lin Xingyo was standing on the small boat, his speed was not fast. Perhaps it was the beauty of the snowy night that captivated him, so he didn't rush. However, the bronze ding was a bit displeased. After a whole night of effort, it hadn't gained anything for itself, but had instead helped Lin Xingyo acquire a treasure. As a result, the bronze cauldron kept following Lin Xingyo, incessantly complaining and voicing its discontent. Lin Xingyo chose to ignore it. Heading westward on the narrow boat towards home, the snowfall was truly heavy, drifting and blotting out the sky. After flying just a few miles, the silhouette of Tianyun Peak quickly disappeared behind him, swallowed by the vast expanse of white snow. Human, you're not keeping your word. As Lin Xingyo continued to fly forward, the constant nagging of the bronze cauldron echoed in his ears. You promised to help me get that piece of universal soil. Instead, you handed it over to someone else. I'm very upset. I'm really very upset. All right. After flying for a while, Lin Xingyo got tired of the constant nagging and shot a glance at the bronze ding, saying, "Stop droning on and on. Look, isn't someone coming from 1,000 miles away to deliver it to you?" Huh. The bronze ding paused, momentarily caught off guard. At first, it didn't realize what was happening, but then it suddenly understood and was overjoyed, as it immediately sensed the approach of Shimin Bao from behind. Ha, ha, ha. This is too awesome. The bronze ding came to its senses and exclaimed, "They really are delivering the treasure to us over 1,000 miles. Chapter 450. 1,000 li to deliver treasure. Don't get excited." Lin Xingyo pouted and said, "Those who are chasing us are not just them. There are others behind. But since they've come, we naturally can't neglect them, can we?" As soon as the bronze tripod heard this, it couldn't help but let out a lecherous laugh. After all, it loved playing the role of a weakling to devour the strong, especially if it could strip these people bare and clean them out completely. Let's go. Lin Xingyo didn't waste any more words. He directly stepped on the pianton beneath his feet and suddenly accelerated, saying, "Ahead is the broken sky cliff. We'll finish them off there. After all, that area is an ancient ruin. Even if we kill them, there won't be any traces left." Oh no. At the moment Lin Xingyo suddenly accelerated, Shimin Bao and Yu Huadong from the Yu Hua dynasty behind him all reacted immediately. They accelerated and chased after him, shouting, "That guy is trying to escape. Yu Hua brother, don't panic." Seeing Lin Xingyo's distant figure, Shimin Ping sneered and said, "That guy can't escape. Our emperor has already locked onto him. Now, even if he were 1,000 miles away, he wouldn't be able to escape our emperor's grasp. It's fine. Let that guy fly a bit longer." Shimin Bao, dressed in a golden dragon robe, stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Lin Xingyo's retreating figure as he walked through the air, saying, "Ahead should be the broken sky cliff of the Tai Chu's sacred land. It's best to deal with him in that chaotic area." Hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with smiles, as they all knew that area. It was a dead end. Arriving there indeed made it easier to make a move, especially on this icy, snowy night. Killing someone in such heavy snow would be enough to cover all traces, and killing someone in that place wouldn't attract attention from the Tai Chu's sacred land, as it was originally a desolate ancient ruin. We're here. After flying for a while, Lin Xingyo suddenly stopped his moving steps. He stretched out his hand, summoned the 36 banners he had refined in the ancient spirit domain, and threw them into the area a few hundred zhang ahead, saying, "Let's wait for those guys to take the bait." Huh, why isn't that guy running anymore? As soon as Lin Xingyo placed the 36 banners, Yu Huadong and the others who had followed behind all looked at Lin Xingyo, who had stopped, with puzzled expressions. Damn it, who cares? It's better if he doesn't run. Seeing Lin Xingyo standing with his back to them at the broken sky cliff, Xi Ping immediately accelerated and shot towards Lin Xingyo, saying, "Since we're already here, let's bury him here. Let's go. We should take a look too." Yu Huadong, holding a large bow in his hand and dressed in white battle armor, followed suit and led a dozen kings of the immortal realm to chase after them. "You're quite sensible, aren't you?" Xi Ping didn't pay attention to Yu Huadong and the others who had followed. Instead, he landed behind Lin Xingyo and said, "You've already chosen a place for your grave. Since you're so sensible, then prepare to die here." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Xingyo pouted and turned to look at Xi Ping, saying, "Are you so sure? What if I'm here waiting to bury you?" "Bury me? With you?" Standing in the void, Xi Ping glanced at Yu Huadong and Xi Bao behind him and couldn't help but laugh at Lin Xingyo's words, saying, "You're really confident, aren't you? Do you even know what kind of strength we have? To dare say such big words, it seems tonight we can't let you live." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo first gave a playful glance at Xi Ping, then looked at Xi Bao and Yu Huadong, saying, "It seems there's going to be a fight?" "Fight? You're not worthy." Xi Ping looked at Lin Xingyo with disdain, his mouth curling into a cruel smile as he said, "It's not that I look down on you. Let me tell you, if you know what's good for you, hand over everything you have. Otherwise, we'll make sure you die a miserable death." "Oh, so you're not here for revenge?" Lin Xingyo pouted, his gaze falling calmly on Xi Ping, saying, "But to rob me? Damn it." Yu Huadong glared at Lin Xingyo, then looked at him with extreme disdain, saying, "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Isn't our attitude clear enough? We're not just here to rob you, we're also here to kill you." "Oh, murder and robbery?" Lin Xingyo slightly raised his hand and looked at Yu Huadong and the others, saying, "That's a good idea. I like it." Hearing this, Yu Huadong immediately looked at Lin Xingyo and asked, "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 451, Murder and Plunder. Well, originally. Lin Xingyo smiled faintly, revealing a set of dazzlingly white teeth, his voice as warm as a spring breeze. "I just wanted to search you for some treasures. But now, it seems that murder and plunder would be cleaner. I think your suggestion is quite good. I can kill all of you and take all the treasures you have." "What?" Xi Ping and the others were stunned for a moment, and upon realizing what he said, they all exploded in fury. "You madman! What did you just say? You want to rob us? And kill us all? You must be out of your mind. Do you even know who we are? We are all mighty sovereigns of the immortal realm. How could a mere trash like you possibly be our match?" Xi Ping and the others found it both amusing and infuriating. This so-called trash in front of them had no idea who he was dealing with. Did he know that behind them stood Nangong Yen, a transcendent realm expert? This fool actually dared to speak to them in such a manner. To Xi Ping and the others, Lin Xingyo was not only laughable but also courting death. "Xi Ping, don't waste words with him." Xi Bao frowned deeply and directly ordered Xi Ping, "Just finish him off." "Yes, Lord Emperor." Xi Ping responded and immediately summoned a lightning-infused longsword, which crackled with electricity. With a flash of lightning, he thrust the sword directly at Lin Xingyo. "This is what you asked for," Xi Ping sneered, his face contorted with malice as he thrust his sword forward. "We gave you a chance earlier, but you didn't take it. Now, prepare to meet your doom. This is suicide." Yu Huadong and the others looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already a dead man, expecting to see Xi Ping's sword slice through him at any moment. But, in the next instant, Lin Xingyo slowly raised his right hand, and in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he effortlessly caught Xi Ping's sword between his fingers. Then, an eerie scene unfolded. Xi Ping suddenly knelt before Lin Xingyo and instantly aged hundreds of years. What just happened? Yu Huadong and the others froze for a moment, and the next instant, they all stumbled backward instinctively, retreating several hundred steps. It was terrifying. No one had seen how Lin Xingyo had acted, but Xi Ping had instantly aged hundreds of years, his once black hair turning white in an instant. This sight not only terrified Yu Huadong but also shocked Xi Bao, as Xi Ping was a sovereign of the 6th rank, Yet he had no chance to resist and had aged so drastically. Lin Xingyo's move was simply otherworldly. Quick, attack. Kill him. After a moment, Yu Huadong finally snapped out of his shock, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Lin Xingyo in horror and shouted, "This man is a demon. He must not be left alive. Kill him." Hearing this, everyone finally realized what was happening. Could it be that this man was a demon who absorbed life force? A demon. Everyone should hunt him down. Realizing this, everyone turned and attacked Lin Xingyo with unrestrained fury. It was no longer just about murder and plunder. They had now labeled Lin Xingyo as a demon. Courting death? Lin Xingyo's expression hardened as he looked at the withered Shiman Ping in front of him, momentarily lost in thought. But he quickly snapped back to reality and decisively acted, meeting Yu Huadong's charge with a lightning-fast punch. Bang! With a single punch, Lin Xingyo exploded Yu Huadong into a shower of blood and brain matter. But he didn't stop there. His speed increased as he charged toward the group following Yu Huadong. This demon is powerful. Seeing Yu Huadong killed instantly, the rest of the Yu Hua dynasty scattered in panic. Quick! Inform the Supreme Sanctuary to hunt him down. Too late. Lin Xingyo's cold eyes flashed as he stepped forward, and instantly, 36 banners shot up from the ground, sealing off the entire area. No one can notify anyone. What do we do? The Yu Hua dynasty members were all in a panic. This demon has trapped us. Panicking won't help. Shiman Bao, however, remained calm. He summoned a long sword and stepped into the air toward Lin Xingyo. A mere array can't trap us. First, kill him. I can break it with a single sword strike later. Hearing this, everyone felt reassured. As Shiman Bao was a sovereign of the divine realm, they all gripped their weapons tightly and once again looked at Lin Xingyo, who now resembled a demon god. Fellow, what is your name? Shiman Bao ignored their reactions and instead held his 7-foot-long sword, looking down at Lin Xingyo. I, Shiman Bao, never kill nameless souls. I am Lin Xingyo. Lin Xingyo turned his head and looked at Shiman Bao. Remember my name? Because I'm afraid you'll forget who killed you in the underworld. Lin Xingyo, very well. I'll remember that name. Shiman Bao's 7-foot-long sword trembled as he prepared to strike. Remember my name too. You can tell it in the underworld. Wait, Lin Xingyo. The previously chaotic scene suddenly fell silent, and one by one, everyone opened their mouths and stared at Lin Xingyo in shock. Isn't the White Emperor also named Lin Xingyo? But it was too late. Shiman Bao attacked, his sword reaching Lin Xingyo in an instant. But in the next moment, Lin Xingyo raised his hand and caught the tip of Shiman Bao's sword. Then, in front of everyone's astonished gaze, he swiftly plunged the sword tip into Shiman Bao's forehead. Boom! Shiman Bao's forehead exploded, his life essence drained, leaving him withered like a dried-up tree as he fell toward the snowy ground. But before he could land, he shattered into ashes that scattered across the snow. In an instant, the Yu Hua dynasty members were all petrified, their eyes wide open, mouths agape, staring at Lin Xingyo in complete shock. It was terrifying. It was too fast. Just moments ago, Shiman Bao was still alive, commanding with arrogance. And now, he was killed so effortlessly. Everyone around was too stunned to react, their voices stuck in their throats as they watched Lin Xingyo. The scene was too shocking for them to even speak. All right. Lin Xingyo flicked his sleeve, his gaze calm as he looked at the terrified crowd. All of you, move on. Don't kill us. Everyone around was jolted, momentarily unable to react. When they finally did, they all begged for mercy. Go! This time, Lin Xingyo showed no mercy. With a wave of his hand, countless weapons shot out from his small world, and before anyone could react, they were all pierced through by thousands of blades, falling to the ground. Chapter 452. Discussing Cooperation. Nangong Yin, do you want to leave? Lin Xingyo stepped forward, and the 36 array flags followed his movement, instantly trapping Nangong Yin, who was 10 miles away, at the center of the formation. Seeing this, Nangong Yin immediately forced a smile, his face wrinkling like a chrysanthemum, as he looked at Lin Xingyo and said, "Brother Lin, don't make a move. I'm not here to cause trouble for you." "Oh." Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, his gaze fixed on Nangong Yin. "Then why were you sneaking around behind me? Were you not plotting against me?" "Brother Lin, you're joking?" At these words, Nangong Yin quickly forced another smile. "Who am I? I'm the manager of the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion in the Red Moon continent. How could I possibly rob you for treasures? I followed you because I wanted to see if we could work together on something big. Is that so?" Lin Xingyo examined Nangong Yin from head to toe. "Unfortunately, I don't like working with you. I've always preferred to go it alone and avoid any connections with others." "Brother Lin, don't rush to refuse me," Nangong Yin replied calmly, not showing any signs of impatience. Instead, he smiled ingratiatingly at Lin Xingyo. "You know, it's always better to have a big tree for shade. You're a talented individual, so why not join us at the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion and work together for the Immortal Realm?" "For the Immortal Realm?" Lin Xingyo's cold gaze darkened as he stared at Nangong Yin. "I, Lin Xingyo, swear never to serve others as a slave, nor will I ever forget my ancestors to become a dog of the Immortal Realm." "You." Hearing this, Nangong Yan's temper flared. He knew that many in the Immortal Spirit Realm viewed them this way, as slaves to the Immortal Realm, forgetting their ancestors and willingly becoming the dogs that harmed the Immortal Spirit Realm. Although this was the truth, being spoken about so bluntly still hurt Nangong Yan's pride. After all, this was his sore spot. Even though he was doing it, he couldn't stand anyone saying it. If anyone dared to speak so brazenly, Nangong Yin would certainly fight them to the death. But facing Lin Xingyo, Nangong Yin gritted his teeth and suppressed the rage that burned within him. After all, he was a businessman, and he also knew very well that he couldn't defeat Lin Xingyo. However, a seed of murderous intent had been planted in his heart toward Lin Xingyo. "All right." Lin Xingyo calmly looked at Nangong Yin and said, "I've wasted enough time talking with you. It's time to send you on your way." "Huh?" Nangong Yan's angry expression froze momentarily, as he hadn't reacted yet. When he did, he was furious. Who was he? He was the head of the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion in the Red Moon continent, a man who could stir up the winds of change across the land. His cultivation had reached the terrifying level of the celestial transformation stage. He acknowledged that Lin Xingyo was strong. But even if he was strong, he shouldn't be so disrespectful to him. After all, not only was his father a heavenly venerate, but his own status in the immortal spirit realm was such that no one dared to touch him. Yet this man not only wanted to harm him, he even intended to send him to his death, to kill him. This was something Nangong Yin hadn't anticipated. After all, with his status, if he couldn't come to an agreement with Lin Xingyo, leaving should have been no problem. "White Robe Sovereign, I respected you just now." Nangong Yin, having regained his composure, looked at Lin Xingyo with pride and said, "Now, not only are you not grateful, but you even want to kill me. You've truly gone mad. Do you know the kind of powerful forces backing me? Do you know my father is a heavenly venerate? If you dare to kill me, there will be no place in the immortal spirit realm where you can hide, and everyone close to you will be slaughtered." "Is that so?" Lin Xingyo pursed his lips, his cold gaze fixed on Nangong Yin. "Then I'll have to give it a try." "Try?" Nangong Yin almost laughed at Lin Xingyo's words. His expression, filled with mockery, remained unchanged. "White Robe Sovereign, this isn't as simple as you think. If you dare to touch me, it will cause an upheaval." "Fine, then let's cause an upheaval." As Lin Xingyo moved, he gently raised his hand and said, "I'll just kill you now." Thud. Just as Lin Xingyo was about to strike down Nangong Yin, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness in the back of his head. A surge of powerful thunder energy coursed through his body, and then a giant bag was pulled over his head, covering him from head to toe. Before he could react, he was thrust into a spatial rift. "Duanda, you fool. Don't lose those 36 array flags." Hashtag chapter 453. I've been kidnapped. In the darkness, Lin Xingyo slowly opened his eyes, immediately wanting to spit out the foul-smelling black sock in his mouth. But before he could react, a bucket of icy water was splashed directly onto his face. "Black Emperor, you bastard!" Lin Xingyo almost fainted from anger when he opened his eyes and saw a pitch-black dog face staring back at him. This dog. He actually had the audacity to act human, holding a bucket of water and splashing it on his face without even giving him a chance to react. Seeing this scene, Lin Xingyo's anger boiled over. He really wanted to bite this dog to death. "Qingzi, you're awake?" Black Emperor, however, paid no attention to Lin Xingyo's expression. Instead, he held the empty wooden bucket in his paw, looking quite pleased as he said, "I've been watching you for a long time. Today, I finally got my chance." You. Lin Xingyo mumbled incoherently, "Let me go." "Qingzi, stop yelling." Black Emperor put down the bucket and walked over, acting quite human-like. "Yelling won't do you any good. Let me be honest with you. We've been watching you for a while. This time, we're not here for anything else. We just need to dig out the 6 golden divine bones from your body." "Don't worry." Black Emperor summoned a sharp knife and waved it around in front of Lin Xingyo. "My knife is very fast. You won't even feel the pain. I'll just dig those 6 golden divine bones out of your body." Lin Xingyo was furious. Could these two idiots not use such a disgusting sock to gag him? And could they at least let him say something? These two cursed fools, don't they even want to ask him anything? Lin Xingyo was utterly speechless. Just a short while ago, he had failed to kill Nangong Yin and instead got ambushed by these two, who knocked him out without a word and brought him here. What the hell is going on? He's currently at the celestial realm, far beyond these two idiots in terms of cultivation. Why did they manage to get the upper hand? System. Lin Xingyo cursed loudly. "Get out here, you! Explain this to me. What the hell is going on? Is all this cultivation fake?" The system remained silent, as if dead. No matter how much Lin Xingyo shouted, it didn't respond, as if it had nothing to do with the situation. "Qingzi, stop struggling. It's inevitable. You'll have to take the hit sooner or later. It's just a matter of losing a few things. I promise I won't hurt you too badly," Black Emperor said, waving his knife as Lin Xingyo struggled. "Ugh, you're so annoying. Let me do it." Duanda stepped forward, snatching the knife from Black Emperor's paw and stabbing it directly into Lin Xingyo's back. "I'm the best at opening chests and extracting bones. Let's get this over with quickly, so we can go cause trouble in the Taichu Sacred Land's medicinal garden." Clang! Duanda's expression froze as the knife hit Lin Xingyo's skin and immediately broke. Huh, he's like a living fortress. Duanda's expression changed as he realized ordinary weapons can't hurt him. "Looks like we'll need your great Luo sword to open his chest and take the bones. Have you two had enough?" As Duanda turned to look at Black Emperor, a voice suddenly rang out beside him. Turning his head, he saw Lin Xingyo, his face full of anger, breaking free from their restraints, spitting the sock onto Duanda's face, and standing up. "You actually want to use the great Luo sword to open my chest and take my bones? Do you really think my celestial realm strength is fake? Huh, why are you here, you idiot?" Black Emperor was momentarily stunned, not reacting immediately. When he did, he said, "I thought it was you, Fan. We've kidnapped the wrong person." "No, you haven't." Lin Xingyo pouted, his face showing clear dissatisfaction. "But why are you here? Weren't you in the Sword Kingdom? We heard that someone in the Taichu Sacred Land had acquired 6 golden divine bones, granting them the power to instantly reach the primal realm. So we hurried over from the Sword Kingdom, only to discover that the one with the 6 golden divine bones is you, this fool. You've been deceived." Lin Xingyo produced the 6 golden divine bones and handed them over to Black Emperor and Duanda. "These bones aren't as miraculous as people claim. They merely contain some teachings of the 6 paths reincarnation technique. It's not as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. Don't believe everything you hear." "Huh, these bones?" Black Emperor focused his gaze, and in an instant, he felt as if he were facing a primordial divine beast. His mind buzzed, and his Tao heart nearly collapsed. He stumbled, almost falling to the ground. Black Emperor, are you getting old? Seeing this, Lin Xingyo quickly reached out and steadied Black Emperor. Why can't you even stand properly? Black Emperor stared in shock at the golden divine bones, several times opening his mouth to say something but failing to utter a word. He was terrified. Fortunately, Lin Xingyo had pulled him back in time. Otherwise, he might have had his Tao intent shattered by the terrifying power of the bone's runes. What the hell? What kind of divine bone is this? The pressure is too strong. It's even more terrifying than the Emperor bone of the Emperor of Heaven. To be honest, Black Emperor was a bit scared. He no longer dared to look at the golden divine bones, as the pressure was too overwhelming, and even he couldn't handle it calmly. But Duanda's eyes lit up. The pressure from the golden divine bones that affected Black Emperor didn't seem to exist for him. Instead, it seemed to connect with some kind of heavenly karma. The 6 golden divine bones in front of him began to glow with a golden light, flowing like water and surging into Duanda's soul sea. What's going on? Black Emperor's eyes widened as he watched Duanda, now surrounded by runes, and was once again stunned. Lin Xingyo was also stunned. After all, besides him, no one else had been able to resonate with these 6 golden divine bones. Now, Duanda had actually triggered a resonance. The 6 paths reincarnation technique inscribed on the 6 golden divine bones appeared to have found its rightful owner, eagerly and energetically surging into Duanda's soul sea, where they formed a massive runic cocoon that completely enveloped him. Damn! Seeing this, Black Emperor felt a pang of jealousy. He had also looked at the golden divine bones. Why did he almost have his Tao intent shattered? And Duanda got a blessing. Why? Is it just because Duanda is human? But I, Black Emperor, am not bad either. Not only am I not bad, I'm a cultivator at the 9th level of the immortal Emperor realm. Why am I so unlucky? Golden divine bones, pay attention to me too. I also want your inheritance. Black Emperor looked at the 6 golden divine bones with dissatisfaction, muttering to himself, but Lin Xingyo paid no attention to his expression. Instead, he waved his sleeve, concealing the heavenly secrets of this place. Chapter 454. Wanting to take me as a disciple. Dawn had arrived. Lin Xingyo emerged from his room. He stretched his arms and walked into the courtyard, grabbing the wooden sword stuck in the ground and began to practice, swinging it 5,000 times before finally inserting it back into the ground. He glanced at the giant maple tree where the fevered king was still cocooned in transformation, yet to awaken. Then, he grabbed the broom by the door, wrapped his clothes tightly, and headed out. It was still snowing outside. The snowfall was lighter than the previous night, but the ground and trees were covered in soft, fluffy white snow, presenting a world of white before his eyes. Lin Xingyo didn't dawdle for too long. He directly walked along the path to the library of the primordial sanctuary, as he needed to go there to sign in and complete the daily tasks assigned by the system before returning to take a nap. After all, he was feeling a bit tired. Last night, he had been busy all night long, and the frustrating part was that Duanda was still resonating with the 6 golden divine bones. Unable to do anything else, Lin Xingyo had to use 36 banners and work with Black Dog to completely seal and hide that area, only to return home and sleep for a while. However, he had only slept for half an hour. He was woken up by the system's notification sound. Unable to do anything about it, Lin Xingyo got up, stretched, grabbed the broom, and hurried towards the library of the primordial sanctuary. Lin Xingyo walked quite fast on the way. It only took him about 10 minutes to reach the library of the primordial sanctuary. Perhaps because it was snowing and still early, there were not many people there. Sign in. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 81st day's sign-in task. Please continue to complete the 82nd day's sign-in task and strive to obtain the final ultimate reward as soon as possible. Lin Xingyo pouted, picked up the broom, and started sweeping. Since the sign-in task was already completed, he decided to take advantage of the lack of people to finish today's daily tasks quickly, so he could go back and sleep some more. Swish, swish, swish. In the whistling cold wind, Lin Xingyo held the broom and swept the snow off the ground bit by bit. Soon, he reached the ginkgo tree, cleared the snow around it, and couldn't help but look up at the dry, withered ginkgo tree. He stood there for a moment. Then, gripping the broom tightly, he continued to sweep the snow ahead. Soon, the steps in front of the library of the primordial sanctuary were cleared by Lin Xingyo. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a figure walked up behind Lin Xingyo. Dressed in a long green robe, he approached Lin Xingyo step by step. Headmaster. Upon seeing the person, everyone around immediately knelt down, almost all of them not daring to lift their heads. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo didn't stop, nor did he turn his head. Of course, he was aware of Yuan Tiantian's arrival, as his cultivation level was one realm higher than Yuan Tiantian's. Huff. Yuan Tiantian stood quietly behind Lin Xingyo, his eyes fixed on Lin Xingyo's back for a long time without speaking. After a long while, he finally exhaled and said, Qingzi, do you want to sweep the ground here for the rest of your life? Lin Xingyo didn't respond, nor did he turn around. He just held the broom and continued sweeping in front of the library of the primordial sanctuary. Lin Xingyo didn't want to pay attention to him. Of course, Lin Xingyo knew very well why Yuan Tiantian had come. The guy was undoubtedly here to take him as a disciple again, but Lin Xingyo had no intention of becoming his disciple. After all, even a fool could tell that Yuan Tiantian's intentions were impure. He claimed to want to take a disciple. In reality, he was just trying to seize the 6 golden divine bones in Lin Xingyo's possession, just like those outside who constantly proclaimed, My son Yufan has the potential to become a great emperor. Their motives were laid bare. Yufan, don't be too ungrateful. Yuan Tiantian clenched his fists and said word by word, This old man has come in person, and some things are no longer up to you. Swish, swish, swish. Lin Xingyo didn't turn around or respond, as if he hadn't heard Yuan Tiantian's words at all. This scene completely enraged Yuan Tiantian. Who was Yuan Tiantian? He was the headmaster of the Holy Academy of the Primordial Sanctuary. Not to mention Lin Xingyo, who was just an outer sect disciple of the Primordial Sanctuary. Even the leaders of the various forbidden areas outside wouldn't dare to treat him like this. Yet, Lin Xingyo dared, and not just once, but repeatedly ignored him. This infuriated Yuan Tiantian. Qingzi, you're doing very well? The more Yuan Tiantian looked, the angrier he became. He narrowed his eyes in anger and said to Lin Xingyo, It seems you prefer punishment to reward. Lin Xingyo still didn't pay attention to Yuan Tiantian, tightly gripping the broom and continuing to sweep in front. Seeing this, the disciples kneeling around were all terrified. What was going on here? They all knew. Yuan Tiantian was angry. The consequences would be severe. Yet, Lin Xingyo seemed indifferent, completely unconcerned about Yuan Tiantian, and continued sweeping as usual. By this point, almost everyone thought Lin Xingyo was doomed, as the man standing behind him was Yuan Tiantian, a cultivator at the Celestial Venerable Realm. With Yuan Tiantian's abilities, he could probably just lift a finger and kill Lin Xingyo. So, everyone looked at Lin Xingyo as if he were already a dead man. Chapter 455. Don't force me to act. Qingzi, you are too arrogant. Seeing that Lin Xingyo still ignored him, Yuan Tongtian, who was furious to the extreme, spoke up, Qingzi, you are too arrogant. You dare to repeatedly disregard me. I, Yuan Tongtian, will now show you what courtesy means in the Tai Chusung Di. As soon as Yuan Tongtian finished speaking, he took a step forward and directly attacked. He intended to capture Lin Xingyo and take him back to extract his bones. He simply couldn't care less anymore. The situation had reached this point. He had no time left, as countless eyes were focused on the Taichu sacred land and Lin Xingyo. He certainly didn't want such a treasure to fall into someone else's hands. Therefore, Yuan Tongtian made up his mind and decided not to hold back. First, he would capture Lin Xingyo, who asked him not to listen to his words. There was no other option now. Everything had to be forced. Those who submit to me will prosper. Those who oppose me will die. Yuan Tongtian's mind was filled with murderous intent, and he immediately struck at Lin Xingyo's back like lightning. It's over. Seeing Lin Xingyo's move, everyone around widened their eyes, as if they had already witnessed Yuan Tongtian's claw piercing through Lin Xingyo's back, instantly killing him. But, the next moment, the expressions of those who were waiting to see Lin Xingyo killed froze. Everyone opened their mouths and stared at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes, completely petrified. Too fast. Too sudden. No one around had time to react when they saw Yuan Tongtian's claw miss Lin Xingyo, barely grazing his clothes and missing him completely. This wasn't just a matter of being stunned. It was almost enough to make their eyes pop out. After all, Yuan Tongtian was a powerhouse at the Tongtian realm. His cultivation had reached an unparalleled level, not only in the Chiwei continent, but even in the Xianling realm. Such a supreme existence was rare. Yet, Lin Xingyo had calmly dodged Yuan Tongtian's attack. This was completely unexpected by everyone, especially considering how powerful Yuan Tongtian was. Himph, I'm trying to capture you, and you dare to dodge? Compared to the shocked crowd, Yuan Tongtian's eyes were filled not only with shock but also with overwhelming anger and disbelief. Yuan Tongtian knew that his previous move was just a casual attempt. But he understood. That move of his wasn't something anyone could dodge, yet Lin Xingyo had easily evaded it. Witnessing this with his own eyes, Yuan Tongtian was completely enraged. He no longer wanted to capture Lin Xingyo alive because he knew that to catch him, he would have to use all his strength. He didn't care anymore. This Qingzi was so uncooperative that there was no other option but to kill him and bring his corpse back to extract his bones. Die! With the murderous intent set in his heart, Yuan Tongtian immediately drew all the spiritual energy from his dantian and channeled it into his palm. With a sound that tore through the air, he struck at Lin Xingyo's back like a thunderbolt. "You fan, this Qingzi is truly doomed this time." The noisy scene instantly fell silent. Almost everyone opened their mouths and stared at Lin Xingyo with wide eyes, as if looking at a dead man. Nearly everyone believed that Lin Xingyo was doomed. But, the next moment, Lin Xingyo, broom in hand, made his move. In front of the astonished eyes of the crowd, he sidestepped, deftly extending his foot to hook Yuan Tongtian's ankle. Then, under the dumbfounded stares of everyone, thud, Yuan Tongtian fell to the ground with a somersault, landing in a ridiculously comical position, face first. His attack mysteriously disappeared, as if he had just tripped and fallen. Wow, how is this possible? Everyone around was completely stunned. They all stared at Lin Xingyo, several times opening their mouths to say something, but no words came out. Too shocking. The headmaster of the Tai Chu Academy, the renowned Yuan Tongtian of the local region. Now, after 2 attempts, he couldn't even handle Lin Xingyo. Thinking back to his earlier boastful claim of wanting to take Lin Xingyo as his disciple, was he worthy of that? He wasn't. It truly confirmed what Gai Jiushan had said. Yuan Tongtian wasn't even worthy to carry Lin Xingyo's shoes. Because even a fool could see that Yuan Tongtian's cultivation was inferior to Lin Xingyo's. Otherwise, he wouldn't have failed twice. All of this clearly demonstrated to everyone that this once derided outer sect disciple had now reached a level beyond their comprehension. Chapter 456, A Den of Demons Unleashed. Qingzi, you've angered me. Yuan Tongtian, who had been knocked to the ground, snapped back to his senses and immediately scrambled to his feet. His eyes bloodshot, he roared at Lin Xingyo. "I will kill you." "You can try," Lin Xingyo replied calmly, his gaze meeting Yuan Tongtian's. "But before you do, I must warn you. If you dare to attack me again, the next time won't be as simple as falling to the ground. It might be your head rolling." Bold. Yuan Tongtian was completely enraged. Although he didn't know what had happened just now, he was acutely aware that he had lost face. If he didn't kill Lin Xingyo today, he would have no face left to live in this world. Moreover, he would become the laughingstock of the entire Taichu sacred land. He, Yuan Tongtian, had made 2 attempts, With his cultivation at the peak of the celestial realm, he had fallen flat on his face in front of everyone. This humiliation was unbearable. It could not be tolerated. Now, he had to unleash his true power and cut Lin Xingyo down. Die! With his mind made up, Yuan Tongtian immediately launched an attack on Lin Xingyo. His speed was astonishing as he aimed a swift chop at Lin Xingyo's neck. Stop! Just as Yuan Tongtian was about to strike, a thunderous roar echoed, and he turned to see Gai Jushan, his face filled with anger, hurling his halberd like a lightning bolt towards Yuan Tongtian. You old fool! Don't you dare harm my disciple. If you want to fight, I, Gai Jushan, will accompany you. Gai Jushan, you're courting death? Seeing Gai Jushan's halberd coming at him, Yuan Tongtian clenched his fist and delivered a powerful punch directly at the halberd. Bang! The collision between Yuan Tongtian's fist and Gai Jushan's halberd unleashed a devastating shockwave that tore through the ground. In an instant, black light surged from the cracks, blotting out the sky. Roar! Before Yuan Tongtian could attack again, a furious roar echoed, followed by the sound of chains clashing from beneath the cracked ground. A powerful aura then surged up from below. How dare you! As Yuan Tongtian stood there, bewildered by the scene before him, a sharp cry rang out. Focusing his gaze, he saw the ginkgo tree transform, its golden light forming a protective barrier that enveloped the entire scripture repository. You dare to fight here and break the seal imprisoning the heavenly demon beast? Do you know your crime? Sacred Spirit. Yuan Tongtian, caught off guard by the sudden transformation, quickly regained his senses and immediately knelt down. I'm sorry. It was all my recklessness. I deserve to die. Slap. Before Yuan Tongtian could finish, a glowing tree root, carrying waves of supreme order laws, lashed out and sent him flying. Slap. Yuan Tongtian had no time to react as the sacred spirit of Taichu's sacred land, the ginkgo tree, sent him flying tens of thousands of miles away. He crashed through a dozen giant mountains before finally stopping, blood spewing from his mouth. Wow! The onlookers, who had just snapped out of their shock, all gaped in awe, their eyes wide as they stared at the ginkgo tree in disbelief. Terrifying. Horrifying. The ginkgo tree had effortlessly sent Yuan Tongtian flying tens of thousands of miles with just one strike. Everyone understood that the tree had spared his life. Otherwise, with that single blow, it could have easily killed him. This tree is incredibly powerful. Unlike the others who were stunned, Lin Xingyo's eyes reflected not only the shock of seeing the ginkgo tree send Yuan Tongtian flying, but also a sense of fear and caution. After all, this tree was truly formidable. Lin Xingyo knew that if the tree were to attack, he might not even be able to withstand a single strike. Found it, found it. Before Lin Xingyo could recover from his thoughts, a loud laugh echoed. I've searched for thousands of miles and finally found its aura. It's beneath the ginkgo tree at the Taichu Sacred Land's Scripture Repository. Chapter 457. The Demon King emerges. Human, aid me. As Lin Xingyo turned his head, he heard the voice of the ginkgo tree. Help me suppress this heavenly demon beast. We cannot let it escape, or it will bring about a catastrophe on humanity, for it will drain the life of every living being and kill everyone. All right. Lin Xingyo didn't waste any words, as he could feel the ferocity of the heavenly demon beast. If this creature escaped, the entire Taichu sacred land would be in grave danger, for its strength was far beyond ordinary. Heaven-shattering sword, come. Devouring God spear, come. With his mind made up, Lin Xingyo immediately grasped the heaven-shattering sword and the devouring God spear, then shot like lightning towards the underground palace beneath the ginkgo tree. Roar! The heavenly demon beast sensed Lin Xingyo's arrival and began to violently thrash its body, unleashing a series of angry roars at him. Kill! Lin Xingyo descended into the underground palace and slashed at the heavenly demon beast with a single sword strike. In an instant, the heaven-shattering sword emitted a dazzling, radiant sword aura that struck the heavenly demon beast directly. Roar! The heavenly demon beast was completely enraged. It spread its four limbs and stared at Lin Xingyo like the Grim Reaper, releasing an enraged roar. In that moment, waves of sonic waves that could shatter the heavens instantly blocked the sword aura aimed at it. This isn't right. Lin Xingyo's heart sank. Based on instinct, he stomped his foot, activating the sacred battle technique. Immediately after, he summoned the invisible domain and the golden light Buddha wall. But in the next moment, a dark power capable of annihilating the heavens violently surged towards him. Bang! Lin Xingyo didn't have time to react. The overwhelming dark force struck the golden light Buddha wall, shattering it in an instant. Following that, the invisible domain was also obliterated. Bronze cauldron, hold firm. Facing such terrifying power, Lin Xingyo quickly unsheathed the bronze cauldron from his waist and hurled it towards the incoming force. Bang! The bronze cauldron took a hit and immediately vibrated, screaming, "You scoundrel! What have you done to me? It hurts so much." Shut up. Lin Xingyo saw that the green light from the bronze cauldron had completely blocked the dark power aimed at him. Stop wasting time. Fight with me. I'm in big trouble. What the? The bronze cauldron paused mid-sentence and immediately turned to flee, shouting, "You fool! What have you done? Why would you provoke it? Are you insane? It's a creation realm ancient demon beast. Quick, quick, let's go, we can't defeat it." "No, we can't leave." Lin Xingyo grabbed the bronze cauldron and said, "Outside is the Taichu sacred land. If this creature escapes, hundreds of kilometers will be devastated, and no one will survive. What does that have to do with us?" The bronze cauldron, seeing the situation, was extremely anxious. Let them die. People die every day anyway. As long as we survive, that's all that matters. No. Lin Xingyo tightened his grip on the bronze cauldron and pressed forward instead of retreating. Now, while this heavenly demon beast hasn't fully awakened its power, we must kill it. Otherwise, if it escapes, it will be a calamity of unimaginable scale. What? Are you crazy? The bronze cauldron was almost bursting with anger. That's a creation realm, heavenly demon beast. This place can't hold it. If we don't run now, you'll be its first meal when it wakes up. Enough. Stop talking. Let's fight together. Lin Xingyo ignored the bronze cauldron's words and sped towards the heavenly demon beast, which was on the verge of breaking free. We absolutely cannot let it escape. You're insane. Completely insane. Seeing this, the bronze cauldron shouted, "If you want to die, go ahead, but I don't want to be shattered by it." What's going on? What's happening? The Taichu sacred land was thrown into chaos. Countless gazes turned towards the direction of the scripture repository. What's happening at the Taichu sacred land's scripture repository? Good heavens! Is a demon king emerging from the Taichu sacred land's scripture repository? The pressure is so strong. I feel like my soul is about to split apart. This is bad. The spiritual energy of the Taichu sacred land is out of control, all rushing towards the scripture repository as if an unparalleled demon is devouring the essence of heaven and earth to emerge. Wait. My blood. What's happening to my blood? Why is it boiling? Bang, bang, bang. As the onlookers in the Taichu sacred land spoke, they suddenly and eerily exploded, their blood flowing like a river, as if summoned, shooting towards the golden light barrier above the ginkgo tree. Huff! Above the golden light barrier supported by the ginkgo tree, a black mist suddenly emitted a heavy breath. The blood that shot towards it was instantly devoured by the black mist, and in the next moment, the spiritual energy of the world was being absorbed by it at an alarming rate. Chapter 458. The Emergence of the Heavenly Demon. 100,000 years. I've searched for 100,000 years. As the black mist devoured the spiritual energy of the world, it continuously emitted a piercing cackle. I've finally found my sixth true body. Now, as long as I merge with it, my strength will return to its peak state of the past. Nangong Yin, Su Feng Tian. The black mist gradually condensed, revealing a terrifying figure with twin horns on its head, a crimson body, and an overwhelming demonic aura. The heavenly demon beast stood on the void, roaring furiously. "What are you waiting for? Why haven't you started slaughtering the primordial sacred land to aid my blood sacrifice infusion?" As soon as the heavenly demon beast finished speaking, across 1,000,000 miles of the primordial sacred land, countless beams of light shot into the sky. In an instant, the entire primordial sacred land was enveloped by a seal formed by these beams of light, resembling an inverted giant pot that completely sealed off the sacred land. The slaughter began. Without warning, it erupted suddenly, so abruptly that the people of the primordial sacred land barely had time to react. Nangongyin and Su Fengtian. They immediately launched the most brutal massacre against the primordial sacred land. Many people didn't even have time to react before they were killed. In an instant, screams and cries enveloped the primordial sacred land. Countless people were slaughtered. Countless souls wailed in despair, all dying under the blades of Nangongyin and the others. To be honest, even Nangongyin and the others felt a bit abrupt about this. After all, the original plan wasn't like this. However, now that the heavenly demon ancestor of the immortal domain had given the order, they had no choice. After all, they were merely his servants. So, they all acted immediately, killing the living beings of the primordial sacred land and offering their blood and lives through a blood sacrifice ritual to the heavenly demon ancestor in the immortal domain, aiding him in merging with the heavenly demon beast beneath the ginkgo tree. Roar! Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo was completely unaware of the situation outside. Instead, he focused all his efforts on attacking the heavenly demon beast, repeatedly smashing it with the bronze cauldron. "Ah, human, you're too shameless. I already said I don't want to fight. Please, spare me. Stop using me to hit it. I'm going to break. I'm breaking." Lin Xingyo ignored the bronze cauldron's wailing and continued to swing it at the heavenly demon beast. On one side, the cauldron's screams echoed, while on the other, the heavenly demon beast roared in fury. The heavenly demon beast was truly enraged. It had just barely broken free from its seal, but before it could emerge as a king, it encountered Lin Xingyo. It was both furious and exasperated. It was eager to merge with its main body outside, but now Lin Xingyo was like a roadblock, cutting off its path and preventing it from leaving this sealed area. Roar! The heavenly demon beast went completely berserk, its violent aura exploding, and 6 great Tao paths converging around it. Boundless heavenly might surged, and its killing intent, like a dark sky, swept toward Lin Xingyo. "Human, anyone who stands in my way, dies." The heavenly demon beast roared repeatedly at Lin Xingyo, then struggled violently against the Tao chains binding its body, unleashing wave after wave of Tao attacks at Lin Xingyo in its fury. Bronze cauldron break. Facing the heavenly demon beast's Tao attacks, Lin Xingyo directly smashed the bronze cauldron into them. He also launched his god-slaying spear decisively, each strike shattering the heavens and splitting the earth, turning the area into chaos. Of course, this region was governed by Tao rules and surrounded by powerful imperial arrays. Otherwise, their attacks would have destroyed this place long ago. Great Completion Ancient Saint Physique, activate. Ancient Bloodline, activate. While fighting, Lin Xingyo activated both his Great Completion Ancient Saint Physique and Ancient Bloodline. He then summoned the Colorless Domain and the Golden Light Buddha Wall, wielding the power of life and death while the 6 paths of reincarnation revolved around him. With one hand holding a sword and the other holding the god-slaying spear, and the bronze cauldron leading the way, he charged furiously toward the heavenly demon beast. "Heavenly demon beast, go to hell!" Lin Xingyo's thunderous shout echoed, and he raised his sword, slashing directly at the heavenly demon beast's head. Simultaneously, his god-slaying spear shot lightning fast toward the beast. Clang! As Lin Xingyo's sword struck, a loud collision rang out. He looked down and saw that his sword had landed on the Tao chains raised by the heavenly demon beast's massive claw. Not good. Lin Xingyo's expression froze. Before he could react, his heaven-sundering sword, which had struck the heavenly demon beast's claw, shattered the Dao chains on it. Before Lin Xingyo could recover, the heavenly demon beast's claw struck him with brutal force, hitting his chest. With a pained grunt, he was sent flying. Thud. Lin Xingyo's body slammed into a wall. In the next moment, without even checking his injuries, his god-slaying spear had already launched another attack. Roar. Seeing Lin Xingyo's god-slaying spear coming at it, the heavenly demon beast raised its enraged head and roared at him. In an instant, the powerful sound wave knocked the spear away. Qingzi, get back! Seeing this, the bronze cauldron shuddered, instantly shooting out a sky-covering green light that formed a massive shield, protecting Lin Xingyo inside. The cauldron itself moved sideways, colliding with the returning god-slaying spear. Roar. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon beast let out an extremely furious roar. Divine radiance surged around it, and its eyes locked onto Lin Xingyo, its breath heavy. It was clear. The beast was about to go completely mad. Its blood-red eyes glared at Lin Xingyo, as if it wanted to tear him apart immediately. Qingzi, let's go. The bronze cauldron flew to Lin Xingyo's side, releasing waves of green light to protect him, and said, with our strength, we can't defeat it. Its cultivation is far beyond ours. No way. Lin Xingyo clenched his teeth, gripping the god-slaying spear tightly. We can't let it escape from here. This creature is so powerful that if it gets out, it will wreak havoc on the outside world. Let the world suffer. What does that have to do with us? The bronze cauldron retorted. In this world of cultivators, being able to survive is a blessing. Why should we care about the lives of others? Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened. Without arguing with the bronze cauldron, he shook his god-slaying spear and charged toward the heavenly demon beast like lightning. To be honest, Lin Xingyo was afraid of death. Facing the powerful heavenly demon beast, he also wanted to escape. But he understood that he couldn't run. If the heavenly demon beast escaped from here, it would devour all living beings outside, leading to unimaginable devastation. Kill! Lin Xingyo unleashed his killing intent, stomped his foot, and instantly pushed his battle saint technique to its limit. With both hands gripping the spear and the power of life and death flowing through him, he launched a furious attack at the heavenly demon beast. Damn it! Seeing this, the bronze cauldron shuddered. Instead of helping, it transformed into a green light and shot away, shouting, "You're crazy, absolutely crazy. I'm not playing with you anymore. If you want to die, do it alone. I'm out, Cauldron Master." Lin Xingyo didn't call out. Instead, he sped up even more, charging toward the heavenly demon beast. His god-slaying spear shattered the void and struck directly in front of the beast. Roar! The heavenly demon beast went completely berserk. Faced with Lin Xingyo's repeated attacks, its rage exploded. It was a heavenly demon beast, a divine beast of the Tao. Not only was it powerful in this shattered star domain, but even in the Hongming heavenly realm, it was a formidable existence. If it weren't for being gravely injured by the Nether Emperor in the past, if it weren't for being forcibly split into 6 parts by the 6 paths of reincarnation, with its strength, how could it have been sealed away for so many years? Now that it had finally broken free from its seal and could emerge, this human dared to block its path. Anyone who stands in my way, dies. The heavenly demon beast's mind went completely mad. Its violent aura exploded, and its beastly eyes stomped the ground. In an instant, its demonic power erupted entirely. Crack, crack, crack! Lin Xingyo had just charged in front of the heavenly demon beast when, instantly, the freed beast pounced on him with incredible speed, knocking him down. In the next moment, the heavenly demon beast opened its blood-soaked maw, exuding a foul stench, and lunged directly at Lin Xingyo's head with a ferocious bite. Chapter 459. The Onslaught of Slaughter. Am I going to die? Facing the monstrous beast's gaping maw, Lin Xingyo immediately felt the chill of death. He understood. If he couldn't fight back, he would surely be killed by the beast. However, he had no strength to resist, for the monstrous beast was 2 realms stronger than him. In the face of absolute power, Lin Xingyo was utterly helpless. He could only watch as the beast's bloodthirsty jaws closed in. Knowing he couldn't escape, he gritted his teeth and accepted his fate. But then, in the next moment, a streak of green light sliced through the sky, striking the monstrous beast's head like a meteor chasing the moon, delivering a heavy blow. Roar! The monstrous beast, caught completely off guard, was sent flying by the impact of the bronze tripod, crashing into a wall with a loud thud. It rose, enraged, and let out a furious roar, then spat out a black curtain of light, charging toward Lin Xingyo and his companions with lightning speed. Qingzi dodge. Before Lin Xingyo could react, the bronze tripod darted forward, spewing a torrent of green light that clashed with the black curtain from the beast. Bang! The green light from the tripod collided with the black light, creating a blinding explosion of energy. Instead of retreating, the monstrous beast spat out a stone spear, which tore through the air and struck the bronze tripod. Clang! The tripod shuddered under the impact, and a visible crack appeared on its surface. Bronze tripod! Lin Xingyo shouted, thrusting his divine slaying spear at the beast. But in the next instant, the monstrous beast spat out a bone shield covered in divine runes, blocking the attack. Before Lin Xingyo could react, the beast raised its claw and struck with savage force. 6 paths of reincarnation fist, break. Seeing the beast's claw coming, Lin Xingyo stomped the ground, unleashing all his skills, and threw a powerful punch at the beast. Bang! Lin Xingyo's fist met the beast's claw, and in that instant, he felt a tremendous force surge through his arm and into his body. A violent, deathly energy began to erode his blood, bones, and spiritual power. This power, it's overwhelming. Lin Xingyo's expression froze, and he gasped. This is the true power of the monstrous beast. It, too, has mastered the Tao of death, just like me. Roar! The monstrous beast ignored Lin Xingyo's reaction, swiping its claw and sending him flying. It then spat out a stone blade, unleashing 300 furious strikes that sent the bronze tripod plummeting into the ground, buried 10,800 miles deep. Roar! The monstrous beast roared in fury, disdainfully looking at Lin Xingyo, who lay on the ground, bleeding profusely. It unleashed 10,000 more strikes, rendering Lin Xingyo completely incapacitated. Then, with a final enraged roar, it leaped out of the underground palace that had imprisoned it. Roar! As it emerged from the palace, the monstrous beast let out a triumphant roar, then charged at the protective barrier formed by the ginkgo tree. Crack! The barrier shattered like a spiderweb, but it held. Roar, roar, roar. Seeing this, the monstrous beast roared in fury, unleashing wave after wave of powerful attacks from outside the barrier. Nangong Yin and Su Fengtian were also attacking. They were all furiously bombarding the barrier formed by the ginkgo tree. This enraged Yuan Tongtian and Gai Jushan, for they could not allow Nangong Yin and Su Fengtian to succeed. After all, they weren't fools. The monstrous beast was confined beneath the protective barrier formed by the ginkgo tree. If it were to escape and merge with the beast outside, the Taichu sanctuary would be doomed. Therefore, they fought with all their might to stop Nangong Yin and the others, for this calamity was of their own making. To be honest, Yuan Tongtian deeply regretted his actions. If he had known that a monstrous beast of such power was sealed beneath the ginkgo tree, he would never have acted in front of the Taichu Holy Lands Library. But it was too late for regrets. What had happened had happened. Now, the Taichu Sengdi was on the brink of destruction, and all Yuan Tongtian could do was try to salvage the situation. Kill. Carrying deep remorse, Yuan Tongtian charged at Nangong Yin with everything he had. He hated Nangong Yin with a passion, and his sword aimed to end the man's life. But Nangong Yin was also a practitioner of the heavenly realm, so despite Yuan Tongtian's desire to kill him, it wasn't easy. The two fought evenly, neither able to gain the upper hand. Yuan Tongtian, stop struggling. No matter how hard you fight, you're doomed. I advise you to surrender now. Perhaps the heavenly demon ancestor will spare your life. But if you continue to resist, you'll end up shattered and damned. Scoundrel, spare me your words. Yuan Tongtian roared, I, Yuan Tongtian, swear to live and die with Tai Chu Sanctuary. Yuan Tongtian, you're so stubborn. Nangong Yin replied, then I won't hold back. Die. Scoundrel, you've massacred my Tai Chu sacred land. Yuan Tongtian's fury exploded, even if I die, I'll take you with me. Humph, you're not worthy. Nangong Yin sneered with contempt. In my eyes, you are nothing more than an ant. I, Nangong Yin, am the ruler of this world. Once I kill you and eradicate the Tai Chu Sanctuary, I will ascend to the immortal realm and take my place among the immortals. Ha ha ha. Nangong Yin was enveloped by 9 rivers of law, with the Tao of wind swirling around him. Clutching a massive blade, he lunged at Yuan Tongtian, exclaiming, Yuan Tongtian, get ready to die. I shall ascend to immortality atop the remains of your Tai Chu Sung Di. Die. Nangong Yin, I'll fight you to the death. Yuan Tongtian's body trembled as 9 rivers of law coiled around him. Holding the Tao of water, he counterattacked with blinding speed, clashing with Nangong Yin in a lightning-fast exchange of 3,000 blows, shattering tens of thousands of miles of space. Of course, if not for the great array sealing the Tai Chu Sung Di, their attacks would have already reduced it to rubble. Kill, kill, kill. The carnage extended beyond Yuan Tongtian and Nangong Yin. Almost everyone was embroiled in a bloody battle. Nangong Yin and his followers sought to sacrifice the entire Tai Chu Sanctuary, leading the forces of Lingbao Tower and Xianbao Pavilion to massacre without mercy. The once solemn and majestic sanctuary was now stained with blood. Chapter 460, A Calamity. Nangong Yu, what do you think you're doing? Chapter 460, A Calamity. Nangong Yu, what do you think you're doing? Zhao Yuqin of the Tai Chu Sung Di Thuguoya brandished her sword, glaring at Nangong Yu as she demanded, You are the divine son of Tai Chu Sung Di. Why are you aiding these people and slaughtering Tai Chu Sung Di? Zhao Yuqin, I am the heir of the Nangong clan, destined to inherit the entire Nangong family in the future. Nangong Yu retorted with a maniacal laugh. The Tai Chu Sung Di has been too powerful in the immortal spirit realm for far too long. Once my father and the others ascend to the immortal domain, Tai Chu Sung Di will become the biggest obstacle in my path. That's why we must annihilate Tai Chu Sung Di, just like cutting the grass. We, the Lingbao Tower and the Immortal Treasure Pavilion, must trim the weeds when they grow too tall to ensure no uncontrollable forces arise in the immortal spirit realm. Zhao Yuqin remained silent, for she knew this day would come for Tai Chu Sung Di. Over the years, the unity that once defined the sanctuary had eroded, with everyone only caring about their own interests. They had long forgotten the importance of vigilance in times of peace, instead arrogantly believing themselves invincible and dismissing other factions. Now, they were reaping the bitter fruits of their folly. Tai Chu Sung Di was likely doomed this time, as the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Lingbao Tower had set their sights on it. Zhao Yuqin understood that there was no turning back. The combined might of the Immortal Treasure Pavilion and the Lingbao Tower was far beyond what Tai Chu Sung Di could withstand. Yet, Zhao Yuqin had made up her mind to die here. As the holy maiden of Tai Chu Sung Di, she had no hesitation in sharing its fate. The only thing she prayed for was that Lin Xingyo would survive this catastrophe. That was all she asked for. Zhao Yuqin, I know what you're thinking, Nangong Yu sneered, gazing at her. If you want Yufan to live, I can give you a chance. Surrender to me now, and I promise to spare his life. Otherwise, I will make sure he dies a horrible death. You dare. Zhao Yuqin raged. If you lay a finger on him, Nangong Yu, I swear I will fight you to the death. You infuriate me. Nangong Yu, incensed, shouted, Su Bo, go and capture Yufan. I will kill him before her eyes. Nangong Yu, you dare? Zhao Yuqin's voice trailed off as she lunged at Nangong Yu with lightning speed, her sword flashing. Nangong Yu, however, merely smirked, summoning a rusted, broken sword. With a swift motion, he slashed at Zhao Yuqin. This strike? It's so powerful, Zhao Yuqin thought, feeling the overwhelming sword intent enveloping her. She knew she might die, for her strength was no match for Nangong blow. "You Fan, we'll meet again in the next life?" With no way to dodge, Zhao Yuqin steeled herself and met Nangong's attack head-on. "Little sister, move aside." Ling Shi, trapped in battle, screamed as she transformed into a massive azure wind bird, hurtling through the air to shield Zhao Yuqin. "Ling Shi, no?" Zhao Yuqin cried out, her eyes wide with horror as she watched Nangong's sword slash through Ling Shi, blood and feathers raining down. "Little sister, run." Ling Shi's massive body fell to the ground, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yuqin. "Find Yu Fan and leave this place, go now." "No, I won't leave you." Zhao Yuqin sobbed, shaking her head desperately. "I'll take you with me." "Little sister, I can't go." Ling Shi's eyes filled with tears. "My body is severed, and my soul is being devoured by a sinister force. I won't survive. You must go. Live on with my hope. Run? Do you think you can?" Nangong sneered. "Zhao Yuqin, you have only two choices. Either I kill you now, or you become my woman. There is no other option." "Nangong, you can forget it." Zhao Yuqin, her eyes blazing with fury, declared, "I would rather die than submit to you." "Die? Fine." Nangong laughed coldly. "Since you refuse to submit, I'll just have to take you by force. My father always said women are playthings for men. I'll defeat you completely, and even if I can't have your heart, I'll have your body." "You'll never succeed." Zhao Yuqin's eyes darkened as she charged at Nangong once more, her sword flashing with deadly intent. Nangong, unfazed, raised his broken sword and met her attack head-on. This time, he refrained from unleashing a powerful sword aura, realizing the immense strength of his weapon. Instead, he relied on brute force, gradually pushing Zhao Yuqin to the edge of a cliff. "What now?" Zhao Yuqin panicked, knowing her strength was no match for Nangong's. If this continued, she would likely be captured. "No, I can't let that happen." Zhao Yuqin's eyes hardened with resolve. "I'll die with him if I must." Just as Zhao Yuqin prepared to detonate her spiritual energy and take Nangong with her, a colossal purple gold dragon soared from the depths of the cliff. Roar! The dragon's massive claw descended upon Nangong, crushing him instantly, splattering blood and brains across the ground. "Young master!" The chaotic battlefield fell silent as everyone froze in shock. Nangong's death meant their doom. Knowing Nangong's father would never spare them, they turned their fury toward the purple gold dragon, charging at it with unrestrained rage. Enraged by their audacity, the purple gold dragon unleashed a devastating sweep of its tail, crushing all who dared approach. Terrified, the survivors scrambled back, their legs trembling. The mere sight of the purple gold dragon had reduced them to trembling wrecks. "Zhao Yuqin, I am the heir of the Nangong clan, destined to inherit the entire Nangong family in the future." Nangong burst into uncontrollable laughter upon hearing this. "The Tai Chusung Di has been far too prosperous for far too long in the Xianling Jie. Once my father and the others ascend to the Xianyi, this Tai Chusung Di will become the biggest obstacle in my path. Therefore, we must destroy Tai Chusung Di, just like harvesting Jiu Cai. Once these factions grow too strong, our Ling Bao Lu and Xian Bao Zhai must step in to cut them down, ensuring that no uncontrolled power emerges in the Xianling Jie." Zhao Yuqin remained silent, for she understood that this day would inevitably come for Tai Chu's sacred land. Over the years, the unity that once characterized Tai Chusung Di had long since dissipated. Everyone had become selfish, caring only for their own interests, completely ignoring the importance of unity. Over time, they had forgotten the principle of being cautious in times of peace, instead believing themselves invincible and dismissing other factions. Now, they were reaping the bitter fruit of their actions. This time, Tai Chusung Di was likely doomed, as Xian Bao Zhai and Ling Bao Lu had their sights set on it. Zhao Yuqin knew there was no turning back. With the overwhelming power of Xian Baozhai and Ling Baolu arrayed against them, Tai Chusung Di stood no chance. But Zhao Yuqin had made up her mind to die with honor. As the saintess of Tai Chusung Di, she had no hesitation in facing this calamity head-on. She would stand and fall with Tai Chusung Di. She would stand and fall with the Tai Chusung Di. Yet, in her heart, there was one last concern. She could only pray silently that Lin Xingyo would survive this disaster. That was all she wished for. Zhao Yuqin, I know what you're thinking. Nangongyu sneered as he looked at her. If you want Yufan to live, I can give you a chance. Surrender to me, and I promise to spare Yufan's life. Otherwise, I will make sure he dies a miserable death. You dare? Zhao Yuqin raged. Nangongyu, if you so much as touch a single hair on his head, I swear I will fight you to the death. You infuriate me. Nangongyu, furious, shouted, Su Bo, go capture Yufan. I will kill him right before her eyes. Nangongyu, you dare? As Zhao Yuqin's voice fell, her sword flashed like lightning, hurtling toward Nangongyu. Seeing her charge, Nangongyu sneered, summoning a rusted, broken sword. With a swift motion, he slashed at Zhao Yuqin with overwhelming force. This strike, it's too strong. Zhao Yuqin felt the overwhelming sword intent envelop her as Nangongyu's attack came. In that instant, she knew she might die, for her current strength was no match for his strike. Yufan, we'll meet again in the next life? Realizing she couldn't dodge, Zhao Yuqin steeled herself, bracing for Nangongyu's incoming attack. Little sister, get out of the way. Ling Shi, trapped in battle, saw the scene and screamed. Leaping into action, she transformed into a massive Qing Feng bird, thundering across the battlefield to shield Zhao Yuqin. Ling Shi, no? Zhao Yuqin's eyes widened in horror as she watched Nangongyu's sword slash through Ling Shi, blood and feathers scattering across the ground. Little sister, run. Ling Shi's massive body fell to the ground, her eyes fixed on Zhao Yuqin as she urged, find Yufan and leave this place, run. No. Zhao Yuqin shook her head tearfully. I will take you with me. Little sister, I can't go. Ling Shi's eyes filled with tears. My body has been severed by his sword. A strange force is devouring my soul. I can't survive. You must go. Live on with my hope. Run? Do you think you can escape? Nangongyu sneered coldly. Zhao Yuqin, you only have two choices. Either let me kill you now, or become my woman. There is no other option. Nangongyu, you dream. Zhao Yuqin's eyes blazed with fury as she declared, I would rather die than submit to you. Die? Fine then. Nangongyu laughed coldly. Since you refuse to submit, I'll have to take you by force. My father once said that women are mere playthings for men. If I can't have your heart, I'll at least claim your body. You dare? Zhao Yuqin's gaze hardened, her voice filled with murderous intent. Even if I shatter into pieces, I will never let you succeed. Die. With those words, Zhao Yuqin charged again at Nangongyu. Without hesitation, Nangongyu raised his broken sword and attacked. This time, however, he didn't unleash a powerful sword strike. Realizing the immense power of his broken sword, he feared killing Zhao Yuqin outright. Instead, he focused on overpowering her through brute force, quickly driving her to the edge of the cliff. What should I do? Zhao Yuqin panicked, knowing her strength was no match for Nangongyu. If this continued, she would likely be captured. No. Zhao Yuqin's expression hardened, her eyes blazing with determination. I will not be captured. I will take him with me. With that resolve, Zhao Yuqin activated the spiritual energy within her dantian, preparing to self-destruct and take Nangongyu with her. But just as she was about to detonate, a massive Zijin Tianlong, purple-gold heavenly dragon, leapt from the cliff below. Roar! The Zijin Tianlong emerged from the cliff, its massive claw descending toward Nangongyu. Before he could react, the dragon's claw crushed him, splattering blood and brains across the ground. Young master! The chaotic battlefield fell silent as everyone watched in shock. Nangongyu was dead. Their fate was sealed. With Nangongyu's death, they knew they were doomed. In an instant, all eyes turned to the Zijin Tianlong, fury blazing in their hearts. Without a word, they charged at the dragon with unrestrained rage. Bang! The Zijin Tianlong, enraged, roared. These mere mortals dared to attack it? It was no ordinary beast. It was the Zijin Tianlong of the Hongming heavenly realm, a divine beast that pulled the heavenly emperor's chariot. It had merely been resting in the valley below when these mortals nearly killed the person it was meant to protect. This was unforgivable. Kill! The Zijin Tianlong unleashed a thunderous roar, its massive tail sweeping across the battlefield, crushing all who dared to attack. Ah! The surrounding crowd, paralyzed with fear, instinctively retreated. The mere sight of the Zijin Tianlong had reduced them to trembling wrecks. Chapter 461. The protagonist appears. Purple Gold Sky Dragon, can you help me? Seeing the situation, Zhao Yuqin immediately pleaded in tears. I need to find you, Fan. The Purple Gold Sky Dragon roared and lowered its head to place Zhao Yuqin on top of it. Then, with a twist of its body, it shattered the reflection cliff into pieces and flew rapidly toward the scripture repository of the primordial sacred land. It was Lin Xingyo who had sent the Purple Gold Sky Dragon to protect Zhao Yuqin. After all, Nangong Yan's attack on Zhao Yuqin had alerted Lin Xingyo, so he had left the Purple Gold Sky Dragon at Reflection Cliff to safeguard her. Now, the Purple Gold Sky Dragon sensed that Lin Xingyo was in danger. Without hesitation, it immediately headed toward the scripture repository of the primordial sacred land with Zhao Yuqin. Of course, the journey was far from peaceful. Almost everywhere was filled with carnage. Seeing the Purple Gold Sky Dragon heading toward the scripture repository, the powerful figures of the spiritual treasure tower almost all attacked it, trying to stop it from reaching the primordial sacred land. The two sides immediately engaged in a bloody battle, but the Purple Gold Sky Dragon, with its strength at the celestial realm, almost killed anyone who dared to block its path. Heaven-shaking roar, break. As the Purple Gold Sky Dragon was rushing toward the scripture repository, a furious roar suddenly echoed, and in the stunned eyes of countless people, they saw the heavenly demon beast, locked in battle with Duomo Ruo, open its blood-stained maw and spew out a beam of deathly light as thick as a barrel, aimed at the protective barrier supported by the ginkgo tree. Crack, crack, crack. The protective barrier supported by the ginkgo tree was instantly pierced by the heavenly demon beast, and the deathly light spread, directly shattering the barrier. Roar! The two heavenly demon beasts completely tore through the barrier and collided with each other. In an instant, waves of deathly light spread, sucking up the life force of 10,000 miles through the blood sacrifice grand array. Many people didn't even have time to scream before they were absorbed by the merging heavenly demon beasts. Stop! Duomo Ruo was completely enraged. Seeing millions of disciples perish, as the ancestor of the primordial sacred land, how could she endure this? She was utterly furious. She had just broken through to the heavenly venerate realm and hadn't even had the chance to step on Lin Xingyo to rise to prominence when such a disaster struck. The spiritual treasure tower and the immortal treasure pavilion had joined forces to destroy the primordial sacred land. Duomo Ruo hated the spiritual treasure tower and the immortal treasure pavilion to the core. Originally, she was about to rule the world and unite the Crimson Moon continent. But now, she had provoked such a calamity, watching helplessly as the primordial sacred land was crushed by the spiritual treasure tower and the immortal treasure pavilion. Roar! Duomo Ruo went completely berserk, her inner rage exploding. Around her, 9 rivers of laws floated, and 4 great Tao revolved. With a wave of her hand, she grasped the sacred artifact of the primordial sacred land, the heaven sealing bell, and struck the merging heavenly demon beast with a furious blow. Roar! Seeing the heaven sealing bell coming, the heavenly demon beast immediately spat out a bone shield and a stone blade, striking the heaven sealing bell with brutal force. Dong dong dong. The heaven-sealing bell and the bone shield and stone blade of the heavenly demon beast collided, quickly shattering 100,000 miles of territory. Waves of attack light spread outward like ripples, destroying mountains and rivers, shattering the void, and killing countless living beings. Snap! In the end, Duemo Ruo couldn't withstand the attack of the heavenly demon beast. She was hit by its deathly light and flew 108,000 miles, instantly smashing through countless giant mountains and collapsing into the ruins, unable to get up. Those who block my path, die. After sending Duemo Ruo flying with a single strike, the heavenly demon beast raised its claws with an expression of utter ferocity, declaring, "Though the heavens are vast, they will all belong to me, the heavenly demon beast. I, the heavenly demon beast, will become the Tao of this world. All of you will become my food. None will survive." Ha ha ha. The heavenly demon beast grew more and more delighted, saying, "A bunch of ants, tremble before me." Seeing this, Nangong Yin and the others were extremely excited, as they had bet correctly this time. By following the heavenly demon beast to destroy the primordial sacred land, they would soon ascend to the immortal realm by climbing the heavenly ladder. Nangong Yin and Su Fengtian thought of this, and their faces were filled with nothing but joy. Ants! As Nangong Yin and the others were rejoicing, a furious roar suddenly echoed. Turning their heads, they saw a sky-covering deathly light erupt from the body of the heavenly demon beast, declaring, "I grant you death?" Ah. Xing Xing, no? I don't want to die. As the heavenly demon beast's words fell, the sky-covering deathly light instantly enveloped 1,000,000 miles of the primordial sacred land, and all life was being devoured by the heavenly demon beast. Ah. Sister Chu, save me. Within the sky-covering deathly light, Wang Xian let out a series of panicked screams. She could feel the deathly energy slowly eroding her. She could sense her life force rapidly disappearing. A strange force was peeling her life away inch by inch, all flowing toward one direction. Her flesh, meridians, and bones. All her vitality was being sucked away. Wang Xian understood. If this continued, she would surely die here. She couldn't resist this force. She could only watch helplessly as it drained her life. I can't die. I haven't achieved the Tao of Transcendence. I absolutely cannot die here. I, the unfeeling Empress, will not. Those who block my path die. In the midst of death, Su Shihan's unyielding roars echoed in her heart. Refusing to submit to death, suddenly, two beams of light, one black and one white, shot into the sky. Then, in the eyes of countless onlookers, a majestic figure, clad in a long white robe and wearing a bronze mask, appeared in the sky like a deity. He stood in the void. Around him, the 6 paths of reincarnation revolved, and behind him stood a ginkgo tree shining with golden light, covering the heavens. Behind him, circles of divine halos rose, and 9 rivers of laws flowed. In his palms, the Tao of life and death was grasped. Chapter 462. The Stone Coffin Strikes. Raise the Nether King's banner. Under the watchful eyes of countless spectators, Lin Xingyo stomped his foot and summoned 6 awe-inspiring war banners that pressed down on the surroundings. With a casual wave, the 6 Nether King's banners sealed off the area around the demon beast, cutting off its death rays. Then, with a firm grasp, he held the devouring god's spear in his hand and turned his cold gaze toward the demon beast, saying, "Demon beast, come and fight. Human, I spared your life earlier, yet you don't kneel in gratitude. Now you dare to provoke me in front of me? Since that's the case, I'll send you to your grave. Die." The demon beast was now in a frenzy. Having merged its 6 forms, although it hadn't reached its peak state, its strength had already reached the level of creation. Did Lin Xingyo dare to challenge it? The demon beast didn't want to waste any words. All it wanted now was to kill Lin Xingyo and let all living beings know that those who opposed it would only meet their end. Die! Lin Xingyo roared, tightly gripping the devouring god spear. With the power of the ginkgo tree augmenting him, he thrust the spear with full force, charging downward toward the demon beast. Master, that move is incredibly powerful. Qiongqi King stood within Lin Xingyo's portable world, watching as his master made his move. This spear strike could split the heavens and earth. That's not all. Master, this attack's power could obliterate an entire galaxy. No living being could withstand such force. This demon beast is definitely doomed. The bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others chimed in, all looking at the demon beast as if it were already a corpse. They were absolutely certain that Lin Xingyo's single strike would be enough to slay the demon beast. But, the next moment, the bloodthirsty Wolf King and the others were left wide-eyed, their predictions shattered. Instead of Lin Xingyo's powerful strike killing the demon beast, it was blocked by a bone shield spat out by the demon beast. At the same time, a stone blade resembling lightning shot toward Lin Xingyo. Swoosh! Lin Xingyo tilted his head just in time, and the stone blade grazed his cheek as it passed by. In the next instant, it reversed direction and shot toward Lin Xingyo's back. Master, be careful. Seeing this, Qiongqi King and the others screamed in alarm. The stone blade was too fast and terrifying. If it hit Lin Xingyo, it would surely injure him. So, they all shouted in panic. Dingya here? Just as Qiongqi King and the others were panicking, they suddenly heard a shout. Turning their heads, they saw the bronze cauldron shooting out from the ground, colliding with the stone blade that was hurtling toward Lin Xingyo, shouting, "You shall not harm my master." Clang! The bronze cauldron and the stone blade collided directly. Meanwhile, Lin Xingyo's devouring god spear also landed, striking the bone shield of the demon beast with a heavy blow. Instantly, a violent shockwave erupted at the point of impact. Six Paths Reincarnation Fist, break. Lin Xingyo's strike landed, and immediately, he clenched his fist and punched toward the demon beast. Seeing this, the demon beast didn't dare to be careless and spat out a death ray as thick as a barrel, colliding with Lin Xingyo's fist strike. Bang! Lin Xingyo's Six Paths Reincarnation Fist clashed with the demon beast, and a violent shockwave exploded at the point of impact. But in the next moment, their attacks clashed again with even greater ferocity. Human, you cannot withstand me. The power you wield now is merely provided by the sacrificial spirit of the primordial sacred land. However, its life force has already reached its end. Even if it goes all out to assist you, with your combined strength, you can only withstand 100 more of my attacks. After that, you will still meet your inevitable death. Is that so? Hearing this, Lin Xingyo's gaze darkened. Then, you should try the power of this thing. Stone coffin, come forth. Lin Xingyo coldly gazed at the demon beast and summoned the stone coffin he had obtained from the ancient spirit domain. Suppress it? You? How did you get this stone coffin? The demon beast was stunned. It had been prepared to go all out to kill Lin Xingyo, but faced with the stone coffin in Lin Xingyo's hands, its eyes immediately filled with terror. Almost instinctively, it took several steps back. Did it recognize this stone coffin? The stone coffin had 9 layers, each layer sealing a part of this world. If it were ensnared by this coffin, it wouldn't die, but it would be sealed within the 9 worlds of the coffin, forever unable to escape. This stone coffin was one of the most mysterious and ominous entities in the universe, and every time it appeared, it brought about mass destruction. How did this insignificant human obtain it? He actually kept such a thing by his side. Didn't he fear the curse it brought? Chapter 463. The Great Battle erupts completely. Suppress. Lin Xingyo ignored the words of the heavenly demon beast and directly threw the stone coffin towards it. You. The heavenly demon beast was furious. The human in front of him was too despicable, actually using the stone coffin to suppress him. The heavenly demon beast was livid. Yet, it had no choice but to dodge and shift, transforming into a streak of light to avoid Lin Xingyo's attack. However, the area was already sealed. So no matter how powerful the heavenly demon beast was, it couldn't completely evade. Soon, the heavenly demon beast was entangled by Lin Xingyo and the stone coffin. It was forced into a corner and subjected to a relentless onslaught. Roar! The heavenly demon beast was completely enraged, its inner malevolence exploding, its bloodthirsty beast eyes coldly glaring at Lin Xingyo, filled with boundless killing intent. The heavenly demon beast hated Lin Xingyo to the core. It wished it could tear Lin Xingyo apart. After all, the heavenly demon beast was supposed to return as a king, but now it was trapped by Lin Xingyo. How could it not be furious in the face of this? But it couldn't do anything to Lin Xingyo, as the stone coffin had completely suppressed it, with an overwhelming, world-encompassing terror engulfing it. The heavenly demon beast understood. This time, it might be doomed, as it was powerless against the stone coffin, especially the power of the 9 worlds within it. It was not something it could confront in its current state. The heavenly demon beast understood. If it couldn't reverse the situation, the only thing awaiting it would be death. Quick, capture the woman of the White Robe Emperor. Seeing this, the Spirit Void Empress's expression changed, and she immediately looked towards Chu Yun and the others, saying, "Use them to threaten the White Robe Emperor. We absolutely cannot let him kill the heavenly demon ancestor." "Bitch, you dare." Seeing the Spirit Void Empress heading towards Chu Yun and the others, the Azure Light Empress immediately broke free from her opponent and blocked the Spirit Void Empress's path with lightning speed, launching a fierce attack on her. Even if the Azure Light Empress was foolish, she knew that the Spirit Void Empress had betrayed the primordial sanctuary. The blood sacrifice great array in front of them was likely the work of the Spirit Void Empress, as she was the one in charge of the mountain protection array of the primordial sanctuary. Now that the array had been altered, it was this woman's doing. Such a traitorous person, the Azure Light Empress certainly wouldn't let her off. But, the next moment, Nangong Yin and the others also reacted. To turn the tide, they could only target Chu Yun and the others. As long as they could control Chu Yun and the others, Lin Xingyo would have no choice but to surrender. Nangong Yin and the others, almost all of them, broke free from their opponent's entanglement and, like lightning flashes, charged towards Chu Yun and the others. Yuan Tongtian and Gai Jiushan. Of course, they wouldn't let them succeed. They all blocked Nangong Yin and the others, preventing them from attacking Chu Yun and the others. Soon, the two sides were locked in the most brutal battle. But Nangong Yin and the others were completely mad. They directly issued a death order to everyone in the primordial sanctuary that they must capture Chu Yun and the others at all costs. In an instant, two terrifying forces formed. One side was strictly defending. The opposing side was utterly frenzied, resembling demons emerging from the depths of hell, relentlessly launching wave after wave of attacks against the defenses protecting Chu Yun and the others. Soon, the ground was piled with corpses. Countless lives were slaughtered. Countless beings were in a death struggle. Almost everyone was killing without regard for anything, because at this moment, everyone understood that there was only one way: fight. Otherwise, they would all die. Kill, kill, kill. The primordial sanctuary was completely overwhelmed, with death everywhere. The sounds of killing echoed throughout, as waves of warriors fell and new ones surged forward, nearly all giving their all in the bloody battle. In front of them, there was only slaughter and death. Chapter 464. Resurrection from Death. Human, you have truly enraged me. The Tianma beast was completely enraged, facing Lin Xingyo's relentless pursuit, as the Mount of Heike, the death god of the former Hongming heavenly realm. The Tianma beast went completely berserk. It had to fight back with everything it had. It could not die here. It was the Tianma beast. It had slain countless powerful beings across the cosmos, and now it couldn't possibly die at the hands of a mere human. Die! The Tianma beast went completely mad, channeling all its spiritual energy to form a massive and terrifying black hole of devouring power, directly enveloping Lin Xingyo, intent on consuming him completely. Devouring Heaven Technique, activate. Facing the black hole of the Tianma beast, Lin Xingyo threw out the stone coffin, which instantly sealed the beast's devouring orifice. Then, in the stunned gaze of countless onlookers, he stomped his foot, pushing the devouring heaven technique to its limit. In an instant, two immense forces of devouring clashed. This isn't good. The Tiamat beast's heart sank. It hadn't reacted in time, and when it did, it panicked completely. It was dumbfounded, because it realized its own power was being uncontrollably drawn into Lin Xingyo. Seeing this, the Tianma beast was completely terrified. It understood that it was finished. Lin Xingyo, using the stone coffin as a medium, had completely suppressed it. If this continued, it would surely be drained to death by Lin Xingyo. How is this possible? The Tianma beast was utterly dumbfounded. Now it understood. If it couldn't turn the tide, it would certainly die. No, I can't die. The Tianma beast's unyielding voice roared in its heart. I haven't yet ruled the world. How can I die? But, the next moment, the Tianma beast's expression jolted, and its eyes filled with an excitement that could hardly be contained. It almost laughed to death, because just as it had believed its death was certain, Lin Xingyo's dantian exploded. In that instant, the Tianma beast was almost laughing hysterically, for this was too satisfying. Human, you were too arrogant. Coming back to its senses from its excitement, the Tianma beast glanced triumphantly at Lin Xingyo, whose face was as dark as water, mocking, You thought you could drain me dry. Now you'll be blown apart by my power. Lin Xingyo didn't speak, because he was completely stunned. Just moments ago, as he activated the Devouring Heaven technique to absorb the Tianma beast's power, his dantian couldn't withstand the immense force and exploded. It was too sudden. He hadn't reacted at all. What was happening? His dantian had exploded. An overwhelmingly violent force instantly surged through his entire body. In that moment, Lin Xingyo knew. He was about to explode and die. Lin Xingyo was completely dumbfounded. Everything happened too quickly. It was utterly beyond his ability to react. He was about to explode. In that moment, almost everyone was waiting to see him die. Almost everyone seemed to see the scene of his imminent self-destruction. But, the next moment, the bronze tripod and the ginkgo tree took action. Almost as soon as everyone believed Lin Xingyo was beyond saving, the bronze tripod and the ginkgo tree enveloped him. Human, don't be afraid. The ginkgo tree rooted itself on Lin Xingyo's head, its intertwined roots forming a sky-covering array of order-imbued chains, completely enveloping him, saying, Follow my spiritual energy, and I'll ensure your true body remains intact. Qingzi, if you survive? Seeing this, the bronze tripod also activated its supreme Tao order, declaring, You must remember me. I am Dingya, not just some broken vessel. No, stop. At this sight, Lin Xingyo let out a roar of protest, for he realized that the bronze tripod and the ginkgo tree were sacrificing themselves to protect him. Lin Xingyo couldn't accept it. He couldn't bear the thought of the bronze tripod and the ginkgo tree sacrificing themselves for his sake. In a moment of utter desperation, he became completely unhinged, his eyes overflowing with blood-red tears. He roared in protest. He refused to accept this, but the ginkgo tree and the bronze tripod disregarded all this. They were using all their strength to help Lin